king's army is coming, the king's army is coming. A scouting cavalry galloped from afar, shouting repeatedly in Persian and Greek. The soldiers who were about to stop for a rest became agitated. Patikias, are you telling the truth? Artaxerxes is really coming. Seeing the cavalry who had just jumped off the horse, Cyrus the younger one asked immediately. Yes, your royal highness. Artaxerxes too is coming. Artagasses are here too, and Thatdem Tissaphernes III is here as well. Patikias gasped and said it in a hoarse voice. Very good, my friend, very good, he is here at last. Cyrus the younger jumped off the horse excitedly, and as he let his servant put on his breastplate, he shouted to his adjutant Arius for, notify the whole army and prepare for battle. Yes, your highness. Arius hurriedly calls the messenger. Notify the Greeks immediately and quickly line up on our right flank. Prepare to fight. The messenger sped away. Arius also called all the Persian generals. Cyrus the younger allowed them to lead soldiers on their left flank, while he led 800 cavalry in the center. Artapatus carefully asked, how many enemies are there? About 60,000 or 80,000. There was a little fear on his face when Patikias recalled what he had seen. So many people. The attendants exclaimed with fear. Ha, are you scared, my friend? Cyrus the younger came forward and gave Patikias a powerful hug, and he did not mind Patikias' dusty and sweaty body at all. Then he turned around and got on the horse and shouted, friends, are you afraid? Of course, the followers of Cyrus the younger expressed their courage one after another. Even if Artaxerxes had more soldiers, he is still the timid Artaxerxes. Don't forget, a small hound could scare him to pee. Cyrus the younger's vulgar words made the people around him laugh. And I have you and my army. Together we defeated the mighty Athens, the Athens that had repeatedly defeated us in Persia. Cyrus the younger's eyes swept through each person and the men straightened their chest. We still have the brave Greeks. They fought side by side with us. Cyrus the younger looked to the right where the Greek heavy infantry began their slow formation. Seeing this, he felt confident. We are unstoppable. We are invincible. For victory, Artapatus shouted first, then everyone screamed one after another, for victory. In the face of high morale, Cyrus the younger raised his right hand, friends, warriors. After this victory, I swear to Mazda, the supreme god, that I will do my best to repay your friendship and dedication. Cyrus the Great, no one knows who shouted. Immediately, like a flash flood, a loud shout erupted. Hey Matinus, is there something going on? Davos couldn't help but slap the shoulder of a soldier that is in front of him. How many times have you asked? No. Matinus wiped his sweaty neck with his left hand and irritably shouted, why hasn't the enemy come yet? The sun had already reached the middle of the sky. If we wait any longer, we'll be scorched by its flame. Matinus, even if your meat is roasted, I don't want to smell it. One of these days I'll vomit when eating meat. A soldier's glib remark next to him caused a burst of laughter among the soldiers. Shut up. Olivos, you lecherous guy, if you want me to put your hand in your mouth and let you taste your own meat, then continue talking. Matinus fiercely threatened while waving his sturdy arm. Oh, I am so scared. Olivos put on a frightened look and caused another burst of laughter. Everyone stand up and stop making noises. Meno 5 is coming. As soon as Helos' voice fell, he heard a sharp voice coming, little children, what do you think this place is? Is it your family's dinner place? A well-proportioned soldier with a red feather on his helmet stood in front of the square, pointing at them and scolding, this is the battlefield. If you don't go all out, then Hades will be happy to visit you. The rotten-mouthed Meno, someone in the troops shouted. Who said that? You come out for me. They all laughed and were glad to see Meno jumping in front of them and shouting angrily. Then someone shouted loudly, look ahead. The soldiers then looked ahead. Soon the smile on their face was quickly replaced by panic. Smoke and dust rose everywhere in sight, covering the hills, trees, and houses, all of which were gray. After a while, a thin black line drilled out the smoke and dust. It began to stretch to both sides, gradually becoming thicker. A moment later, when the soldiers could barely see the outline of the enemy, countless lights began to shine in the dazzling sunlight. The cold light emitted by the armor, spear, and shield seems to be like the endless galaxy in the night sky. The sound of footsteps, shouting and hissing of horses gathered into a rolling wave, which made the earth tremble, not to mention the human legs. Just as Olivos felt like he was about to fall, he heard Helos shout, ready to fight, ready to fight, ready to fight. Greek mercenary soldiers put on their helmet, took off the shield hanging on their left shoulder, held their spears, and began to strike their shields. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise made Olivos realize that he is also in a powerful army, and his mood gradually calmed down. The Persian king's army is still moving slowly and orderly. The chariots are at the forefront, followed by the archers without armor. Next came the light cavalry, and finally the infantries with long shield and spear, the Sparabara 6. The heavy cavalry is divided into two parts. Some of them are to protect the Persian king, some are deployed on the far left wing of the army. The vast Persian army is like the thick clouds in the sky before a storm, slowly pressing and suffocating. At this moment, Cyrus the Younger, with several followers, galloped left to right, giving instructions to every Greek mercenary leader. With constant cheers, he had reached the far right end of the Greek army formation, and he could even see the roaring Euphrates River not far away. "Honor to you, your highness." Clearchus VII performed a military salute. Cyrus the Younger looked at the Greek whom he trusted most, then pointed to the central location of the Persian king's army and said, "When the battle begins, I want you to lead your men straight into the center of the enemy. Kill Artaxerxes. The victory of this battle must be ours." One Cyrus the Younger, son of Darius II of Persia, and younger brother of Artaxerxes II Neman. 2 Artaxerxes II of Persia was a Persian king from 404 BC till 358 BC. 3 Tissaphernes was the satrap governor of Lydia. 4 Arius was a Persian general who fought alongside Cyrus the Younger. 5 Meno was one of the Greek generals who had worked under Cyrus the Younger as a mercenary. 6 Sparabara were the front-line infantry of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. 7 Clearchus is another Greek general and a mercenary under Cyrus the Younger. Clearchus looked at the much thicker phalanx in the enemy's center and saw that the enemy's left wing was longer than his own. Although he had been fully supportive of Cyrus the Younger from the beginning, it doesn't mean that he would obey his orders. So he bluntly refused. "Your Highness, I think we should first defeat the enemy's left wing and then hit the enemy's center. This would be much safer. I know Artaxerxes, understand the Persian army, and also understand your Greek phalanx as well. Believe me, my friend, your army will easily defeat the army of Artaxerxes. Although he has more troops, it's useless. We will still defeat Artaxerxes." Cyrus the Younger persuaded him. Clearchus stubbornly shook his head. "Your Highness, I apologize, but I will not expose the phalanx flank to the enemy troops." Cyrus the Younger frowned and stared at Clearchus, but there was no time for him to organize his words to persuade the other party. "As for ordering them by force, the other party is a mercenary and not his men. All right, just do what you have said." Cyrus the Younger turned his horse head, then abruptly pulled the reins and returned. When the 2 armies were about 500 meters apart, the Greek soldiers began to sing the song of Ares, the god of war, and marched forward. The 2 armies were only less than 200 meters apart once they finished their song. "Ares," the soldiers shouted in unison, then they started to jog, then ran faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. As tens of thousands of Greek hoplites converged, their footsteps were like thunder gathering energy to break the dark night with lightning. Besides the few chariots that rushed straight through the Greek army, accompanied by screams, broken limbs, and finally disappearing into silence. The Persians on the opposite side forgot to shoot their arrows and raise their shields as they were completely frightened by the overwhelming sea of steel as the Greek army approached. When the 2 armies were more than a dozen meters apart, the Persians collapsed as they turned around and fled. The Greeks did not expect that victory would come so quickly, so with their abundant energy, the Greeks pursued their enemies more vigorously. At first, the captains like Helos kept reminding their teammates, "Stay in formation, don't run too fast, stay in formation." But the team still got completely dispersed, and all Greeks pursued in excitement. Cyrus the Younger, who is currently in the center, didn't expect the victory of the right wing to come so fast, and for a moment he was somewhat stunned. Cyrus the Great, long live. The attendants had begun to wave their spears and shouted victory. "Your Highness, are we going to follow suit?" Artapatus asked him. He shook his head and looked straight ahead to his left. He knows very well that only by killing that man can he attain the supreme crown. Messenger. Let the left wing that Arius leads to stop and prepare for defense. Cyrus the Younger immediately issued an order. He knew very well that his strongest force was the Greek mercenaries. Now that the Greeks had defeated the enemy's left wing, he did not have to rush to let his left wing, which was obviously smaller than the enemy's, clash with the enemy's right wing. In case of a quick defeat, the battle would be troublesome. Thus it would be better to wait as long as possible for the return of the Greek mercenaries who had pursued the defeated army, and victory would be in his hands. But while he patiently waited for the enemy to come, the other side center stopped moving. Soon his expression changed as the enemy's center began to split into 2, with the left part changing direction towards the left. "Not good, they want to attack the Greeks," Artapatus shouted. The scattered Greek hoplites that were pursuing the defeated army would likely fall into chaos if they were attacked from the rear by the enemy, causing the situation to reverse. "Your Highness, please put on your helmet." The attendant hastily handed over his helmet. Afterwards, Cyrus the Younger rushed out, with the attendants on his left and right rushed to catch up and protect him. More than 800 cavalries formed a wedge-shaped formation and sped straight towards the Persian king's central troops. Artaxerxes, the commander of the Persian king's central troops, did not expect that Cyrus the Younger dared to attack at this time and hurriedly deployed their cavalry to intercept. However, at this moment, their army is currently changing positions, so the vast revolving infantry formation blocked the cavalry's way forward, and squeezing out thousands of cavalry from the gap in the formation wouldn't be easy. Together with the galloping cavalry, Cyrus the Younger has already reached the Persians. At the burst of neighing horses, the hastily patched cavalry defense of the Persian army got instantly torn apart. Then, like a sharp knife, the cavalry of Cyrus the Younger plunged into the Persian king's central troops that were turning around. Cyrus the Younger was brave and fierce. He used to hunt black bears by himself. Birds of a feather flocked together, as his cavalry and followers are also warriors. When facing the back of their enemies, they didn't even waste their spears. Instead, they used their horses' high-speed charge to break into the enemy formation and crush the enemy. Because there were no stirrups at that time, and when the moving cavalry stabbed the enemy, they had to let go immediately, or the reactive force would push them off. Affected by the defeat of the left wing, the Persian infantry who took the lead began to flee, and the cavalry of Cyrus the Younger took advantage of the situation to hunt them down. Suddenly, Cyrus the Younger caught sight of the Persian king's chariot in the dust. Because of the initial collapse of the main force on the left side of Persia's central troops, it formed a big gap that caused the Persian king, who was in the rear, to be naturally exposed. Cyrus the Younger was so excited that he swung his spear to bypass Persia's central troops that had come to rescue and obliquely pierced towards the Persian king's rear troops. Afterwards, dozens of cavalry followed. Come quickly, protect the king. The Persian king's imperial guard general, Artaxerxes, shouted while he took the lead on guarding against the nearby enemy cavalry and intercepting them. Faced with a swarm of enemies, Cyrus the Younger had no fear. He pulled out his Greek sword and clamped on the horse's belly with both legs. When he saw the right moment, the spear on his right hand deflected the spear that Artaxerxes fiercely stabbed. He then extended the sword on his left hand, and without any effort, he easily cut off Artaxerxes' neck with the Greek sword and the help of the horse's forward momentum. Cyrus the Younger killed several people with his superb skill and riding skills. Soon his cavalry caught up and blocked the other enemy horses for him. Between him and Artaxerxes, the Persian king, only the royal guards remained around the chariot. He could even clearly see his brother's frightened face. Thinking of his imprisonment and thinking of him occupying the throne that should be his, it's just Cyrus the Younger's imagination. The old Persian king didn't even think about passing the throne to him. Rage burned in his chest. Artaxerxes. He roared and threw out the spear in his hand with the sound of exclamation. The spear flew through the gap between the royal guards and hit the Persian king in the chest. The Persian king screamed and fell from his chariot. Suddenly chaos befell once they saw the Persian king fall. Cyrus the Younger finally vented his anger, and he wildly laughed as if the Persian crown had arrived, but he did not hear the cavalry behind him that was urgently shouting, "Your Highness, look out, look out." The laughter came to an abrupt end. A javelin flew out of the chaotic crowd and hit him in the eye. Without uttering a word, Cyrus the Younger quickly fell off his horse. Hoplite were citizen soldiers of ancient Greek city-states who were primarily armed with spears and shields. "Brothers, I brought you something to eat," said Helos as he entered the small tent. The quiet military tent suddenly became lively as the few people who were lying down stood up and, like a hungry wolf, grabbed the food from Helos' arms as quickly as they could. "Helos, I would have starved to death if you didn't come back." Matinus chewed the half-cooked horse meat, which he usually disdained, but now it was indescribable delicious in his mouth. "I got it from Antonio's." Menon asked them to form a special team and risk getting attacked by the Persians to drag back the dead horses from the battlefield. Helos sighed and looked at the man lying in the innermost part of the tent and asked with concern, "How is Davos? Has he woken up?" He woke up, but he was in a daze all this time. He seemed unable to recognize those who spoke with him, and he didn't say a word. "It seems he is currently asleep now," Georgris answered gloomily. "I think he might have sat on Charon's one boat when he accidentally fell into Lethe too. Now he has lost his memory." Olivos said, "Shut up." Matinus reached out and pressed on Olivos' head and pushed him away. Helos then forcefully separated the two men and screamed, "We're all from the same town in Thessaly, in the land thousands of miles away from home and surrounded by enemies. If we don't unite, I'm afraid we won't be able to return." Silence suddenly fell in the tent. Helos felt the heavy atmosphere, so he comfortingly said, "I've seen several warriors who were hit in the head badly. At first they are confused, but they'll be normal after resting. Maybe by tomorrow morning, Davos will be able to greet us with a smile." Davos is also a veteran warrior. How could he fall when pursuing? Olivos had just irritatedly said a couple of words, and when he saw Matinus staring at him again, he immediately closed his mouth. Helos, did Cyrus the Younger win, or was he defeated? The temporary silence made Georgris unable to help but speak out the most concerned but fearful problem that all of them were facing. Previously, only after returning to the battlefield from their pursuit of the fleeing enemies did they find out the Persian troops were still there, while Cyrus the Younger's troops had disappeared. Because it was getting late, the two armies had no desire to continue fighting, so after they confronted for a while, the Persian troops retreated. Only then did the Greek mercenaries discover that their camp had been looted. Due to their tiredness and hungriness, the soldiers naturally had no energy to think about and asked this very important question. Cyrus the Younger had led the cavalry. Whether they were victorious or got defeated, he could easily leave the battlefield and join us tomorrow to fight the Persian king once more, Helos lightly said, but the Persian king's army was much larger than ours, so if Cyrus the Younger really got defeated, then there will be fewer troops to join us tomorrow. Georgras worriedly said, "What are you afraid of? We have more than 10,000 hoplites. The Persians are as timid as rabbits." So no matter how many people dared to fight us, I still had not killed enough to be satisfied. Thus if there's another battle tomorrow, it would just be right. As soon as Matinus heard Georgras, he encourages everyone in his own way. Even if Cyrus the Younger was defeated, we defeated their left wing and killed many of them. Tomorrow, they will only have fewer soldiers than today. Helos is equally confident. These damn Persians destroying our camp, stole our food, and stole a lot of my silver coins. Tomorrow we're going to beat them and get our things back, Matinus said angrily. That's right. Everyone hated the enemy. We should not only take back our things, but also take their things. Oh, Olivos thought of something and excitedly said, I heard that they also captured the women of Cyrus the Younger with only one managing to escape. That's the one I told you last time, a beautiful woman like Aphrodite. I heard that Clearchus took her into his camp. He will definitely have a fun time tonight. Olivos gulped and said in a sullen voice, Don't talk nonsense. Helos warned him. Olivos, you must defeat the Persian king tomorrow and grab one of his women. Oh, that is a great idea. Matinus, you really are smart once in a while. Damn Olivos, do you want to get beaten again? While several people were talking and laughing, a hoarse voice came from the innermost part of the tent. Don't just think that Cyrus the Younger only got defeated. He has died. Tisiphorus arrived at the tent of the Persian king, and Massabates the eunuch was already waiting at the entrance. The king is waiting for you. Quickly go in. When Tisiphorus gave his sword to the royal guard next to him, he found that the eunuch, whom the Persian king trusted the most, was somewhat melancholy and couldn't help but think about, is his majesty hurt badly? Once he entered, a rich aroma of frankincense hit his nose, with a mixed scent of a few herbs. Artaxerxes was lying on his side on the couch, dressed in a gorgeous scarlet gown with his bare chest wrapped in a white cloth that had faint blood seeping out. Beside him was a beautiful maid gently rubbing his shoulders, and next stood the physician, Ctesias IV. Ctesias then immediately withdrew once he saw Tisiphorus enters. Artaxerxes asked him to wait outside his tent, allowing him to summon him immediately in case of any change in his condition. Once he saw the Greek physician withdraw from the tent, Tisiphorus half knelt and bowed his head, then said, Your Highness, please punish me for losing the battle. Artaxerxes did not speak, making Tisiphorus begin to feel a little uneasy, so he knelt more motionlessly on the ground. It took a long time till he heard Artaxerxes speak. You were defeated, Tisiphorus, but at least you dared to fight. I heard that you led your cavalry around the Greeks' hoplite and attacked their rear, only to be defeated by their peltaste 5 and almost got hit by a Greek javelin. Yes, your highness, you know everything. Tisiphorus sighed in relief. You're much braver than those who run away before they even fight. Get up. Artaxerxes was somewhat dissatisfied with the Persian troops' left wing's performance yesterday. He then increased his voice. I'm not as lucky as you are. Cyrus's spear struck me, but fortunately my armor was strong enough and allowed me to have the opportunity to strike him down. Wasn't the guard Mithridates VI the one to strike Cyrus the Younger with his spear? Tisiphorus was surprised, but he did not show it. Instead, he spoke with admiration and excitement. Your Highness, everyone used to say that Cyrus was brave. Yesterday on the battlefield, when we were about to suffer defeat, Your Majesty, at great risk that a king should not take, bravely stepped forward and personally killed Cyrus the rebel, and made us win an incredible victory. Your Highness, you deserve to be the King of Kings. You were born brave. Massabates and Ctesias also immediately expressed their admiration for the heroic performance of the Persian king. Artaxerxes looked flushed and said with resentment, Cyrus has always been victorious since we were children, but as a brother I have always let him be. Even last time when he tried to assassinate me at the ceremony, I still forgave him for mother's sake. However, I did not expect that he would regard my kindness as weakness and deception, and dared to start a rebellion. For the sake of the empire's stability, I have to execute him even if he is my brother. The king's benevolence is well known to all the empire's people. Cyrus, who doesn't know anything, is guilty of seducing outsiders and invading the empire's land. Tisiphorus spoke with great enthusiasm. Artaxerxes nodded and coughed a few times as he had spent a lot of energy talking. My satrap, you have exposed Cyrus' conspiracy to me many times, and your governance of Asia Minor has always been excellent. When this rebellion is over, I will reward you well. Your Majesty, as the satrap of Asia Minor, this is my duty, Tisiphorus solemnly said. Then a complex expression appeared on Tisiphorus as a large earthen pot was placed on the wooden table in front of his left hand. This is Cyrus' head and hands that Massabates cut off. Take it to the Greek camp and let them surrender immediately. Note there were two parties that have left a record of the Battle of Cunaxa. One is Xenophon, and the other is the Persian physician Ctesias, and his record was quoted by Plutarch during the Roman Empire in his biography of Artaxerxes, in which the Greeks' hoplite defeated the Persians' right wing a lot harder than what Xenophon had written. I chose Xenophon's account in the novel. Although his description is exaggerated, it can explain some of the strange performance of the Persians after the war. One Charon is the ferryman of Hades, who carries souls of the newly deceased across the rivers Styx and Acheron that divided the world of the living from the world of the dead. Two Lethe was one of the 5 rivers of the underworld of Hades. 3 Frankincense is an aromatic resin used in incense and perfumes, obtained from Boswellia trees. 4 Ctesias was a Greek physician and historian. 5 Peltaste was a type of light infantry, originating in Thrace and Paeonia, who often served as skirmishers in Hellenic and Hellenistic armies. 6 Mithridates was a young Persian soldier who accidentally killed Cyrus the Younger, and he later got executed for kill-stealing. Yes, Your Highness, Tisiphorus couldn't help but look at Maccabates and thought, no wonder this guy looks ugly. If the Queen Mother Parasates one knew that her most beloved son was beheaded and his hands got cut off, then she absolutely won't give up. Tisiphorus, do you think the Greeks will surrender? Your Highness, with my knowledge of the Greek mercenaries' main leaders, I'm afraid it would be hard. However, there may be a small number of people that is willing to obey your majesty's will, Tisiphorus said cautiously. Your Highness, this one has an idea. It's better to drive the Greeks to the north, Tisiphorus said. Artaxerxes pondered about it, as he knew that Tisiphorus did not want the Greeks to once more trample on his jurisdiction Asia Minor. Northward his eyes lit up, and he thought of the unyielding and unruly mountain tribes, such as the Carduchians. Have them fight those barbarians, he thought with a smile on his lips. You are entirely responsible for this matter. I await your good news in Persepolis. After saying that, he couldn't wait to go home due to the news yesterday that another riot had occurred in eastern Persepolis, so he must return to the capital city as soon as possible. Moreover, he also began to miss his queen Statera. Early in the morning, mist covered the Cunaxa area, and the entire Greek military camp was quiet as most people were still asleep. Davos stepped out of the tent and looked curiously at the strange place. Yes, he is no longer Davos himself. His soul is from 21st century China. As a government civil servant, he suffered for more than 10 years before being promoted to director of the city's high-tech development zone. His friends arranged a feast to celebrate his promotion, causing him to be very drunk, but when he woke up he found himself in a strange place and became someone else. He had pinched his thighs several times just to prove that he was dreaming, and to this day his thighs still hurt. After a long night of adaptation and his strong adaptability, he no longer wondered why he was here. Back when he joined the government office, he was first in the civil service examination in the whole city. Yet he was sent to a remote and impoverished mountain area as a village official and stayed there for several years. Still, he persevered and won the favor of the county leaders with excellent performance, and he was recalled to take an important task. Just that his parents and his girlfriend, who he is about to marry, know they are separated by time and space, and they won't meet. Agin took a long breath and tried to dispel away his sadness. He slowly walked a short distance to calm his mood a bit, after he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and warned himself, now that I had arrived at a new world, let's live tenaciously. According to the memory of this body, he knew that he was a Thessalian. 2 years ago, at the age of 17, he went out to work as a mercenary with his village friends to earn money because of their livelihood. A year ago, Macedonia and Thessaly clashed with the Macedonian cavalry, attacking his hometown, killing his parents, and capturing his relatives. Now, he's alone. Currently, he was following the mercenary leader Meno to fight for Prince Cyrus the Younger of Persia. Last night, his companions thought he was asleep, but in fact, he had been listening to their conversation, which allowed him to learn more about the situation. As a promising young man of the 21st century, he barely counts as an impatient youth, and when he was a village official, he spent most of his time surfing the net in order to survive the long, lonely night on some military forums, and it had almost become his sideline. Thus he came to know a lot about history and military knowledge, so he knows that he may have been in a period after the Peloponnesian War. As for the Greek mercenaries who helped the Persian prince usurp the throne, which part of Western history is involved, as someone whose career does not relate to history, he really can't think of it as the requirements are too high. Thus it was not until someone said the phrase, "We are the 10,000 Greek infantry," which evoked his memory that was hidden. Those forums once advocated that one must read some books in order to understand the ancient history of the West, and one of the books listed in the list is Anabasis II, which aroused his curiosity. Did the ancient West also have a long march? Because the author happens to be a famous historical person he knew, he conveniently searched the net. Only then did he find out that it originated from the famous ancient Western historical event retreat of the 10,000 Greeks III. As Davos vaguely remembered that the rebellious prince died in the incident due to his rashness, he ended up blurting it out in a moment of urgency. But he did not think that the other had more or less hoped for Cyrus the Younger to be victorious and everyone's desire to make a fortune together, so they completely could not accept his guess. Faced with the questioning one after another, he did not want to have a conflict with his companions after he first arrived, and perhaps he also had a slight fantasy in his heart. Maybe this isn't that historical event. So he kept quiet. As a result, everyone was left unhappy. That night, he didn't sleep well as the strange environment and the fear of the future made him toss and turn, giving him a hard time falling asleep. Early the following day, he walked out of the tent and faced this strange new world for the first time. He saw tents one after another, which seemed endless at a glance. Breathing the damp and fresh air, he summoned up the courage to move forward. Occasionally, he saw some people coming out of the tent and would come to greet him, so he responded with a smile. While the warriors who knew he was wounded will ask him about his injury with concern, he will stop to express his gratitude and take the opportunity to chat a few words to get some information from the others. Obviously, it is not because he is an important person that people will treat him kindly. It is because the mercenaries under Menno, some of whom are Thessalians, and many of them even fought side by side with him for more than 2 years, and they are familiar with each other. And as he continued his walk, the strangeness that he felt gradually dissipated. Not far came the neighs of the horses and the sheep's baa, attracting him to go forward. In the memory of Davos, this vast area enclosed by wooden fences and located in the center of their military camp was the mercenary camp led by Menno. Besides the numerous packed horses and mules, there are also some cattle and sheep that they looted along the way and a batch of food distributed to Menno by Cyrus the Younger. In addition, there are merchants stationed inside, and when passing through the big cities, there will even be nearby people coming here to earn money. But when he came to the entrance, a guard with spears stopped him. No one is allowed to enter without Menno's orders. A fatty angrily shouted behind the guard. Davos looked at him and turned around as he didn't want to get into trouble. Behind him, he could hear the fatty reprimand the guards. The next time someone comes, you have to be more fierce. Otherwise, you would not suppress the thieves. From last night till now, we have already lost 5 sheep. So before Menno could punish me, I will punish you first. It seems that the mercenary has a serious shortage of food. He doesn't know how much food the Persian troops looted yesterday, so he began thinking about it while walking. Before he knew it, a simple wall with branches and sticks loosely inserted in the soil blocked his progress. Although there were still dense tents ahead, he realized that they were the camps of the other mercenary groups. By this time, the sun had risen to a high altitude and the dents were gradually dispersed, allowing him to see far away. With the high and vast sky, Davos indulged in the refreshing wind for a while, listening to his companions. The city ahead should be Babylon, and not far away is the Euphrates River. One is the capital of one of the 4 ancient civilizations, the legendary Hanging Garden 4 that makes one yearn, and the other is the famous Mother River of Mesopotamia. But he doesn't know if he will have the chance to see it. However, the sudden seething camp alarmed him. A feeling of uneasiness surged into his mind, and he returned quickly. At this time, the soldiers rushed out of the tent one after another and began talking with each other with a nervous and uneasy look. And the words that came into his ears were converted into 4 words. Cyrus the Younger died. His heart sank. This is really the great retreat of the 10,000 Greeks. Next, they were going to spend the next few days running. 1. Parasates, the mother of the Persian king Artaxerxes II, Cyrus the Younger, Ostanes and Oxathers. 2. Anabasis, the book Xenophon wrote about their journey through Persia, and it is also known as the March of the 10,000. 3. The retreat of the 10,000 Greeks, the event after Cyrus the Younger died, and the Greeks have to retreat back to Greece. 4. Hanging Garden, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world as listed by Hellenic culture, described as a remarkable feat of engineering, with an ascending series of tiered gardens containing a wide variety of trees, shrubs, and vines, resembling a large green mountain constructed of mud bricks, and said to have been built in the ancient city of Babylon. Davos was frightened as he walked along the already crowded camp corridor and nearly tripped several times. Yet when he lifted the curtain and got inside the tent, he was greeted by 4 pairs of eyes with odd expressions. But compared to the noise outside, the tent is quiet. Davos, Cyrus the Younger is dead. Olivo said in a strange tone, "You managed to guess it, he is really dead." I already heard what the others said. Davos sat back on his bed and his mood has somewhat calmed down. Helos looked at this calm comrade of his as a fellow villager living in the same village. They are both familiar with each other. However, he gave him a strange feeling at this moment. Antonios just came over and said, "Arius, the adjutant of Cyrus the Young, sent someone to inform us that Cyrus the Younger has died in battle. He is currently gathering the scattered soldiers to join us. Davos, I want to beat you up for making me unable to sleep well last night, but I didn't expect you were right." Matinus scratched his head embarrassingly. Next, what should we do? Georgris' words made everyone look at Davos with strange expression again. Davos was wondering what was going on, when Olivos impatiently said, "Speak up. What oracle did Hades give you?" Davos looked at them with surprise. Only then did he understand why they were behaving strangely. They thought that he had received the favor of Hades. When the news of Cyrus the Younger's death spread to the ears of Helos, they were surprised that Davos' words were true, so they began discussing Davos. After summing up everyone's views, they were surprised to find that almost everyone thought that their youngest companion, who they had been taking care of, woke up from a coma and behaved and spoke differently from his original behavior, like a different person. Although Davos didn't speak much last night, the temperament of a modern man is naturally quite different from that of the ancients. So they thought that Davos must have been lucky enough to meet Hades and got his help to return to the world of the living. Moreover, the way he woke up is a bit scary. When they found him on the battlefield, he remained unconscious no matter how they call him, then his eyes suddenly opened wide. So now that everybody was feeling helpless, this comrade of theirs who had received God's help obviously became their only way to save their lives. What oracle? I just like thinking about the worst that could happen. Only in this way I can be prepared in case of danger, to like thinking for the worst. Do you think we do not know what kind of person you were before? You were a foolish boy who only knew how to fight and brawl. Now that kid actually knows how to think, so if the gods did not favor you, how come your way of speaking changed? Could it be that Hades told him to keep it a secret? The four people understandingly looked at each other. The stories about gods that their parents told them every day from an early age had influenced them, letting them know about the whims of the gods and the complicated taboos. So for the sake of their safety, they stopped asking questions and expectantly looked at him. The way their eyes see Davos is similar to that of the impoverished mountain people who hoped that the college student could change the prospect of the village when Davos first became a village official. Like them, he doesn't know what to do. Davos sighed in his heart, but suddenly his mind jolted and asked, "Do any of you know Xenophon?" 1. The four shook their heads. "You mean Xenophon could help us?" Olivos couldn't help but ask. Davos smiled and said nothing. He felt it strange that nobody has heard of him, since on the internet, Xenophon had led the retreat and wrote a book, so he ought to be a mercenary leader. "Where is Xenophon from? Is he part of our troops?" Helos asked. Probably he should be an Athenian. Davos still knows Xenophon's birthplace. After all, Xenophon was an ancient Western writer, a military strategist, and a disciple of Socrates. 2. "When I have time, I'll go ask people from the other camps," Helos earnestly said. "Hopefully he isn't under Clearchus. Otherwise, we can't look for him," said Georgris. The relationship between the two leaders, Clearchus and Menno, was so bad that even the mercenaries under them also hated each other. "It's just a fight, just beat them. We Thessalians are not afraid of those bastards," Matinus said excitedly. "Who are you going to fight?" The tent was opened, and a man got inside. The man is Antonio's. Through the memory of this body, Davos knew that he was their platoon leader. However, the people in the tent continued to sit and lie down. None of them stood up to salute. After all, they are mercenaries, and he had no authority at all except during battles. "We are telling jokes," said Helos. "There's a lot of noise outside, and you can still joke around." "Good, good," Antonio said half-jokingly. Antonios was satisfied with their surprised expression and was ready to turn around, but got grabbed by Helos. "Consoling the brothers can be, but you must let them eat their fill. Although everyone ate some raw horse meat from last night, everyone is still hungry, and there is no news from Mercis. So if they couldn't eat, I can't guarantee what's going to happen." "Yes, that's right. If we can't eat, we will quit," everyone shouted. Antonios patted his stomach and embarrassingly said, "I'm also hungry, and my stomach is growling. Now the whole military camp has a food shortage." Besides urging Mercis to think of a solution, Menno himself went to Proxenus III, "As I heard that his camp have suffered fewer losses yesterday. But even if we could get some, it won't be much for everyone, so let's put up with it for a day." Antonios finished and rushed out of the tent. Helos sighed and said to everyone, "I'll take a look at the other tent." He also went outside. Helos was a squad leader and was in charge of 9 men, and the 5 other men lived in the adjacent tent. Earlier, Davos had been entangled with his past and present life, that he hadn't realized that he hadn't eaten anything. After listening to everyone's trouble, Davos' stomach began to growl. But he could only imitate the others and wrapped himself in a sheep blanket and lay on the bed in order to reduce physical consumption. One Xenophon was a student of Socrates, who later joined the 10,000 to work under Cyrus the Younger. 2. Socrates was a classical Greek Athenian philosopher, credited as one of the founders of Western philosophy, and as being the first moral philosopher of the Western ethical tradition of thought. 3. Proxenus of Boeotia was a friend of Xenophon. After a moment of silence in the tent, Olivos said, "It's a pity that Cyrus the Younger died in battle. Although he is a Persian prince, but he is polite and likes to help people, and he is also handsome and very popular with the ladies. Even the Cilician queen became his mistress. If he didn't die, he would have been a good king." Being handsome and able to flirt with the ladies is a good king. What rubbish logic is that? Davos secretly criticized. Yeah. Cyrus the Younger does not look down on us like the other Persians. He is sincerely kind to us Greeks. If he were the king, we Greeks would have a better relationship with the Persians, said Georgras. And he is a warrior, not weak like the other Persians. Matinus chimed in. The most important is that he is very generous, giving us a lot of gold coins. Olivos emphasized another sentence that led everyone to agree. Is this a memorial service for Cyrus the Younger? Davos was amused. According to the memory of his body, he couldn't help but say, is Cyrus the Younger generous? I don't think so. You see, first of all, he owed us more than 3 months of salary, but he didn't give it until the Silesian king inspected the troops and paid us 4 months' worth of salary. When we suspect that Cyrus the Younger was going to fight the Persian king and refused to move forward, he tried to persuade us by increasing our salary from 1 derrick gold coin to 1.5. Only then did we agree. For the next 2 months did he give the money. Don't forget that he once ordered us to threaten the Silesian king, and the timid king gave him a lot of money. When we found out about Cyrus the Younger's plan, there was a big protest at the assembly. Cyrus the Younger promised afterwards that when capturing Babylon, he will give us 5 silver coin each. But did he give it? After a while, Olivos bitterly answered, he is dead. You see, Cyrus the Younger did not spend his own silver coin and took us to a place about 1,500 km away from Greece on a hostile land filled with dangerous enemies. If he had told us from the beginning that he was going to fight the Persian king, would we have agreed? The three shook their heads like a puppet. He concealed the truth, giving little benefit at a time, just like using grasses to lure the sheep to go forward, and in the end we have no choice but to agree. Davos exclaimed, Cyrus the Younger is a clever swindler. Without paying any price, he let more than 10,000 Greeks fight to the death for his conspiracy. There was another silence in the tent, and soon Olivos began to swear, damn Cyrus the Younger, damn Persian, and that idiot Menno. Every damn time that he actively let us be the vanguard, he kept saying that Cyrus the Younger would appreciate us and give us more in return. Menno is a fool. His mouth is not only rotten, but even his head is rotten. Sooner or later we'll get killed by him. Fuck me stomach, I'm going to starve to death. Davos was amused seeing Olivos making a scene. Not to mention the collusion in the old government, even the Kangxi emperor on TV and the emerging emperor after Qianlong, even if he have not eaten pork, but he have seen pig run. Cyrus the Younger was born in the mankind center of conspiracy the court, and getting the position of military commander in Western Persia isn't simple. Just watching him as he fool around with the Greeks, you can see how strong his wrists are. As for Menno, he probably isn't foolish. As a mercenary leader, he may have known Cyrus the Younger's plan on pushing his compatriots into the pit of fire long ago, but he was only interested in the profit. Davos, you couldn't say such remark in the past. Euryalirially Matinus cautiously asked. He haven't expected that his words made Matinus became more lively, you can rest assured. With me here, no one will dare to bully you. Davos, can we return home? Georgras' voice is filled with worry. Evidently, Davos' disclosure of Cyrus the Younger made them begin to doubt their abilities. Davos smiled bitterly. Although he did not know the development of this historical event, the Chinese history told him that the emperor of a feudal dynasty hated nothing more than rebellion. Unless the Persian king is mentally ill, he will definitely wipe them out completely, in order to deter all those who harbors different ideas. As for attacking the Persian army and capturing Babylon, Davos is not optimistic. Otherwise, the name of this event should be called Great March of the 10,000 Greeks rather than Great Retreat. However, he said, don't worry, we will return home smoothly. He leaned his head and looked at the others who have now a much relaxed expression, and sighed in his heart, it's good being a simple-minded guy. Not even thinking about how the current situation is completely dangerous, and placing their life on an oracle is also a blessing. Davos is thinking about it when his mind jolted. He suddenly remembered a movie he had seen in his previous life, 2012, when the world's calamity came. Those rich and powerful can easily sit on one of the 7 arcs, while the ordinary civilians can only depend on luck. A chess piece can only be at the mercy of others. Only by becoming a chess player can he grasp his destiny in his own hands. But how to become one? In the afternoon, Hilo's squad was assigned half a bag of wheat flour and more than a dozen dates. Everyone struggled and started making bread. Davos asked as he actively helped because he has nothing to refer from his memory. The ancient Greek bread making is actually similar to that of Chinese noodles, and the most important thing is the fermentation. Bread was the staple food of the Greeks, and they carry yeast when they march during war, and it's well preserved. After kneading the flour, they then put it on the iron plate and bake it using the firewood they collected. In the evening, only then did they eat the crude bread. They filled their stomach and hurriedly went to sleep. In the early morning of the next day, Helos woke everyone up and told them. The messenger of Areus arrived and said, he's going to take his troops back to his hometown in Asia Minor. The leaders are not willing to go back empty-handed and promise him, if Arius is willing to continue attacking Babylon with them, they would like to make him the king of Persia, and they sent Cherisophus II and Menno together with the messenger in order to persuade Arius. Why did they send Menno? Matinus asked puzzled. Don't you know that Menno has a good relationship with Arius? Olivos smiled ambiguously. TN, turn glot will stop. Can they persuade Arius? Georgras said worriedly. Everyone turned their attention to Davos overnight. He had become their spiritual backbone. Davos felt a lot of pressure, but he did not evade and pondered for a while, then shook his head. Arius is a Persian aristocrat, who as an adjutant of Cyrus the Younger had been forced to take part in the rebellion. Now if there is another rebellion with the Greeks, if he fails, not only will he die, but his family will also be implicated. If he is really ambitious, as soon as he had learned about Cyrus the Younger's death, he should have immediately took over everything Cyrus the Younger had and promptly united with the Greek mercenaries. It is only today that he wanted to go home. Obviously, after much consideration, he made a decision. There was disappointment on everyone's face when they received a negative answer. Brothers, these are the things that the mercenary leaders should be concerned about. Let's do what we should do. Helos hurriedly said, Menno told us to slaughter all the excess livestock in the squad and prepare more to eat. We can finally have enough to eat. This news temporarily dispelled the fog in everyone's mind. When the author was using the Chinese unit of distance Li Chinese letter for this, and I just converted it to KM. Tell me if you prefer the original to Cherisophus was a Spartan general sent by the Spartan ephors to aid Cyrus the Younger against his brother. The task assigned to Davos was to go to the battlefield and retrieve the spears, shields, and even the chariots that were discarded by both sides, to use as timber for cooking the meat. For this reason they were also assigned an ox cart. The battlefield is not far from the camp. Yesterday, the cavalry went out to scout and found that the Persian king's troops had left, and only did they dare to send soldiers out to clean up the battlefield. However, many soldiers were sent out, mainly for fear of being attacked by Persian cavalry. Before he got to the battlefield, Davos could see the sky in the distance. It looked as if it's dark, innumerable crows circling around, and the jarring cry made his heart throb. A few miles near the meadow, layers of human and horse corpses were covered with dense flies and insects. Even the wolves and leopards were gnawing at the bones. They did not even hide when they saw people, but looked at them from afar with a cold light in their eyes. Every step Davos took, a layer of flies gets lifted, it buzzing around while going straight to his face, and he couldn't even disperse them even if he drives them away. Davos looked pale and felt his stomach churning. Davos, you went through this scene many times. How can you still feel uncomfortable? Matinus' words of concern have a hint of joy, because he felt that although Davos had changed, but there is still places for him to take care of. I'm fine, Black Davos swallowed his saliva. Memory is memory, after all. This is the first time that a modern man has witnessed this bloody battlefield. However, he knew it in his heart, that in this troubled world such scenes will continuously appear in front of him. He must adapt. He loosened his hand that is covering his nose, forcing to endure the pungent stench, picked up the body on the ground and pulled out the shield underneath, quickly removing the maggots on it and threw it on the cart. When he first arrived at the battlefield, the ox couldn't stand this terrible environment. It was always restless and almost hit Matinus. It was Davos who gave the idea to cover the ox's eyes with linen that made it calmer. Everyone has been busy for a long time. The cart is full, and each person was carrying a bundle. What about Davos? Matinus found that one person was missing from the team. There. Olivos pointed not far away. Davos was throwing a javelin at a vulture that was pecking a corpse, but the seemingly clumsy vulture quickly dodged away. It seems that he is ready to participate in the javelin competition in Olympia. Olivos joked, "Shut up." Matinus glanced at him and walked toward Davos. When Davos saw his arrival, he quite naturally picked up a javelin from the ground. Now he has begun to adapt to this harsh environment. Matinus, we have how many archers? Davos asked while touching the sharp spearhead with his hand. Matinus was not at all good at this aspect. Fortunately, there is the attentive Georgras archer. I remember that there are nearly 300 Cretan archers under Clearchus. If you count the peltasts that can throw javelin, assume all of them, probably there are 3,000 people. 3,000 people. How many peltasts are there on our side? Davos asked. There are about 400. Matinus, don't burn the javelin. It's a pity. What do you think if each of us is equipped with 1 or 2 javelins? Davos thought about it and said. Matinus hasn't responded. Olivos said first, we are hoplites. But in the face of Persian cavalry, our hoplites can't reach them, and we can only avoid their bows and javelins. The reason why Davos made this proposal is that this body's memory retains this regret. When collecting this wooden weapon, he suddenly had this inspiration because he knew that in history, another renowned Roman heavy infantry was not only amazing in close combat, but their javelin throwing is equally frightening. That is why he proposed it. Arius has sufficient cavalry. Olivos said. Davos smiled. It's better to depend on yourself than on others. Is this the oracle that Hades told you? Georgris urgently asked. Davos laughed but didn't answer. I think this idea is good. Let's go back and talk to Helos. Matinus took the javelin in Davos' hands, turned around and suddenly threw the javelin. The vulture that was still pecking fell on the ground. However, Davos, you still need to improve your javelin skills, Matinus said proudly. Fact that hoplites did not use javelins was only due to tradition and habit, but the Greeks were not bad at using the javelin. Even the regions in the Mediterranean were first-rate due to javelin throwing, is one of the 5 events of the pentathlons of Olympian Games. Greek boys have been training since childhood. Excellent. Not only do we have beef and mutton to eat at lunch, but also bird meat. I heard that the meat of this bird cannot be eaten because it came from hell. In the camp, the animals have been slaughtered. The meat has been cut and placed in the earthen pot, filled it with water and placed it on a temporary built earthen stove. Everything is ready. Everyone pulled their weapons, then chopped them up and cooked the meat. Matinus told Helos what Davos thought. Antonios called the other 9 squad leaders and wanted to hear their opinions first. Some squad leaders were in favor and some oppose. Those who oppose adhered to the hoplites' tradition, and they argued that it is completely unnecessary to let the hoplite carry javelins due to Menno already having 500 peltaste under his command, while those that favored thought that although there were 500 peltaste in the camp, they were Thracians, and the two sides have no tacit understanding, and hoplites with their own javelins can at least force the Persian cavalry to not come close and reduce their casualties. As the two sides argued, Antonios could not decide and said, as long as it doesn't affect the battle, each squad can decide whether to carry javelins or not. Helos returned happily, ready to talk to Davos, but he only found a group of people greedily staring at pieces of meat that is turning over in the earthen pot, and only Davos was missing. What about Davos? He went to see the internal organs of the animals that were thrown away and said it was a waste. When everyone was puzzled, they then saw Davos coming over with a long spear and carrying a bloody intestine. Hey, quickly take that stinky stuff away. It will affect our appetite. The crowd covered their noses and shouted. Davos ignored them and loudly said, I saw a lot of cattle and sheep's internal organs that were thrown away in the camp. It's too wasteful just letting the birds and wild dogs take it. Don't forget, 2 days ago we were so hungry that we couldn't help but almost eat our own hands. In the next few days, whether we are fighting or marching, there may be time we would get hungry, so we should pick these things up and store them in order to have something to eat and prevent such things from happening again. Can those things be eaten? Asked a sturdy soldier. Davos remembered that he is called Mardius, a soldier who lived in another tent. His question was exactly what everyone wanted to ask. The Greeks mainly live on grains and only ate few meats. It is only this time that they entered deep into Persia, and due to supply reasons, they began to eat meat frequently. The animal's internal organ is not only smells fishy, but in the absence of spices and proper cooking methods, it also tastes bad. So in addition to using it for divination, few people will try to eat it or will even think they'll get poisoned eating it. Of course. These things are not only useful in camping, it can not only fill our stomachs, but will also improve our body. For example, it allows us to see more clearly at night. Davos positively answered. Really, that would be great, Matinus said happily. The 5 people in the other tent were suspicious. Davos is God's favored. You know what? Before he fell on the battlefield and after a coma, Olivos began to brag about the amazing changes of Davos these past 2 days. Davos knew that if he wanted to change their minds, he must speak with facts. So he called Georgris and went inside the camp and picked up a cow's stomach. He then went to a stream besides the camp and painstakingly washed it, then boiled hot water in the pot and pulled out his sword and started slicing. At this time, the 5 people that were doubtful of Olivos' words and some curious soldiers surrounded Davos several times. Davos unhurriedly took several spoonfuls of soup from another pot, where beef and mutton were being cooked, and poured it into a new pot. After the soup boiled, it was then poured into the sliced cow's stomach. After a while, he picked up the pot and sprinkled it with salt. A simple pot of bayadu one is ready. Come, try it. Matinus hesitated to pierce it with his sword. He then blows on it and slowly put it into his mouth. In the face of inquiries from the others, he did not answer, and he silently took another pizza, then another pizza, then everyone reacted and was ready to rush up. Matinus ignored the heat and pick up the pot and run. Everyone curse and chase. Davos didn't think that Matinus, a thoughtful big man, is also quite funny. It seems that the internal organs of animals is not only edible but also taste good. Helos, who did not participate in the chase, sighed. Davos didn't say anything. The internal organs of the animals aren't all delicious like liver, but it is very helpful to the human body. There is no industrial pollution in this era, and there should be no danger of getting poison when eating it. But we have enough meat to eat for a day. The weather is so hot, and the internal organs will go bad tomorrow, Helos said helplessly. Davos had thought of a way to deal with this problem. He pointed to the sheep intestines that had been thrown aside and said, "We can do smoked sausage." In fact, in this era, some horse-herding Persian have already started making sausage using the horse's intestines, but it hasn't yet spread. Smoked sausage. After everyone came back, they looked at Davos with a slight awe. After tasting the delicious beadu, they thought that Olivo's words were correct. If it weren't for being God's favored, why was Davos the only one among the more than 10,000 Greeks that had been able to think that those dirty things could be eaten and it is also delicious? Davos was like them before, throwing away the internal organs of animals, but now he have changed a lot. It must be the favor of Hades. As a result, it became much more easier for Davos to order them to do things. The internal organs and some remaining meat were chopped and stuffed into the intestine. Fill in a small segment, then tie it up with the thread that have been pulled from linen, add another segment, then tie it up again. After it was done, they then hung it on a wooden pole which they have erected and they then smoked it. Davos learned this kind of smoking from the villagers when he was a village official in his previous life. Now the conditions are limited and the time is tight, so they can only simplify the process, and as long as it can be stored for a few more days, then just eat it. Davos and the rest flaunting around their smoked sausages had attracted quite a number of onlookers. With Olivos, Matinus, and the rest's boasting, all the soldiers had their eyes glued on Davos like he was some kind of rare object. At noon, a word came that the Persian king had sent an envoy to make them surrender, but was rejected by the mercenary leaders. In the afternoon, another information came. Arius' messenger came back and brought Arius' answer. He refused to attack the Persian king's troops. He only wanted to go back to Asia Minor, and he is willing to help the Greek mercenaries on their return journey. Once again, Davos was proven correctly, and they no longer got surprised. Soon another information came. Clearchus would sacrifice an animal and leave it to Zeus whether they would fight or retreat. Davos is amused. This is clearly the mercenary leader's means to shirk their responsibilities. However, his companions is extremely serious about the results of the divination. Davos was somewhat unreasonable, viewing the ancients from the perspective of a modern man. Obviously, the mercenary leaders did not obtain a good divination results. Thus, the mercenaries were ordered to join forces with Arius and return to Asia Minor. Now, the soldiers in each camp should immediately start packing and put their stuff on the cart. After it gets dark, when the bronze trumpet sounded, each legion will depart in turn. Suddenly, tension permeated in the camp, but everyone's face was more or less relaxed. After all, from Asia Minor to the present, it had been 8 to 9 months and they finally can go home. Nobody wants to stay in a hostile land for a long time. Can this sausage be taken? Helos asked. Davos looked up at the dozens of sausages being smoked and shook his head. Wait until it's dark. We'll take them before we leave. He knows that half a day is insufficient to meet the standard of smoked sausage, but if it is baked a little longer, then it can be stored for a lot longer. Everyone began to dismantle the tents and pack their stuff, and their movements were very skilled. Despite Davos having such memories, he still needs to convert this memory into a habit. He seriously learned while watching. When everyone arrived at the supply unit with their tents and stuff, Davos then saw a fat man yelling and commanding his men to carry the goods. Although there were quite a few soldiers in the supply unit, he was able to maintain order and systematic work. Who is that? Davos pointed at him and asked. Mercis, Menno's supply officer. That fat pig is the worst. The last time I came here to find some woman, he actually asked me 2 silver coins, Olivos said. Davos looked thoughtfully at the noisy animals and asked, did we previously march during the night? Seldom. Without moonlight, nothing could be seen at all. Even if there is, it's very difficult to march at night. Those big guys are even more troublesome. Despite them currently being docile, they easily get frightened at night and there have been several injuries in the past. Therefore, the supply unit are separated from us, said Helos. Davos thought about it and placed his stuff in Helos' hands and walked out. Hey, come back. Mercis is not easy to deal with, cried Olivos. Fearing that Davos would suffer, Matinus rushed over. Stop. A guard pointed a spear at Davos. It's not your turn yet, return to the queue. Davos pointed out that he is empty-handed and said, I have something to look for Mercis. The guard subconsciously looked back and shook his head. If I were you, I would not disturb Fatty when he is busy. Okay. Davos gave a sly smile, then shouted, Mercis, I can help you solve the problem of the animals getting easily frightened at night. His shout managed to attract the soldiers. That's Davos. He can even solve this problem. He really deserved to be God's favored. What God's favored? Don't you know? Davos is God's favored. This is what Olivos said. Davos listened to the crowd and realized that his goal was half completed. Can you really solve the animal problem? Mercis came over. He looked at Davos and asked suspiciously. Of course, he is Davos. Matinus is already becoming his fan. You are Davos, that Davos who made the smoked sausage. Mercis' expression changed and asked in surprise. Davos nodded. Come and help me see if there is any problem with the sausage I made. With that, Mercis pulled Davos inside. Davos pointed out the problem after he saw the smoked sausage he made. Mercis slightly complained. You should have told me about the sausage first and not the soldiers who only knows how to fight and kill. You should know that they are only wasting it. Unfortunately, by the time I heard about it, all the meat and internal organs were almost gone. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Mercis said, then he suddenly remembered the purpose of Davos for coming over. Oh right, I almost forgot. You said that you can solve the animals' problem of them getting easily frightened at night. It's very simple. Cover their eyes. The cows and horses have a timid and gentle nature. When they can't see anything, they dare not walk a step and they will blindly obey the instructions given to them by the people who are leading them. Davos said earnestly. This is what the old farmer in the former village talked about when they chatted with him. Oh, it turned out to be like this. I'll go and try it. Melsis turned and ran and suddenly stopped. Davos, I hope you often come to me. If you want to play with woman, I won't charge you. Davos smiled. This fatty is really serious. One bayadu is a halal tripe dish that is part of Beijing cuisine. When the sun began to sink, the soldiers began to pack their equipment, putting on their chest armor, which is made of layers of stiffened linen glued together. It is about 5-6 centimeters thick, and it's very hard and tough, but it isn't heavy. The lower hem reaches till the thighs and cut into a shape that facilitate movement, equipping the greaves to protect their shins and calves. Attaching the kopis one to their waist, this is a kind of sword. The sword is 65 centimeters long. It is a single-edged blade, and it is curved like a dog's hind leg. They couldn't wear their Corinthian helmet too this time, due to the low visibility during the night march, and this kind of helmet that only expose the eyes will narrow their sight. The spear is the main weapon of the hoplite. The spear's shaft is made of ash tree, while the flat leaf-shaped spearhead was made of iron, and at the end of the spear was inlaid with a copper butt spikes. Davos then picked up the shield with his left hand. It has a shallow bowl shape. The inside is wooden, while the outer face is covered with copper, and it is about 90 centimeters in diameter. The shield is decorated with a painted face of a minotaur. There is a leather fastening for the forearm at the center, so that the soldier can put their entire left arm on the round shield, which not only saves effort, but also facilitates defense and shielding. There is another small metal hook mounted on the inner and outer rim of the shield, which is used to hang it on their shoulders for easy carrying while they march. Davos, with shield in his left hand and spear in his right, couldn't help but bitterly smile. He had changed from a modern man to an ancient Western armored warrior. However, the cells on his body started boiling with joy, and it made him realize that it was this body's muscle memory at work. He tried to walk a few steps and felt very comfortable. In addition to the tension, there was also some excitement. Every man dreamt to be a warrior in their hearts. It is the blood flowing through our veins since the time our ancestors ate the raw flesh of animals and drink its blood. The modern people in the time of peace can no longer feel the courage to fight head-on, and through traveling to this era, Davos got such opportunity. While Davos was still getting used to his equipment, Helos reminded him, there's still something you have forgotten. He saw 2 javelins on the ground and a string of sausages. He smiled bitterly. This really can't be blame on himself. He carefully placed the sausage on his chest, for fear of the grease getting on his armor. At this time, Antonios came over and said to Helos, we have to go and work with Mercis. Then he also nodded to Davos. The reputation of Davos has even spread to his ears, and he doesn't dare to ignore him. Who gave the order? Isn't Menno still with Areius? Helos curiously asked. He was reluctant to move together with the supply unit due to how slow they are, and it is also dangerous. Under the orders of the adjutant, Philesius, he temporarily took command on behalf of Menno. The last time when the Persians broke into our camp, most of the slaves escaped. They are now short of hands, and Mercis named our unit to help. Having said that, he looked at Davos again. Davos, I didn't expect that we will meet again. Mercis laughed. He went straight through the officers and soldiers and gave Davos a hug. He then realized that this fatty is the one making trouble. Davos has no choice but to smile. Everyone else go take the animals. Davos is with me, he ordered. This fatty is strict and ruthless if he isn't familiar with you, but once your relationship gets good he will be too enthusiastic. Isn't this just pulling everyone's hatred to himself? Davos quickly refused. There are hundreds of animals and dozens of carts full of goods, as well as many slaves and women. Meanwhile, the lines formed can be up to 2 miles long. It's only just one unit. Imagine how much it would expand if it is the entire Greek mercenary supply unit. Davos watches as he contemplates. At this time, a long trumpet sound rang out over the bustling camp. It's time to go. Davos was a little nervous and subconsciously pulled the cattle's rope. The team began to move forward. Their supply unit is on the right side, while the troops were on the left and the officers held torches. Under the cold moonlight's illumination, the entire Greek troops is like a long, unseen head of a fiery dragon slowly creeping out. After about an hour, he heard the sound of rushing water in front. Davos realized that the Euphrates River is getting closer. At night, the river is dark and it looks as if it is infinitely wide and deep, which caused great fear. Therefore, the troops were quiet for fear of disturbing the river god. At this time, the formation naturally turned into the supply unit marching along the left bank of the Euphrates River, while the troops were at the outer part protecting the supply unit. The leaders clearly have experience with marching at night. Davos watched as he studied silently. Menno's troops are at the end of the formation. Of course, this isn't ordered by Menno. In fact, he sent people back to ask his men to walk in the middle of the formation. But the other mercenary leaders were dissatisfied with Menno. It is because at the start of the march from Asia Minor to Babylon, Menno, in order to please Cyrus, the younger, had volunteered to be the vanguard and got many benefits from killing, pillaging, and burning. Now that they have to retreat, he wants his soldiers to be placed in the middle so that they won't get attacked and his losses will be reduced. How can they let him have all the good things by himself? So it was unanimously decided to let his troops be at the end. This is what Menno's confidant, Mersus, told Davos and made him have a certain understanding of Menno. At this time, the messenger of the whole army, Tormide, finally arrived at Menno's troops and conveyed the order. The vanguard has converged with Arius' troops. The leaders are currently discussing with Arius. Stand down, keep alert, and await orders. The quiet troops suddenly became noisy. We can finally rest. We have been walking for 2 hours. I am exhausted. Me too. It's so tiring leading the ox cart. We must not follow the supply unit again tomorrow. That's right. We need to talk to the commander tomorrow. Let's go and tell him now. Looking at the noisy warriors, Davos stood up and shouted, "Brothers, please be quiet. Brothers, I am Davos." He didn't expect that his shouting was more effective than that of Commander Antonio's. The warriors of the supply unit stopped making noises, and they wanted to hear what the gods favored is going to say. Let me tell a story to help solve everyone's fatigue, all right. What story? It's called Aris and the 40 Thieves. It sounds good. Tell us the story. So Davos cleared his throat and began to speak loudly. There used to be a family living in a small town in Ionia. Gradually, the supply unit became completely quiet, and even the animals had stopped their noise. The warriors, as well as the slaves and the women, listened attentively. They admired Aris for not acquiring the wealth of the thieves, laughed at Aris' brother for screaming the cave's password, nervous about the thieves finding Aris' house, and praise for the wisdom of the female slave. After the story is finished, everyone is still discussing it. Aris is so lucky. He is lucky because he has a smart and beautiful Persian slave. Yes, I think it's pretty good that he gave back the female slave's freedom. After all, she saved Aris. Stupid. He should have married the female slave as a concubine. In this way, the slave can continue helping him. Everyone is discussing about it ceaselessly. Davos, is there really a cave full of gold and silver treasures? Even Mersus couldn't help asking Davos. Antonio's look at Davos' back that is in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh. Helos, there is a talent in your village. Are you talking about Davos? Of course he is God's favored. I even want to give him my position as a squad leader. Squad leader. Antonio's lips twitched. A mercenary leader often replaces and replenished his soldiers, while most of the senior and middle officers in charge of his troops are his confidant, which is not easily replaced, because it would be convenient for him to control the troops. Antonios and Menno have also been working for 5-6 years, and because they have also met many Greek and Persian dignitaries, they have some experience in appraising people. After observing for a day, he found that Davos was calm and was completely unlike a 19-year-old kid. He is very disciplined on his work. He is modest and courteous in dealing with people, and with a good eloquence, the soldiers were willing to approach him. And he often had ingenious ideas to solve problems that others couldn't solve. During the march, he also witnessed that Davos was either carrying a shield or pushing the carts for others. Such a person, even if he is young, can be trusted. If his ability to command in combat is not weak, then the future of such a charming and capable person is immeasurable. If he had enough financial resources, he could be a qualified mercenary leader. Antonios thought about it, and he thought of Menno. What would he do when he realized that such a character had suddenly appeared in his troops? 1 kopis was an ancient Greek weapon. 2 Corinthian helmet was a helmet made of bronze that originated in ancient Greece. The next day, just before dawn, the troops was urged to hurry. Menno bid farewell to Arius and rushed back to lead his troops. He cursed the other leaders in his heart. As he rode his horse back to the tail of the long dragon, he believed that the reason why they put his troops to serve as the rearguard was because the other mercenary leaders hated his close relationship with the Persians and persecuted him. At the same time, he noticed that the soldiers were tired and complaining. It turned out that because of the march last night, the rest time was too short, but they also have to guard against the Persian sneak attack. Basically, they just lied on the ground. Early in the morning, they had to hurry and leave, so the soldiers had soon gotten tired and hungry. However, the supply unit could not provide more food, which lowered the morale of the soldiers. Menno thought to himself. The food situation in the other camps was already bad. His subordinates might be more miserable getting bullied these 2 days due to his absence. He was afraid that his soldiers will make trouble and hurriedly rushed until he saw many familiar faces before slowing down. As a result, he was surprised to find that, unlike what he had imagined, his soldiers were in a good spirit, and many of them were chewing a bunch of dark things hanging on their chest as they walked. Therefore, he curiously called an officer to inquire. It's called smoked sausage. It can fill your stomach and it won't spoil for a few days. The officer pointed to the thing on his chest and said. Menno cut a small piece and tasted it. Although it was a bit dry, the taste wasn't bad. After he saw the soldiers of the other camps starving and his soldiers were able to eat enough, he became delighted. This smoke was the sausage made by Mercis. No, it's Davos the God's favored. God's favored. Menno curiously asked about the situation in detail. After hearing the officer's words, his face turned gloomy, and he immediately noticed that some soldiers were carrying 2 more javelins. Where is this Davos? The unit he was in was sent to defend the supply unit. The officer obviously didn't notice his expression and asked with a little excitement, "Are you going to look for him?" The officer's look dissuaded Menno. Is it worth making a fuss about a local kid from a small village in Thessaly? It's totally inconsistent with his identity to hurriedly go looking for a soldier, especially now that the army is currently marching. If there is time, he can make Davos go see himself later. From early morning to noon and then to the afternoon, the troops have been marching without rest. Davos felt that his legs were filled with lead, and every step he takes is difficult and his throat is burning. The shields, spears, and javelins were becoming burdensome. In the morning, he could still talk and laugh with his companions. Now he felt that every time he opened his mouth wasted his physical strength, but he gritted his teeth and insisted, since his companions are also marching in silence. Finally, the troops stopped, but the information from the front made them nervous again. They found the Persian cavalry. Soon another information came again. It wasn't the cavalry, it was the Persian army's animals grazing. The troops continued marching. It was getting dark, and after a short walk, Davos saw smoke rising in the distance. Helos told him that must be the Persian army camp. However, the mercenaries still continued to move forward without the slightest shred of guarding and evading. It was late and there is no moonlight. The soldiers relied on the torches to advance, and it became more difficult to march. Finally, an order came from the front: camp on the spot and rest. The terrain is flat and the trees were scarce, and it is impossible to order them to build a camp in the dark. At the same time, because there are Persian troops nearby and they are afraid of getting attacked, the soldiers started shouting at each of their friends' name and gathered together to find a way to camp. Likewise, the exhausted officers could not control the order, and the entire rearguard became a mess due to the shouting, like a boiling pot making a huge noise. Many of the animals in the supply unit became frightened and ran in panic, injuring many people. The screams made the troops become more uneasy and at danger of collapsing any time. At the critical moment, Clearchus dispatched the only cavalry squad of the Greek mercenaries, each carrying torches, and rushed to the rearguard, loudly announcing the order of Clearchus, demanding that the soldiers remain quiet, and at the same time ordered the supply unit to take care of the animals and to punish anyone that would release them. The troops gradually recovered their composure after they had captured several soldiers who were frightened. Only then did Menno found the leader of the cavalry, Tormide, known as the best emissary. How did Clearchus commanded the troops marching? There is almost an uproar that happened in the camp. I've just been away for a day and things got worse. He isn't fit to command the whole army at all. Menno took this opportunity to discredit Clearchus. Tormide didn't utter a word. Where is he now? Tormide hesitated a bit at the vanguard. When Menno noticed his hesitation, he immediately asked, "Is it the same as us without a camp?" Tormide had to tell the truth. The vanguard stayed in the village. Menno, this is now a special time. Menno interrupted him with a sneer. This is the so-called fair and just Clearchus. He stayed in a warm house while letting us sleep on the cold and wet ground. Menno couldn't help but shout, even though he also knew that it was not appropriate to stimulate the soldiers at the moment. Fortunately, the soldiers around him were already exhausted after the previous uproar. After a swearing, they fell asleep. Menno, Menno. At that moment, someone shouted, "It is Mercis." Menno hurriedly brought him over. How is the supply unit? Is there any loss? The supply unit is the place he is concerned the most, because all his belongings were there, and only when he has money can he have soldiers. No, Mercis' fatty face showed a proud smile. We formed a big circle with the supply cart and tied the animals to it. Everyone slept inside and it's very safe. Those animals aren't kicking a fuss and noisy. Tormide asked curiously, since most of the supply unit he had seen before were in chaos. It was Davos who told me to blindfold these animals and they really became obedient. Mercis said excitedly. That Davos again. Menno frowned. Menno, this kid is very smart. If you just assign him to the supply unit, then I'll have a much easier time. Mercis asked. We will discuss it later. Menno said a few words. The supply unit is his foundation. Mercis has a close relationship with him, and he is good at supervising and financial management, and has no ambition, so he is assured in using him. Letting a stranger enter the supply unit, and not just a stranger but a smart one, what if he finds out his secret? The next morning, a messenger woke up Menno and informed him that the king's envoy had come, and the other mercenary leaders asked him to come over and discuss about it. Menno mounted his horse and galloped to the main camp of the mercenary at the front. There wasn't a shadow of the Persian camp within his sight. It turned out that last night the Persians got frightened by the huge noise of the mercenaries, and they withdrew their camp 5 km overnight. As soon as he arrived at the main camp of the mercenary, Menno saw a full 4 hoplite units in front of the camp, waiting in formation. He doubtfully went inside and saw several leaders, such as Clearchus, Proxenus Agis, Socrates, one not the philosopher in Athens, and Sossus were waiting, and all of them are fully armed. When he saw Clearchus, Menno snorted and sarcastically said, "It seems that you had a good sleep last night, while my pitiful soldiers slept on the wet ground for the whole night." As a Spartan, Clearchus is straightforward and obstinate. He likewise disliked Menno and did not want to talk to him much. Agis laughed and said, "Yo, when did Menno start to care about his soldiers?" Proxenus came to mediate Menno, listening to what Tormide said, that there was no trouble that happened in your camp last night. "Amazing, you must impart us some of your experience." Not only that, Menno's soldiers also made a kind of something called smoked sausage. As a result, everyone was hungry, and only his soldiers were able to fill their stomachs with this stuff. Socrates said to the others. His troops were in front of Menno's troops in the marching formation, so he had a better understanding of the situation. "Menno, tell us all about your experience." Menno was a little complacent by the requests of Sossus and several other mercenary leaders, and he couldn't help but say, "Even if the environment I was given was any more difficult, I could still figure out a way to solve it. So only knowing how to fight won't make you a good leader. Well, let the envoy of the Persian king come in. Let's listen on what new proposal does the king have." Clearchus interrupted Menno's bragging. The leaders began to rouse their spirits, and Menno shut his mouth helplessly. One Socrates of Achaea was a Greek mercenary general from Achaea who traveled to Persia to fight at the Battle of Cunaxa. Unexpectedly, the Persian envoy did not mention the surrender of the Greek mercenaries, but proposed a truce between the two armies. The Greek mercenaries, who are already in a tight spot, is of course tremendously welcome it. After some negotiations, the two sides reached a truce agreement. The Persians, on the other hand, had to provide rations for the Greeks. This is a good news for the mercenaries, because their food stocks are at an end, and they were prepared to burn and pillage villages along the way. Although there was a truce agreement, Clearchus did not lower his guard. The Persian envoy led the way ahead, while Clearchus ordered the whole army to march in 3-column and 4-row battle formation. Along the way, there were trenches 3 or 4 meters wide and filled with waste water. The soldiers had to cut down trees to build wooden bridges. On the contrary, Davos, who is currently in the supply unit at the rearguard, have it easy. Oh, that's Clearchus. With the direction Olivos was pointing, Davos saw a tall, middle-aged man with bare upper body, a bronzed-colored muscle, and several conspicuous scars. He is carrying a newly cut tree together with the soldiers. When he got to the ditch, he jumped down without hesitation. He didn't mind getting splashed by mud all over his body and immediately began repairing the just broken wooden bridge. "Yeah, this is Clearchus. And where is our Menno?" Matinus sighed while uttering a meaningful word. Despite the contradiction between Menno and Clearchus, the troops led by them also fought because of the conflict. But the soldiers were not fools. They can see what their leader is doing, who is worth trusting, who is strong. It is clear in their heart. There are more than a dozen mercenary leaders. Why does Clearchus always dominates? It isn't without a reason. This is the way to command the army. Davos has been watching the performance of Clearchus and telling it to himself from the bottom of his heart. At dusk, the Greeks arrived at their destination. The village the Persian envoy prepared for the Greek mercenaries to settle. Not only did they provide comfortable accommodation, but also abundant food, fruit, wine, drinks, bread, dates. All the soldiers couldn't help but cheer. For a time, Davos wondered, are the Persians actually afraid of the Greeks' hoplite and really want a truce? Just after he and his companions tasted the food and decided that there was no problem, when he was ready to eat and drink, Antonios came. "Davos, Menno wants to see you." Now, Davos swallowed. Now, Antonios nodded. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Menno just heard that Davos had solved several problems for us, and out of curiosity, he wanted to see him and maybe get rewarded." Antonios guaranteed after seeing the concern of everyone. Antonios took Davos to a large house in the middle of the village and said to the guard at the entrance, "Davos, who Menno wants to see, is here." The guard looked at Davos curiously and said, "Menno currently has something important to do, please wait." After a while there was no movement inside. Davos still spoke calmly to Antonios. Antonios was in a hurry. "What matter that was not completed yet? I'll go and urge them." After that, he went inside and got stopped by the guards. Antonio's, "Do you want me to get scolded?" Antonio stared at him and the guard finally gave in. "I'm afraid of you, I'll go and take a look again." Then he turned around and ran into the house. In a few moments he came out. "Go in, Menno is waiting," he said, but he did not dare to glance at Antonio's. Davos was about to enter when Antonio's held his shoulder and said, "Menno sometimes has a bad temper. If he says anything to you, don't argue with him and just listen." Davos smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am not a kid." Antonio's nodded. The conversation deepened his understanding of Davos. This young man is far more stable than his peers. Watching Davos enter the house, Antonio's recalled, "No, if he isn't a kid, then who is a kid, Menno?" He laughed helplessly, and it seemed that this young man isn't easy to provoke. He turned to look at the guard and said, "Batarkos, you deliberately made us stay here." "Oh, Antonios, you should know. Besides Menno, who will do such boring thing?" "Humph, is that young man the one you are calling Hades favored? I think he seems to understand what's going on, he just laugh at me." Davos certainly knows what's going on. He had seen it a lot in his previous life. They show their authority with force, and the more they adopt this method, the more they have no confidence in their control. Is Menno such a person? Davos smiled and walked through the small courtyard and entered the main house. "Leader Menno, the soldier Davos you ordered to come is here. Come in." A sharp, crisp voice came from the room. Davos walked inside. There was a man sitting in the middle of the living room and still wearing his shiny cuirass, but it didn't seem to increase his majestic, because if he shaved off his beard, he would definitely be a beauty. Davos couldn't help but recall some of the bad rumors about Menno, such as the ambiguous story between him and Arius, the adjutant of Cyrus the Younger. He suddenly got a little nervous. This person shouldn't be eyeing me. Menno is also looking at Davos, a strong body, tall, average appearance, but also a slightly younger face without a beard, but he radiates an unusual temperament by just standing there. "I heard that you are God's favored, so I want to ask, are the Persians sincere on their truce between us, or do they have other ideas?" Menno seemed to ask carelessly. "Sorry, leader, I don't know," Davos answered without thinking. Davos's direct answer left Menno somewhat stunned. At last, he showed a slight smile. "So tell me, can we go home safely this time?" "I don't know," Davos still frankly answered. "Bastard." Menno was furious and pushed the chair. "Didn't you tell the whole camp that you got the god's oracle? Didn't you tell the others that you know everything? Now you aren't talking, you swindler." Davos twitched. "Leader Menno, I'm lucky to be able to survive the battle, but I've never claimed to be favored by God. This point my teammate can prove it. I don't care what the others think and say, it is their business. As for what oracle, I have never said anything about it. Sometimes I just talk to my teammates about what might happen next. It's just that I was fortunate on what I had said, nothing more. Whether we can go home safely or not is a matter of concern for the leaders. We soldiers just want to get some comfort and encouragement by talking and chatting after the fight." After listening to this, Menno's first reaction was that this guy's eloquence was good, and for a moment, he couldn't grasp the chance to retaliate, and he calmly looked straight into Menno's eyes so that Menno felt his courage. Menno was a little agitated, and after a while he just waved and said, "I will investigate what you had said. In short, don't speculate about the Persians, which will affect the morale of the soldiers." Davos immediately bowed his head and obediently said, "Yes." Menno felt better. He reached for a drachma and said, "In any case, this time you came up with an idea to help our troops. This is the mercenary leader Menno's reward for you. You must remember, next time you have any good ideas, come straight to me. I will give you a reward." Menno waved and let him leave. He watched as he walked out of the house. Menno stared blankly. Menno and Davos were in an employment relationship. Menno didn't have the right over his life and death, only the right to dismiss. If he dismisses a knowledgeable soldier and goes to the other camps and ends up getting an important position, Menno would be the only one that suffered losses. Menno just wanted to knock Davos down once, so that his influence in the camp won't expand and keep him in control. But from this meeting, it seems not so easy. It should be said that the Persians not only fulfilled their promises, but they also did a great job. They brought the Greeks to a fertile land. There are a dense number of farmland in here, surrounded by dozens of fertile villages, and 2 villages was vacated for the Greeks, and a large number of foods was prepared. After several days of fatigue and hunger, the soldiers were fed to their heart's content. The next day, Davos woke up. He felt energetic, and his fatigue was swept away. He felt confused thinking of what the Persians did. If this is the enemy's plan, is it necessary for them to pay so much? Is this country bullies the weak and fear the strong, just like the Northern Song dynasty in Chinese history? He tried to recall the description of the ancient Persian imperial system by the university professors who were invited to teach the lessons of the decline of great powers during his previous studies at the Party School 1. The Persians took advantage of the decline of the 2 hegemon of the 2 rivers, Medes II and Assyria III, and rose in power. Because Cyrus the Great IV adopted a very tolerant policy towards other cultures and religions, and so wherever the soldiers went, all kinds of tribes surrendered, and its territory like a snowball became bigger and bigger. How did they manage such a vast territory? First of all, the most prosperous place in Persia, that is Persepolis, the capital of Persia, was established by the king himself. The Mesopotamian Valley was the most fertile area under Persia, and the Mesopotamian territory is directly under the rule of the Persian king. Most of the ethnic groups under the Persian jurisdiction are autonomous and paid taxes regularly and so on, while the rest was governed by the satraps. Davos had a flash of inspiration. He recalled that when the mercenaries passed through Cilicia, Cyrus the Younger allowed the Greeks to plunder, but once they crossed the river in Thapsacus V and entered Mesopotamia, they were much more tightly managed and need to pay for everything they bought. Could it be that? Davos, come with me to see Assists. A big hand dragged Davos and interrupted his thoughts. Who? Davos asked Helos, slightly confused. Assists, the nephew of Antonios. When he was crossing the wooden bridge yesterday, the bridge suddenly broke and he fell into the river. He got a big wound on his thigh from getting struck by a broken wood. We didn't expect that this morning. He started burning up, and even though he is unconscious, he kept saying some strange things and the physician can't do anything. Helos said anxiously, speaking strange words. It seems that he has reached hell and met Rhadamanthus VI. There is no hope for him. Olivos saw Helos glared at him and corrected himself. Of course, if Davos, who Hades favored, doesn't agree, then even if he doesn't want to live, he can't. Davos smiled. I want to help, but I'm not sure I can cure him. Helos comforted him by saying, Antonios understands. But for a person who is about to lose his loved ones, even if there is a little hope, he will still try. In the face of Helos' expectant eyes, Davos was silent, and he gradually calmed down from the tension. Even if he can't save Assists, he just can't forget the help he had gotten from them these 2 days. Besides, he can just gain their trust again with his own ability without pretending to deceive them. And without this nickname, maybe some of Menno's jealousy will decrease. Thinking of it, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. I will go too. Georgras also stood up. When they came to a house with the doors and windows closed, the house was full of people. Davos is here. A word quickly gave way to a passage. Davos saw a young man in his 20s lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His lips were dry and he is very red all over his body. There is a 6-centimeter long wound on his left thigh near the knee, and the wound was swollen as big as a fist. He is saying some strange things. His hands and feet are twitching, but someone is restraining him tightly. Davos first put his hand on the patient's forehead and felt it hot. Davos then gently pressed the swelling with his hands, and the wound expelled some green pus. He felt his fingers were sticky and has a faint fragrance. At this time, the man who was restraining the patient raised his head and looked at him and said, I applied a scented oil from grape leaves on the wound, hoping to make him quiet, but it doesn't seem to be effective. He is Herpes, the camp's physician. Helos saw Davos's doubts and whispered, Such a strong guy is actually a physician. Davos looked at him and blurted out, Why didn't you use bloodletting treatment 7? Must bloodletting be used? I was considering it, but in case it would take a long time for Assistus to recover, and we are on our way home. Herpes explained, I don't have much Mai Grav Kai Weng Xiang 8 left and was forced to use it because the other spice doesn't work. He looked a little depressed. No wonder there is a strange smell in the air, and it seems to be the smell of these people. Didn't the West always use bloodletting treatment to cure diseases before the Renaissance? Davos was thinking about some interesting stories about the ancient West that he had seen in his previous life. Oh, what is your name? From which camp's physician did Antonios call you in? Asked Herpes. Dave hesitated for a moment and thought about how to answer. Antonios, who was waiting anxiously, interjected. He is Davos, the favored of Hades, the king of the underworld. After that, without looking at the sudden change of Herpes' expression, asked Davos anxiously, Asistesh still Hashop. I'll try my best, but I'm not sure if it will turn out well. Davos answered cautiously. Just do your best, just do your best. Antonio's tired face eased. Do we need to prepare the altar and the statue of Hades? What do you need to prepare it for? To pray. Davos glanced around, except for Herpes, who looked coldly from the sidelines. The others are looking at him with anticipation and excitement. They are waiting to see God descend. Davos laughed in his heart and said solemnly, I won't pray and I don't know how to pray, but I have some other treatments to try. If you only want God to save Assists, then I can only leave. Hey, some murmured with disappointment. Antonios, however, seemed to understand something and said it firmly, just do what you have said. The reason why Davos said it, firstly, it is to find a way out in case he failed on his treatment. Secondly, he does not want these people to associate him with God in all matters. Make everyone go out and wait, open the doors and windows, boil a bucket of water, find a few clean linens and put them in the boiling water. At the same time, find a sharp knife without a rust and put it in the boiling water, and bring few more buckets of cold water. Davos shouted slowly and clearly. Antonios, Helos, and Georgras didn't question him and began to seriously carry out his orders and hurriedly rushed around. Herpes had thought that Davos was a witch doctor and looked at him badly. Seeing what he had arranged at the moment is quite familiar, he couldn't help but curiously ask Davos, how do you plan to treat him? There is no massive bleeding in the wound, and obviously the blood vessels wasn't damaged, but the wound is red and swollen with pus. He also have a high fever, and it is clear that the wound infection had caused his high fever, so we must first perform debridement, then reduce his fever. Davos explained it in detail. For modern people, this is just common sense, but in this primitive age, people tend to think that it is caused by the supernatural, which is why witch doctors are so popular and made Herpes thought that Davos was a witch doctor previously. After hearing Davos' words, Herpes' eyes lit up. This is somewhat similar to Hippocrates' 9 method of dealing with fractures, debridement, traction, and reduction. Hippocrates of Kos. Davos was very familiar with this name. After all, Hippocrates was called the father of Western medicine. Yes, you know him. I'm not familiar with him, but I have heard about him. When I was crossing the Aegean Sea, I wanted to visit him, but he wasn't there. Although many physicians in Greece disagreed with him, but he did cure many people. Davos was moved after seeing Herpes' regret and admiration. You can be my assistant later, will you? One party school of the Communist Party of China to train party members. Two Medes was an ancient empire of ancient Iranian people who spoke the Median language and who inhabited an area known as Media between western and northern Iran. 3 Assyrian was a Mesopotamian kingdom and empire. 4 Cyrus the Great was the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, the first Persian Empire. 5 Thapsacus was an ancient town along the western bank of the Euphrates River that would now lie in modern Syria or Turkey. 6 Rhadamanthus was one of the judges of the dead, and he is the son of Zeus and Europa and brother to Sarpedon and Minos. 7 Bloodletting is the withdrawal of blood from a patient to prevent or cure illness and disease. 8 Chinese letter, some kind of herb spice. 9 Hippocrates was a Greek physician of the age of Pericles' classical Greece, who is considered one of the most outstanding figures in the history of medicine. Georgris helped me restrain cysts. Herpes soaked the linen in the cold water and put it on his forehead, then wiped the sides of his neck with another linen. Helos, you wring out the linen that has been boiled and cleanly wipe his wound. Take the knife out of the boiling water and heat it on the fire. When Davos took the knife, he hesitated. After all, the previous steps were common sense, which modern people can do, but the wound is a wedge-shaped and must be opened and debrided. He only saw peasants getting injured in the mountain village in his previous life. Sometimes the hospital is too far away and just let the barefoot doctor one do it. He gritted his teeth and said, Georgris, restrain him tightly. After saying that, he cut the skin with a knife. He had gotten quiet. Herpes exclaimed in surprise. Davos wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand and looked at Assists, who was no longer struggling, and sighed in relief. Keep wiping his forehead and neck with cold water, and pay attention to the linen on his wound. If you find that it is covered with pus, follow my previous method and give him another debridement. Okay, Davos. At this moment, Herpes' attitude became more respectful and treat Davos similar to his teacher. Davos glanced at the small piece of wood on the ground that got taken out deeply inside the wound and felt a sense of achievement. He went out of the room with Helos and Georgris, and the people waiting outside anxiously rushed up to ask about Assists. He is much better, Georgris said proudly. People cheered in surprise. Davos said busily, Assists is not out of danger yet. These 2 days are the most dangerous time for him. He must rely on himself to fight against his illness. Herpes will take care of him according to my method. Davos said to Antonios, make sure to give your nephew plenty of water, but remember to not make him drink raw water. The water must be boiled then cooled down. In addition, when he wakes up, cook an oatmeal for him, but he will spit it out. Antonios said awkwardly. If he vomits, then feed him again. He consumed too much and needs food to replenish it. Davos sighed and glanced at the people around him and said, Assists needs a quiet place to recover. Don't let other people go in to disturb him. Keep the room ventilated, and it is better to dry the air with fire. Antonio seriously remembered it and finally couldn't help but asked a question. If everything is done, will Assists be fine? Davos is silent. If it is in his previous life, a bottle of antibiotics would solve the problem. But this is a primitive age in which there are few doctors and medicines, and he himself is not an expert. He couldn't make a conclusion and could only say, we did our best. It now depends on him. He hurriedly left after seeing the eyes of the people that slightly revering him. Sorry, I have to go back. Hold on, Davos will be back soon. When Davos and the others returned to their place, they saw Matinus dragging someone. When he saw Davos, he shouted happily, Hey, Davos, you're finally back. I brought Xenophon for you. Xenophon. Davos' eyes widened and the man was looking at him. Davos' eyes, Xenophon is around 30 years old. He is not very tall and has the common features of Greeks, black curly hair, high bridge nose, square face, thick beard, and in particular, a fairly wide forehead and a pair of smart and perceptive eyes. When Xenophon saw that Davos was a childish boy, he was somewhat disappointed. Soon he found something special about this young man. The people behind him, who are obviously older than him, surrounded him like he is their leader and made him distinct. Xenophon of Athens, asked the young man. Yes, student of Socrates, that's right. Xenophon was even more curious. Everyone in his camp knows that he is Athenian, but only few people knows that he is a student of Socrates. Most of the Greeks who came to Persia are from the poor people of Ionia, Thessaly, and Thrace. They had no money, no land, and could hardly make a living. They can only come out to sell their lives to earn money, and of course, most of them are illiterate. Not to mention Xenophon, who is still a nobody. Even the famous Socrates of Greece, not many people know of him. Which teacher did you learn from? Xenophon asked. I haven't studied Greek, Davos said. His answer stunned Xenophon. His self-confidence on his illiteracy made it difficult for Xenophon to develop a trace of contempt. Davos, today I went to various camps for a walk. I heard that there is a Xenophon in the camp of Proxenus, so I brought him to you. Is it him? Matinus said, as if asking for praise. Your companion insisted on dragging me over and telling me that the gods favored is looking for me, and said a lot of things about you along the way. Xenophon said with a forced smile. Matinus scratched his embarrassingly. Xenophon understood Davos' roundabout apology. He shrugged his shoulders and said that he didn't care. He then stared at Davos and asked, so everything he said about gods favored is true. What do you think? Will the gods bless the Greeks in Persian land? Davos asked. Of course, no matter where we are, the gods will never abandon us. Xenophon answered without thinking. I can come here was also under Apollo's oracle. Xenophon's answer surprised Davos. Isn't the more knowledgeable a person is, the more they believe on themselves in atheism. He underestimated the extent to which the Greeks worshipped the gods and asked with amazement, what is the oracle of Apollo? Xenophon spoke with a slight excitement. It turned out that 6 months ago, in Athens, he received an invitation from a friend, Proxenus. In the letter, Proxenus told Xenophon that the Persian prince is a great man and sincere to the Greeks. He handed the recruitment of talented Greek to him. He has accepted the recruitment of Cyrus the Younger and invited Xenophon to help him in Asia Minor, and promised to recommend Xenophon to the Persian prince. At that time, Athens had just ended the Spartan-supported tyrannical rule of the 30 tyrants too. The Democrats adopted a moderate policy to restore the order of the city-state, and at the same time reached a reconciliation with Sparta. The Peace of Athens made the young Xenophon want to increase his knowledge and broaden his horizons in Asia Minor, but he hesitated. For it was with the help of Cyrus the Younger that allowed Sparta to defeat Athens, fearing of getting punished by the Athenian government for Xenophon's association with Cyrus the Younger. Socrates then sent him to Delphi to ask the gods. Xenophon asked Apollo which god he would offer his prey in order for him to successfully accomplish this journey and allow him to return home safely. The oracle told him the name of the god, and only after offering a sacrifice to the god designated by the oracle did he set sail to Asia Minor and join Proxenus' troops. Which god did the oracle of Delphi said, Olivos, who was listening and couldn't wait to ask. Xenophon looked at Davos and said slowly and clearly, Hades. One barefoot doctor, a nickname for part-time paramedical worker in rural areas trained in simple techniques of diagnosis and treatment. 2 Thyri tyrants were a pro-Spartan oligarchy installed in Athens after its defeat in the Peloponnesian War in 404 BC. Crowd couldn't help but cry out, this is amazing. Xenophon came to Persia by the order of Hades, and Davos have never seen Xenophon before, but he knew him through the oracle. This is Hades blessing us. The people began to sing the song of Hades. Although Davos was surprised, but he thought it was just a coincidence. He pretended to follow everyone's singing, and then said, even if there is the blessing of Hades, we also need to exert ourselves in order to pass the test and return to Greece safely. Davos, you aren't very confident about whether we can go home smoothly. Xenophon looked at Davos. Xenophon believes in divine prophecies, omens in dreams and prediction. It was precisely because he heard that Davos was favored by Hades, and so he came over to find out, because he believed that there must be some mysterious connection between him and Davos through Hades. I'm just an ordinary infantry, just like a frog in the well. I don't understand the topmost situation. So it's inevitable that I will be confused. Davos said calmly, you are a close friend of Proxenus and the most outstanding student of Socrates. I hope you can tell us what kind of situation we are facing now in order to relieve our confusion. Olivos wanted to say something, but Davos stopped him with his gaze. Xenophon didn't decline and said, I think this time we should be able to return to Greece smoothly. Why? Xenophon has a sense of responsibility because he came to Persia under the guidance of God. In the face of this possible disaster and when everyone was panicking, he thought that this was the reason why the gods let him come. Therefore, in the past few days, he was running back and forth in the camp to help Proxenus stabilize his troops. At this time, he looked at the crowd and patiently said, first, our hoplite is strong, while the Persian troops are weak. For decades since the Battle of Thermopylae, we have always steadily gained the upper hand in the battles between us Greeks and Persians. It was even more obviously shown in our previous battle against the Persian king that our fierce attack directly resulted in their collapse. It can be seen that the Persian fear of our hoplite has penetrated into their blood, although their cavalry is better than ours, but what is the use? The cavalry can only scout and harass, but they dare not fight us head-on, which won't help improve their combat effectiveness. Yes, their cavalry are cowards. Matinus shouted with great approval, and the face of Xenophon was a little embarrassed. But the Persian cavalry's javelin and arrows caused us a lot of trouble, Helos reminded. But their cavalry, like their infantry, lacks the skill and courage to confront us head-on. It is impossible for them to shake our courage with bows and arrows. As long as we decide to retreat, they will never be able to stop us from leaving. Xenophon confidently said it based on his knowledge of cavalry. Secondly, I heard the Persians say that their new king, Artaxerxes, was a gentle and timid guy since he was a child, which is why Cyrus the Younger dared to revolt. I heard that in the regions of Susa I and Persepolis, some friends of Cyrus the Younger began to respond, and although Artaxerxes had fortunately killed Cyrus the Younger, he would never dare risk fighting us to death while his rear had not calmed down. Third, our commander, Clearchus, is a very capable person. Although I am an Athenian and he is a Spartan, but I can't deny that during the war between Athens and Sparta, he had caused Athens a lot of trouble. Then he defeated the Thracians many times. And several leaders like Proxenus and Meno are also experienced commanders, and they have good understanding of Persians due to having dealings with them all year round. The Persian commander-in-chief was Artaxerxes, the Persian king who had just become a king and had never commanded an army, and the general he relied on, Tissaphernes, was even defeated by us. They aren't at all a match against several of our leaders. Davos carefully listened to the story of Xenophon. Through Xenophon, he learned a lot about things that he didn't know before. This time he sincerely applauded. What a wonderful speech. You really are worthy to be the disciple of Socrates. Yeah, it is the man that Hades has guided. Your words gave us confidence, Helos said sincerely. In the face of everyone's praise, Xenophon's looked calm. It was a common thing for him to persuade ordinary soldiers. His eyes fell on Davos and seems to want to see the unusualness of the gods favored of Hades in the rumors. But you still forgot to say one thing. Davos certainly can't let the other person look down on himself, especially in front of his teammates. Although Persia has a vast territory and has a large population, they can't effectively govern it. Most areas are still autonomous. They have their own culture and religion. Obeying the Persian rule requires only two things: paying taxes and serving in the military. The Persians believed only in themselves, so there were very few foreign officials in their army and court. If the foreigners could not integrate into Persia, they would not die for Persia. I think that's one of the reasons why the Persian troops collapsed when they faced us. Xenophon savored what Davos said and recalled what he had seen along the way, which was very consistent. He was stunned. He apparently isn't as well educated as a 19-year-old young man who didn't know a thing about Persia. He can only blame it on something like God's favored. Xenophon can only comfort himself in this way. You're right. This is the illness of the dictatorship of the king. On the contrary, it is the superiority of Greeks' democracy, for we are fighting for ourselves. Superiority of democracy. Davos seemed to see the face of a country that self-proclaimed itself as the global sheriff in his previous life. He tried to cast aside his contempt, but was seen by the careful Xenophon. Davos thinks I am wrong. Xenophon, which period in Athens do you think was the most stable and prosperous in the past centuries? Davos decided to use his previous life's knowledge to shock this historical celebrity in front of him and impress him so that his name will spread to the top of the mercenary through him. The period when Pericles II is in power. Xenophon answered without hesitation. You forgot to mention the reign of Pisistratos III. Davos reminded him. It was under his rule that Athens had completely owned the Attica region and made the port of Piraeus prospered, and only then did Athens become another powerful city-state in Greece besides Sparta. But Xenophon didn't expect that Davos would mention Pisistratos. The Athenians were proud to live in the most democratic Greek city-state, and almost no one would talk about the dictator. He wanted to retort, but for a moment he doesn't know what to say. After all, Xenophon, a highly educated and knowledgeable person, knows that Davos was telling the truth. Davos seized the opportunity and continued to say, you want to say, but Athens was stronger under Pericles, right? However, there are problems with the statement about Pericles' reign. How many years did Pericles serve as a strategos for? 30 years. He has never been defeated in 30 years and has been elected as the Polmarchos V for many times. All the important domestic and foreign laws and decisions in Athens were proposed and formulated by him, which created the golden age of Athens. Isn't it ironic that in order to prevent an autocratic democracy in Athens, the once-a-year ostracism 6 method was invented? Is Pisistratos dictator? Is Pericles democratic? Pericles is merely a more subtle and gentler than Pisistratos' political means. And what do you think happened to the superiority of democracy without Pericles? Athens, with its richer financial resources, stronger navy, and more allies than Sparta, has internal strife and struggle with each other, and the people of Athens are often unable to tell the truth and false apart, and are easily incited by the politicians. That's why at the crucial moment of the expedition to Sicily, the most talented strategos of Athens, Alcibiades VII, was forced to defect. The strategoi who had just won a key sea battle in Arginusi VIII, but failed to rescue the drowning soldiers in time due to a gale, was easily tried by the masses, and even executed. These foolish acts of Athens are not uncommon in this long war with Sparta. This is what Athenians think as the perfect democracy. It has consumed the strength it accumulated over the past 100 years in the constant internal friction. The ancient democratic system of Athens was a key point in the study of Davos in his previous life's party school, because it was the origin of the modern Western political system. Davos still has fresh memories of it. One Susa was an ancient city of the Elamite, First Persian Empire, Seleucid, Parthian, and Sasanian empires of Iran, and one of the most important cities of the ancient Near East. 2. Pericles was a prominent and influential Greek statesman, orator, and general of Athens during its Golden Age, specifically the time between the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars. 3. Pisistratos was a ruler of ancient Athens during most of the period between 561 and 527 BC. 4. Strategos equal general. 5. Polmarchos equal supreme commander. 6. Ostracism was a procedure under the Athenian democracy in which any citizen could be expelled from the city-state of Athens for 10 years. 7. Alcibiades was a prominent Athenian statesman, orator, and general. He played a major role in the second half of Peloponnesian War as a strategic advisor, military commander, and politician. 8. Battle of Arginusi took place in 406 BC during the Peloponnesian War near the city of Kani in the Arginusi Islands, east of the island of Lesbos. Interesting fact is that Pericles' son, Pericles the Younger, was one of the generals that have been executed. After Athens failed in the Peloponnesian War and experienced the brutal rule of the 30 tyrants, the wise men in Athens were more or less aware of the flaws in the system, but there wasn't anyone who had completely denied the Athenian democracy like what Davos did. This deafening words were like a loud thunder that made Xenophon not regain his sense for a long time and absent-mindedly said, "You mean Sparta is the best, Sparta." Davos sneered when they decided to turn its compatriots into helots, one referring to the Messenians. It is destined that it will never be strong, although the Spartan warriors are very brave, but thousands of Spartan warriors have to suppress slaves 10 times their number. Its city-state is like a volcano that will erupt once it meet a great defeat. Davos, now Sparta is the most powerful city-state in Greece. Olivos interrupted. Then let's wait and see how powerful it is in a few years. Davos answered confidently. He vaguely remembered that it wasn't long before another war broke out in Greece, and Sparta got defeated by the rising Thebes and thus fall in decline. Is this an oracle? Several of his teammates were surprised. Davos laughed but didn't answer. So which city-state has the best system? Xenophon reluctantly asked. Davos also responded with a mysterious smile. At this time, Xenophon seems to have recovered his calmness on the surface, but in fact, his heart is thumping. He didn't make any blunder, even though decades of habits and beliefs was smashed by what Davos had said, and it is due to Socrates' years of teaching that made him more adept at learning and thinking independently than the average person. The restless man could not stay any longer and has to go back and think about what Davos had said, so he bid farewell to Davos. As he was leaving, Davos seemed to ask a casual question. Xenophon, have you ever commanded an army before? I served as a cavalry captain, Xenophon hastily answered. Davos' face became grave as he watched the shadow of Xenophon fade away. As a student of Socrates, Xenophon's insights were clearly beyond those of his teammates. However, as a newly arrived Athenian with a low reputation and without a rich mercenary experience, and currently is still only an adjutant of Proxenus, how did Xenophon manage to lead the retreat? When he thought how the author of Anabasis is Xenophon himself, Davos will inevitably have some doubts. Did Xenophon stole other people's credits for himself? Davos, Athens, and Sparta are really that bad. Helos clearly understood than the others and was more confused. Davos nodded and sighed. Both Athens and Sparta will live very well if it is in a period of peace, but this is an era in which you are doomed to perish if you don't struggle. Helos seemed to understand and couldn't help but ask the same question as Xenophon. So is there a city-state in the Mediterranean that has a better system than Athens and Sparta? Davos looked at the curious and eager eyes of Helos and turned his head. On the horizon, the sunset emits its last afterglow before falling, looking at the red clouds, thinking of the Mediterranean in the future, with frequent wars and powerful countries that have come and gone, until the emergence of a great emperor and his dazzling light that shined the Western world for more than 2,000 years. Davos had a sudden surge of enthusiasm in his heart. This time he did not refuse to answer and said positively, not at the moment. But if you and I can live longer, maybe one day you can see it. TN, most likely talking about Alexander the Great's Macedonian Empire. In the early morning, Davos' mind was in the midst of confusion and heard the voices of people outside. Davos wasn't fully awake and confusedly asked, "Really? It's true?" Then Herpes said excitedly, "Aceastes is awake. His temperature is not as hot as it was yesterday. Although he is still weak, he can already eat porridge made of bread. Davos, the method you taught really works." In the face of Herpes' admiration, Davos was finally relieved. He suppressed the excitement and said calmly, "Although Aceastes is out of danger, you can't relax and need to continue taking care of him with the method I taught before so that he could get better soon." "Yes," Herpes replied respectfully. "Davos, there are many people outside that want to see you." Helos came in and said, "Oh, it's Kapos." They were surprised when they heard that Aceastes woke up. "They must have come over to see you and want to get your help." Antonios answered with some shame, "Davos have put so much energy into saving his nephew that he might have even prayed to Hades, and he hasn't paid him back yet and brought him another trouble." Kapos. Davos had no impression of the name. "Another hoplite squadron leader in our camp." Helos explained. Davos slightly murmured and immediately stood up. "Let's go out, don't keep them waiting." He walked out of the house while being surrounded by people. "Look, Davos is out. This is Davos. He is too young. Despite his youth, he is really favored by Hades. If not, he would not have been able to save Aceastes. You and I have seen that Aceastes was in a coma back then. Davos, one of my brothers, was also injured like Aceastes. He is burning and unconscious. I hope I can get your help. I also have one of my men injured." And Moise. In the small yard, crowds of people are desperately waved their arms, shouting like a surging tide, and they are waving higher and higher. In the face of an out-of-control incident, everyone were slightly nervous, but only Davos' look remained unchanged. As a cadre that was promoted from the bottom in his previous life, no matter if it is in towns, counties, and cities, he have seen mass petitions a lot of times. Even when he was the village head, he once held a meeting in the town and was caught up by peasants that have surrounded the town government to discuss the land expropriation. The leaders hid while only he stood up and faced the hose and sticks in the hands of these passionate peasants. He tried his best to persuade them to withdraw. This small incident in front of him is really hard for him to ignore. Besides, it is a good thing for him. He raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone be quiet, quiet, quiet." Antonios also helped shout. People gradually calmed down. Herpes was thrilled to hear his name. "Davos, you are our best brother. Whatever you want in the future, I will try my best to do it for you. In this era, it is very common for soldiers to be injured and get infected and die, which is also a nightmare that plagues the army now." Davos gave them hope. "And this person is generous and kind. How can they not be moved?" "Davos, Davos." Their shouts resounded over the sky of Menno's camp. When Davos and Herpes were discussing how to treat the wounded more efficiently, a guard of Menno called him over. As soon as he entered, Menno shouted angrily, "I said, if you have new ideas, let me know first. And you agreed. But now you deceived me. You broke your promise. What did I do wrong?" Davos was puzzled. "You were able to save those comatose soldiers and did it secretly without telling me in advance." After Davos heard what he said, he was amused. "Respected leader Menno, the situation was urgent and saving people is important. If I have reported it to you first and then organized people to treat them, Aceastes would have died." Davos added sarcastically, "Besides, this isn't a new idea. It was a medical skill passed down from my ancestor. I came to be a mercenary and not to be a slave that needs to get your permission to treat people." Menno was unable to respond. Just now the soldiers were shouting the name of Davos, which made him confused by jealousy, and without thinking, angrily called Davos, which resulted in his embarrassment. He simply said, "I am still lacking a guard here. From now on, you will be responsible for guarding my safety and you can't leave without my orders." He had a hunch that Davos had to be separated from the soldiers to avoid further influencing them and thus weaken his control over the mercenary. "I'm sorry, Leader Menno. I am better suited to be an ordinary soldier than a guard. Besides, my squad leader won't agree." Davos guessed Menno's intentions and he certainly would not agree. Menno laughed with anger due to the unexpected direct refusal. "I am your leader. Who dares to disagree with my orders? I disagree." With a shout, Antonios entered the living room. "I also don't agree." Following him was Kapos, then was followed by several squadron leaders. Davos was relieved to see Antonios nodding to himself. He is now safe. Of course, he didn't know that when the guard called him threateningly, Helos felt something wrong and immediately ran to inform Antonios. This is why Antonios and the rest appeared here so soon. "Who let you in? Where is my guard?" Menno was anxious and angry. He felt uneasy with how several of his main squadron leaders came unannounced. "Leader, the wounded in the camp are still waiting for Davos to treat them, and we can't delay." Antonios listened calmly to the words filled with hidden threat that made Menno's heart tremble in fear, and the cold gaze of the crowd made Menno feel even more hesitant. He ended up yielding and stutteringly said, Well, I am very pleased that Davos used his great medical skill to save the wounded and unconscious soldier. So I called him to commune. I want to appoint him as the camp's physician in order to treat more soldiers. I am very willing to heal our wounded brothers. But whether if it is a physician or a guard that you previously mentioned, I won't accept. I just want to be a soldier under Helos. Davos straightforwardly answered, although he would be safe being the camp physician, but it doesn't comply to his plan. Moreover, he was unwilling to accept Menno's compromise now that they have torn each other face, and it is hard for him to change his initial understanding of Menno. Menno was very embarrassed getting rejected by a low-ranking ordinary soldier in front of everyone, and he immediately shouted, "Davos." Just as his words left his mouth, there was a sudden noise outside. "Return Davos to us and give the soldiers a way to live. Menno, if you don't let Davos come out, we will rush in." It was the yelling of countless soldiers, making Menno tremble with fear. "Davos, you go back first," Antonio said. Menno immediately turned his resentful gaze to the squadron leaders after hearing it. After Davos left, he immediately said, "Antonios, capos, are you also starting to go against me? Menno, you are our leader, and of course we have to listen to your command. But Davos is favored by Hades, and the soldiers have witnessed the many miracles he had created. The gods are watching us in heaven and blessed us so that we can smoothly go home from foreign land, and the least bit of blasphemy isn't allowed." Antonios answered evasively. Menno certainly heard his implication. "We all know what you did to Davos. We can follow your command, but when it comes to Davos, we will defend him." He also wanted to refute in order to preserve his dignity as the leader, but Amintas, who disliked him the most among his officers, shouted, "Listen, Menno. Once our mission ends, we don't mind re-electing a new leader if you mess up again. I believe the soldiers won't choose you anymore." Amintas' words managed to hit the crucial point of Menno's worries. Mercenaries are a loose military organization. Menno became the leader due to his wide range of connections and being able to receive missions, get money, and pay the soldiers. Now the situation is that, after the death of Cyrus the Younger, Menno lost his employer and could no longer get money, nor could he pay the soldiers. The reason why the soldiers still believed in him, firstly, it's due to their common goal of returning home safely, and they must be united, since a scattered soldiers can't survive on Persian land. The command system of the mercenaries is readily available and effective, and the soldiers were used to it. Secondly, the long years of living as a mercenary. These experienced officers are rarely replaced, and most of them had a good relations with Menno. They help him control the whole troops. But now, for the sake of Davos, the officers and soldiers have joined forces against him, indicating that his control of the troops is at stake. He knew that he has a bad reputation in the hearts of the soldiers. In the past, he didn't care because as long as he have money, he could replace a group of soldiers anytime, due to most of the land in Greece are barren, and the previous Peloponnesian War causing the livelihood of the people to decline. More young people go out to seek for survival. But it now has become his biggest worry. After he calmly sent away Antonios and Capos, he returned to the living room to scream and vent out his depression. "I'm going to kill that kid." As soon as he spoke, he realized that something was off and hurriedly went to the entrance. He did not know when the guard at the entrance who had followed him for more than a year had already disappeared. He was frightened and restless in the living room. He looked at the room, which had become a mess due to his anger. He hesitated for a while and finally decided to go to Areus. He heard that many relatives of Areus came to him these 2 days, and with their help, the mercenaries might not have to go back so laboriously. Menno had an idea after he thought about it. He tidied up his makeup and went to the yard to pull a horse. After clamping hard on the horse belly, he then galloped northward. After testing his influence in Menno's camp through this incident, Davos returned to his residence and actively recruited Herpes to discuss the treatment of the wounded. Although Davos wasn't a doctor in his previous life, but he has the accumulation of more than 2,000 years of knowledge than the people of this era, which is enough for him to make a more better medical plan than that of this time. Firstly, setting up a medical team with Herpes as the lead, then from the camp, find 1 or 2 soldiers who are interested in medicine and serve as a physician. They then need several female slaves from the supply unit to train them as a nurse while they do treatment. He believed that they can adapt fast to their new roles. Secondly, they should open up an area to serve as a wartime hospital so that they can concentrate on the treatment of the wounded and improve efficiency. Thirdly, the most common thing in the army is getting wounded. By establishing a practical medical system and training the doctors and nurses the concept of sterile hygiene, as long as the infection can be prevented, by virtue of the strong physical condition of the soldiers, most of the mild and moderate injuries can get better. Finally, gathering some of the local remedies from Persians along the way, Mesopotamian civilization is one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. For thousands of years, people who live in this land have their own unique means and methods to cope with diseases. After studying it, they will then use modern analytical methods to remove the bad part and it will naturally expand the scope of treatment of Davos' medical team. Davos intends to develop this medical team into a permanent and essential organization in the camp for the future. To master the health of the soldiers is to master the mind of the army. Just as Davos started preparing for his field hospital, the Persian envoy came to the Greek camp. This time the envoy was the Persian general that was most familiar to the mercenary leaders, the satrap of Asia Minor, Tissaphernes. He brought with him the hope that the Greeks would be able to return home safely. He was willing to convey to the Persian king that the mercenary leaders were unwilling to fight and just wanted to go home. The mercenary leaders welcomed him with pleasure. After Tissaphernes left, the mercenary leaders saw hope for a peaceful settlement and were eagerly awaiting for his return. After anxiously waiting for 2 days, Tissaphernes once again came to the Greek camp and read out the latest decree of the Persian king to the mercenary leaders. The king has accepted the apology of the mercenary, despite the opposition of many ministers. He decided to let the Greek mercenary return to Greece under the leadership of Tissaphernes, and had agreed to provide a market for the Greeks to solve their problem with supplies on their way home. At the same time, the Greeks must abide by the local order, and destruction or looting along the way is not allowed. The leaders certainly couldn't ask for more. They soon reached an agreement with Tissaphernes, and both sides swear an oath in the name of their god. Tissaphernes then warned the leaders to patiently wait, while he report back to the king and to make arrangements for their return. Soon after Tissaphernes left, the news spread throughout the camp, and the soldiers cheered. Davos still did not relax his vigilance. Although he heard what Xenophon said last time, he realized that there were many differences between the actual situation of Persia and his own guest based on Chinese history. Just yesterday, Xenophon visited again and had finally adjusted his mood after a few days. He wanted to talk with Davos about the democracy of city-states. Davos did not want to remain entangled on this issue, and had instead skillfully led the topic to the local customs of the Greek city-states. Most of the time, it was Xenophon who talked incessantly, while Davos listens attentively. In between, Davos asked about Tissaphernes, so Xenophon said something about Tissaphernes that he had heard from Proxenus, which made Davos remember them deeply. 1. Tissaphernes was relieved of his military power, but he seemed to not care. He got along very well with Cyrus the Younger, and they soon became friends. But when the new king Artaxerxes came to power, and Cyrus the Younger went to the capital to attend the grand ceremony of his big brother's ascension, Tissaphernes told the new king that Cyrus the Younger wanted to rebel, which resulted in the arrest of the Cyrus the Younger. He had only gotten released after the repeated pleading of the queen mother. After Tissaphernes returned to Asia Minor, he started opposing Cyrus the Younger on everything. So when Cyrus the Younger started his rebellion, the first thing he wanted to do was to capture him, and as a result, he ran away long ago and showed up in the king's army. When the left wing of the king's army got crushed by the Greeks' hoplite, Tissaphernes dared to lead the cavalry around the hoplite and attack the Greeks' rear troops. Although he failed, his courage and determination naturally stood out among a group of defeated generals, so he was able to negotiate a truce with the Greek troops as the Persian envoy on behalf of the king, which obviously shone the king's favor of him. What Davos heard about Tissaphernes was heard by Xenophon from Proxenus, and most of what Proxenus knows came from Cyrus the Younger, regardless of whether he liked or disliked Tissaphernes, but the fact was true. Therefore, after analyzing, Davos believes that Tissaphernes was a typical politician who was accustomed in deception. He is good at judging the situation and daring to grab the opportunity. It is hard to expect such a person to keep his promise. When Davos told Xenophon about this concern, Xenophon sighed and said, Proxenus was very clear about it, and they won't relax their vigilance against Tissaphernes, but we may not be able to go home unless we gave up fighting the Persian king. Euphrates and Tigris rivers alone can cause us enormous trouble, and we can't smoothly cross such a wide river in front of the enemy. Another huge problem is that there isn't enough food. Once we go collecting food, the scattered soldiers can be easily attacked by the enemy. You see, the Persian king has a huge advantage that if he really wants to destroy us, it is absolutely unnecessary to give us supplies and let Tissaphernes swear an oath in the name of their god on his behalf. Because if he breaks the oath in the future, he won't only be laughed at by Persians and Greeks, but they will get abandoned by the Persian gods, unless he wants to become a king without faith as soon he ascended. Therefore, we can only believe in them and can only cooperate with them to guarantee our safe return home. Davos saw that what Xenophon has said is more like persuading himself inside. The Greek mercenaries were in a disadvantaged position, so even if they were given poison, they had to swallow it. Day by day, Davos Field Hospital had begun to take shape, and after they carefully took care and treated the 12 wounded, 7 of them have significantly gotten better. For most of the time, Davos learned Greek from Xenophon and entrusted Mersus, who had went out to buy, to bring back several pieces of linen and cut it into slender strips and using his legs, began to experiment on how to wrap it. At the same time, he pulled his teammates to train with him and learn combat skills so that he can unify his mind and body memory. Because of Assist's recovery and the event where Menon's troops protested, his relationship with Antonio's became closer, and he visited Antonio's many times and asked him about his experience on commanding the hoplite and formation and, in order for him to understand the skill in using akopis. He also studied from the Peltace troops to gain an in-depth understanding of the characteristics of this units. The success of the field hospital made Davos' reputation as God's favor deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and his modesty and eagerness to learn also won the favor of everyone. There are only few people who couldn't recognize him anymore as he walked throughout Menon's camp. As time went by, the Persians haven't appeared. Uneasiness and suspicion have gradually enveloped the entire Greek camp. Davos used his busy days to dilute his worries and his inability to change the predicament of the Greek mercenaries, so he could only change himself and enrich his experience as much as possible. After more than 20 days of waiting, Tissaphernes finally arrived with his army and accompanied by the satrap of Armenia, Orontes II, and his army. The Greek mercenary leaders, who were anxiously waiting for a long time, had led the troops and set foot on their journey home without any suspicion. But at the beginning of the march, the situation changed. The troops of Arius, who was originally warm and intimate with the Greek mercenaries, began to march with the Persian army, and not only marching together, but they also camped together. Over the past 20 days, the Persians were not idle. They have sent the relatives and friends of Arius and the other generals to Arius' camp, and by promising to not hold them accountable, they finally managed to persuade the generals of Cyrus the Younger. This undoubtedly increased the suspicion of the Greek mercenaries, who were far behind the Persian army. They acted alone with their own guides. At dusk, the Greek troops and the Persians were 5 km apart, guarding each other as if they treat each other as their enemy. Tissaphernes did indeed fulfill his promise to provide markets for the Greeks every day. Of course, the mercenaries have to pay for it themselves. Menon had also tried to retaliate against Davos by giving Helo's squad less food, but Mersus opposed it. Previously, Mersus was very reluctant when Davos asked him to leave 2 Egyptian slaves, who knew that not long after, Davos gave him a Chinese massage with the trained Egyptian slave, and he became addicted to it. He then went to the field hospital every day to ask for a massage, and shamelessly said that it was the slave who owed him, and they are paying off their debt. He was still hoping that after they returned to Greece, he would make Davos teach this unique technique to him, and by then his brothel will be overcrowded. Therefore, not only will he not offend Davos, but will also try to satisfy most of Davos' demands. One Darius II was king of the Persian Empire from 423 BC to 404 or 405 BC, and the father of Artaxerxes II and Cyrus the Younger. 2 Orontes as an Armenian ruler of the Orontid dynasty, who ruled as satrap of the Achaemenid Empire between 401 BC 344 BC. A few days later, Davos saw a huge wall in front of him, which was more than 20 meters high and extending infinitely to the southeast. "Oh, the Median Wall, I still feel shocked, no matter how many times I see it," Xenophon sighed aloud. During these days of marching, he would often run into the troops of Menon and accompany Davos. In his words, talking with Davos helped stimulate his knowledge by making him think deeply. Davos thought that he was bored marching together with the troops of Proxenus because he had no common language with the others except Proxenus, so he came to show off his knowledge to Davos. It was said that this Median Wall was more than 100 miles long, built by the former kingdom of Babylon, in order to defend against the Medes in the north. But the kingdom of Babylon was destroyed by the Media. Xenophon looked up at the tall walls inside. The Media were later destroyed by the Persians, and Herodotus had a wonderful description in his book The Histories. Just as man is born, aged, sick, and die, so is a powerful kingdom. Therefore, despite the vast territory of Persia, we still don't know who will destroy it in the future. I hope that I could see that day in my lifetime. Davos certainly remembers that in the past history, Persia was destroyed by Alexander the Great One, king of Macedonia, who had been admired by Westerners for more than 2,000 years. He couldn't remember the exact timeline, but it is probably several decades later. In his memory, the current Macedonia wasn't a unified kingdom, but also his own enemy. Looking at the huge wall made of burnt bricks and bitumen, Davos was equally impressed. It seems that building a great wall to defend against the barbarian isn't exclusively belongs to Huaxia too. Now China should currently still be in the spring and autumn period 3 and the warring states period 4. He turned to look at the east, standing for a long time, with indescribable attachment and regret in his eyes. He is a Greek in this world and thousands of miles away from his native land. It's impossible for him to return. Davos returned to his senses after hearing Helos calling him. He then found out that he had been standing still, which affected the progress of the march. He stepped up his pace and couldn't help but say, "You know what? Perhaps there is a country in the Far East, which governs a much more bigger territory and more people than Persia. Its manners and customs are totally different from Greece and Persia, and its political system is also different from Greece and Persia, which is strict and efficient. It has gorgeous clothes, elegant etiquette, magnificent mountains and rivers, and delicious food. It has a strong army, and the people are wealthy." "Davos, you're dreaming. How can there be such a powerful kingdom in the East?" Xenophon interrupted Davos' speech and said seriously, "According to Herodotus' record, India is to the east of Persia, Arabia is to the southeast, and the Scythians 5 and the Aramaspi 6 are to the northeast. There shouldn't be such a kingdom that you had said. Is this a revelation that Hades has given you? So what is beyond the east of the races you had just mentioned?" Davos asked. "It should be the ocean," Xenophon uncertainly said. "This is what Herodotus said. Did he personally confirm it?" Davos asked again. Height should be what he had heard from other people's recount and took note of it. Xenophon began to stutter. "Since he had just heard of it, then we can't be sure that it is true, nor can we deny that there is no such country in the distant east," Davos retorted. Xenophon was unable to respond for a moment, and strangely looked at Davos, looking at how serious you react. "It seems that there really is such a country." Davos smiled and said nothing. "How wonderful it would be if one day I can go to the distant east to have a look." Olivos was attracted by the scene described by Davos, and he suddenly said it with a sigh. "Then you have to go through the Persian kingdom first, and then there are the Massagettan 7, who come and go like the wind, and was said to have cut off the head of the Persian king, Cyrus the Great. Well, there are also the terrible Aramaspi and the mysterious India. If you are lucky enough to not be killed or be captured as a slave, then you can see whether the distant east is an ocean or a powerful country," Xenophon said, half jokingly and half serious. Olivos shrank his neck and didn't speak anymore. Matinus was a little annoyed. Although he didn't like Olivos, he even more hated the knowledgeable Athenian. "What are you afraid of? If I have a strong army, not to mention going to the distant east, I would dare go anywhere." "Strong army." Xenophon disdainfully pointed his finger to the loose marching formation ahead, "like this one. Of course, a much more powerful than this one," Matinus said loudly. Davos listened to their bickering and narrowed his gaze. "A stronger army." Passing through the Median Wall meant that the Greek troops has left Babylon. In the next few days, what always appeared in Davos' sight was vast plain, endless golden wheat fields, and rivers that was dug by man. These man-made rivers divert the water from the large rivers into a lot of small canals and ditches, and eventually into farmland. Davos couldn't help but sigh after seeing this. This should be the oldest irrigation project in the Middle East, a fertile land and an abundant water that have nurtured a large number of people and created a brilliant ancient civilizations of the two rivers one after another. Further on, the source of those man-made river, the Tigris River. As one of the other mother river in the plains of Mesopotamia, the Tigris River was equally wide, and at first glance, it seems to be difficult to reach the opposite side. There were countless sails moving over the river. Merchant ships were the ones who moved fast with their oars, while the fishing boats sailed slowly along the river. The singing of the fishermen and the shouting of the sailors were heard across the river. Numerous aquatic birds were chirping and flying over the river, and there were large fishes leaping in the water from time to time, a beautiful and tranquil view of the river. Near the riverbank, there is a large and densely populated city, Cides. The Greek mercenaries approached the city and set up camp. The Persian army and Areus troops crossed the bridge and camped across the river. That night, Davos and the rest finally managed to have a good sleep, because the Persian army was on the other side, and the psychological pressure on the Greek soldiers was much lesser. On the second day, the atmosphere suddenly changed slightly. When Davos crossed the river, they saw armed soldiers on both sides of the bridge, and there were also vigilant soldiers on the other side after crossing over the pontoon bridge. What happened? It wasn't until Xenophon came that Davos understood why. Last night, a man came from the other side and said that he was a confidant of Areus. He had brought a message to Clearchus and Proxenus. Therefore, the several leaders met him. I followed Proxenus in the main tent and listened to what the man had to say. Areus warned Clearchus to be vigilant because the Persian troops might attack the Greek mercenaries at night, and they also intend to destroy the pontoon bridge and trap all of you between the Tigris River and the man-made waterway. The several leaders and I became nervous. Xenophon said with a slightly irritated tone, after thinking about it, I think that this news is unreliable. Oh, what did you think? Davos curiously asked. Because if the Persians attack us, whether it is victory or failure, if they are defeated and destroyed, there is nowhere for them to escape. If they win, we are on Persian land. There is no place to run at all, and so why bother to destroy a bridge that is not easy to build? Therefore, Clearchus listened to my advice, Xenophon proudly said. Well, it makes sense. Davos thought about it and praised him. Since even you can think of it, Tisiphron certainly is not a fool, so why did he need to make up such a lie? Olivos sarcastically said. One Alexander the Great was a king of the ancient Greek kingdom of Macedon and conquered the Achaemenid Empire. 2 Huaxia Old Name of China. 3 Spring and Autumn period was a period in Chinese history from approximately 771 to 476 BC, or according to some authorities, until 403 BC. 4 Warring States period was an era in ancient Chinese history characterized by warfare, as well as bureaucratic and military reforms and consolidation. 5 Scythians were Eurasian nomads, and the classical Scythians known to ancient Greek historians agreed to be mainly Iranian in origin, and were located in the northern Black Sea and Caucasus region. 6 Arimaspi were a legendary tribe of one-eyed people of northern Scythia who lived in the foothills of the Riphean Mountains, variously identified with the Ural Mountains or the Carpathians. 7 Massagetines were an ancient Eastern Iranian nomadic tribal confederation who inhabited the steppes of Central Asia, northeast of the Caspian Sea in modern Turkmenistan, western Uzbekistan, and southern Kazakhstan. The disaster of the Persian is coming. Matinus laughed happily and loudly, as if the Greeks would really do it. It seems that the Persians really want to send us away, Hilo said as he realized it. Or maybe Tisiphron wants you to think that way. Davos thought to himself, without saying anything. He always felt that Tisiphron isn't simple. After all, his ideas were different from the Greeks of this era. According to his deep contact with the Greek soldiers during this time, he found that most of these Greeks grew up listening to their father's stories about how they beat the Persians. They advocated strength and likes to fight head-on. Even if they employ schemes, it was mostly tricks. Their brains were indeed less inferior than the Persians in dealing with intrigue. Davos was always worried because he knew that Tisiphron was a brilliant politician. Xenophon, do you know our marching route? I'm not quite sure. It was decided by Tisiphron, Clearchus, and Arius, but it is surely not the way we entered from. Because you know, Xenophon shrugged, your leader Menon took the lead and collected a lot of good things along the way. The local Persians hated us. Don't worry, we will be able to go back. Collect, you mean pillage. I am afraid that in the Persians' eye we are the aggressors, a bandit. After hearing that, Davos was slightly annoyed, so he secretly breathed out to calm his mood as much as possible. Do you know about the mountains, rivers, cities, and roads in Persia? Davos, this is the first time that I have gone deep into Persia. I don't exactly know where they are, except that I know some famous cities in the book, such as Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, and so on. Xenophon raised a piece of papyrus in his hand, and said excitedly, however, I kept a brief record of what I saw every day, and when I get back I will write them down so that the Greeks can understand the situation in Persia. Davos smiled. Well, I know that you're going to write a book called Anabasis in the future, but it won't solve the urgent problem now. Where can I find someone who is familiar with the Persian geography? Davos distressedly thought. As time went by, the Greek mercenaries and the Persian army camped near each other, but when they went to the rivers to carry water and collect firewood, the soldiers of both sides would often meet, and when they disagree, they would fight, which increased the hatred of both sides. A few days later, they arrived at Phiscus River and met the troops led by another brother of Artaxerxes, king of Persia. He came to help the king, but when he arrived, the war was over and he had to return with his troops. Clearchus was afraid of an accident, and he ordered the entire troops to be fully armed and to protect the supply units at the center and keep the battle column westward. Persian troops were not surprised by the Greeks who appeared here, and they may have been informed by Tisiphron to continue marching eastward. The two troops are only a few tens of meters apart from each other, and at a glance, they can clearly see each other's appearance and expressions. You can imagine how nervous they are. For the first time, Davos saw the Persian army in its entirety. At the front were 2 man chariots and 4 man chariots, with 2 horses and 4 horses pulling each chariots respectively. One of them was responsible for controlling the chariot, while the other 1 or 2 soldiers for fighting, and he can see spears, shields, and bows in the chariot. There are only a dozen chariots, and the legendary scythe chariot wasn't in sight, but when he thought about it, he can see that the scythe can certainly be disassembled. Otherwise, it is very easy to injure its own teammates while marching in peacetime. Behind the chariots were the cavalry. Most of the horses were slightly around 1.4 meters high, which was obviously shorter compared with the horses for racing that Davos saw at the Olympic Games in his previous life. They have bridle but no saddles, and not to mention stirrups. They only place a thick blanket on the back of the horse. The riders wear helmets, while some wear soft hats. There is no leather armor or shield, and they all wear short robes. They have a variety of weapons in their hands. Bows are the most, followed by javelin, then spears, and a few with short mace. Hundreds of cavalry galloped past, and a huge infantry unit was on display. After looking at it for a while, Davos found that the Persian infantry were a mixed troops, a shieldman with a large shield. The shield height is up to the shoulder, while its width is able to hide a person, closely followed by a spearman, then 6-7 archers, and it will repeat. This is very similar to the Persian infantry combat formation mentioned by Antonios. When the enemy arrives, the shieldmen were in the first row, and the shield walls they erect will protect the formation. The spearmen will resist the incoming enemy and prevents them from breaking up the shield wall. The archers in the rear will use their bows and arrows to kill a large numbers of enemy. Whether they are shieldmen, spearmen, or acres, they all have a common features. They are wearing light armor and some with no armor. Combined with the cavalry before, Davos can easily make a judgment. The Persian army is a force with excellent long-range lethality, strong mobility, but weak in close combat. No wonder they always get defeated by the Greeks in battle, because in a head-on battle, their infantry wasn't an opponent at all under the impact of the Greeks' hoplite. The characteristics of the Persian army were more suitable for long-range killing and harassment, and even much better with a wide-scale mobile outflanking warfare. The two armies passed each other, and nothing happened, just a false alarm. After this interlude, the troops quickly entered Media. This land once nurtured the fierce Medians, and the Median kingdom they founded was a nightmare for the people of Mesopotamia. However, after 100 years passed, its glory has ceased, and for some reasons, this land under the Persian rule has become somewhat desolate and the terrain became uneven. Due to the decrease of market supply, the fighting between the two armies for resources began to increase whenever they camped. Davos, you made this leg bindings, it really works. If I have another day's walk today, my calf would have been too swollen for me to move in the afternoon, but now I don't have to worry about that. Helos exclaimed while he sat in the tent removing his leg bindings. Of course, Davos is God's favored. He is blessed by Hades, and the ideas that he came up with can't fail. Now, many companions of the other troops begun to learn how to use leg bindings. Olivos proudly said. Davos didn't speak, and now that he's hearing so much good things about himself, he even became slightly numb. He knew very well that some of the little things he had known in his previous life were only meant to improve the soldier's situation and further enhance his influence in Menon's camp, but there would be no change in the situation of the Greek mercenaries as a whole. Davos, there's a rumor circulating in the troops these days that the Persians are going to take action against us and give us to the Persian king as slaves after we've been captured. Do you think this is true? The voice of Georgos came from the corner. This is exactly what Davos had been thinking. Although the suspicions between the two armies had existed before, such rumors could spread quickly in a day or two, making everyone knows about it, and from his past experience it is impossible if no one deliberately spread it. Is it the Persian, or our own? Why do they want to spread such rumors? Let the agreement break down, making the Greeks nervous and collapse. Davos had no clue for the moment. Faced with the concerned gaze, with a bitter smile in his heart, he calmly said, "We have all been safe these days, so don't be nervous and we all just need to be vigilant." Just then a man went inside the tent. "Matinus, you are out fighting again." Helos saw the bruises on Matinus' face and said with a slight reproach. Matinus spat a mouthful of blood and said excitedly, "Despite the Persians being weak in battle, but when it comes to fighting, they aren't weak. We have more than a dozen people together with Mardius, but it still took a lot of effort beating 20 of them." He sat on his bunk while rubbing his cheeks and pretending to be mysterious. "I did not only fight, but I also heard something." "What is it?" asked Helos. Matinus looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Further on is the territory of Cyrus the Younger and his mother. I heard that there were many villages in there and they are relatively wealthy, so we can finally eat something good." Olivos cried happily. The others were also slightly excited, since they haven't eaten well these days. The next day, a more exciting news came. Tissaphernes announced that the Greek mercenaries could pillage this area for supplies. Everyone was cheering, but only Davos was silent. "Pillaging, this is a revenge against Cyrus the Younger. But what does the people here have to do with Cyrus the Younger's rebellion? Don, tell me. It is just because they live here that they will suffer this disaster. Tissaphernes is really vicious. And what about the Greeks?" In the afternoon, the mercenaries of Menon rushed into a village. The quiet village was soon filled with screams and crying. Davos saw it with his own eyes that his comrades, who were usually intimate and friendly, had now turned into a bandit. They stabbed the Persian men that had attempted to stop them and kicked over the old who were pleading. They then picked up the Persian women who were crying and broke into every house. They snatched the gold and silver, and also took the animals and food. Each of them had a mixed expression of greed and madness on their faces, which made Davos felt strange. Davos was like a wandering soul that weakly wandered through the village. All the soldiers who saw him looked at him in surprise. There were Persians lying on the ground, covered with blood while pointing and shouting at him. There was a limping old man holding him and begging, although he could not understand what they were saying, but deep inside his heart knew they were angry at him. There is nothing he can do, so what are they pleading for? He tried to avoid it like a plague by running unsteadily to a deserted place, avoiding the angry gazes that made him felt guilt. At the same time, he was trying to comfort himself in his mind. This is war. This is war. I was just forced. Just then, a sudden scream awakened the absent-minded man. It was Olivo's voice. I fear that Olivos might be in danger. Following the sound, he broke into a house quickly. A Persian man had fallen into a pool of blood in the yard. He didn't have the time to think about it, and with one foot, kicked the door open. A naked Olivos fell motionless on the bed. There was a woman curled up at the bed, and at the bedside stood a girl around 10 years old, trembling while holding a big rock in her hand. When Davos saw this, he could probably guess what had happened. Obviously, Olivos fancied the beauty of the hostess. He first killed the man, then forcibly carried the woman to the bed and ravaged her. Who knew that the daughter that was hiding ran out and smashed his head with a stone while he was having fun? Shameless, he cursed in his heart, but he still shouted out of concern to his comrade, Olivos, are you okay? Olivos didn't reply, but it woke up the little girl. She turned her head quickly and saw another Greek soldier standing at the door. She was greatly stimulated and screamed, bandit, bandit, die, die. She struggled in throwing the rock at Davos and at the same time rushed at him. Davos subconsciously blocked the stone with his shield, and he naturally revealed the spear held in his right hand. The girl did not shriek at the shiny spear, nor did she dodge it, and as if she became insane, jumped straight at him. Davos couldn't evade and only felt that his right hand sunk, and as soon as the girl's hand grabbed his face, she fell on him powerlessly. The woman on the bed cried out in despair and rushed over nakedly. Davos stepped back powerlessly and let the woman held the girl with a spear in her chest tightly. The heart-tearing cry was like a sharp knife piercing his heart and made him feel like he was going to faint, but someone supported him. Are you okay? Davos, who was absent-minded, heard the voice of Helos. I'm fine. He pushed Helos and slowly walked into the yard. Helos had discovered Davos behaving strangely, and so he followed him all this time. At this moment, although he was worried about Davos, he was even more worried about the safety of Olivos, who was inside the house. Thus he quickly entered inside. When he came out of the house, he found Davos sitting on the side of the road, leaning against the wall, while looking at the sky and not moving. He wondered what Davos was thinking. Helos wanted to pull him up, but he felt it inappropriate. After thinking about it, he just simply sat with Davos. He didn't know how long it took when Davos suddenly stood up and repeatedly screamed strange speech loudly, while tears run down his cheeks. After a while, he calmed down and asked, what about the woman? She went insane. Helos sighed. Davos was silent for a long time and said, her husband and daughter died. Perhaps going insane might be the best relief for her. Yeah, Helos felt the grief in his words and said, Olivos is fine, he was just knocked unconscious. He woke up and is currently resting in the house. Davos didn't speak, and Helos shivered when he saw the cold gleam in his gaze. Now we need to ask the people of this village whether there is someone who knows the Persian geography best. Davos then stood up. Helos hesitated. We had just pillaged them. I am afraid they won't tell us. There's a way to make them to speak. Davos' faint comment made Helos feel a chill. The current Davos seems to be different from his previous self. Helos doesn't know whether the change was good or bad. At dusk, the mercenaries threw down the weeping villagers all over the place and returned fully loaded. Davos also found the man he wanted, a Persian merchant. In order to make him speak, Davos also asked Helos to capture his wife and daughter. Although Tissaphernes made it clear that it was not allowed to capture any Persian as a slave, but the troops of Menon ignored what Davos had done and even covered for him. Davos succeeded in bringing the people back to the camp. You mean that our team has been moving northwest? Davos looked at the Persian merchant, Maragi, and asked. The interpreter next to him repeated Davos' words in Persian. The tall and slightly chubby Persian, who claimed to be a small merchant, cautiously looked at Davos and quickly lowered his head and stroked the grass with a branch. According to what you had said before, you are going back to Ionia. Ionia is in the Aegean Sea to the west. You passed through Babylon, Opis, and now you are here. If you keep going west, not only will it be a long way, but it's also difficult to cross the Taurus Mountains, and you will need to take a detour. He once more looked up at Davos, and when he saw that he was listening carefully, he raised his voice. So you are obviously heading northwest along the Tigris River through the mountains of the Carduchian, then to Armenia and eventually to the Black Sea by boat to go back to Ionia. Oh, it turned out to be like this. It seems that Tissaphernes' route is still reasonable. Olivos suddenly thought about it and shouted. Davos found that when Maragi heard this, his body slightly shook. He immediately glared at Olivos. Shut up, Matinus scolded in a low voice. Olivos, who likes to argue with Matinus, stopped talking. Davos looked at the sketch drawn on the ground and looked at it carefully for a while, and then asked, "Which place do you think it would give us a lot of trouble when marching on our future routes?" Maragi said without hesitation, "The mountain area of the Carduchian. There live the savage and ferocious Carduchians, who won't easily let strangers pass through their lands," but he glanced at Olivos and said quickly, "Your troops are huge, and you have the Persians leading the way, so you should be able to easily get through." "How do you know that we have a huge troops?" Davos asked immediately. "Because before I came in, I saw your camps one after another." Maragi began to tremble. Davos patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't be afraid, you have a good observation. Do you know Tisephrons?" Maragi immediately shook his head, and suddenly thought of something and began to nod his head hard. His voice trembled even more. "I just heard that because he used Toto accuse our lord, Cyrus, of rebellion, was almost beheaded." Davos looked at him, and he was avoiding Davos' gaze with guilt. "There is still a problem." Davos regained his gaze and seriously asked, "Until where on the road will we be able to leave the jurisdiction of the Persian royal family?" Maragi was eager to please Davos, and so he carefully thought about it and drew a circle on the sketch here. After Mespila 1, Mespila, Davos looked at the pattern on the ground. Mespila was the former capital of Assyria, Nineveh. After passing it, the next place is the Carduchians, Maragi emphasized. Davos nodded. "Are you familiar with the Carduchians?" "Not really. I just did business with them by exchanging food for their mountain goods," Maragi said with an angry look on his face. "But they are dishonest savages who often don't pay. They will also hurt you and steal something." Davos listened carefully, then he turned to Matinus and said, "Take his family to the supply unit and let Mercis look after them, but you must tell Mercis not to abuse him and his family and not to turn them into slaves." As soon as he finished talking, Maragi threw himself down on his knees. I beg you, let me and my family go. I already said everything. Please let us go." "It seems that you can understand Greek, but pretended that you didn't," Davos said. Maragi had no excuse this time and just burst into tears. "In fact, it's for your own good that I didn't release you and your family. Do you know that your lord the king's brother, Cyrus the Younger, had died in battle?" Maragi suddenly stopped crying, and the hands holding Davos' legs also lost strength. He then asked weakly, "His Highness Cyrus really died? Actually, you have already guessed it, didn't you? Otherwise, how can Tisephrons bring us here and allowed us to pillage your village? Because it was the punishment for Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. I believe this punishment won't be the last time. I fear that all the people close to him can't escape, right?" Maragi was paralyzed on the ground and lost his senses. Matinus pulled and dragged him. "This person isn't like an ordinary merchant." Helos watched as Maragi got dragged and said to Davos, "You are right." Davos nodded. The family living in a dilapidated house, but hid a lot of gold, silver, and gorgeous clothes. He is also proficient in Greek and knew so many things, and the only thing that made him and his wife like an ordinary Persian merchant was their temperament. Perhaps he is a relative of Cyrus the Younger or his royal merchant. After knowing that Cyrus the Younger rebelled, he fled to a remote village in his territory to escape disaster. If it wasn't for the village head giving him away, he would have missed a big fish. Davos thought happily, while he has selectively forgotten how he had tortured the village head and his family. He said to Helos, squad leader, "I have to trouble you to once again emphasize to Mercis that no one is allowed to harass his family. He is very useful to us. Now that Cyrus the Younger is dead, I want him to truly join us." Davos' leadership in the squad was already established, which made everyone present not surprised on how a soldier gave an order to his squad leader. "All right." Helos stepped out of the tent without hesitation. "It's my honor to be of help," Pickers humbly said. Davos pulled out 2 drachmas and shoved them into his hands. Thisthies Pickers tried to decline. Pickers no longer declined after he heard what he said. He then stuffed the silver coins and said, "You can rest assured that I also don't like that guy. I promised to Hades that I won't say a word about it." Pickers made a keep his mouth shut gesture and excitedly said, "Next time you have this kind of work, you can just call me. I definitely can't leave you out." Davos laughed. After Pickers left the tent, Georgris immediately asked with concern, "Pickers is a Persian translator of Menon. Can we trust him? I heard that whenever Menon meets someone who speaks Persian, Pickers doesn't have anything to do. On the contrary, Menno often use him as a laborer. He would be too foolish if he offend us, and besides, he will earn some money." Olivos chimed in. After he woke up, he knew that he almost went to hell and immediately thanked Davos, who knew that Davos responded to him coldly and realized something, so he had been quiet until now. But as soon as he spoke, the tent fell into a brief silence. "Davos, how did you know that the Persian merchant buried his money in the yard?" Georgris suddenly asked. Davos understood that Georgris wanted to liven up the atmosphere and said, "It's very simple. When we captured Maragi, I found that he wasn't only worried that we would take advantage of his wife and daughter." Davos said this and glanced at Olivos. His gaze kept sneaking a glance at the old tree in the yard from time to time, and so I went over and took a closer look. There I found a spot under the tree with a different color, and it was a new soil. Of course, I have some suspicion, but I didn't scare him that much. That guy was too timid and voluntarily confessed. Several people praised Davos' meticulousness, especially Olivos, who spoke the loudest. Davos then said to Georgris, "This money is of great use to us. You need to go to the supply unit every day to check it out. Don't let that fatty take advantage, okay?" After the Greek mercenaries plundered many times, the marching formation of the mercenaries became even larger and bulky. For the next few days, just as what Maragi had said, the mercenary troops had been marching along the right bank of the Tigris River, then crossed the river to reach the city, Gani. They managed to get another adequate supply in here. But the suspicion of the Greek mercenary soldiers against the Persians became more serious, and new rumors continued to spread among the troops, which leads to increased conflict between the soldiers of the two armies after they camp. When they finally reached Zapata's river, there was a large-scale conflict between the soldiers, and more than 100 soldiers on both sides held weapons and fought, killing and injuring more than 10 people. If the leaders of both sides had not arrived in time and sent troops to separate the two sides, then the result would have been unimaginable. This led the marching to be cancelled the next day, and the soldiers in each unit were restricted from leaving their camp. The constant march these days made Davos both physically and mentally exhausted. They seldom had free time, and so they all slept deeply. Mercis, who was in the supply unit, seized this moment to slaughter some of the looted animals and made smoked sausages. Just as Davos woke up, Antonios got into the tent and looked anxiously. Davos, Menon, Clearchus, Proxenus, and the other leaders went to the Persian camp to negotiate. What? Davos was startled. I heard that after the incident last night, Clearchus immediately went to see Tisiphorns to negotiate, hoping to eliminate the suspicions of mutual distrust and to avoid the recurrence of such hostilities. Perhaps the two sides had a good conversation that made Clearchus to directly spend the night in the Persian camp. He returned safely this morning and sent people to inform the other leaders to follow him to the Persian camps to have further talks with Tisiphorns. It was said that many soldiers and officers of the other mercenary team opposed their decision, but the leaders eventually reached an agreement and they are about to leave. Antonios quickly spoke about what had happened. Why was nobody in our camp notify us of this? Helos asked strangely. Menno didn't consult with others and quietly brought the two captain, Capes and Merstick, Antonios said with an awkward look. He knew it in his heart that after the last collective forced incident, most of the officers and soldiers were no longer willing to obey Menon's order, and after Menon lost his prestige, he no longer wanted to discuss it with them anymore and therefore directly sought out the two captain who are still willing to listen to him. Antonios did not explain it in details and said, "I just heard the noise of the soldiers of the nearby Socrates camp, and only then did I know about it after asking them." "Who are the ones that are going?" Davos stood up, he then dressed quickly and asked seriously. Antonio's heart thumped after he saw Davos' expression, which confirmed the uneasiness he felt. Clearchus, Proxenus, Meno, Socrates, Ages, these 5 leaders and more than a dozen captains. Faster, faster, take me to them before it's too late. Davos put on a linen and anxiously pulled Antonios out, followed by Helos. One Mespila was the capital of the former Assyrian Empire. Its other name are Nineveh back in the Assyrian Empire period and Mosul modern day. The soldiers guarding the gate of the camp look at Davos and Antonios as they directly pass them, and only after Helos did they try to stop them. Davos had no time to heed their shout and followed Antonios as he ran north. After running for a while, he then saw a group of people ahead. Clearchus was having a conversation with the Persian king's younger brother, Ostanes, who came to meet with them, when they suddenly heard a shout from behind, "Stop! Stop! This is a conspiracy." A conspiracy of the Persians, the 5 leaders and more than a dozen captains, plus 200 soldiers escorting them who intends to go to the market when they passed by it, were shocked and immediately stopped to look back. Davos rushed to them, faced with the many gazes that were strangely staring at him. He said it loudly while he panted, "This is a conspiracy. Tisiphorns is ready to kill all of you. If we do not have a leader, we will fall into chaos which will lead to the annihilation of the whole mercenary troops." Several leaders subconsciously looked at the Persian envoy, Ostanes. Ostanes pointed angrily at Davos and shouted, "Who is he? How dare he say such thing? It was you who asked for the talks." Tisiphorns just responded to the request of Clearchus and treated him warmly. "Is this how you repay the Persian general, Tisiphorns? This is not only an insult to him. It is even more insulting to our king. I will leave, and I will report this to Tisiphorns and suggest that he report it to his majesty, so that his majesty will cancel the agreement with you Greeks." Several leaders hurriedly stopped his horse and even apologized. Davos didn't think that this meeting was the request of Clearchus, nor did he give much thought to it, and said eagerly, "Even if the meeting resumes, not all the leaders and captains should go to the Persian camp. We have all been on guard against the Persians. Who knows whether Tisafran's being friendly to us for 10 days is to lessen our vigilance? Have you forgotten his previous treachery? As soon as Davos stopped talking, Menon jumped out and vented his resentment for these 10 days. Audacious madman, shameless liar. Not only did you deceive the soldiers in my camp, but you also incited them to oppose me. Now you want to destroy the peace between us and the Persians. You want to make everyone unable to go home. Someone catch him for me. However, none of the soldiers obeyed his orders. Firstly, he had only 2 captains with him and didn't bring other followers. Secondly, some of the soldiers recognized that Davos was the rumored god's favorite in Menon's camp for quite some time, so they started talking in low voices. At first, several of the leaders who heard Davos' words hesitated, who knew that Menon's scolding immediately made them disgusted of Davos. Despite his bad character, Menon and them have been working together for quite a long time, and several leaders also knew that his ability wasn't weak. An ordinary soldier actually dared to oppose his leader, which was undoubtedly a big taboo for the leaders. Clearchus had different ideas. He was surprised to think that Menon had found a soldier to act here and wanted to destroy the meeting. Because there was another purpose of the meeting, Tisafran's promised him that he was willing to openly point out the one that was communicating with the Persian army and creating rumors among the mercenaries. Clearchus had been speculating that it was Menon. Because Menon had always openly competed with him for the command of the Greek mercenaries since they entered Persia, and he has currently been staying with Arius, who was already close to Tisafran's, and he had many secret meetings with Socrates and Agis, which is definitely in order to oppose him. This time, he must expose this vile character in public, and thus consolidate his command, because he firmly believes that only he could bring the mercenaries back to Greece intact. This is also why he hated the Persians, but had to endure this humiliation and the burden of peace talks with Persia, and he also hated anyone who tries to destroy the unity of the team. So he immediately pushed the boat along the river and said, now that Menon had already said it, take this clown and send him back to the camp to be locked up. We'll judge him once we get back. Clearchus marched northward. Proxenus slightly hesitated and followed. Menon heavily spit on Davos' face and proudly shouted, when I return, you are dead. After that, he laughed while moving forward. Most of the soldiers also followed their leader, and only a handful of soldiers who had heard of Davos' miracle remained in their place. Davos didn't care about Menon at the moment. He was pressed to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He struggled and shouted in the direction where the leaders left, Clearchus, you fool. Your stubbornness will not only harm you, but also the whole mercenary troops. You will regret it. Oh right, you might not have the time to regret it. However, his cursing did not bring back Clearchus, and the figures of the leaders grew farther and farther away and blurred. Finally, Davos calmed down and sat down on the ground. Previously, he thought that Clearchus was a famous general and should be very clear-headed, but he was so stubborn that he doesn't listen to any opinions. In fact, Davos did not know that most Spartan men are conservative and stubborn, and once they made up their mind, they often do not look back. The most famous one was the Spartan strategos in the Battle of Plataea I. Before the battle, the Greek coalition commander ordered the troops to retreat, but a Spartan strategos thought that retreating in front of the enemy would be against the Spartan tradition, and refused to retreat even after many persuasions, which made the Spartan troops lag behind the formation and almost led to their defeat. The advance party continued to move forward, while the soldiers escorting Davos pushed him back. Instead, the soldiers who were left behind introduced themselves and comforted Davos. At this time, Antonios got free and asked Davos, are the leaders really in danger? The sheep negotiating with the wolf, what good results will it lead? Davos sighed. Such deception were countless throughout the history of ancient and modern China and foreign countries. The success of Tisafran's strategy was mainly due to their illusion about the peace talks, while the others trusted Clearchus more than their fear of their own safety. Or that his influence was still not enough. What should we do? Antonios was slightly nervous. What to do? Of course it is to help ourselves. Davos suddenly remembered Xenophon. Why did he boast that he led the retreat in his book? It was because of the more than 20 mercenary leaders and captains were killed, and the entire Greek mercenary leadership faced a change. Thinking of this, he threw aside his frustration and renewed his spirit fast. Let's go back. Along the way, Menon added fuel to Proxenus as they talked about Davos' misdeed, which succeeded in arousing their anger. He then secretly hid his excitement. This time, I can completely get rid of this huge trouble. Before arriving at the Persian camp, most of the soldiers that were going to the market bid farewell to their leaders. Entering the Persian camp, Clearchus saw the same scene as he saw when he left here yesterday, and some relaxed Persian soldiers looked at them curiously and talked to each other about, why are there so many Greek barbarians coming to our camp? Such things instead made Clearchus and the rest at ease. When they arrived at Tisafran's tent, Ostanes went in and informed, the 5 leaders can come in, while the others need to wait outside the tent temporarily. Clearchus was the first to enter. The light inside was dim. He squinted his eyes and found that there were many people inside the tent. He was shocked, and before he could react, he heard a shout capture him. One battle of Plataea was the final land battle during the Second Persian invasion of Greece. It took place in 479 BC near the city of Plataea in Boeotia, and was fought between an alliance of the Greek city-states including Sparta, Athens, Corinth, and Megara, and the Persian Empire of Xerxes I allied with Boeotians, Thessalians, and Macedonians. More than 20 strong men rushed out on both sides, and Clearchus and the 4 mercenary leaders fell to the ground and were immediately tied with ropes. The captains and the soldiers waiting outside the entrance were also surrounded by heavily armed Persians, who cut down the unarmed Greeks with sharp blades, spears, and large shields. "Satrap, congratulations, your plan was successful." There was a wild laughter inside the tent. The candle was lit and the light was restored. Clearchus saw 3 people in the center of the tent, Tissaphernes, Orontes, and Ostanes, laughing proudly, and he screamed in anger, "Tissaphernes, you mean and shameless villain. You deceive us with lies, slaughtered my soldiers, and you broke your oath to your supreme god, Ahura Mazda, when you signed the contract. Are you not afraid of the wrath of your gods? Are you not afraid that your king will suffer from tens of thousands of people cursing? Are you not afraid of the disaster that will come to your family?" With a smile on his face, Tissaphernes took a glass of wine from his attendant. He carefully tasted it and walked up to the mercenary leader, before he slowly said, "Clearchus, let me tell you something. Our great king had already returned to Persepolis the day after the death of Cyrus the Younger. Of course, he has never given any instructions about peace talks with you, which I just made up to deceive you as for whether the gods will punish me. You don't have to worry, since they wouldn't. He said it in an aggravated tone. Mazda will reward me for capturing and killing a group of savages who invaded Persian territory and massacred Persian people. Oh, I will also tell you one more thing. Those rumors were ordered by me." Seeing the horror on Clearchus' look, he was in a happy mood and drank all the wine in his glass. Proxenus spit at him, but he dodged it. "Liar, coward," Proxenus shouted. Tissaphernes was not angry and proudly said, "Liar, lying, no, no, no. I would rather call it wisdom. Unlike you Greek savages who only knows how to fight, we Persians prefer to use our brains to find ways that will cost us less in exchange for greater victory, just like how I made you less alert by negotiating a truce. Of course, I know that you will still be vigilant, but once you get used to this kind of peace and stability, you don't want to go back to the tense and hostilities of the past, and so you want to work hard to maintain peace. Therefore, I deliberately sent soldiers to clash with your mercenaries, swearing, fighting, and then spreading rumors so that you won't doubt me. Then who will you doubt?" Tissaphernes' eyes swept over the captured leaders and ridiculed them. "I guess it was Menon, isn't that right? You see, I know all the dirty things inside your camp, and I also know that you are a very responsible leader, Clearchus. The more conflict between the 2 armies, the more worried you will be, and on the contrary, you will come to my place to negotiate on your own initiative. Oh look, you did not only came to my place on your own initiative, but also sent me a big gift. Stop talking nonsense and kill us if you want." Clearchus shouted while his face turned red. "Lord Tissaphernes, forgive me. Please spare my life." Menon struggled and pleaded, "Even if you let me become your slave, as long as you forgive me. I'll go and persuade those foolish mercenaries and let them surrender to you. I can also subjugate Asia Minor for you. I am willing to do anything for you. I am just asking for you to spare my life." "Anything." Tissaphernes blinked as if he was interested. "Go bark like a dog first." Woof, woof, woof. Menon actually barked. Oh, this is the Greek savages. The Persians in the tent were all happy. "Menon, you shut up." Clearchus was ashamed and scolded Menon. Menon turned a deaf ear. He simply knelt down and looked at Tissaphernes with pleasure. "Very good, very good." Tissaphernes smiled, clapped his hands, and walked toward Menon. Menon curled both his hands, sat on the ground, spitting out his tongue and barking happily. Tissaphernes came up to him and gave him a sly smile. He then quickly pulled out his sword and slashed down Menon's neck. In the shouts of everyone, blood gushed out and the head of Menon rolled to the ground, with his face solidified a shocked look. "Idiot, you thought that I didn't know that you were desperately swearing at me in front of Cyrus the Younger and took the initiative to attack my house." Tissaphernes stepped on Menon's head with his left foot, and his face got splashed with blood and was cold as ice. The 4 leaders were sullen as they looked at the headless body on the ground. Even Clearchus, who always held a grudge against Menon, had grief on his face. They felt sad for the death of their own comrade. "Place this man's head on a jar with saltpeter, and immediately escort it to Persepolis along with the 4 criminals, so that His Majesty can personally judge them," Tissaphernes ordered. After the 4 mercenary leaders were taken out, Socrates mournfully regretted, "I wish I had listened to that young man." Clearchus was expressionless and said nothing. "Arius asks to see you, my lord. Let him come in." Arius walked inside the tent and saw a shocking pool of blood on the ground. As soon as he slowed down, he heard Tissaphernes say, "That is the blood of Menon. I just cut off his head with a sword." Rashnu knows the god of judgment of good and evil in Persian mythology, that that this is the punishment he deserves. Arius hurriedly said, looking at Tissaphernes, who had a playful smile, and immediately said, Lord Satrap, I have sent the cavalry to kill all the Greeks who are wandering outside their camp, as you have ordered. Very well, I will report your merits to his majesty. Tissaphernes understood that for the troops of Cyrus the Younger, he had to deter them as well as get close with them. After all, they are nearly 10,000 troops, and when he returns to Asia Minor, he had to rely on these local Persian nobles. Now that the main leaders of the Greek mercenaries have been taken down, those foolish Greeks are probably in a panic and don't know what to do. You and Ostens go to the Greek camps and try to get the Greeks to surrender. Antonios hoped that the soldiers would escort Davos to Menon's camp, because no one in there dared to do anything to Davos. Davos refused and obeyed the soldiers' request and went to Clearchus' camp. Because it is the vanguard troops, the camp were also located in the northernmost part and close to the Persians, so that he could easily get information immediately. He asked Helos to call Xenophon and let Antonios return to Menon's camp to prepare himself. Then he thought of something and pulled over Matinus and whispered to him. Matinus then looked at him with amazement and finally nodded. As they watched Helos leave, Davos suppressed the tension in his heart as they headed for Clearchus' camp. The soldiers who escorted him could not help but ask, is Clearchus really in danger? Davos asked, who is in charge of your camp in the absence of Clearchus? The captain of the first unit, Timasian. Then you'd better go and tell him to be ready for defense. While Davos was talking, the guard of the camp screamed in shock and pointed at the front. Look, the Persian cavalry. Davos and the soldiers looked back together and saw countless Persian cavalry galloping back and forth hundreds of meters in front of the camp, stirring up the dust all over the sky and shouting from time to time in the dusty fog. The soldiers looked nervously at Davos. Despite the fact that his guess came true, Davos didn't have a trace of joy. The war is finally coming, and he was also nervous. Fast, get back to the camp. He called the soldiers accompanying him to quickly enter the camp and close the gate. At this time, a soldier came out of the dust fog ahead, running while covering his bleeding abdomen with one hand and stumbled. The guards and Davos immediately rushed forward and returned to the camp with him. We were on our way to the market. The Persian cavalry then suddenly rushed toward us. Many of our brothers died. Ajas go and inform Agiash is in danger, the wounded soldier weakly said. Davos saw the huge wound in the man's abdomen and he could even see the intestines inside. He knew that the man's life was slim, but he couldn't bear to just give up. He then said to the soldiers besides him, bring him to the field hospital in Menon's camp as soon as possible and tell them that Davos sent him. Field hospital? Oh, I know, someone answered, so the soldiers carried the wounded soldier and was ready to go through south of Clearchus' camp. The others looked at Davos, not knowing what to do. Davos anxiously said to them, quickly inform the officers of each camp that the Persians violated their promises and massacred the Greek soldiers. I am afraid that the leaders who went to have a meeting have been captured by the Persians, and so they have assembled their soldiers and were ready for a battle. The soldiers immediately rushed to their respective camps. Davos, what happened? At this time, Xenophon arrived at the gate of the camp. Davos quickly told him about the summary of what happened. Xenophon looked gloomy and his eyes were filled with regret. I had also previously persuaded Proxenus, but he didn't listen, and I did not insist on persuading him. I'm afraid that Proxenus has already. Xenophon's trembling voice sobbed. Davos nodded silently. Xenophon looked at the Persian cavalry galloping ahead and said loudly, we should immediately call the entire mercenary troops. We need to attack the Persian camp and rescue Proxenus. That is not a good idea. Along with the voice came a sturdy middle-aged man. Although the soldiers fought with the Persians a lot of times previously, but we had been peacefully camping with them during this time. Now you're suddenly going to war with the Persians. The soldiers can't adapt immediately, let alone sieging the Persian camp. At least we should get rid of the Persian cavalry in front, and maybe we can save some of the soldiers that are outside. Davos reminded. The man glanced at him and asked, who are you? Davos, a soldier under Menon. What we need to do is a matter for the officers. We don't need a soldier to teach us. The man yelled angrily. Davos wasn't interested to continue talking. Xenophon, you immediately go back to your camp and inform Agasias to immediately bring the troops. He once more ordered Xenophon. Xenophon responded and turned and left. Davos immediately followed him and asked Xenophon who that man is, and now knew that he is the adjutant of Clearchus, Timasian. Clearchus' troops slowly gathered. The soldiers were wearing their armor while they slowly came out of their tents, and they were still chatting with each other. Obviously, they did not know the danger they were facing. Timasian was so anxious that he beat and scolded them again till he managed to gather around 500 soldiers. While Davos and Xenophon had not yet left Clearchus' camp, the officers from the other camps have arrived with a small number of soldiers. They were Cleaner of Agis' camp, Xanthicles of Socrates' camp, Agasias of Proxenus, while Menon's camp had the largest number of people, including his adjutant Phalcius. The captains Antonios and Capos, of course Helos' squad, were also among the soldiers. Their arrival made Davos relieved. After the meeting, some of the officers still doesn't know what happened, and several captains headed by Antonios of Menon's camp asked Davos to tell them what happened, because he had witnessed the whole thing. Some of the officers headed by Timasian were surprised at how Davos, who was just an ordinary young soldier, had been greatly respected by the officers of Menon's camp. The others looked at Davos curiously, because some of the soldiers who went back started to preach without restraint, saying Davos of Menon's camp was favored by the gods and had tried to prevent Clearchus and the others from going to the Persian camp, but the leaders did not listen to his oracle, which resulted to this disaster, and it soon became known to everyone. Therefore, Davos, facing the complex gazes of everyone, had calmly go through what had happened and briefly explain it. The officers of each camp quickly reached an agreement to immediately drive out the Persian cavalry in front of the camp so that the soldiers outside can smoothly come back. The soldiers began to line up and Davos returned to Hilo's team. At this time, Antonios, who was in front of the formation, shouted, "Davos, come to the front." Davos was stunned. Then Kapos also began to shout, "Go." Hilos gave him a nudge of encouragement and his teammates looked at him excitedly. Davos understood. His heart beat faster, but he did not refuse, and with great effort, he pushed forward and the soldiers took the initiative to open a way for him. "Your position is here." Antonios pulled him to the left side of Falcius. This is the front of Menon's troops, and seriously said to him, "We might have to negotiate with the Persians later, so we will need your guidance." Antonios once more said to Falcius, "Phile, take care of him for us." Falcius answered without hesitation, "Don't worry about it." For the first time, when standing in the position of the phalanx commander, Davos was both excited and somewhat forced. He then turned his head and looked at Falcius, who was also looking at him and giving him a gentle smile. Previously, Davos had had several contacts with Falcius and learned something about him through Antonios and the others. Davos had a preliminary impression of Falcius. This 45-year-old Thessalian is a good old man who knew military affairs well and doesn't like to fight for fame and wealth. If you think about it, you can see that Menon, who has a strong desire to control things, will certainly not choose an equally ambitious person as his adjutant, due to how he often goes out to meet Persian dignitaries in order to accept some mercenary tasks, and the affairs in the camp must be presided over and must be handled by someone for a long time. There is also the danger that the soldiers will only recognize the adjutant and not him, therefore. He carefully chose the good-tempered Falcius as his adjutant. At this time, it was without a doubt that Davos had it easy, because Falcius had no objection to a young man standing in the position of a commander, and his attitude was very friendly. The Greek mercenaries in front of the camp had about 700 hoplites and 200 peltaste. The hoplites was in front and the peltaste at the rear, and with the sound of a bugle, the formation began to move forward slowly. The Persian cavalry didn't come up, but they instead retreated, and the stifling sound started to fade, and the dust in front was gradually dissipating. Every now and then, dusty Greek soldiers ran back to the camp, but there were a lot more corpses of their comrades on the ground. Their grief and fear was increasing. "The enemy is coming," Falcius quietly said. They saw Persian troops appearing ahead and slowly approached them. Davos was nervous and excited. Was his first battle about to begin? When the two armies were about 200 meters apart, a group of cavalry rushed out from the opposite side and came to the front of the Greek army and shouted it in Greek. The Greeks on the opposite side listened. "Let your officers and the captains come up and listen to the decree of the king." There was a commotion in the Greek phalanx, and the officers whispered to each other, but none of them came forward. The impression of the soldiers who had just been attacked was too deep, and the previous violations of the Persians were alarming. The Persians shouted again, and the Greek army was still calm. At this moment, a man stepped out of the mercenary troops, armed with a copper shield and a spear, and slowly walked forward without hesitation. "Who is that?" "He is courageous. That is the Davos from our camp. He is favored by Hades." "Is that true?" "Oh, he is so young." The soldiers were curiously talking about him, while the officers were still hesitating. Falcius caught up to him. He promised Antonios that he would keep Davos safe. Then Xenophon also stepped out of the troops. How could he fall behind if Davos, who was younger, dared to move forward? What a mess! Timasian scolded in order to hide his embarrassment and move forward. Subsequently, more than a dozen officers such as Xanthicles, Cleaner, and Agasias also moved forward one after another. Davos did so not because he was afraid of the Persian cavalry's attack, but because he knew that when the mercenaries was in great trouble and the soldiers were panicking, only those who dared to take a risk and take the responsibility could be supported by the soldiers and might even forget that they was young and inexperienced. He walked unhurriedly and was always taking a glimpse at both sides, and when he saw that the other officers were catching up, he was slightly relieved. Only then did he find that the hand that was holding the spear was full of sweat. As he approached the Persian cavalry, Falcius told Davos that the Persians in front of him were Areus, Artausus, and Mithridates. The three of them were the most trusted subordinates of Cyrus the Younger. Another Persian that Davos knew was the former Persian envoy Ostanes. The officers stopped about 20 meters from the Persian cavalry. "Please come closer." Arius pointed at his horse. The officers did not move. Ostanes couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Are the Greeks so timid?" "Because the Persians have repeatedly violated their oath, therefore we can no longer trust the Persians anymore," Xenophon retorted. "Yes, the Persians are shameless villains, they can even deceive their god." Cleaner scolded angrily, his words resonated with the other officers. "Please keep quiet, listen carefully to the decree of the king." Arius shouted, "That is your king, not ours. If you still want to read it, then we will go back." Davos also shouted, "We Greeks are free, unlike you Persians who are slaves to your king." Timaean said it sarcastically and pridefully. Arius was so angry that his nose got crooked. He then turned to look at Ostanes and Ostanes nodded at him. He helplessly unfolded the papyrus in his hand and loudly read it. "All of you Greeks, I, Artaxerxes, the Persian king, the king of all races, declared that Clearchus had violated the oath of alliance and destroyed the truce. Therefore the gods had punished him. Proxenus, Menon, Agis, Socrates, the other four leaders had accused him of conspiracy and are now being treated with great courtesy by my satrap, Tisiphornes. In order to prevent such terrible betrayal from happening again on your way home, and also for the sake of safety, Arius increased his voice and solemnly said, I ask that all the Greek soldiers to hand over your weapons, because the money for these weapons came from Cyrus the Younger who had rebelled, and his money came from the Persian treasury, which belonged to me. Surrender your weapons, and I swear to the supreme god Mazda that I will ensure your smooth arrival in Ionia. Ha ha ha." Davos laughed loudly, the wolves trying to scam a deer to be their friend in order to eat them. The wolves who have tasted the benefit also wants to trick all the other deers into breaking their horns so that the wolves can safely and daringly enjoy their meat. Ha ha ha, how foolish a man must be to fall into such a trap once more. Or do you mean to say that your king have a problem with his head? Audacious. Arius pointed angrily at Davos. You'll be burned by insulting the king. Enough, Arius, you shameless vile man. And some of you were the few of the closest comrades of Cyrus the Younger. Are you not ashamed in front of the gods? Cleaner pointed to Arius, Artausus, and Mithridates and shouted angrily, You have sworn to the gods that we would be allies against the Persian king, but now you have betrayed us and even cooperated with the inhumane vile man, Tisiphornes, and not only did you deceive Clearchus, but you also tried to sell out the rest of us. Knowing what you had done, Cyrus the Younger will curse you, even in hell. Arius unnaturally shrank his neck and subconsciously glanced at Ostanes, who was next to him, who acted like he had nothing to do with him, which forced him to say it again. His Highness really wants to send you back home safely, because the rebel, Cyrus the Younger, has already received the most fair punishment, and you were all just deceived by him. The mercy of the king doesn't want to let the Persian land to suffer another senseless war. However, after the report of Proxenus and the rest, Clearchus began to conspire against Lord Tisiphornes and the Persian army more than a dozen days ago, and spread rumors in an attempt to alienate the Greeks from the Persians. We have taken actions against him. Since you said that Proxenus has exposed Clearchus and received your reward, then let them come here, which will naturally resolve our suspicions, and as the leaders, they can also make better suggestions for the reconciliation between us. Xenophon was still trying to save Proxenus. That's right, let our leaders come here and we will then trust you, the officers loudly shouted. Proxenus, they accepted the feast that Lord Tisiphornes prepared and are already drunk, so Arius stutteringly said. Ostanes got slightly impatient and said, His Highness has ordered that you hand over your weapons immediately, in order to ensure your safe return, otherwise we will not provide you any more help. Ares, us Greek warriors will never abandon our weapons and be slaughtered by others. Timaean hit his bronze shield with his spear and screamed. Whoever wants to take our weapons will need to fight us for it, Cleaner yelled. Proxenus and the rest couldn't come, is not because they were drunk, but because they have been killed by you, right? Xenophon sadly said, and wanted to force Arius to tell the truth by seriously saying the result, but he didn't expect that he would arouse the anger of the officers. The Persians want to kill all of us, revenge for our leaders. The enraged officers surrounded Arius, and when Ostanes noticed that the situation was turning bad, he turned his horse around and fled. Arius then followed them back. After running for a while, Ostanes looked back and saw that he was far away from the Greeks. He remembered how he got frightened away by a group of barbarians and was ashamed and angry, so he shouted, Greeks, you have missed your best chance and soon you will regret it. I don't know who will be the one regretting it. Xenophon unyieldingly answered. Watching the Persian cavalry leave, everyone was worried and it was certain that the mercenary leaders won't have a good end. The Persians had torn their faces. What should they do now? Surrender to the Persians. Even the Persian king's brother, Cyrus the Younger, got his head and hands brutally cut off, and most of the officers did not think that their fate would be a lot better after surrendering. Either they are killed or become a slave. For this choice, it was unacceptable for the officers, nor can they accept it. Otherwise, they had to fight the Persians again in this strange land. Now they were led by the Persians on a route that they have never traveled before, thousands of miles away from their home. They can only feel their way forward without the help of the Persians, and they do not know how many hostile tribes and villages they have to face, but they also have to be prepared for the attack of the Persian army. The most distressing thing was that the Persian can't fight against them head-on, but they also can't catch up with the Persians, and once they fail, the entire mercenary troops might get destroyed. It was because of these difficulties that everyone was depressed and didn't know what to do. When they left the camp, the soldiers still had some spirit, but when they returned to their camp, they sighed and looked worried. Returning to the camp, when the officers in charge of the units gathered again, Davos naturally followed Philesius and participated in the discussion. Of course, as a newcomer, he seldom talked and was mostly observing these officers. In a heated debate, they are more likely to expose their personality: the grumpy Timasian, the shrewd cleaner, the prudent Xanthicles, and Agasha, who has a good relationship with the other officers. Xenophon was much more active. He not only had many heated arguments with the others, but also agitatedly said, "Everyone, Clearchus and the rest have been captured by the Persians. We must immediately elect new leaders to replace them." Then convened a general assembly for the whole mercenary troops in order to renew the determination of the soldiers to fight the Persians and their confidence that we can return home on our own. Otherwise, leaving the chaos to go on like this will result in our demise before the Persians even attack. Davos thought that Xenophon was right. Although he had just started his military career, he had been a village official in his previous life, and he was also the leader of a high-tech development zone and had managed more than 10,000 men. Therefore, he knew the importance of uniting their thoughts and inspiring confidence in a group. Timasian seemed to resent Xenophon's excessive display. He did not look at Xenophon at all and turned to face the others and said, "Don't worry, Cherisophis I will be back soon." One Cherisophis was a Spartan general who fought with the 10,000 under Cyrus the Younger. Yes, let's discuss it again once Cherisophis arrives. As soon as he mentioned Cherisophis, everyone's expressions became obviously more relaxed, which made Davos curious and asked Xenophon in a low voice, "Who is Cherisophis?" Davos immediately responded and said in surprise, "You mean, Cherisophis was sent by the Spartan. He is an Ephor, one of Sparta. I heard that he brought 700 Spartan hoplites and joined Cyrus the Younger at that time. He did not know that Cyrus the Younger was going to rebel. When he found out, it was already too late, so he and his troops kept a low profile in the mercenaries, but many high-ranking officers knew his identity," Xenophon said gloatingly. Davos knew why Xenophon had such an expression, because he was an Athenian. He previously heard Xenophon introduce the Ephors of Sparta. Unlike the other Greek city-states overseer, the Spartan system of ephorate was unique because they held great powers. They can supervise the citizens, judge the Perioikoi, punish the helots, enjoy the highest civil authority and criminal judicial authority. They can monitor the king's every moves with a vigilant gaze. They have the right to indict a king and might get summoned for a trial at any time. Moreover, the Spartan ephors can only be held by civilians. Every autumn, 5 ephors were elected by lot by the citizens over the age of 30. A command will be issued when they enter their post, requiring every citizen to shave of their mustache and beard, which complied with their national law. This shows the importance Sparta attaches to the ephors. According to Xenophon, because of Sparta's ephorate, Sparta wasn't regarded as a tyrant state by the other city-states due to the civilians were holding authority. There was such an important person hidden in the Greek mercenary. He was probably the only strategos in the mercenary that held an official status and was also a Spartan. The former Spartan Clearchus was a deserter and was sentenced to death by the Spartan government, and this upcoming Spartan warrior was a real Spartan, and he also brought along 700 Spartan warriors of his same kind. He was about to see those ancient Spartan warriors who were popular all over the world in his previous life. Davos, while he eagerly awaits, maliciously thought, will they wear red underpants? While waiting for Cherisophis, the temporary leaders of these camps were not idle. They invited the officers of each camps to participate in the discussion, from the rank of a squad leader to the rank of a captain. There were more than 200 people in the tent, and because there wasn't much room for so many people inside the tent, so they all sat down in a big circle in the open space of Clearchus camp. It wasn't long after everyone had arrived that Cherisophis had arrived. Early in the morning, Cherisophis went to a nearby village to prepare with his soldiers. The village was located on the south side of the Greek camp and was therefore not intercepted by the Persian cavalry. When the messenger found him, he was hurrying back and have learned about the things that have happened on his way back. When he came to the meeting place, everyone consciously offered him a spacious space, and he did not hesitate to directly sat on the mat like everyone else and began to look around. It's true that he didn't see the main mercenary leader felt sad thinking whether Clearchus was still alive or dead. He and Clearchus were comrades, who had made many achievements in the war with Athens. He was one of the leading strategos of Sparta, but fled because he could not adapt to peace and refused to obey the orders of Sparta and was then sentenced to death. When Charisophus saw him in the army of Cyrus the Younger, he did not order his men to arrest him. Firstly, he did not want to destroy the cooperation with Cyrus the Younger. Secondly, he cherished their friendship as comrades. His gaze slowly swept through everyone's face and stopped as his gaze landed on a man who has a very young face, in this huge group of officers whose average age was mostly over 30, and this young man shouldn't be older than 20, and he was sitting at the forefront of the officers, so he was very conspicuous. Strangely enough, the attitude of the several people around him were quite respectful of him. The young man looked back at him and nodded with a smile. Charisophus was confused and asked his adjutant in a low voice. His adjutant then asked the others before he answered. The gods favored of Menon's camp. All of his oracle came true. Charisophus frowned. The management of the mercenary is indeed chaotic, letting such a young man with a childish face occupy a high position. Although the Spartans claimed to be descendants of Heracles Hercules, they were not very respectful to the gods. They only believed in their own strength. These old-fashioned and inflexible people doesn't believe in the idea of being young and promising. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a Spartans are not allowed to break away from their collective military life until they are 30 years old, to be independent, to marry, and to hold an important position provisions. Hence, Charisophus had a bad first impression of Davos. In Davos's eyes, the image of Charisophus and his imaginary Spartan warrior was quite different. He wasn't tall and looks ordinary if he didn't have a scar on his face and a sharp gaze that remind others of his status as a soldier. Otherwise, Davos might have think that he was just an ordinary Greek farmer. After the surroundings became quiet, Charisophus began to speak. I already know what happened. Do any of you have suggestions? For a while there were many whispers, but no one stood up to speak. After all, in order for them to express their opinions in the face of more than 200 experienced officers, they not only need courage, but they also need some skills in speaking and insights, which wasn't easy for the poor Greek mercenaries. Davos didn't speak out, not because he was afraid, but because he had been in contact with the officers in charge of the troops. He found himself young and was just an ordinary soldier in this group, and too much arrogance will easily offend them. Therefore, he decided to wait and see what will happen. Finally, Xenophon stood up. Officers, the Persians violated their promises and killed or imprisoned our leaders and brothers, and they even want us to surrender our weapons. Now the fight against the Persians is inevitable. As you have seen, most of the soldiers in the camp who knew about it were confused and afraid. If this situation doesn't change quickly, once the Persians come to attack and our soldiers are needed to fight, they won't be able to show their courage and wave their spears at the enemy. Our whole troops are in danger of getting wiped out. Everyone, you are the officers of the various camps. Usually in peacetime, your salary and status are higher than those ordinary soldiers, and your ability is also stronger than them. Now in the face of danger, the soldiers are pining their hopes on you, and you must show great courage and determination to fight the Persians to death in order to stabilize the mood of the soldiers and boost their confidence. At the same time, we must immediately select people with outstanding ability to serve as the new strategos of the camp, replacing Clearchus with them in managing and restraining the soldiers of the various camps, making good plans and commanding the whole troops to defeat the Persians and smoothly lead us back to Greece. With the protection of Zeus, we will definitely be able to leave Persia. Xenophon's words evoked great reactions of the crowd, and some even applauded. Xenophon was slightly complacent and turned his gaze to Timaean, who had an indifferent expression, then withdraw his gaze. In fact, the Greek mercenaries who are in trouble at this moment have only one choice. Charisophus immediately stood up and said in a decisive and firm tone, "Everyone, we have no time to delay, and according to Xenophon's words, go back to your respective camps and immediately elect your new leaders, and then let them come here for a war council to discuss a plan." He looked around and continued to speak loudly. In the afternoon, we will hold another general assembly for the whole mercenary troops. After that, he turned around and left before the officers could respond. Sure enough, Davos squeezed his fists and followed Antonio's as they stood up. The officers then rushed to their respective camps. One ephors were leaders of ancient Sparta and shared power with the two Spartan kings. The ephors were a council of 5 elected annually who swore on behalf of the city, while the kings swore for themselves. 2 perioik were the members of an autonomous group of free non-citizen inhabitants of Sparta. When Davos and his party returned to Menon's camp, the soldiers were eager to welcome them and asked about the situation. Clearchus, Menon, and the rest have been killed by the Persians, and the Persians want us to surrender, but the officers rejected it. Our fight with the Persians is inevitable. Antonio's deliberately exaggerated the situation. The soldiers became noisy. Although they had been informed by Helos and was already prepared, they still have a slight illusion of peace, but now this last illusion shattered. They panicked, confused, and was at a loss. Now we must immediately elect a new leader to replace Menon and lead us back to Greece, Falcius shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Antonio's nephew, the young man who was saved by Davos, Aesistes, raised his right hand in the crowd and eagerly shouted, "Brothers," who predicted the death of Cyrus the Younger. Davos, Helos took the lead in responding, who invented the smoked sausage to keep us from starving. Aesistes continued to shout, "It's Davos," the soldiers responded, who created the field hospital so that we no longer need to worry about injuries anymore. Davos, the soldiers began to answer in unison, who predicted that the talks with the Persians today were a conspiracy and had tried to stop Menon from their scheme. Davos, the soldiers simultaneously shouted, "Who is the one Hades favored? Who can bless us on our return to Greece?" Davos, the soldiers shouted in unison, who Aesistes pointed at Davos and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Is our new leader. Davos, Davos, Davos." The soldiers of the whole camp shouted excitedly for a long time. Falcius and the captains were suddenly faced with such a scene, and they were somewhat at a loss. They all looked at Davos, and he was also surprised and didn't seem to know anything about it. He caught sight of Matinus and Georgras prancing in the crowd, and he didn't expect Aesistes to lead the soldiers, and the effect was much better than what he had expected. The shouting of the soldiers became louder and louder. The officers had to respond to this, and after an urgent consultation, Falcius came out and he looked at Davos with a complicated expression. He then shouted to the assembled soldiers, "Brothers, are all of you sure you want to choose Davos as our new leader?" "Yes." Under the leadership of Aesistes, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Are there any other candidate?" "No, we need the guidance of the gods." Falcius turned around. Antonios, Capos nodded, then Amintas, Alexis, and the other captains also helplessly nodded. Falcius solemnly shouted, "The gods witnessed, upon the recommendation of the soldiers and the approval of the officers, Davos is now our new leader." The cheers rang out. Davos loosened his clenched fist, and his palm was already sweaty. He breathed a sigh of relief and was overwhelmed with excitement. This period of hard work and efforts were not in vain. He, who was someone from another world, an ordinary young soldier, crossed the ranks of squad leader, captain, and became the leader of more than 1,000 soldiers. Although it was only a mercenary, his dream was realized in a short time, from a chess piece to a chess player. Of course, this also means that he will have to bear heavy responsibility, but compared to dying as a cannon fodder, no matter how big his responsibility is, there is nothing to be afraid of. Faced with the excited faces, he raised his right arm high. Compared with the other camps, Menon's camp suffered the least losses. Because of the lack of cooperation, only 3 officers followed Menon to the Persian camp, and the soldiers immediately elected their successors. Then the soldiers retreated, and the new leader, Davos, and the captains held their first meeting in the tent. Falcius was only the adjutant of Menon. He did not lead the army. Therefore, when the new leader was elected, his position was naturally relieved, so he could only stay outside. Davos looked at the 13 captains, including Antonios, Capos, and many others who he wasn't familiar with. The captains also looked at this young man who was too young to be the new leader, some with expectations, some were just curious, and some simply ignored and talked with themselves. It's not that he had no experience as a leader in his previous life. Therefore, Davos wasn't afraid at all. He faced them with a serious gaze and kept silent for a long time, which made the noise inside the tent from the beginning gradually became quiet. The invisible pressure from the silence that the young man exudes made the captains to seriously face him. This young new leader wasn't modest at all. Alexis and the others opened their mouth in surprise, while Antonios and Capos were infected by his confidence and revealed a smile. "Now, I have decided to let Falcius continue to serve as an adjutant to assist me in the management of military affairs." This proposal temporarily relieved several captains who were worried about Davos' inexperience. Falcius was invited in. He smiled and thanked Davos, then sat down next to Davos. "I decided to set up a medical camp, with Herpes as the medical officer, and he had to attend the important meetings as well. The field hospital of Menon's camp has long been operating independently, but now it is only for formality." Amintas raised an objection. "Physicians can only heal our injured brothers. They won't understand the military meetings they attend, and they have never done anything like that before. This is now a special period." Davos looked at the robust and somewhat ferocious-looking man and said in an irritated tone, "We may encounter a lot of battles in the coming journey. We must protect our medical camp, and at the same time we need to know how many wounded soldiers can be treated by the medical camp. Is there a lack of labor? Is there a shortage of medical supplies? All of these need to be discussed with Herpes." Amintas was stunned. He scratched his head and didn't speak. No one wants their wounded soldiers to be left untreated, and so Davos' proposal was easily passed. I hope that Mercis, who is in the supply unit, will also attend the military meeting, because we need to know if the food is sufficient. Is there enough animals? Davos' second proposal was once more accepted. After all, food was the most important concern for everyone. Besides, there are still their salaries and the money they looted in the supply unit. They of course need to be kept informed and protected. After 3 successful appointments, Davos stopped proposing. At this time, Falcius, who was next to him, touched Davos and said to him. Davos suddenly realized from his words, he also forgot a key position: the herald. Don't underestimate this position. It's up to him to transmit and issue military orders and decree smoothly. Now it's easy to make mistakes in front of everyone, or it is a lack of experience. Sure enough, this candidate has also been successfully recognized by everyone. Antonios went out to call Assistes. After excitedly expressing his gratitude to everyone, Assistes immediately began to perform his duties. He quickly went to call Herpes and Mercis. At this point, all the new officers of Menon's camp have arrived. In order for us and our brothers in the camp to unite, we must first understand the camp's current situation. Therefore, please introduce the personnel and goods under your management. Davos looked around and said. The tent was slightly silent. Antonios was the first to open his mouth, then Kapos, then Alexis. The situation of the supply unit was the most complex, and Mercis was the most talkative. Davos had to remind him to be as brief as possible. Davos listened and took note. After carefully listening to the introduction of everyone, he had a general understanding of the overall situation of Menon's camp. After he organized it a bit, he said, according to your report, we have 10 hoplite units in our camp, with a total of 1,094 soldiers, 4 peltaste units, with a total of 487 soldiers, a total of 1,581 soldiers that have weapons and armor, in good health and no injuries. There are 3 physicians, 6 female slaves, and 2 camels in the medical camp, but apart from Herpes, who is proficient in treating the injured, the other 2 physicians were unable to treat the wounded soldiers independently. In the supply unit, there are 50 guards and 273 slaves, including 198 female slaves and 75 male slaves. Then 29 horses, 18 bulls, 56 sheep, 37 chickens and ducks, and 580 bags of wheat flour, and the remaining money we have for purchasing supplies is a tarrant of silver, 30 minas and 5 drachmas. That is all we have. Davos put down the roll of paper he had used to take note and said to everyone, do you see anything that was left out? The officers were slightly surprised. It is important to know that mercenaries, including the officers, were mostly uneducated, not to mention doing numeric calculations and summarizing by themselves. Mercis clapped his hands. Davos, you're too great. Your ability to calculate is much better than me. Antonios, who was next to him, remembered that Davos was illiterate. He quietly glanced at the roll of paper and was shocked to find that it was full of strange symbols. The officers glanced at each other and added a little bit of recognition of Davos' ability, since there is no objection. Then wait while I go attend the war council of the mercenary leader with Falcius. The captains will go back and inform the soldiers to check their weapons and prepare for battle. In the afternoon, the 10th hoplite unit will be stationed in the camp, while the other units will line up in order to enter the venue for the General Assembly. Because there would be too many people, you must maintain order and prevent riots. Davos finished talking, then looked at Herpes and asked, what's the situation in the medical camp? You need to have a plan since the war is about to start and there will be more wounded soldiers. The clean linen bandages requires more preparation and at least twice as many assistants more than now. From time to time, Herpes consulted Davos about some medical problems, such as, why use fire to heat up the knives used for debridement? Why do you place a piece of cloth dipped in cold water on the forehead of a patient with a fever? Davos' answers were always peculiar and thought-provoking, so Herpes regards Davos as a teacher, and he always has a respectful attitude. Please rest assured that I will do my best to prepare for it when I return. If there are any difficulties, I will definitely come to you for help. You are Asclepius, a god in ancient Greek mythology, the son of Apollo. Of course, we must do our best to help. If there are any medical problems, I can discuss it with you. If you're lacking labor, then the captains can provide some. If there is a lack of things, then you can go find Mercis. Davos laughed. Everyone has also expressed their willingness to help the medical camp. Mercis took the initiative to report to Davos, leader. This morning I had the slaves slaughter some sheep to make a lot of smoked sausages. After a while, I will slaughter the remaining sheep, chickens, and ducks, as well as the extra cattle to make smoked sauce for our march later. What do you think? Mercis, you are our caretaker. We are all at ease because you are the one responsible for the food, am I wrong? Davos said it half-jokingly. Yes, Mercis is very good at managing the supply unit. Antonio said it amiably. Yeah, he charged more expensively. Epiphanes shouted jokingly. Even if I gave it to you for free, you won't be able to enjoy it. You are only interested in boys. Mercis immediately retaliated. Ha ha ha, the crowd laughed and the atmosphere in the tent eased a lot. Falcius, do you have anything to add? Davos finally asked his adjutant. Falcius, who was facing a leader much younger than himself, was somewhat strained, so he coughed twice and said, I have 2 questions that I hope will make you leader to pay attention. First, since we are about to fight the Persians, will our next marching route change? If so, where should we go? The second, or previously, our troops had been serving as the rearguard of the whole mercenary troops. Now that we are going to start a war, if we serve as the rearguard once more, our troops will suffer too much. Falcius is right, we can't be the rearguard anymore. Rest assured that I will raise this questions at the War Council and will strive for it. As for the marching route, I think it will be decided at the War Council, because this is the most important issue. Davos' confident words made the officers half-doubtingly. At the end of the meeting, the captain of the 1st Peltaste unit, Epiphanes, could not help but wonder, I can't believe that this young man is our new leader. Despite his young age, his arrangement isn't only meticulous, but it is also very organized, and with majesty none of us experienced veterans stood up against him and refute him. Another Peltaste captain, Sid, said with admiration, I think this young man is great. At least the atmosphere of the meeting is very good, unlike Menon, who is like a venomous snake. Which meeting did he not throw a fit and teach you a lesson? The hoplite captain Lysimachus said with a grin, if on the battlefield this little guy will also show a wonderful performance, then he will be a qualified leader. Another hoplite captain, Amyntas, reminded them, rest assured that although this new leader is young, but he is wise, and with Falcius assisting him, then there will be no huge problem. Hoplite captain Alexis reassured them, we are in war, what do we fear? Davos only needs to play his role as the gods favored, so we can reduce our casualties and go home safely. Sid said loudly, and everyone repeatedly agreed. Kapos, who was following Antonio's, said with ease, it seems that Davos has taken his first step in winning the approval of everyone. Antonio's was still immersed at what he saw in the meeting, and muttered, he still needs to prove himself in battle, but I have confidence in him. He will become a great mercenary leader. Davos stood at the entrance and calmly watched everyone leave. At this time, he wasn't thinking about the effect of his debut as a leader, but was considering the issue of military management. The military system of the Greek mercenaries is roughly the same as that of the Greek city-states. The lowest-ranking officers are the squad leader, with 10 men under them. Next would be the captain, with 100–120 men under them. Sometimes there will a platoon leader that are established, with 50 men under them. Then the taxiarchos brigadier, who has about 1,000 men under them. Lastly, at the top are the strategos, whose number of soldiers depends on the number of troops that their city-states can send. Davos was supposed to be a taxiarchos at this time, but a mercenary can have thousands of soldiers and even a larger mercenary unit, so that they can undertake combat missions independently. Therefore, they are barely considered as a strategos. Davos graduated from the University of Political Science and Law in his previous life, but he studied management. Therefore, he knew that the most effective number of people under a leader was 7. There were 14 captains who attended the meeting today, but in a real war, would it not be very time-consuming and slow for the messengers to convey an order? If he could only reintegrate those units, Davos knew that he could only think about it now. After all, he had just become the leader, and if he rushed to reform the military system, it might arouse the resentment of the officers. He suppressed his thoughts and turned to face Mercis, who was still in the tent, and said, they are now all gone, what do you want to discuss? Mercis came over and whispered, Davos, according to your request, I took good care of the Persian that you had sent to the supply unit last time. You are our leader, and this is my duty. Mercis smiled and approached him a little more and quietly whispered, in addition, Menon has an assets of nearly 2 Taranto minas stored in the supply unit. 2 Taranto minas are equivalent to 65 kg of silver, which was a huge sum of money, and Menon was really reliable in earning money. Just that Davos, who has only been reborn not long after, didn't have a very deep concept about Greek coins, so he didn't look surprised. He carefully thought about it and said, does Menon have any direct relatives? Mercis had been looking at Davos all this time, and he didn't seem to be different. After he heard it again, that he immediately understood Davos' intention and felt admiration and hurriedly said no. Did he have a will? No. He never thought that he would die so early. Davos lamented for a moment and muttered, Menon created this mercenary troops, and he also made a lot of effort for this camp. So let's use this money for the development of our camp. Davos, you are just and selfless. Mercis said loud compliments, then rubbed his hand and asked carefully, did Hades enlighten you so that you were able to calculate so fast? Davos had seen that there was still something in his mind, but he didn't expect it to be this, of course. Can you teach me? Mercis knelt down and begged. Davos was surprised that although this fatty wasn't young anymore, he still had such a strong thirst for knowledge that he could not help but admire him slightly. Sure, no problem. Great, Davos, you're the best leader. Mercis couldn't help but hug Davos, which caused Davos to be stiff. The tradition of homosexuality in ancient Greece always made him wary of excessive physical contact, but soon he found that he was just overthinking. Mercis was only expressing his gratitude to him, and undoubtedly, this fatty has become one of his firm supporters. It was already noon after he properly arranged everything. Davos thought that he would be late, but when he and Falcius arrived at the main tent of the mercenary, they only found Cherisophus and Timasian inside. When Cherisophus saw the two men, one of whom was the same young man he had seen at the meeting earlier, his brows immediately frowned and said, "You are mercenary from Menon's camp. Who is the leader that you have elected?" As he said that, his eyes naturally turned to look at Falcius. Before Davos could speak, Falcius was on the left side of Davos and said, "All our soldiers unanimously elected Davos as our new leader." Cherisophus and Timasian stared in shock. After a while, the two men looked at each other, and Timasian questioned loudly, "We are going to fight against the Persians now, and everyone has to go all out, yet you want to drag us down by choosing a kid who hasn't yet grown up. Do you know that people end up dying in war and many will die?" The last sentence of Timasian was directed at Davos, which obviously to intimidate him. Davos unfalteringly responded to Timasian, who had a somewhat grim expression, "Wait till the fight starts, then we will find out who is dragging who. It is impossible to rely on brute strength alone when fighting the Persians. Where were you when I went to stop Clearchus and Menon? If they had listened to my advice, then we would not have such a bad situation today. Of course I also tried to stop them." Timasian had been guilty of Clearchus' capture. Hence, he was led by the topic of Davos and answered with lack of confidence. "Everyone in our camp thinks that Davos is our best candidate for leadership, and no one objected, and I was entrusted to serve as his adjutant, assisting our leader Davos in managing the troops." Falcius once again stressed it out loudly. As an old mercenary, he knew what Cherisophus and Timasian were worried about and what they are trying to do. Cherisophus once again looked at Falcius. "This is Falcius, the adjutant of Menon, the one who is actually managing his camp," Timasian said to Cherisophus with an unusual tone. Oh, Cherisophus had an expression that seems to understand. Davos could guess what they were thinking, but he didn't want to argue. Time will prove everything. "The others are still fiercely selecting, but you managed to choose quickly." Cherisophus finally stood up and said with a slight ridicule. Davos immediately said, "At this critical moment, it is better for the whole troops to have a unified thoughts than them to act on their own will." Cherisophus was stunned. He did not know the capability of this young new leader, but at least his eloquence wasn't weak. He reluctantly saluted and said, "Welcome." Davos returned his salute and said, "I am glad to fight together with you." For a while the tent was quiet. 10 minutes later, Xanthicles came in and he replaced Socrates as the new leader. Then Cleaner replaced Agis and became the new leader. The last one that came in was Hieronymus, who squeezed out Agasias and replaced Proxenus as the new leader. Together with him was Xenophon, an acquaintance of Davos, who became the adjutant of Hieronymus. Everyone was surprised at the age of Davos. Fortunately, it was already afternoon and time was running out. As soon as he arrived, Cherisophus immediately said, "Everyone, let us first decide on the route we would take on our retreat back to Greece. My opinion is to follow the original route, along the Tigris River, into Armenia, and reach the Black Sea, then return to Ionia by boat. This is the route that Tissaphernes arranged for us, and it was originally their scheme. I heard that there are many barbarians in the north, and even the Persians felt a headache. They are a huge threat to us." Xanthicles objected. "So what is your suggestion? Go west. Not to mention that it is further away, but more importantly, we are now in a state of war with Persia, and it is dangerous if we stay on Persian land for one more day or more. The Persians can mobilize more soldiers to besiege us at any time. North has made the Persians have a headache. It just shows that their rule over the north isn't strong. This is our chance. Those barbarians in us doesn't have any hatred, let alone that we have a common enemy, Persia." Timasian eloquently said, and apparently he have already previously discussed it with Cherisophus. "Sure enough, we still have to go north." Davos saw that Xanthicles and the others showed approval. "Let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree to go north," said Cherisophus. Everyone agreed unanimously. Cherisophus added, "In order to concentrate our soldiers on fighting the Persians and prevent them from being attacked because they are scattered, I suggest that a small mercenary troop such as Sossus and Pasian be merged with us. Of course, this depends on both parties merging voluntarily. How to distribute military supplies when they merge. How to distribution the previously collected property." Hieronymus asked seriously. "It has been said that both sides are willing. If he wants to join your camp, then you can discuss it in private." Timasian impatiently said, "Merging with the smaller mercenary camp. Davos has some intentions. After all, the more troops he have, the more likely they will survive the battle. Now that we all have agreed, we will announce this at the General Assembly. In addition, there is a more important issue. In our current state of getting attacked by the Persians at any time, what formation will we use in our march in order to ensure our safety?" Cherisophus looked at everyone, but before they could answer, he had taken out a stick and made a comparison. My suggestion is to move forward in a large empty space square formation. That is, 2 mercenary troops serve as the vanguard to guide the whole army, 1 mercenary troop on the left and right to protect our flanks, and then 2 mercenary troops to serve as the rearguard, with the supply unit and the non-combatants in the middle. What do you think? Despite Davos being a novice in military affairs, he saw the main purpose of this formation was to prevent the Persians from raiding and protecting the supply unit, and to march on such a wide formation, the speed must not be fast, and under the harassment of the Persians, they have no choice. Several people gathered around to look at the rough sketches on the ground. Timasian pointed to the 2 squares at the forefront and said, Cherisophis is a Spartan, and his soldiers are Lacedaemon 1. They have rich combat experience and therefore, they should be the vanguards to open a path for the whole mercenary troops. I think everyone will be assured. There was no one who objected the proposal. Second, Timasian thought about where his troops should be responsible. Second, I am the youngest and I am willing to be the rearguard of the whole mercenary troops, Davos excitedly said. Falcius was startled and thought in the end, Davos forgot what we previously have discussed and even took the initiative to offer to be the rearguard. He really is still young and inexperienced. Falcius did not dare to make any big movement in front of everyone, and he had no choice but to give a warning glance at Davos. However, he heard what Timasian said in surprise, Yeah, you want to be the rearguard? No, no. He repeatedly shook his head. The rearguard is very important, and he must have rich experience in order to face all kinds of complicated situations. If you can't properly deal with them, you will end up dragging down the whole mercenary troops. I think it's still better to have my camp to serve as the rearguard. Davos answered back as soon as Timasian finished talking, Isn't there another position for the rearguard? I am willing to work with you. No. Timasian did not want to loudly reject. Cleaner, come and join me in the rearguard. He directly appointed his comrades who fought side by side with him. Cleaner had a good relationship with Timasian and had no choice but to nod. The candidate for the rearguard was quickly decided. Falcius still haven't yet understand that Davos had deliberately set a trap to lure Timasian to the bait. He really wasn't fit to be an adjutant. The gully between the eyebrows of Cherisophis became deeper. He did not appreciate the little tricks that Davos did. He even more hated how he knew that Timasian's choice was correct. So he simply said to Davos, Your camp is responsible for protecting the left wing. Since the mercenaries are gonna march northward along the Tigris River, the left wing will mostly be close to the riverbank and should encounter the least danger. Davos saw the undisguised contempt in the gaze of Cherisophis, and he clenched his fists secretly and nodded. Then, Cherisophis proposed to let Xanthocles to join him in the vanguard. It was Hieronymus who was similarly unhappy. Cherisophis took Agasias, the former adjutant in the camp of Proxenus, into consideration, but now the elected leader was replaced by a captain, Hieronymus, and he was the last to arrive, which indicates that there was a great controversy among the soldiers in his camp about who should be the leader, and to be on the safe side, they should let his camp act as the right wing. After the leaders finished the war council, it was time to hold the general assembly of the whole mercenary troops. This wasn't only a gathering to show the new leaders, but also a good opportunity to unify the thoughts of the soldiers. Therefore, Cherisophis reminded everyone to speak more words of encouragement. When he asked the leaders, his gaze was mostly fixed on Davos. He wasn't confident about this young leader. It was a gathering of 10,000 people, and most of them would not even be able to speak in such a tense situation. In case Davos screwed up, this carefully arranged oath-swearing will turn into a farce. So he suggested to Davos that Falcius, the adjutant, could deliver the speech for him, but Davos insisted on doing it in person. Cherisophis' appearance was very unsightly, but he couldn't refuse to let Davos attend because he was the new leader unanimously elected by Menon's camp, which have 1,450 soldiers, accounting 1/9 of the entire mercenary troops. So he arranged Davos to be second. Even if Davos did badly, there are still other leaders that will make up for it. It was the end of August in late summer. The weather in the afternoon was no longer so hot. A wooden platform was erected in the center of Timasian's camp, formerly Clearchus' camp, and the tents around it had been removed. A large open space has been vacated and are occupied by soldiers from various mercenary camps. They are either standing or sitting, chatting and complaining to each other. The whole venue was crowded and noisy. Under the escort of heavily armed soldiers, Cherisophis squeezed a path through the dense crowd and came to the wooden platform. Cherisophis was the first to go on stage. There was a commotion among the soldiers. Because Cherisophis deliberate low profile, most ordinary soldiers did not know who he is. They were surprised to see a stranger appearing first on the stage, and so they asked the others of his name. Around the wooden platform stood dozens of soldiers with loud voices who were responsible for repeating the words of the one speaking, so that thousands of soldiers could hear what they say. Cherisophis spoke, "Brothers from all over Greece, I am an Ephor of Sparta, Cherisophis." There was an uproar among the soldiers. After the soldiers on the wooden platform repeated what he had said, the shock in their hearts was even greater than when Davos heard about it. The Spartan warriors have fought one battle after another for centuries, subduing the Greeks of other city-states with their bravery and strength. Now, Sparta has become the hegemon of the Greek world, dominating the Mediterranean. How could they not get excited and thrilled when the Ephor of Sparta was among the free people? The soldiers who had been terrified of their leader's death had suddenly have someone to rely on. Their panicked face began to flush red and began to show curiosities to focus on things beyond survival. Why is an Ephor of Sparta, who has a high position, be here? So when Cherisophis asked them to be quiet, the soldiers stopped talking. Brothers, we are in a very bad situation right now. Not only did we lose our outstanding leaders, captains and soldiers who have been with us for a long time, but even our former allies Arius and his men betrayed us. However, the more we are in such a critical situation, the more we need to invigorate our spirits as soon as possible, in order for us to bravely face the Persians who want to destroy us and to never give in. We need to defeat the enemy with our shield, spears, and our bravery and slaughter a path for ourselves to return to Greece. Zeus will be together with those who are brave. Spartan likes to be frighteningly concise. Cherisophis had reminded everyone to say encouraging words, but he quickly ended his speech, just as he made the soldiers excited. When Cherisophis stepped down from the stage and passed by Davos, he saw Davos was smiling at him and thought to himself, "Oh, it seems that this young leader isn't nervous, but why did he made the messenger on stage hold more than a dozen wooden sticks?" Cease also did not understand the purpose of Davos making him follow on stage while holding a stick, but when he stood on the stage, he could not think about it anymore, because there were a lot of people in all directions under the stage, and it densely stretched to the distance at this time. The noise he heard from his ears got much louder than when he was under the stage, as if the sea was stirring up a strong wind and waves, while he and Davos was just a lonely boat floating in the deep sea, and are in danger of capsizing at any time. Assists couldn't stop his legs from trembling. He even felt that he might collapse at any time together with the similarly trembling wooden platform beneath his feet. Oh, look, who is this? A little kid who hasn't grown hairs yet. This isn't a place you are allowed to come. Get out of here and go home and drink your mama's milk. Ha. Which camp have elected this new leader? Are they insane? The laughter and doubts were overwhelming. Assists was shocked and even retreated a few steps, almost to the edge of the wooden platform. To his admiration, Davos stood firmly in the middle. The leaders who weren't on the platform felt slightly impatient. They were dissatisfied with Davos again, now that he was facing thousands of soldiers, but they are a group now. Timasian complained, "I knew that this would happen. I shouldn't have let him go on stage. This is simply hell." The others also agreed. Xenophon immediately said, "Let the next leader to go up and quickly replace him." Cherisophis has already regretted his previous decision and nodded his head in agreement. One Lacedaemon Sparta was known as Lacedaemon in the past. The city-state was named after their king, Lacedaemon, who then renamed it after his wife, Sparta. Just then a thunderous cheer rang out, "Davos, Davos, Davos." The shouts were so organized and loud that they overwhelmed all the noise and made several of the leaders turn pale. "That's the mercenaries of Menon." Timasian tiptoed and looked in the direction of the sound. "They should now be the mercenary of Davos," Aranimus enviously said. Davos, who was on the stage, smiled and said, "Greek warriors, I am Davos of Thessaly. I am the new leader that replaced Menon." When the soldiers on the stage finished repeating what he had said, the soldiers of Davos' camp immediately stood up and applauded him, causing the other soldiers to look at each other. Are these guys crazy? Some of the people who knew about the inside story began to show off their information in front of their companions. "I heard that this young man is favored by Hades, and every time he gets an oracle, its effectiveness is incomparable. I also heard that he magically saved a dying soldier." Yes. That man who is standing behind him, he also invented something that were very useful to us, like this one on my legum leg bindings. The soldier's words spread from mouth to mouth, and in the blink of an eye, everyone looked at him with less contempt and now became curious. Davos' words once more resounded in their ears. Just now, Cherisophis' speech was very thrilling, but they were just too short, just like when a man and a woman do things, and when the woman started to get excited, the man was already done. How uncomfortable the woman would feel. The soldiers did not expect that such a vulgar words would be uttered from the mouth of a still childish young man. They were stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Many people also took the opportunity to catcall. "This young man is very interesting," many soldiers said with a smile. "Nonsense, this is a mess." Timasian looked at Cherisophis and swear. Xenophon was also surprised that Davos, whom he knew, was a young man with a unique insights and polite speech and should not be so crude. Cherisophis didn't speak. He wasn't angry despite Davos ridiculing him. Cherisophis, who had been living in the military camp until he was 30, knew what the thoughts of the soldiers, and he did not know whether Davos didn't know about it or was intentional. All in all, this dirty joke has made the soldiers felt intimate with this too young of a leader. When I came up just now, I saw that all of you are drooping in frustration, and some of you even had tears in your eyes. You are afraid. You are afraid that you can't get back to Greece. You are afraid. You are afraid that the Persians will annihilate you. But think carefully. When we were in the middle of Persia and our employer, Cyrus the Younger, was killed and we did not know what to do, the Persians, who had more soldiers than us, did not immediately attack and destroy us. What did they do? Davos slowly aroused the interest of the soldiers with questions. Everyone in here are very clear. The Persians spent their energy talking to us and providing us with plenty of food, and to accompany us on such a long journey they spent so much time, money, and energy in order to fool our leaders just to kill them. Davos said slowly, then he paused and loudly asked, soldiers, tell me, who is the one that is afraid? In fear. It's the Persians. They are more afraid than us. They are afraid of our bravery. They dare not fight us. They are cowardly enough to use these schemes quietly. They fear us more than they fear their gods, so that they violated the oath made before their gods. Now that they have killed our leaders when we are in chaos, they still not dare attack us immediately and instead want us to surrender. What do you fear in the face of such timid Persians? You know that we Greeks are a race that is not afraid of any threat. Decades ago, Darius, the king of Persia, led an army that conquered all races in the land. When he pointed his next conquest at the weak Greek city-states across the strait, soldiers, tell me, did Greece surrender? Davos leaned forward and stretched out his right hand and asked loudly to the soldiers below. No, someone answered one after another. Too low, I can't hear it. Tell me, did Greece surrender? Davos asked louder. No, the answer was very organized. Davos was still not satisfied. The voice is as low as a timid Persian. Once again, did Greece surrender? No. The soldiers shouted, causing their emotions to stir. Yes, we Greeks did not surrender. In the Battle of Marathon 1, the Athenians beat the Persian army with fewer people, and Darius got frightened and retreated back to his old nest, and within a few years he died of illness. For revenge, his son Xerxes assembled an unprecedented army and once more invaded Greece. But we Greeks never yield to power. Soldiers, tell me, where did we beat the Persians? This time there was no need for Davos to lead them, and the soldiers shouted enthusiastically. Salamis 2, Plataea 3. Thermopylae 4. Davos took the lead. Yes, the Greeks united and defeated the Persians repeatedly, which made Greece a fertile land of freedom, peace, and prosperity for decades to come. Soldiers, can any of you tell me the names of some of the Stratogoyan soldiers who fought against Persia? Miltiades 5. Aeschylus 6. Pericles 7. Leonidas 8. Themistocles 9. Aristides 10. Pausanias 11. One by one, the soldiers scrambled to shout out the names. At first they shouted the names of the strategos, and later the names of soldiers who had participated in the war. Around 80 years have passed since the Persian War, and almost the entire Greek world was affected. The mercenaries still vividly remembered it, and even many soldiers who are present were descendants of those who fought in the war. They couldn't wait to proudly make the names of their ancestors known to the public. Even the leaders such as Xanthocles, Cleaner, and Hieronymus couldn't help but participate. The atmosphere of the whole venue began to boil. Timasian couldn't help but stare at the young man and realize that he had underestimated him. It took a long time for the shouts from all directions to fade. Davos continued to passionately speak. These names in your mouth were written by Herodotus in histories, and into your memory. They became Greek heroes. Their spirit is as immortal as the gods. We grew up listening to their stories, and when we grew up, we followed their examples and longed for an earth-shattering achievements like them. Now, soldiers, you have the opportunity to be a Greek hero and write history like them. At this point, Davos paused again. The eager soldiers stood up and eagerly asked, tell us. Where is the opportunity? Don't you already know? Davos loudly shouted, our ancestors defeated the Persians in Greece and at sea, and there has never been a Greek army that was able to invade the Persian Empire. Yet we were able to go deep into the middle of Persia, and so long as we worked together to defeat the Persians and overcome difficulties, then triumphantly return to Greece and make history. Our deeds will be written into books, compiled into songs, and sung all over Greece. Beautiful girls and lovely children will chase us, and we would tell our adventurous story. Our children and grandchildren will be proud of us as we are today, more importantly. Davos took a deep breath and said with excitement, our deeds will inspire future Greeks. We will let them know that the Persians who look strong are in fact weak inside, and they are just giants made of clay. The countries are like humans. There is a time when they are strong. Similarly, there is also a time when they age. One day, when Persia and Greece are at war again, the Greeks will follow our example and invade Persia along the route we have traveled. What will they say when they win and come to the battlefield where we once shed our blood, offering sacrifice and praising us? The soldiers were fascinated by what they heard. One battle of Marathon took place in 490 BC during the first Persian invasion of Greece. The Battle of Salamis was a naval battle fought between an alliance of Greek city-states under Themistocles and the Persian Empire under King Xerxes in 480 BC, which resulted in a decisive victory for the outnumbered Greeks. The Battle of Plataea was the final land battle during the Second Persian invasion of Greece. It took place in 479 BC near the city of Plataea in Boeotia, and was fought between an alliance of the Greek city-states including Sparta, Athens, Corinth, and Megara, and the Persian Empire of Xerxes I allied with Boeotians, Thessalians, and Macedonians. The Battle of Thermopylae was fought between an alliance of Greek city-states, led by King Leonidas of Sparta, and the Persian Empire of Xerxes I over the course of 3 days, during the Second Persian invasion of Greece. Miltiades was an Athenian citizen known mostly for his role in the Battle of Marathon, as well as his downfall afterwards. Aeschylus was an ancient Greek tragedian. He is often described as the father of tragedy. Pericles was a prominent and influential Greek statesman, orator and general of Athens during its Golden Age, specifically the time between the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars. Leonidas was a warrior king of the Greek city-state of Sparta, and was mostly known for his last stand in Thermopylae. Themistocles was an Athenian politician and general, and he fought during the first Persian invasion of Greece at the Battle of Marathon. Aristides was an ancient Athenian statesman, and was remembered for his generalship in the Persian War. Pausanias was a Spartan regent, general, and war leader for the Greeks. They might say great ancestors, it was your heroic deeds that have given us strength, encourage our confidence, and let us accomplish an unprecedented great cause. Will there be such a day? Timasian breathing got faster, clenching his fists, and muttered. The leaders were also tempted by the assumptions of Davos and were intoxicated. They don't know that in history, a Macedonian named Alexander inspired his soldiers with the retreat of the 10,000 Greeks, and embarked on a journey to attack the Persian Empire few decades later. When the soldiers were all immersed in the beauty of Davos' fiction, Davos reached out and took the wooden stick from his sisters and made a quick turn. Soldiers, some might ask, Davos, you said it so well, but there is a key issue. First of all, we have to safely return back to Greece. Davos saw the soldiers were still listening attentively and continued, I don't want to speak much about the issue about battles. Because the leaders such as Cherisophis, Timasian, and the others, as well as all of you in here, have rich experience in combat. Most of you have participated in the struggle against Athens and eventually won. This is not comparable to the Persians who have enjoyed the comfort throughout the year. Hearing this, Xenophon grinned. What I want to say is that in such a difficult situation, each of us is like a wooden stick in my hand. Davos picked up the stick and broke it into 2 pieces without effort. Then he broke another one. It's easy to break. But when they are all together, Davos grabbed all the remaining sticks and went to a tall and strong soldier and passed it to him while asking, Brother, what is your name? Eubulus, said the soldier. Can you try breaking it? The soldiers stared at Eubulus. They saw his face flushed and tried his best to break the wooden stick, but it was in vain. Eubulus blushed and scratched his head embarrassingly. Soldiers, you have all seen it. A single stick can be easily broken by a thin young man like me, but when they are together, even the strongest warrior can't do anything about it with all their strength. What does it mean? Xenophon nodded, and now he knew what Davos was talking about. Of course, he wasn't the only smart man. A soldier shouted, Unity. It is unity. After a reminder from some soldiers, everyone also came to understood. Yes, it is unity. Davos completely went wild, and was in a high spirit that he even changed the way he speak. Brothers, we have come from various Greek city-states. Usually because of different customs and personalities, there are some minor contradictions and conflicts. But we are all Greeks of the same race with the same blood, with the same goal of returning home safely and creating history. Any problems within us should be melted away like ice and snow under the sun. Just like how our ancestors resisted the Persian invasion, we should be closely united and not be shaken by the rumors of the Persians, and trust our teammates to protect our backs. In the face of the difficulties that we will encounter on our way home, we should not only unite in spirits, but also in wisdom. Brothers, you should not leave the problems to be solved by the leaders. You should take the initiative to find a solution. As long as we work together, then any problems won't be able to intimidate us. Brothers, let us unite just like a one man. Then the power of this man can be as powerful as Ares. The wisdom is as profound as Athena. The enemies and difficulties along the way will be easily crushed by us. At this point, Davos raised his fists and shouted, "Brothers, remember that only by uniting can we create miracles. Every step we take is creating history. Let's fight side by side." HOOH. The cheers from the field shook the earth and lasted for a long time. Davos, Davos, his name was shouted and many people have teared due to excitement. There are even people begging him, say a few more words. Davos, just a few more words. As soon as Davos walked to the wooden stage, the soldiers gathered around him and lifted him together, then passed him to the people behind, as if he was a strategos that had returned victoriously. This made Cleaner, who was about to go up on stage, look silly. The morale of the soldiers has already been stirred up to this extent. Is it still necessary for the others to go up? At least in terms of speaking, he is better than any of us, Xanthicles sincerely admired. Fighting is not a matter of speaking, but of spears and shields, Timasian reluctantly said. It was impossible for Xenophon to say that he was not jealous after seeing Davos getting thrown up in the distance. Xenophon, with the consent of Cherisophis, was ready to appear on stage because Hieronymus wasn't good with words and had made careful preparations in order to show his talents in front of the whole mercenary troops, but now that this happened. In fact, Cherisophis agreed with Timasian in his heart. The Spartans have always been tired of the eloquence of the Athenians, just as how the Athenians hated the old-fashioned and inflexible Spartans, but he had to admit that Davos' performance was beyond his imagination. Not only did he achieve their goal, but he exceeded the goal of inspiring the whole mercenary troops. It seems that this young man can be elected as a leader was not only by borrowing the name of the gods, but also by his own ability. The captains of men on camp were also pleasantly surprised. Even Amyntas, who had some opinions about Davos being elected as the leader, told Antonios as he watched Davos get crowded by the soldiers from the other camps, "Our new leader seems to be doing well. You must know that he used to call Davos little kid." Antonios laughed. Davos, Davos, you always surprise people." Finally, Cherisophis went up on stage again and announced that his camp would depart tomorrow and march northward. Then he also informed the whole mercenary troops of matters that needs attention and preparations. The general assembly of the mercenary troops has thus ended. The scattered soldiers recalled the speech of Davos with relish and praise. Sure enough, the reputation of the gods favored is well deserved. The soldiers at Davos' camp surrounded their new leader in praise as they returned to their camp with their heads held high while they preached his deeds to the remaining soldiers. Davos finally got rid of the excited soldiers and went back to his old tent before it suddenly occurred to him that Menon's tent was his new place. When he arrived at his new place, Mercis was standing at the entrance of the tent. He greeted him with an odd look. "Davos, there's someone waiting for you. Who is it?" "You will know when you go in." Mercis tried to indicate the tent with his lips and had a wretched appearance doing it. Davos curiously opened the curtain, and in the middle of the tent stood a woman, a tall and graceful woman. Since his rebirth, Davos has seen Greek and Egyptian women of this era in Mercis' supply unit and Herpes medical unit, but there wasn't any woman who could make his heart full of desire by just looking at the back. Where did Mercis find her? Davos couldn't help but swallow. Just then the woman turned around and Davos couldn't help but stare at her eyes. A woman with beautiful blonde hair, and her hair was simply piled up in a bun which looked like a cloud behind her head, revealing a slender white neck, a pair of curved eyebrows beneath her smooth forehead, bright blue eyes like the Aegean Sea, curved eyelashes that shadowed the eyes, which add a slight hazy temptation. The bridge of her nose is not entirely straight, but has a small curve, thus it looked less heroic and more cute and graceful. Her thick and even lips have brilliant blood color, and a delicate white face that is as smooth as a goose egg's. Finally, with a perfect curve that outlined her slightly raised chin. Despite having seen countless beautiful women on television in his previous life, the beauty of this woman still made Davos dazzled. She opened her lips lightly and revealed her white and even teeth. "Esteemed leader, Davos, I am Cheristoia." Davos subconsciously repeatedly rummaged his memory. Who is Cheristoia? Am I familiar with her? Cheristoia obviously saw a lot of men who had forgotten themselves in front of her, so she didn't show any contempt and stepped forward and softly said, "I am the daughter of Perniphos, an aristocrat of Miletus, and the concubine of the Persian prince, Cyrus the Younger. I came to seek asylum from you, the concubine of Cyrus the Younger." Davos was so excited that he suddenly remembered what Olivos had said before and blurted out, "You are the woman who fled from the Persian soldiers when Cyrus the Younger was killed." As soon as he spoke, he felt that what he said was insensitive and quickly said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't. It doesn't matter, this is the arrangement of the goddess of fate." Cheristoia looked dejected. "I was lucky that I was able to escape, but the other sisters." Her mournful grief made Davos' heart throb again. He scolded himself for being worthless. I am not a virgin and was soon getting married in my previous life. But after all, it was the first time that he had been alone with such a beautiful woman. He asked while coughing unnaturally, "Where were you before?" Clearchus was a trustworthy leader who, for the sake of Cyrus the Younger, sheltered me. Unfortunately. Despite being attracted by the beauty of Cheristoya, Davos was still clear-headed, and so he continued to ask, "Although Clearchus is dead, Timasian had become the new leader, and you can let him continue to shelter you. Now that we are at war with Persia, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. But Timasian doesn't have much prestige as Clearchus in his camp. He wouldn't be able to control those who wanted to the people that wants to shame me." Cheristoya blushed while crying. Davos had no intention of admiring her beauty, and now that he had calmed down and thought more about it, he thought to himself, "I publicly advocated unity at the General Assembly, and as soon as I returned from Timasian's camp, this beautiful woman ran to my quarter, and if he didn't understand the situation, he might thought that I was greedy for her beauty and had abducted her, regardless of the friendly troops." He was lost in thoughts, while Cheristoya became anxious since she didn't see Davos responding. "I heard that you are the favorite of Hades. The soldiers of the entire camp revered you, and so I have chosen you among the leaders. That's why while you were at the General Assembly, I took advantage and sneak over when the management was lax. For the sake of the gods, you must help me." In a moment of desperation, she went forward and grabbed Davos' hand, pleading. The two were close to each other, and so Davos could smell the fragrance of her beautiful hair. With him slightly lowering his head, he could see her white and plump breast. He suppressed the urge to embrace her and said, "Do not worry, I'll help you." With that, he took a step back and shouted, "Assistes, come in." Cheristoya gave a ah sound and retreated in a hurry. Her face blushed again. As the herald of Davos, Assistes had been waiting outside his quarter, and when he heard the order, he immediately came in and became speechless by the situation inside. "Go to Cheris' office and say, 'The Milesian concubine of Cyrus the Younger, Cheristoya, wants to march with our camp, and ask him if he agrees.' Assistes. Do you understand?" "Oh ho, I understand." Assistes regained his senses and hurriedly took back his gaze and answered in a hurry, "I see, why aren't you leaving then?" Yes. He didn't forget to sneak a glance before he went out. This little guy." Davos laughed and said, "Don't blame him. Who told you to be too charming?" He couldn't help make a joke. Cheristoya chuckled, "Leader, you seem to be younger than him, but I don't see you behaving like him." Davos had an awkward smile, and there was a moment of silence inside his quarter. "Will Cheris' office agree in letting me stay?" Cheristoya was the one to speak first and asked with concern, "I don't think that it's a big problem. You are free and not a slave to anyone. You have the right to choose where you want to go." Davos consoled her and said, "In fact, Cheris' office is your best choice to seek refuge. I don't like Spartans." Cheristoya answered very simply. For some reason, Davos was relieved. When she heard the phrase, "You are free and not a slave to anyone," Cheristoya suddenly felt like crying, and her gaze was roaming over Davos. A short while later, she said softly, "Leader Davos, where are you from? Just call me Davos." Davos corrected her, and his remnant memories poured into his mind. "I'm a Thessalian. My home is in a village near Macedonia. Doesn't your parents worry about you coming out as a mercenary so young? My parents have already passed away." "Sorry, I didn't know." Cheristoya repeatedly apologized. "It's fine." Davos waved his hand. He didn't feel anything about this body's parents. He really didn't feel anything due to his rebirth, but Cheristoya's question reminded him of his previous life's parents, which made him sad. Cheristoya looked at him quietly, and she suddenly felt that there was a slight throbbing. On one hand, the young age of the leader and the death of his parents stimulated her maternal instinct to protect him, while on the other hand, his calmness beyond his age made her feel like she was talking to someone at the same age as her. This difference highlighted the mystery of Davos, which greatly attracted Cheristoya. "They all say that you are the favored of Hades. Is that true?" When Cheristoya uttered this sentence, she realized that she was too presumptuous. Nevertheless, Davos did not mind and asked back, "Do you believe it?" "I believe." Cheristoya immediately made up for her previous mistake. Davos smiled and said slowly, "In difficult times, we always find a god to trust so that our mind won't collapse out of fear. But if we depend too much on God instead of our own effort to get out of predicaments, then it will only speed up our end." Cheristoya slightly opened her mouth, as if she was deeply pondering. He doesn't know why the two of them unexpectedly have an agreeable chat. For Davos, the repression and distress of his travels have been vented. For Cheristoya, the daughter of a Milesian aristocrat and the death of her mother from an early age, while her stepmother did not care about her when she grew up, Miletus was besieged by Cyrus the Younger, and in order to preserve his own family and power, the only father who loved her gave Cheristoya to Cyrus the Younger. Cyrus was very fond of her, but in private, the other concubines harassed her out of jealousy. After the death of Cyrus the Younger, she fled to the camp of Clearchus, and every day she got confronted by the guards of the supply unit and the lustful gaze of several captains, which made her uneasy presently. She rarely confides about the oppression she had suffered with someone that she had just met. As their chatting gets heated, Assistes came in, followed by the herald of the whole mercenary troops, Talmides. Leader Cherisophis ordered Talmides to confirm whether the situation is true. Assistes reported. Talmides also saluted. Okay. Davos nodded and agreed. He understood that this was a normal procedure. With the cautiousness of Cherisophis, he must confirm that Cheristoia voluntarily asked to come to the camp of Davos and wasn't being threatened. Talmides, who was known as the first herald of the whole mercenary troops, was obviously much better than Assistes. He calmly faced the beauty and charm of Cheristoia and asked her the details, and when he got a positive answer, he turned to face Davos and said, "Since Cheristoia voluntarily came to you, Cherisophis and several other leaders had said before I came that Cyrus the Younger has already died, but he will always be a good friend of the Greeks. We must not forget the aid he did to Greece. We must take good care of his concubine, Cheristoia, who is also our fellow Greek. This is the hospitality of us Greek. I hope that leader, Davos, will take good care of Cheristoia and not let her be taken advantage. I am afraid that he can't forget the aid of Cyrus the Younger to Sparta." Davos criticized him in his heart and then asked, "What is the attitude of Timasian towards this matter?" Talmides understood what Davos was worried about and did not hesitate to answer. "Leader Timasian has no objection to this." "That's good." Davos nodded. "Assistes, you take Cheristoia to Mercis and let him be responsible for her settlement." "Yes," Assistes answered excitedly. "Cheristoia, you can directly tell me if you have any difficulties." Davos couldn't help but shout, "I will." A smile flashed across her face. When they went out, Talmides smiled at him. "Leader Davos, you deserve to be the gods' favored. Your speech was not only great, and even the most beautiful woman in the mercenary camp took the initiative to go to you. The first herald of the whole mercenary troops is not only accurate in giving orders, but is also great at giving flattering words." The two laughed. Talmides looked at the young but clever leader and seriously asked, "When I came in, I noticed that there were no guards outside your quarter." Davos did not directly say that it was because he hadn't had the time to arrange it due to the lack of time, but instead he modestly asked for advice. "Before today, I was an ordinary soldier. The brothers in the camp trusted me and unanimously elected me as the new leader. If I immediately arranged guards, then it will isolate me from my brothers. Will it make them think that I have changed?" Talmide positively said, "Military rules are military rules. It is there in order to ensure victory in battle. Look at how much chaos the death of Clearchus had caused the whole mercenary troops. You should know that the safety of your life is very important to your camp. At the same time, establishing guards will also prevent idle personnel, who doesn't have anything to do, from frequently entering and leaving your quarter and interfering with your thinking and rest, which is equally important." Talmides looked at the modest manner of Davos and said it with certainty without any contempt, "It's not easy to be a good leader, but I believe you can do it well." After sending Talmides away, and when Assistes returned, he immediately said to him, "You go to Antonio's and ask him to send the squad of Helos to be my guard. Understand?" When Assistes turned to leave, he was called back by Davos. "I had just become a leader. I am not too familiar with military affairs. You should point out the things that I neglected." Assistes blinked and politely said, "Then let me say this first. You should appoint 2 more heralds to me. Otherwise, once the battle starts, the conveying of orders will be delayed. It is indeed true that it would take too long for one person to convey orders to 14 captains, plus the supply unit and field hospital, and in battle, time is life. I was careless." Davos hurriedly said, "Yes, you can choose personnel from the whole camp. And horses. Go look for Mercis." Assistes rushed out. "Helos, you have finally arrived. Come in." Davos happily welcomed him. "Leader." Helos immediately saluted. "You are all my good brothers, so you can just address me with my name in private." Davos gave him a warm hug. "Just like I have said, even if Davos became the leader, he won't forget us. He is not Menon, he is Davos." Matinus hit Davos' chest with his fist. Davos smiled and said, "Don't blame me for giving you additional tasks. The guards have better treatment than an ordinary soldiers, so you are the one taking care of us. You can rest assured that with us, there will absolutely be no one that can hurt you." Matinus patted his chest and made a pledge. "It's your duty to protect me, and if I get hurt then Matinus, you will be punished. And as use punishment, you will only be given half of the food." In front of his former squad mates, Davos deliberately created a relaxed atmosphere. "Damn it, you are even more terrible than Menon." Matinus scratched his head and complained. Everyone laughed. "Davos, you can rest assured that I will arrange your guards." Helos said it with seriousness. Davos nodded. Next, Davos called Maragi and asked him to act as a guide, because the death of Clearchus made Maragi felt worried, and at the same time, made him no longer worried about getting discovered due to the Greek mercenaries fighting the Persians. Therefore, he readily agreed to the request of Davos. Davos was given detailed information about the terrain ahead and the surrounding barbarians, especially the Carduchians. Just after sending Marigi away, he found that Matinus was fully armed and was standing at the entrance of his quarter. Davos didn't disturb him when he saw that Matinus was staring straight ahead, and as he turned around, he suddenly saw that there was 2 javelins on the back of Matinus, and so he stopped. The proposal to equip the Greek hoplite with javelins could be said to be his failed proposal. At that time, he thought of the Roman heavy infantry in history. He also hoped that the Greek hoplite, who could only fight at close combat, could also have a mid-range projectile firepower and attack the fast-moving Persian cavalry, who knew that when the 2 troops were on good terms for quite a long time, the 2 javelins that they carried became a burden and unfavorable when marching. Therefore, most of the soldiers threw away their javelins, and only the squad of helos firmly believed on Davos and still carried it with them. But they cut the javelin into a meter long and was inserted in their back with a strap fixed so that they can easily insert and take it out, and it is also convenient to carry. Davos thought that it might be useful in future battle. That night, Davos didn't slept well. After all, the next day was his first time marching with the troops, or maybe his first time leading a battle. It was impossible for him to not be nervous, and so he tossed and turned around until late at night. The next day he was woken up by assistants. "What time is it now?" Davos asked with a slight guilt. "The soldiers are currently eating, and it's still too early to depart," Assist said, and brought him breakfast: 2 pieces of bread, a piece of cheese, a sausage, and a glass of water. "This is quite plenty. The soldiers are also eating this?" Davos asked while pointing to the breakfast. "Almost, because there may be battles today, and so we must eat more to gain strength." Davos was relieved. He ate his meal, then after a while, there was a long copper horn sound that was heard throughout the camp. Davos began to wear his armor, and all his other equipment remained the same, except for his helmet that was replaced with a red helmet with a feather on its top. The soldiers were also dressed neatly. They came out one after another and began to dismantle their tents and sent them to the supply units. Then they began to line up. First unit, second unit, the second unit is here. Brothers of the 4th unit and the 5th unit are coming. The shouts came and gone, and from time to time they were accompanied by horses and cattle. It was the supply unit on a wagon for the animals, and the whole camp was like a noisy market. After a long time, his adjutant, Falcius, came to report, "All the troops are ready." Davos declared in a deadpan tone, "Set out." Previously, he didn't felt it obvious while he was in the squad, but now he found the problem while looking at the whole situation as the leader. In his previous life, although he wasn't a soldier, but he saw movies and visited forums, and knew that one of the foundations for an army to win battles was strict discipline and quick mobility. In military training in universities, when they set up emergency assembly, they calculate it by minutes. Now, it took more than an hour from when the horns sound till they cue, and their sloppiness doused half of his excitement as a new leader. He can only quietly observe and record all their shortcomings, since he currently doesn't have any prestige in the mercenary troops. He then need to think about a solution and wait until the time is ripe to talk about rectifying the troops and reforming the military system. It will probably take him a long time. When nearly half of the troops has left the camp, Falcius then said, "Leader Davos, we should also leave." Davos nodded, and Helos had already brought his horse. Yesterday, Davos was nervous when he learned that the leader has to ride a horse, since he didn't know how to ride a horse in his previous life, but who knew that he was able to freely control the horse after he had mounted it. Turns out that one of the best horse riding races in the Mediterranean world at this time was the Thessalian. The original owner of his body had grazed sheep and horses from an early age, and with his remnant memory and the instinct of his body memory were enough for Davos to freely control his horse. He grabbed the horse rein and mounted the horse. He then slightly clamped his legs on the horse belly. The horse neighed and trotted forward with its 4 feet. Davos held his head high and sat upright. Yesterday, Talmide's words made him stop thinking about sharing the joys and sorrows with the soldiers and giving the horses to the old, weak, and disabled soldiers. Now he needs to be on the horse in order to always remind the soldiers that he, Davos, is the leader of the whole troops. As for the way of buying the heart of the people, he would wait until he become a famous strategos. Riding on a horse and looking at the vast marching ahead, Davos naturally grew a sense of pride in his heart. Real man should be like this. Davos took control of his horse, followed by Falcius and assistants, then by Helo's squad who were on foot. After leaving the camp and marching ahead, they reached the assembly place for the whole mercenary troops. Davos had thought that his team was slow, and didn't expect that the other team haven't arrived yet. It seemed that the sloppiness was a common problem of the mercenaries, and everyone was accustomed to it. The Spartan troops of Cherisophis had already stood in front. When Davos rode over to greet him, there was a small commotion in the troops. The soldiers from the other camp recognized him as the leader who made a wonderful speech yesterday, but there were still some people who felt superior and thought of him as a young man who is still wet behind the ears. Jealousy, dissatisfaction, and bad words that questioned his commands made assists who followed him to turn red from anger. Only the troops of Chersophos was quiet as if they didn't see him coming, which made Davos seriously look at these real Spartan warriors. They are dressed in a complete set of arms, arranged in a neat square formation with each individual fiercely standing quietly, like a tall and straight pine, becoming a unique sight in this noisy assembly. Davos felt their sharp and murderous glare, and that a powerful force would be unleashed once this silence breaks out. Body, skill, tactics, and discipline are all in one. This are the Spartan warriors. Davos looked at them enviously. When can I command such an elite soldiers? He later learned that only about a third of Chersophos' troops were genuine Spartans, the rest were Perioc. On both sides of the Spartan troops were the small mercenaries such as Sossus and Pasian. After the whole mercenary assembly, most of them joined the troops of Chersophos, while several other leaders also joined the other camps, and the only one they were not interested was the camp of Davos. Davos felt helpless about it. This time the troops of Davos was fast in their formation because they basically adhered by the order when leaving the camp. The outermost part was the hoplite column, which was divided into 4 columns. The first column was arranged towards the rear in turn. The innermost part was the peltaste, divided into 2 columns, and it had the same length as the hoplite column, around half a mile long. When the enemy attacked from the outside of the left wing, the soldiers in the advancing column could turn right at once, with the hoplite at the front and the peltaste at the rear, which will quickly formed a regular combat formation. The supply unit was located inside the huge open space on the left side of the peltaste. Davos and his guards were between the peltaste and the supply unit. About half an hour later, when the troops completed lining up, the copper horn rang out once more, and they can finally depart. The speed of their march wasn't fast. It was mainly due to the supply unit with the tents, food, medicine, goods, and the other materials that could not be carried by people were carried by horses and cattle. The horses couldn't pull wagons that are too heavy, otherwise the harness will squeeze their neck and trachea, which will lead to suffocation, and even though the cattle are stronger than horses, they have poor stamina and bad temper. Davos saw Mercis, who was in the supply unit, shuttling back and forth, dealing with unexpected situations, and from time to time call out the soldiers to help. Davos secretly thanked himself on having followed the advice of Mercis, sending him a unit in advance in order to assist him in the supply unit. Eventually, Davos' gaze fell on one of the women, Cheristoia, although she was dressed the same, but her figure and temperament were like a crane among a flock of chickens, which made her easy to recognize. Cheristoia seems to have sensed his gaze, so she turned around to look in his direction. Davos took back his gaze. The speed of this marching won't be able to cover 10 miles in an hour. Note, miles in here equal Chinese miles, which is 500 meter. It is already good without the harassment of the Persians. Falcius was glad, and after he just finished talking, there was a commotion in the rear. What happened? Davos was nervous and asked. Assists immediately dispatched a herald to the rear to check. After a while, the herald rushed back. It is Mithridates, the Persian general. He brought about 30 cavalry, and they are at the right wing of the whole mercenary troops, loudly pressuring them to surrender. Psychological warfare. Davos' brows twitched. Mithridates was a general of Cyrus the Younger, but his scheme won't work. We have been fooled by the Persians once. We will be a fool if we get fooled for the second time. Falcius unhurriedly said. Davos nodded and said, keep watching Mithridates and keep on asking. At the same time, he made Assists dispatched another herald, so that the information could be sent back in turn. There are more than 20 soldiers that have abandoned their weapons and ran to the Persians. Thethi surrendered to Mithridates. Davos' heart quivered. It is clear that Falcius had overestimated the wisdom of the mercenary. What's more, the troops of Hieronymus had a lot of disputes about the leader they elected yesterday. It is now easy for Mithridates to tear a gap between the dissatisfied troops of Hieronymus. Will this lead to a snowball effect for the whole mercenary? Davos began to worry. Mithridates went around the right rear and pressured the troops of Cleaner. There are around 10 soldiers that had thrown down their weapons and ran to the Persians. Damn it, the fear of Davos is coming true. Falcius was equally nervous. It seems that Mithridates was ready to circle around the huge formation of the mercenary and to constantly disintegrate the fighting spirit of the soldiers, and he will soon arrive before Davos' troops, if we could only get rid of him. Ceased said it with hate, but he also know that this is impossible. The other side is a light cavalry that can come and go like the wind, while their mercenary have no cavalry at all. Just shoot him with a javelin. Matinus, who was in the guard squad, shouted while pulling out the javelin on his back. How do you shoot them? When you take out your javelin, the Persians would have run far away. Besides, the javelins have not yet been shot, but the Persian mounted archer can already shoot from afar. Ceased retorted. A flash of inspiration flashed through Davos' mind. He eagerly asked the herald, what is the distance between Mithridates and the formation when he shouts, around 100 meters. Did the Persians retreat when the surrendered soldiers ran past? No. Davos asked several questions in succession and got the answer. Faced with Falcius' doubtful gaze, he pondered for a while and then said to him, "Now I have an idea. Do you think this will work?" He gave a brief summary of his plan, and Falcius looked at him with amazement. "Will it work?" Davos was urging him. Falcius thought it over and hesitatingly said, "It should be feasible, but it won't necessarily succeed. There isn't any plan that can guarantee a 100 success, but if we don't try it, then there won't be a chance." Davos decisively gathered the guard team of helos and told them of his plan in detail. Out of their trust in him, they agreed to this dangerous plan without any hesitation. Who knew that Davos then added, "This time I will go with you." "No, Davos, you are the leader, you can't take any risks." Falcius immediately objected. "The distance back and forth is only 100 meters, and in a blink of an eye I would be back, so what is the danger? Besides, I am still a god's favored, and I have the blessing of Hades. If I die, then doesn't it mean that this god's favored thing is not reliable?" Davos persisted with a smile and pointed to Helos. "You are my good brother. Now I will join this assault as a member of Helos' squad." Helos swallowed back the words that he wanted to say to dissuade him. "All right, let us brothers live and die together," Matinus excitedly exclaimed. "Yes, let the others see the courage of the warriors of Thessaly." Olivos, who had been silent, shouted excitedly at this moment. At this time the herald arrived. Mithridates went to the side of Timasian and shouted, "Only 3 soldiers surrendered to the Persians." This was the ability of Clearchus in uniting the troops. Even in death, he still affects his soldiers. "Mithridates will be here soon. There is no time to delay. Falcius, stay here for me." Davos was in a hurry. "Okay." Falcius helplessly agreed. "Assistes, you immediately inform the captains to get ready." "Understand," Assistes excitedly said. "The squad of Helos, come with me to the front." "Who?" Everyone screamed at the same time, causing the other soldiers to curiously look back. Reporting to the Ephor, Mithridates is already on his way to Davos' camp. After hearing the report of Talmides, Cherisophus couldn't help but look at his side. Even the troops of prestigious leaders such as Cleaner and Timasian have defected. Can this inexperienced young man control his soldiers? Cherisophus was full of worries. "Talmides, you immediately go to Timasian and let him send the Cretan archers to go after and attack Mithridates." He finally made a decision. Yes, Talmides immediately rushed to the rear with his horse. "Young man, you have to hold on." Davos, who had changed into a regular helmet, together with the squad of Helos, were now in the first row and have javelins on their back, hidden under their shoulders. They faced the west like the other soldiers, filled with vigilance, and they were tensely paying attention to the rear of the troops. Suddenly someone squeezed into his side, and before Davos could look who it was, he then heard Assist's leader. "I have already conveyed your orders to the other captains. I am your herald, please let me fight together with you." Assist seriously begged. Davos nodded. "Leader, here they are," Helos quietly reminded him. The sound of horse hooves came from the rear and gradually became clear. Soon 30 light cavalry appeared in front of them. The first person that is wearing a shiny scaly armor that covered till the knees must be Mithridates. Davos widened his eyes and clenched the copper shield in his hands. "Damn coward," Matinus quietly sweared. "Greek warriors, I am Mithridates, a good friend of Cyrus the Younger." Mithridates stood at a place 200 meters ahead of Davos and shouted. His cavalry soldiers repeated what he shouted in Greek at the same time. "Moreover, I am still a good friend of Menon. I have always been friendly to you Greeks, especially you, the soldiers of Menon. I have visited your camp a lot of times. Believe me, Clearchus was punished for breaking the agreement, however you did not. The truce agreement is still valid for you. Come on, come to our side. I swear to Varmt and Note, another name of Varithregna, a Persian god, the god worshipped by my family, that I have no malice against you, and we will safely send you back to Asia Minor. At the same time, Satrap Tissaphernes is ready to hire you once more, because he needs your help since Asia Minor is still not peaceful, and he had prepared a lot of rewards. You Persians who have smeared honey on yours mouths, don't think that we will get fooled." Assist spat. At this time Davos quietly said, "Get ready, start." The squad of Helos began to shout, "Is it true that you will let us go home? You really won't hurt us. How much will Tissaphernes pay in hiring us?" After a commotion, they unanimously shouted, "We surrender, surrender." With that, they threw down their shields and spears and ran towards Mithridates. "We also surrender." Another hoplite unit near the squad of Helos immediately dropped their weapon, and soon they mixed up with the squad of Helos. "General, look, there are many people who surrendered this time," a cavalryman happily said to Mithridates. "Of course. Who is Menon? He and Areus has the best relationship." "I think we can keep on shouting here," Mithridates said while feeling proud of himself, because it had such a great effect just as soon as he shouted, which boosted his confidence. Davos was running as he stared at the movement of the cavalry of Mithridates, who was opposite of him. At this time, 2 Persian cavalry ran up to him and made him nervous. "Run to the right, run to the right," they shouted in fluent Greek, while gesturing and turned their horse around to lead the way and signal them to follow. "Ignore them, increase your pace," Davos shouted in a low voice. The Greek soldiers did not listen to their command and suddenly increased their speed, running to their direction, which caused Mithridates to doubt. Just then, the cavalryman beside him shouted in panic, "Not good. They have javelins on their backs." The reason why he could clearly see it was because he was 30 meters away from the Greek soldiers. "Get ready," Helos shouted. The squad members quickly pulled out the javelin on their back and took a great strides forward. "Damn." Mithridates hurriedly pulled the reins and clamped on the belly of the horse and tried to turn the horse's head and retreat. However, it was too late. Matinus threw a javelin that even made him fell due to the strong inertia. Among the screams of the Persian cavalry, 10 javelins flew towards Mithridates, and he had no time to dodge them. Several javelins pierced his body, and even the horse had its neck impaled. With a neigh, the horse collapsed together with him. Just as the Persian cavalry panicked, the rapidly closing squad of Helos threw a second round of javelins, and 2 more cavalry fell. Antonios, who was watching closely, shouted excitedly, "Success! They succeeded!" The soldiers cheered. "Quickly aid leader Davos," Kapos screamed calmly. Just as the 2 teams were about to retreat, Mithridates, who had just fallen to the ground, suddenly moved and struggled to pull out his right leg that was trapped under the horse. His thick armor had apparently protected his vital point. Now he was 20 meters away and was looking around the fleeing Persian cavalry. The situation was so urgent that Davos had no time to think about anything. Kill him. Davos was the first to rush up. The soldiers did not hesitate to catch up with him. They picked up the javelin and spear on the ground. Matinus threw another javelin and hit a Persian cavalry, who wanted to rescue Mithridates off his horse, scaring the rest of the cavalry to once more run away. Mithridates lifted his dusty face, looking up at Davos with his grieved smile revealing his bloody mouth. "You won't be able to escape." Davos did not speak, and directly plunged the tip of his spear into his neck. TN, decapitation strike, is a military strategy aimed at removing the leadership or command and control of a hostile government or group. The strategy of shattering or defeating an enemy by eliminating its military and political leadership has long been utilized in warfare. "Go, hurry up and go." Helos pulled him back and took the lead in running, then the soldiers immediately withdrew. The Persian cavalry came rushing again with their bows, while several of them lifted Mithridates' body and the rest went to chase the Greek soldiers. This time they have learned and divided into 2 so that they can surround Davos on both sides. "Watch out for their bows and arrows." Helos shouted and beckoned the soldiers to disperse. Davos, who lacked experience in the middle of the team, had slightly hesitated and was suddenly thrown down from behind. Then he heard a groan. "Olivos." Davos recognized the one with twisted face due to pain, but there was no time for him to think more. Matinus and Georgos, who was next to them, had quickly pulled them both and run to the curve ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, several arrows came again, and there were 2 more screams. By this time, their reinforcement had arrived, and the Peltaste rode through their javelins at the Persian cavalry, then held up their leather shield and continued to charge forward. Then came the hoplites with their erected shields that formed a wall of shields to block the arrows. The Persian cavalry, that were just over 20 people, did not dare to fight and quickly fled together with the body of Mithridates. Davos then finally had the opportunity to see Olivos' injury. Olivos saw that Davos was coming and quickly broke away from Georgos. Upon hearing this, the gloomy face of Olivos revealed a smile, and his whole body relaxed. Then came the pain. He groaned. Davos had thought that he had touched his wound and hurriedly let go. "Hey, Olivos, fortunately the arrow hit you in the ass. If the arrow hit the front, then I won't have any idea what your scream would be like." Matinus taunted. "Damn you, Matinus, you should try getting hit next time since you're brave." Olivos touched the arrow on his ass and sarcastically retorted. The commotion had returned to the squad of Helos. In addition to Olivos, there was another soldier that got shot in his thigh and the other one in the back. However, due to the thick armor, he only suffered a shallow wound. "Georgos, you go bring Olivos to Herpes and asked him to treat Olivos well." After that, Davos patted the shoulder of Olivos. "Get treated and come back to fight with us as soon as possible." "Yes, leader," Olivos loudly responded. "Very good raid. Unexpectedly, you actually succeeded. We were all worried about you just now. Timogen had said back then that we were crazy to randomly elect a leader. I wonder what he will say now." Falcius and the captains, Antonios and Kapos, came together and congratulated Davos, while Amyntas directly saluted him. The clever Assists brought a horse to let Davos mount it. The soldiers consciously gave way to him, while shouting victory as they welcomed him back to their battle formation. "What did you say?" Davos killed Mithridates. After listening to the heralds, Timogen looked as if he couldn't believe it. "We are currently at war, and if you relayed wrong information then you will be punished." Davos killed Mithridates. Xenophon exclaimed. He came up with a bold plan and succeeded. "Excellent. Hieronymus then spoke with hatred. This time let's see who else wanted to flee. With the death of Mithridates, the Persians will surely vent their anger on those deserters. Cherisophus carefully listened to the narrative of Talmides, although he very much doesn't like this young man, but he had to admit that he had done quite well this time, and it could even be said that he had saved the whole mercenary troops. Because he very well knew that the mercenaries lacked discipline, their management was lax, and even though they were not afraid of the attack of the enemy, and the more they fiercely attack, the more the mercenaries will be united. However, the method of Mithridates will disrupt the morale of the soldiers, which will cause the collapse of the whole mercenary over time. Thinking of this, he loudly said to Talmides with a smile on his face, "Please go give my gratitude to leader Davos for his efforts for the whole mercenary troops on my behalf, and also remind him that the attack of the enemy might soon come." What? Mithridates died. Arius could not believe what he had heard. "Yes, General, his body is outside your quarter," said the guard. Arius hurried out of his quarter, followed by Ardausus, then the confidant sent by Tisiphornes. Mithridates' body had been treated simply, but it's still terrible with 4-5 wounds and a bloody fist-size hole on his neck in which the blood continuously oozes. Arius bent down and was about to closely look at it, when Ardausus couldn't help but shout at the Persian cavalry that fled, "Who did it? Who did it? It is a soldier of Menon." They, the Persian cavalryman, completed describing the whole process as he stuttered. "A group of idiots. You actually got defeated by the trash of Menon. Since you did not manage to protect Mithridates, each of you will be subjected to 30 lashes according to the military law. Then as punishment, you will be sent to the supply unit as a servant." Ardausus angrily shouted, "General, spare us! General, spare us!" The Persian cavalryman pleaded for mercy. Although these cavalrymen are proficient in Greek, it didn't change the fact that Arius has no intention in stopping Ardausus. He instructed the guards to detain the cavalrymen and then said, "Go and bring a few Greeks that have run away. I want to ask them in detail." "What's there to ask? Kill them all, then lead the army to attack those Greek barbarian." Ardausus impatiently shouted, "After their leader were captured by us, the mercenaries must have elected new leaders. We must first understand who they are before we can take the next step." Arius patiently persuaded him. "You go ask while I'll go avenge Mithridates first." Ardausus angrily left. Arius shrugged helplessly at the confidant of Tisiphornes. Nominally, he was the leader after the death of Cyrus the Younger. But in fact, Mithridates and Ardausus each had their own troops and both of them were good friends. They confronted Arius in secret and in the open, which often constrained Arius. When Mithridates died today, Arius was secretly pleased. Compared with the sly Mithridates, the impulsive Ardausus was much easier to handle. Although Ardausus was impulsive when doing things, but when it comes to fighting, he wasn't a fool. He knew that the Persian infantry could not beat the Greek hoplite, and so he only chose 200 mounted archers and 200 archers, and hurriedly led them to catch up with the Greek troops. Because the troops of Ardausus were mounted archers and archers, therefore they are highly mobile. In the afternoon, the huge formation of the Greeks entered his sight. "Instruct the troops to spread out into goose formation and quickly pressure them forward." Ardausus elatedly gave instruction, as his gaze became cold and murderous. The Persian army was on the right rearguard. The troops of Cleaner had anticipated the arrival of the Persians, but when they only saw few enemies, they had thought that they were only gonna shout again like they did last time. Therefore, although they were on guard, they didn't take them too seriously. However, the Persians quickly spread out and approached them, and in the blink of an eye, the distance was only less than 100 meters. Cleaner felt something wrong and shouted, "Prepare for defense." As soon as his words fell, the Persian arrows had arrived, and most of the arrows fell like raindrops on the soldiers' shields. Because of the Greek soldiers' tight formation and the close proximity between the hoplite and peltaste, some of them were immediately got injured, and most of the injured were the peltaste. Dispersed the formation and the hoplites rushed forward. Cleaner anxiously conveyed his order. The arrows struck once more, some fell and screamed. At this time the troops was slightly in a mess, especially the supply unit that was behind them. The guards and servants rushed northward with the neighing horses and cattle, away from the rearguard in order to avoid the disaster. The Persians immediately withdrew, as soon as the 3 hoplite units that were armed with round shields rushed past the raining arrows. It was impossible for the hoplites to catch up with the lightly armed archers, let alone the faster cavalry. The hoplites' charge could not last, and when they stopped to rest, the Persian archers began to attack once more. The Greek hoplites hid under their round shield, which greatly reduced the chance of injury, but that's not to say they wouldn't. First of all, their arms and thighs were unprotected, and secondly, their thick armor is made of linen, although it can prevent the arrows from penetrating, but some flesh wounds can't be avoided. If they can't get close to the enemy, then they won't be able to exert the strength of the hoplites, while the enemy only need to stand and shoot arrows. Cleaner did not dare to dispatch the peltaste because their javelins won't be able to reach as far as arrows, and their protection wasn't as strong as the hoplites. It will only increase their casualties. At this time, Timasian dispatched 200 Cretan archers to reinforce them in haste. Cleaner, who had expectations for them, was soon disappointed. In the Greek city-states, the Cretan archers was known for their archery, but their range wasn't as far as the Persian archers who dominated the Mediterranean. On the contrary, in order for them to shorten the range, they had left the hoplites' protection, which had caused dozens of casualties. At this time, the entire mercenary troops halted, and the leaders were trying to find a solution. Davos also listened anxiously to the heralds of the left wing. At this time, Talmides came riding on a horse. Leader Davos, Cherisophis wants you to dispatch troops, and you need to take a detour in order to avoid the scouting of the enemy, then go behind the enemy and attack them. When Davos thought about it, he understood the plan of Cherisophis. He looked at Philesius, who was beside him, and Philesius nodded at him. Ceasts, go and inform Kapos to come, Davos ordered. Yes, Philesius thought that Davos would consult with him about who to send, but he instead directly made a decision, and it was the most suitable person. It seems that him asking for advice throughout the journey wasn't just a front, and the young leader's ability to learn is really strong. When Kapos led the hoplite unit, Hieronymus, who was on the other side, also sent a hoplite unit, and all of them were trying to circle behind the Persians, then cooperate with Cleaner to surround and annihilate them. However, the experienced Artauses had long been on guard. The two wings of the goose formation were the Persian archers and mounted archers. They are very loose and can also be used as a scout, and soon they discovered the anomalies, so they quickly retreated and made the attempt of the mercenary to fail. The prudent Kapos immediately withdrew as soon as he saw the plan failing, while Xenophon, who was the leader on Hieronymus' side, was unwilling, so he took the initiative to seek a fight and continued pursuing. As a result of chasing and stopping, instead of injuring the Persians, it had caused him more than a dozen of people to be injured. If not for the arrows of Artaus's troops running out, then Xenophon's unit would have lost more. So when he came back, he got reprimanded by Hieronymus. Without the harassment of Artausus, the Greek troops increased their pace and finally arrived at the village that was mentioned by the guide before the sun had set. Although most of the villagers had fled, it still renewed the soldiers' spirit. Davos had no intention in stopping the soldiers to pillage, and he only suggested that Mursus should capture some Persian slaves and promise them freedom in exchange for their sincere help. He then rushed to the commander's quarter. He heard the complaint of Cleaner. Before he could enter, "These Persians are like flies. We can't get rid of them without a fight, and there is nothing we can do about them since we don't have enough cavalry." Davos and Philesius went inside, and everyone nodded to them. Compared with yesterday's alienation, a lot of them took the initiative today. Obviously, Davos' performance won the recognition of everyone. It was just because they were worried about the attack of Artausus that they were not able to show their enthusiasm. "What should we do if the Persians still attack us like they did today?" Cleaner said, worried, because he had suffered the most casualties today. What is even more worrying is that if we can't quickly find a way to defeat the Persians will surely think that this method of attack is the most effective against us, and they will not only continue using this method, and the next time they come will not only be few hundreds of people, but instead will be thousands of archers and mounted archers. I think that this will be our disaster, Xenophon depressingly said, since he had suffered a lot today. The other leaders were equally serious. They had easily won in the previous battle with the Persian king, and the tolerance of Tissaphernes made them believe in their own strength. But now a small Persian troops, composed entirely of archers and mounted archers, had made the hoplites that they are proud of suffer. They then suddenly realized the shortcomings of their troops. "We have to have the same or longer range than the Persians," said Cherisophis. "The slinger of Rhodes," Xenophon suddenly shouted. Davos' brows skip. He heard Antonio say that the Rhodians are good at throwing rocks among the Greek city-states. They can sling a rock up to 400–500 meters, and with a high precision within 100 meters. Therefore, the Mediterranean city-states likes to employ the Rhodian slinger as an important reserve force of their army. The reason why Davos is familiar with the name of Rhodes wasn't only because of the slinger, but it was also because of one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that was widely circulated in his previous life, the colossus of the sun god of Rhodes that was built on this island, but it seems that it had been built after Alexander the Great, Davos thought to himself. In fact, the Greek city-states have many unique and elite military units, such as the archers of Crete, the cavalry of Thessaly, the slingers of Rhodes, the hoplites of Sparta, and the navy of Athens. If Greece was united, and these forces are integrated, then they will surely be able to dominate the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, the Greeks who love freedom have always been a scattered sand. Athens, who was the last one that wanted to make this effort, has been defeated, and now the hegemon of Greece, Sparta, without looking at history, was impossible to do so because of their extremely closed and conservative political system. When Davos sighed in his heart, Timasian said with regret, "Unfortunately, we don't have Rhodian slingers, but we have people from Rhodes." Xenophon said excitedly, "Everyone, throwing rocks is a skill that the Rhodians had practiced since childhood and they make a living from it, just like how the Cretan makes a living with their archery. When we were recruiting mercenaries in Eurasia, many Rhodians have joined us, but because of the generosity of Cyrus the Younger, made them abandon their slings due to the large amount of weapons, and picked up the round shields and spears that they were only able to afford for a large sum of money, but now it's time for them to once more pick up their slings. Xenophon is right, we should immediately assemble them and form slingers to fight the Persian archers." Cleaner immediately said. Everyone agreed. Cherisophus nodded and said, "Then let's do that right away. We have a lot of sheep, we can slaughter a part of them and use their intestines as slings. In addition, we still need cavalry. Otherwise, we will not be able to catch up with the Persians when they retreat. I suggest that each camp will gather their surplus pack horses and select soldiers who are good at horse riding and form a cavalry units." Xanthicles said, "Agree, agree." In the face of this crisis, the leaders united and quickly reached an agreement. The whole mercenary troops immediately acted. Soon, more than 300 Rhodians, who were good at slings, were organized and more than 50 pack horses were assembled. Most of the cavalrymen that was selected came from Davos' camp, and most of the soldiers in his camp are Thessalian. When Xenophon recommended the Athenian Lysias as the captain of the cavalry unit, Davos expressed his disagreement and believed that his own camp, the Thessalian leads recommended by Phalcius, was more appropriate. Since most of the cavalry were Thessalian, the leaders eventually agreed. The next day, instead of continuing the march, the mercenaries took a day off to conduct assault training for the newly formed Slinger Company and cavalry unit. On this day, the Persians were not idle. After Artaxerxes succeeded in harassing the Greeks, he returned to the camp and proudly showed his achievements to Areus, and proposed that Areus should hand over all the archers and mounted archers to him, and he will defeat the Greeks in one fell swoop. Areus first congratulated him, then began to find reasons to refuse Artaxerxes. After all, the army of Cyrus the Younger was defeated in the battle with the Persian king before, and there were only 7,000 people left after he had gathered them up. If he followed what Artaxerxes had said, then he would only have 3,000 people left under his command, and as the nominal commander of this army, how can he order the whole army if his subordinates have more troops under their command than him? What's more, a Persian army can't be the Persian army without archers. Thus, the cautious and stingy Areus disapproved of such gambling tactics. Artaxerxes was furious when he saw that Areus did not agree. He believed that Areus was jealous of him and doesn't want to see him succeed. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he straight up ran to Tisiphron's camp. "Can you defeat the Greeks as long as I give you enough archers and cavalry?" Tisiphron asked with some suspicion. "Lord Satrap, I have had many contacts with the Greek mercenaries due to Cyrus the Younger, and I know the condition of their troops. Most of their soldiers are hoplites, and as long as you don't fight them at a close range, then they wouldn't be able to exert even a bit of their strength, and they don't even have enough archers. Therefore, they won't be our opponent at all. I had only brought 400 mounted archers and archers in attacking them, and without losing a soldier, it resulted in about 500 Greek casualties, which is obviously an exaggeration. If not for the arrows running out, then the Greek would have even more casualties." Artaxerxes said with a respectful attitude, "Therefore, I want to increase the number of archers and mounted archers, which will increase our long-range attacks on the Greeks, and in turn will increase their casualties, and I hope to bring them down faster in order to solve these Greek barbarians for you, Lord, and for the king as soon as possible." He then switched the conversation to some other subject, but Areus refused my proposal, so I can only come to you, Lord Satrap. Tisiphron did not answer directly, but said with a sad expression, "I am very sad and surprised that Mithridates died in battle. At the same time, his death may have also returned the confidence to the Greeks that have lost their leader." Tisiphron turned grave. "I heard that the Spartan Ephor Cherisophus has become the new commander of the mercenary troops, correct?" "Yes, Lord Satrap. That's what the Greek soldiers that have deserted said Artaxerxes. "We must absolutely not allow him to succeed in taking over this Greek troops and obtain prestige." Tisiphron said in a cold and firm tone, "We must constantly attack them, let them flee continuously, and make them cry for death and mourn for hunger. Artaxerxes, since your method is very useful, then continue using it to fight against the Greeks. I'll give you 2,000 archers and 500 mounted archers. In addition, there's Areus." Tisiphron turned to Sist, who was standing by, and said, "I have to trouble you to go first. Since Areus dared not fight the Greeks, I will give the soldiers to those who had the ability to command them. Otherwise, I don't mind discussing with him what he did during the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger." Sist laughed disapprovingly. "Lord Satrap, you don't have to be so angry. I believe that Arius is a sensible man. He better be. The gaze of Tissaphernes flashed a bit of chill. When you win, you will become my adjutant. Tissaphernes made a promise. As Ardouses followed Sist out of the tent in high spirits, Orontes said with concern, can Ardouses succeed? Since he had won a perfect victory, why can't he have a second one? If we can get rid of the Greeks at once, then I am willing to bet, Tissaphernes firmly said. The Greeks hated us for decades. This is the reason why I opposed funding Sparta against Athens. It was a pity that His Majesty Darius was deceived by Cyrus the Younger, removing me from my post and replacing me with Cyrus the Younger and supported Sparta. Tissaphernes bitterly said, what is the result? Sparta supported the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger so that they can profit from it. It was in our best interest that Sparta and Athens should continue fighting instead of helping Sparta to win. You are right, Tissaphernes. When the matter here is over, I'll go and advise the king to reconsider the relationship with Sparta. Yes, that is why we have to quickly solve these Greeks. Artausis will definitely bring us good news. At dusk of that day, the leaders once more gathered at the military quarter. The Slinger Company already have slings in their hand, and after a day of training they are already skillful in using it, and they can now go to battle and kill the enemy. Cleaner had reported that his troops at the rearguard had lost the most in the battle yesterday. Therefore, at his strong request, the new company was temporarily under his command. Then Davos also made a report. The cavalry unit has also no problem in going to battle and killing the enemy, because most of the cavalrymen came from his camp, and since he is once more in the flank, and so, the cavalry was temporarily placed under his control. Davos briefly spoke. After watching the cavalry's day of training, he also got a general idea of the ways the cavalry attack in this era: horse collision, spear stab, javelin throw, archery. Because there are no stirrups, they dare not let the horse run as fast as it could, nor they dare not go all out, otherwise they would easily fall off the horse. The newly built cavalry is equipped with only one weapon, the spear, so their best way of attack is to chase the fleeing enemy. At this moment, Cherisophus said, everyone, I had taken the guide out of the camp in order to explore the route that we will take tomorrow and their surrounding terrain. That was too dangerous. Now the Persian scouts are roaming around our camp. If you had come across them, then you would have been in trouble. Timasian shouted. I was prepared for that, and with the blessing of Zeus, I didn't meet the Persians. Cherisophus nodded to Timasian and expressed his gratitude for his concern. Instead, I found an important discovery. What important discovery? Cleaner asked urgently. I found that there are several mountains 4 miles ahead, and there is only one valley that we could pass. Otherwise, we would have to take a longer path. Cherisophus said as he used the wooden stick on the grass, this valley can only accommodate up to 20 people side by side. What you meant is that you fear the Persians will attack us as we pass through the valley. Xanthicles asked worriedly. This is indeed a problem. However, this can be solved. We will depart through the valley before dawn, and the Persians will never be able to think about it. Xenophon had thought about it and said, this is a good method. The Persians are afraid of the night, especially when their cavalry could not see the path under their feet in the dark. That is why when we were marching with Cyrus the Younger, they always waited until dawn before leaving the camp. And the day before yesterday, Mithridates had only caught up with us long after dawn. If it's still the same tomorrow, then we would have already passed through the valley. Cleaner agreed and the others also agreed. They then turned their attention to the final decision-maker, Cherisophus. Cherisophus glanced at the crowd and said in a calm tone, everyone, I have a plan. Since the Persians are keeping up with us, then we can use this valley to our advantage and strike them hard. What do you mean? Xanthicles thought about it and asked. After passing through the valley, we will immediately start the formation and fight the Persians that came chasing us. Moreover, the path in the valley is narrow and will delay their retreat, which will make it easier for us to catch up with them. The more Persians that come chasing, the slower their retreat from the valley and the more Persians we could kill. Timasian excitedly said, but the Persians are not fools. Why will they risk and cross the valley if they saw that we are ready? Xenophon's question stunned everyone. Cherisophus said with confidence, that's why we won't attack them near the entrance of the valley. Once the Persians catch up with us, then we will attack. Therefore, we need to lure them to chase us. Right. Anyway, the Persians won't dare to fight us head-on, and we have the slingers and cavalry, which will surely give the Persians an unexpected surprise. At that time, the whole troops will attack them together and drive them to the entrance of the valley, and the narrowness of the valley will delay their retreat and help us catch up with them. Everyone said their opinions, and soon the plan was perfected. Suddenly someone said, we should ambush the Persian army on this side of the valley and immediately block it after they cross it. Everyone was stunned and abruptly turned around. It was Davos. He had been sitting in the corner and was seriously listening to them. Do you want to annihilate them all? Cherisophus looked at Davos as he tried to suppress his astonishment and said slowly. Davos extended his left 5 fingers, then squeezed it into a fist and forcefully slammed it, of course. If we just defeated them, then they will surely return to once more attack us, after they retreated and regroup. Only by surrounding and annihilating them can we give the greatest deterrence to the Persians. The Greeks advocate strength and preferred head-on clash. This characteristic was further emphasized by the fact that their mercenary troops mainly consist of hoplites. The same is true for the Spartans, who are the best at fighting, the Battle of Marathon, the Battle of Plataea, not to mention that these big battles were won by Greeks through their strength and head-on collision. Even the countless small battles were seldom roundabout, outflanking, ambushing, surprise attack, and surround and annihilation. Everyone in the later generations knows some of these most common military terms well, and even though they seem simple, but it's almost blank in this era, throughout the military history of the Greek city-states, the hoplites were their main fighting force. Of course, such battles occasionally occurred, but few people paid attention to it and was just skimmed. Hundreds of years later, Hannibal, the commander of Carthage, killed half of the men in Rome with repeated battle of annihilation, which have forced Rome, the overlord of the Mediterranean, to learn from their enemies and finally take the military tactics of the classical West to a great level. Davos, whose soul had came from later generation, certainly won't be restricted by this era. Although his military experience is still immature, but he is 2,000 years ahead with his military thoughts. What he was thinking at this time was a sentence often said in later generation: "It is better to cut off one finger than to injure 10. Cherysopis looked calmly at this young man with an immature face, but he was shocked by his courage and concept. He admitted that Davos' proposal was tempting and feasible, but he still asked cautiously, "There is a dense forest not far from the valley, but if we have too many soldiers for ambush, then they will be easily spotted by the cavalry scout of the Persian. But if there are too few soldiers and if there are too many Persians that comes, then how can they stop the Persians from retreating? What if the Persians doesn't come chasing tomorrow? You should know that they didn't come today." Davos had already thought about it and answered seriously, "There is no plan in the world that is perfect. There are risks in any military actions, therefore we should consider all possibilities as thoroughly as possible. First of all, I want to ask you, Cherysopis, how far is this forest from the entrance of the valley?" "About 3 miles. Cherysopis blurted out as if the terrain had been imprinted in his mind. This made Davos admire him very much. Surveying the topography is a necessary skill for a qualified commander, and he also need to study it. At the same time, Cherysopis' words cleared his biggest concern about the plan. He said it with his analysis, according to what has been said before. When the whole mercenary troop sets out before dawn, then the troops for the ambush will be able to arrive at the forest, and the enemy cavalry scouts should still be sleeping. We only need 300–400 soldiers for the ambush, therefore the chance for them to be discovered will be small, and the Persians will only think of fleeing and won't have the time to organize resistance, although we won't be able to wipe them out, but the results won't be too bad. Surrounding the 3 sides was theorized by Sun Tzu, a military strategist and the first one to raise the ancient art of war to a new height, and should be living in the same era. Davos' inexplicable sense of pride made him more relaxed. As for the Persians not coming, then you don't have to worry. If the enemy hasn't yet appeared after noon, the troops that is tasked for the ambush could withdraw on their own initiative, and their actions will be more swift since they don't have any baggage, and our main force will also be at the entrance of the valley, so there won't be any big problems. Note, it is about surrounding a place, but only 3 sides have troops and leaving one side unguarded in order to give the enemy hope of escape. And then take advantage of the situation to surround them and gradually annihilate them. Davos' detailed thoughts eventually conquered all the other leaders that are present, and they all agreed with his suggestion, adding an ambush force. Cherysopis, who had always been unable to get used to Davos because of his youth, couldn't help but treasure his talents. But the way the Spartans treasure their younger generation is different. "Davos, are you willing to command this ambush force?" Davos was stunned. He saw trust and expectation in the gaze of Cherysopis. He carefully thought about it, and despite the obstruction of Phalcius, and faced with the complicated gaze of everyone, he nodded, "I can." The next day before dawn, the Greeks got up at the urging of the bugle. They packed up their baggage and equipment, and departed with sleepy eyes. There is only a glimmer of light appearing on the horizon when they arrived at the entrance of the valley. Davos led 3 hoplite units and 1 peltaste unit, and separated from the main mercenary force. The leaders then sent their blessings one after another. "Zeus will be with you." This is what Cherysopis had said. "May Ares give you strength." This is what Timaean had said. "May Athena give you good fortune." This is what Xenophon had said. In order to fight with the Persians, the whole mercenary troops are united. Take care of the leader. Come back safely. Phalcius said seriously. "Do not worry, Phalcius, we will take care of the leader." Antonios interrupted. "You take care as well," Davos said while giving Phalcius a powerful hug. Then, in the gazes of the remaining soldiers and officers had begun to change into admiration, as he led the troops along the foot of the mountain and rushed to the forest on the left side. In fact, Artausas acted earlier than the day before, because his troops had grown so large that there were around 4,500 archers and 1,500 mounted archers, which doubled his confidence and made him eager to crush the Greek mercenary troops as soon as possible in order for him to get the adjutant position that was promised by Tisiphorus earlier. The scout reported back that the Greeks had long left their camp and crossed the valley, and the distance was 20 miles away from the Persian army. He took it for granted and thought that the Greeks acted so quickly in order to avoid their attacks, and felt anxious thinking about the oath that he had pledged to Tisiphorus. They must not be allowed to run away. We must crush them today. So he urged the troops to speed up the march. When they passed through the valley, they did not stop because the scout had told him that the Greeks were 5-6 miles away from the mouth of the valley. Leader Davos, the Persians have entered the valley. Assistes ran back to the forest and reported it to Davos. How many people? Asked Antonios on the side. Their troops is very long. I am afraid that there are thousands of people, Assistes said as he gasped. This is really a big fish, Amyntas whistled. Then we will immediately implement the second plan that we had discussed last night. Davos was nervous, but he managed to control his facial expression. Brothers, start working hard, Kapos shouted in a low voice. Report the Persians came out of the valley and already came chasing. Very good. How many people? There are about 7,000 people, all of whom seems to be archers and mounted archers. Damn Persian. They must have a ridiculous idea of using arrows to defeat us all. That is just right. The more that comes, the more we kill. Can Davos block them? That is why our attack must be fast and powerful. Cherisophis firmly said, everyone, return to your command post at once and immediately spread out the formation and move out. Who? The leaders are itching for a fight and began to move out. When Artausas left the valley, he couldn't wait to spread out his battle formation, and just like the day before yesterday, the archers were in the middle and the cavalry were on both wings. Just 2 miles after leaving the mouth of the valley, the scout came back to report, the Greeks are coming toward us. Although Artausas was in high spirit, he after all has a lot of combat experience. He doesn't want to be confined near the mouth of the valley due to his attack tactics needing space to maneuver. So he immediately ordered his entire troops to move to the left. The archers and mounted archers are all highly mobile, but it still takes time for 7,000 man troops to change their battle formation, which the Greeks did not give them. Not long after Artausas gave his instruction, the Greeks appeared in his sight. He suddenly became nervous, and he clearly knows that it is seeking death to change formation while the enemy is advancing. He ordered that the battle formation be restored, and quickly thought it in his mind that in a little while, after 2 rounds of arrows are fired, the advance of the enemy will be disrupted, and they should quickly move to the left, breaking away from the Greeks and finding another opportunity to fight. However, his face quickly changed because the Greeks' front line was very long. It far exceeded both his wings, and as they moved to their direction, both wings continuously extend. Artausas is aware of the traditional Greek phalanx. They often piled the formation very thickly, usually more than 7-8 rows, and crushed the other side with a powerful impact. Now the other side's formation is so thin that they only have 2-3 rows. Why did they dare do that? Artausas soon understood that it is due to their side being all mounted archers and archers. The Greeks can still win without using the strength of numerous people to crush them. The Greeks wanted to surround them. He was careless. Artausas was a little flustered, and his expression changed to confusion. He wanted to immediately withdraw, but he felt that since the formation was already been spread out, and if they dejectedly went back, then the morale would be affected, and the important thing is that they will be delayed. He had made an oath. He thought to himself that even if they don't have the time left to retreat, they should at least shoot a round of arrows. 7,000 arrows can disrupt the Greeks' formation and may even cause chaos. With this in mind, Artausas decided to take risks. He quickly called the officers under his command and told them to remember the order of withdrawal. When everything was properly arranged, he felt a lot more relieved. Looking at the approaching Greeks, he decided to wait and instructed the arrows to be fired when the distance between the two sides is about 100 meters. Come on, Greek barbarians, come and die. He smiled maliciously. However, at a distance of about 200 meters, a brass bugle sounded on the opposite side, and the Greeks stopped moving forward. He was anxious, but he doesn't want his troops to move forward, because it is easy to cause chaos when turning a sudden attack to a retreat, while Artausas only wanted a smooth retreat. But if he wait for the Greeks to attack, he now felt that there are too many troops, and there might be some problems on the commands due to inconsistency. Then he saw the Greek hoplites facing him stretch out countless arms behind and started swinging overhead. Slingers. Artausas was so frightened that he remembered that there were no slingers in the Greek mercenaries. Why did they appear all of a sudden? Then he doesn't have the time to think about it. Countless fist-sized stones crashed into the middle of the Persian army like hailstones. These Persian archers were drawing their bows when they suddenly got hit. They aren't protected by armor, and their head got badly battered and even directly got knocked unconscious. There was chaos in the Persian army. The rate of the slingers are very fast, and soon another flying stones was thrown from the other side's formation, which have covered the sky. Artaxerxes' eyes turned red from anxiousness and hoarsely shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." The bugler was preparing to blow the bugle, but there was a loud brass bugle that sounded on the opposite side, and the silent Greek hoplites roared Ares. The whole Greek front started taking big steps, rushing towards the Persians like a surging tide without fear of the reefs and shallows ahead, vowing to swallow up the land. It was an unprecedented momentum, strong enough to crush the Persian morale. The front of the Greek troops split open a passage in which dozens of cavalry poured out and took the lead to charge at the enemy Persians. The Persians totally collapsed. They did not listen to the officer's order and even pulled them in their arms as they ran back at full speed. The order of withdrawal that was arranged beforehand could not be carried out. The cavalry, archers, right wing, left wing, and center have all rushed to the mouth of the valley like a swarm of bees. They only have one idea in their minds: get away from those terrible Greeks. Defeated, defeated, defeated without shooting a single arrow. Artaxerxes had participated in the Battle of Cunaxa before, and as a teammate of the Greeks, he cheered at them as they easily defeated the Persian king's army. But now that he is personally facing the charge of the Greeks, he felt the horror of the Greek hoplites, and at this moment his brain was blank, but his hands were clasping around the neck of his horse, and was surrounded by his retinues as they rushed to the mouth of the valley. He was close to the mouth of the valley due to him being at the rear of the center. Therefore, he and his cavalry retinues were ahead of the Persian army as they run. The mouth of the valley is ahead, in which the vast space suddenly narrowed, and the steep and continuous peaks made the air to only flow in the valley's mouth, making Artaxerxes, who had just entered the valley, almost got blinded by the intense mountain wind. He clamped the belly of his horse and clearly knew that the faster they crossed the valley, the less troops he would lose. The path on the valley is not a straight line, but a curved S-shape. It wasn't a problem for the Persian cavalry, who rode on sands all year round. They have good control on their horses, and they didn't slow down too much even if there is a curve ahead. Just as they whirled around the foot of the mountain, a half-man high wall made of stacked stones and wood appeared in front of them. Artaxerxes and his cavalry were unable to stop their horses from crashing into it. People and horses immediately screamed loudly. Artaxerxes was thrown out, and what he eventually saw was the rapidly enlarged mountain wall in front of him. The defeated Persians entered the valley like a torrent and filled it up as they pushed forward. When the rest of the cavalry at the forefront stopped moving in horror, the soldiers in the rear were still desperately running. Therefore, a more tragic scene happened. The soldiers at the front were crushed and trampled by the soldiers coming from behind, while the struggling soldiers end up tripping the rushing soldiers, and the defeated soldiers still crazily pouring in order to escape the slaughtering of the Greeks. Inside the valley, people fell trampled behind the stone wall. The Persians piled up in layers extending all the way to the entrance of the valley, and even some of the soldiers have been trampled into minced meat, while the others are still struggling and screaming in the river of blood. It's hell on earth. Vertical shield wall, javelin ready. As Davos saw the Persian soldiers pushing each other in front of the stone wall, although he was slightly nervous, he still calmly transmitted his orders very clearly. Davos simply built the stone wall by asking the soldiers to carry stones and wood. His original intention was to prevent the charge of the Persian cavalry, because even if there are multiple rows of hoplites, they won't necessarily be able to block a horse once it goes wild, and they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, he used a barricade to slow down the Persian cavalry. Unexpectedly, the effect of the stone wall was far beyond his imagination. The valley was blocked with mountain of corpses, and it made it impossible for the defeated force to gather together to attack Davos' line of defense. The battle did not last long. There is no way out for the defeated Persians that were being followed by pursuers in the middle of hell. They completely had a mental breakdown and surrendered one after another. Several leaders couldn't help but have their blood freezes after they rushed to rendezvous with Davos and seeing the tragedy in the valley. They look at Davos with a slight awe, and Xenophon said, "Davos, you deserve to be favored by Hades." Davos was equally unsettled, as he repeatedly comforted himself in his mind. This is war. This is war. What to do with these Persians? He noticed that the soldiers were collecting weapons and armors of the soldiers that surrendered. He suddenly felt slightly sympathetic and asked Cherisophis. Cherisophis mercilessly replied, after collecting their weapons and armor, cut off the tendons in their hands and feet, and stabbed their thighs, then returned them back and let Tisiphorus have a headache. Davos was silent. Of course he understood Cherisophis' purpose. The mercenary doesn't have extra food and people to look after them, and Tisephrons will need to send out people to look after the injured Persians, which will naturally reduce the number of soldiers attacking them. Davos, you did a great job. Cherisophis looked around and said, I think the Persians will be frightened by the sight in here. When Davos led his troops out of the valley, the soldiers that they passed by cheered at the bloody people as much as they could, because they know that it was this young leader that led a few people to block the path of a large number of Persians, and made the mercenary have a perfect victory. The young Davos had won the recognition of the whole mercenary troops with his feat. In the afternoon, Tisephrons' main force unhurriedly arrived at the valley. When Tisephrons saw the tragedy in the valley and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground and struggling, he angrily threw his helmet to the ground. He then sent a small group of troops that he trusted to deal with the aftermath, while the other troops were forbidden to enter the valley and took another path to bypass the mountains. Areus, who followed Tisephrons, stayed silent. He did not see Artaus's body, but it must have been among the numerous corpses. In these 3 days, the 2 generals that have fought him for power have died in battle one after another. At this time, he doesn't have a trace of joy, but instead his lips are gone, and his teeth felt cold Chinese idiom about having mutual dependency when confronted with a powerful and aggressive enemy. In this battle, more than 3,000 Persians died and more than 3,000 were injured, and no one managed to escape, while the casualties of the Greek mercenary were negligible. Perhaps it was really like Cherisophis had said, that the Persians got frightened so much that they didn't show up for days. This made it easier for the Greek mercenaries to plunder and march all the way to Larissa I, a city on Tigris River. This is a magnificent great city. The lower part of the city wall is made of stone, and the upper part is made of earth bricks. The wall is about 30 meters high, 8 meters wide, and 10 miles long. Such a magnificent city wall made the Greek mercenaries have no interest in attacking it. Moreover, the city has fewer people compared to the cities that they had encountered along the Tigris River, and most of the fields and villages outside the city are deserted, which seems to be somewhat desolate. Larissa, it was said that its former name was Calhu. It was first a great city under Assyria, then was taken by the Medes. The great King Cyrus defeated the Medes, but he wasn't able to breach the city. Finally, Mithra, the sun god, covered the city of Calhu's light with dark clouds and made its day as dark as night, which terrified the residents and made them think that the gods had abandoned them, so they abandoned the city and fled. King Cyrus then seized the city, said Maragi. Ever since Davos learned from Cherisophis about understanding the topography being important for a qualified commander, he took Maragi as his guide and kept him at his side. Xenophon, as an adjutant of Hieronymus, was too busy that it was impossible for him to come and talk with Davos as easily as before. As a merchant, Maragi not only knew the surrounding terrain, but also knew many stories about the history of Mesopotamia, which adds a lot of fun to Davos' tense and tiring march. Hey, you Persians have a sun god, we also have Apollo, who is more powerful. Matinus, who was working as a guard, said. Maragi glanced back beside Davos and disdainfully said, Mithra is the master of nature. He ensured the abundance of vegetation, fertile land, and made people live and work in peace and contentment. Therefore, Mithra is worshipped by all. He is not a small god can compare. What did you say? How dare you insult Apollo? Matinus angrily wanted to beat up Maragi, but was pulled back by Helos. Maragi was scared and hid behind, but Davos snapped at him. Matinus' question did not offend you, but you insulted our gods that us Greeks respected. If you don't apologize immediately, then I won't stop them from beating you in anger. The Persian's sense of superiority that thoughtlessly came out made him have a headache. It was time to teach him a lesson. Maragi looked back and saw the anger in the soldier's gaze. He knew that he would have been torn to pieces if it hadn't been for Davos. As a merchant, adaptability is his nature, so he quickly bowed down and sincerely apologized, and even gave himself a slap in the face. It was only when he saw that Maragi was forgiven that Davos asked the questions that he had been wondering before. Why does the city look so desolate? Maragi vaguely said, while clasping his red cheeks with one hand, because the inhabitants here are mainly Medes. After that, he stayed quiet. Davos thought it over and it dawned on him. The Persian royal court does not attach importance to this area because it was the core area of the former Medes and Assyria for fear that their old fire might be rekindled, and so they even adopted a suppression policy, right? Davos saw Maragi looking at himself in amazement and knew that he had guessed the main point, and he couldn't help but somewhat proudly said, let me guess the methods they had used. For example, the people here are often conscripted to join the army to fight. Higher tax. Leader Davos, if you are really what they called favored by God, then you're really quite different from the rest that only have muscles and no brains. Maragi looked at Davos with amazement and sighed, for he had just suffered a loss and said in a low voice, if you are a Persian, you would also have been successful as an official of Persia. Davos smiled and said, unfortunately, I don't like Persia even though it is a big country, Because you are Greek. Davos did not reply. He looked at Larissa not far away and was distracted. Is he a Greek? In addition to this body, his soul and thoughts from the bottom of his heart considered himself to be a Chinese. Greek tradition and culture cannot assimilate the people that came from the 21st century, even to the extent that it had little impact on him. Only the reality of his helplessness and sincere friendship in war that made himself acknowledged to be a part of this team. Don't look at his usual tone. We Greeks are what it is just to fool the Greeks in order to boost the morale and highlight his position as a leader, in a word to survive. Therefore, if Persia, who is superior than Greece, extended an olive branch to him, he would not hesitate to join Persia. However, he looked down on Persia, because the political system of most Greek city-states is more similar to countries in the 21st century, which naturally has an affinity with modern people that advocates freedom, and even Athens is more democratic than modern society. The next day, they marched to Mespila. This is Nineveh, the capital of the former Assyrian kingdom. Allegedly, Medea, the wife of the last king of Medes, took refuge in the city after us. Persians seized the kingdom of Medes. The great King Cyrus led an army to besiege the city since it was the last castle of the Medes that had not been captured for a long time. Bahram, the god of war among the gods, saw that there are too many Persians that died and injured. Therefore he sent out an earth-shaking thunder that made the whole city tremble, and it was then conquered. Maragi still served as their guide and narrator. Haha, the Persian gods are really great that they even went to help. Matanis mocked him at the back, and with the lesson of yesterday, Maragi ignored him. Davos immediately looked at the city on the Tigris River. The height of the wall of the capital of the former Assyrian kingdom alone is about 17 meters high. Kalhu is already a magnificent city, but it seems that it is only a third of Nineveh. He could imagine the strength and prosperity of the Assyrian kingdom, which was founded by military force, when it swept across the western kingdoms. At this time, the capital is desolate and ruined. The wild weeds and numerous thorns on the walls swayed in the river wind. It seems to be telling of its current miserable state. A sense of vicissitudes of history came to his mind, and Davos naturally remembered the poem where before me are the ages that have gone, and where behind me are the coming generations. I think of heaven and earth without limit, without end, and I am all alone and my tears fall down. 2. He sighed with regret. No matter how powerful a country is, there is a time for its demise. One Larissa is an ancient Assyrian city located 30 kilometers 20 mi south of the city of Mosul. It was a major Assyrian city between approximately 1350 BC and 610 BC. The city is located in a strategic position 10 kilometers 6 mi north of the point that the river Tigris meets its tributary, the Great Zab. 2 on a gate tower at Yuju is one of the 300 Tang poems and was made by Chen Ziying. There is also this song. Will it also happen to Persia? Assist curiously asked. What about Greece? Maragi immediately looked back and asked, not willing to be outdone. Davos looked at them and said, it's somewhat serious. If you live long enough, then you might be able to see it in 50 years. Is this an oracle? Assist asked excitedly. Maragi obviously didn't believe it. Davos smiled and did not reply. If the flap of his butterfly wing is weak enough to not change the course of history, decades later he can't remember the exact time, Alexander of Macedonia will conquer Greece and destroy Persia. And since the Greeks does not consider the Macedonian in the north as one of them. Therefore, in a sense, he conquered the two most powerful forces in the Mediterranean at that time. For the next 2 days, the Greek mercenary continued to march at ease. Tisiphron's army finally appeared on the third day. Currently, Davos had basically used the light cavalry unit of 50 Greeks as scouts and sent them out. After all, the Persian cavalry are stronger individually, and the Greek cavalry is no match against them when fighting one-on-one. So they, in a group of 5, did not dare leave the main force too far, and only moved within 2-3 miles around the formation. When they saw the Persian army from afar, they immediately returned. The Persians are coming, prepare to defend. Cherisophis ordered for the defense to be ready. The heralds quickly conveyed the order around the huge formation. The Greek mercenary used a large hollow square formation to protect the supply unit. Therefore, it was impossible to change position before they meet the enemy. They just made the supply unit gather in the center. The soldiers were armed with shield and spears and raised their vigilance, while they slowed down the marching speed and keep the formation intact. Soon, the Persians appeared in the rear of the troops. From the army flag that is fluttering, the soldiers realized that Tisiphron had come. The Greek mercenary had easily defeated him in the Battle of Cunaxa, so they did not take him too seriously. Then on the left wing of Tisiphron's, another troops appeared, and as the formation advanced, the Greeks' heart tightened. It was another army of more than 10,000 people. Everyone was familiar on the emblem on the army flag. The satrap of Armenia, Orontes, had arrived, which the leaders had already expected. Then on the right wing of Tisiphon's, another large army appeared, with no less than 10,000 people. The flag held high is familiar to everyone. Oh, I remember. That is the army we met on our way, which is said to be led by the brother of the Persian king. Asist shouted. The army that was supposed to march in the opposite direction of ours is here. I'm afraid that they have been quietly following us. Tisiphon's had evil intention to us for a long time, said Phalcius. Davos nodded a little stiff, with his hands clutching the reins. Tisiphon's army also contained the remnants of Cyrus, the younger, led by Areus. The four army came together magnificently and spread out in a geese-shaped formation as they slowly approached the Greek mercenary. This seemingly endless, dense crowd was the most the Greek mercenary had seen since the Battle of Cunaxa. Last time, they had Cyrus the Younger to rely on, and the mercenary was only responsible for the right wing, but they now need to face the Persian army, and everyone was inevitably nervous. Despite the tension, the Greeks realized that their only way to live is through a bloody battle. Cleaner watched the distance of the marching enemy, and as they were about to enter the range of the slingers, he immediately gave an order: slingers, get ready. The slingers in the entire rearguard immediately started swinging their slings. More than 300 meters away, the accuracy and strength of the flying stones will be worse, but there are so many Persians. It was so dense that almost every stone that fell evoked a scream. There was chaos in the middle of the Persian army, and their pace of advance almost stopped. Lord Satrap, the attack of the enemy is too fierce. Should we retreat temporarily and let the troops on both wings go forward first? An adjutant beside Tisiphon suggested it to him. Tisiphon's face was equally unsightly, but he did not hesitate to refuse. Although the king appointed him as the commander of the plan to expel the Greeks, Orontes only came to assist him, while the king's brother, Sist, only helped due to their friendship. One of them is the same as him, a satrap, but he is the king's son-in-law, while the other one is the king's brother. How could he expect them to help him if he doesn't do his best? Moreover, they have a close relationship with the king, and if they want back to privately tell Artaxerxes about his performance, then the good impression that he had built in the heart of the Persian king will be destroyed. Tisiphon fiercely glanced at his adjutant and immediately ordered, speed up and continue to move forward. This time he amassed nearly 50,000 troops. He have plenty of people. Since the Greeks want to compete with him with long-range firepower, then he wants to see who shoots better. Look at who can last. Anyway, he wasn't ready for a frontal clash with the Greeks. After the Battle of Cunaxa, the scene where the Greek hoplites' charge had unexpectedly defeated the left wing of the Persian army so easily had happened beside him and left him a great impact. The Persians screamed and ran all the way. Tisiphon even sent the imperial guards to supervise the war and cut down the deserters one by one to warn the whole army. Under such circumstances, both wings of the Persian army quickly surrounded the mercenaries, and because the Persians had too many troops and the mercenaries were in a square formation, so the Persian army had to stretch out its front and almost all the mercenaries were surrounded. Davos had already dismounted, and the horse was led to the supply unit in the center of the square formation. He was not as nervous when facing the approaching enemy as he was at the start, shield wall. Seasts and the other two heralds conveyed the order of Davos throughout the troops in the left wing. 4 hoplite units began to move closer, with their round shields overlapping with each other, and soon, a long copper wall was erected. The shield of the Greek hoplite is unique among the infantry of the Mediterranean countries. The round shield is 1 meter in diameter. The core of the wood is covered with copper. It wasn't held by hand, but instead has 2 grips that the arm can pass through in the back of the shield, which save them some efforts, and it is also not easy to slip. And because it is big and hard enough, the arrow have a difficult time penetrating it. The archers that strayed behind the hoplite had quickly went near the shield wall, so that they can reduce the damage of the other side's arrows. Because of the previous total annihilation of Artax's 6,000 people, not only did the mercenary replace the bows of the Cretan archers with the Persians' composite bow, they also selected soldiers who are good with bows from the hoplites and peltaste unit and had them join the ranks of archers. The number of the archers in the mercenary reached 500, and they were scattered in the rearguard and in the left and right wings. When the Persian army approached within 100 meters, both sides almost simultaneously fired their arrows. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bows and strings rang, and countless arrows flew to the air like a huge dark cloud covering the blue sky and the scorching sun. The denseness of the arrows had even caused numerous arrows to collide in the air. When most of the dark clouds fell on the mercenaries, there was a clear clang, clang, clang. That sounded, and sometimes there was a scream or two, and when a small part of the dark cloud fell on the side of the Persian army, there were a lot of screams. Arrows and arrows came and went between the two sides. The Persians even pushed their front line within 50 meters away and stopped moving, no longer taking a single step, because the Persians are clear that further ahead will have the Greek peltaste go into battle. The archery battle lasted for some time. Apart from the clean land beneath the long square shield wall, the mercenaries were surrounded by densely packed arrows, which made the Greek archers with empty arrows no longer worry about it. They simply just plucked an arrow grass from the ground and returned fire. Davos got used to the sound of arrows hitting the shield, but what he was more worried about was the muffled groan that came into his ears from time to time, which meant that there was someone that got hit by an arrow. His left arm was somewhat numb, but he remained in the same position without moving, and he did not dare leave the shield. Now both sides tenaciously fighting to see who can last till the end. Now Tissaphernes was in a dilemma. For this offensive, he also specially prepared many large shield, but his recklessness on having too much light infantry on his army made not even half of them be protected. There were too many soldiers and the formation was too dense, which made most of the stones and arrows of the mercenary troops hit. Because of his coercion, the soldiers could barely maintain their morale, but the horses of the cavalry were wounded and wildly run around throwing a tantrum, which ended up colliding with some soldiers and made the formation chaotic. By now, most of the cavalry had retreated to the rear. Tissaphernes looked at the formation on his side that is thinning and the groans that he could hear. He looked at the opposite Greek shield wall that wasn't as tightly close as before, although the protection of the Greek hoplite is tight, but they cannot completely avoid the arrows at close range. Will he continue? He hesitated after paying the price, but not getting the result he wanted, and such miserable retreat will not only affect the morale, but will also attract the dissatisfaction and contempt of the other generals. But if they continue the archery battle, the casualties will only increase, and before the Greeks collapse, his own troops will first be in turmoil. Just then a herald came, Lord Satrap. Lord Sist said that he had too many casualties and had suggested to either immediately attack or retreat. Tissaphernes became relieved and answered without hesitation, retreat. The Greek soldiers who had been struggling could not believe their eyes when they saw the Persians receding like the tides. They waited for a while, and when they saw that the Persians did not appear again, they then began to cheer. In this battle, the Persian army suffered more than 4,000 casualties, and the mercenaries also have more than 900 casualties. However, most of the wounded were arrow wounds in their hands and feet. After the battle, the soldiers were exhausted and hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. The troops went north for a while, and before noon, they began to camp and rest. In his quarter, Davos and the officers urgently discussed how to treat the wounded. Due to this battle, the troops under the jurisdiction of Davos had incurred 19 death and 185 wounded, which was totally beyond the capacity of the medical camp. They must mobilize the whole troops for treatment. Amyntas disagreed and said, "There is no need for such troubles. When we went out to fight as soldiers, we have long been aware of dying in battle. It's just an arrow wound, just to a few casual treatment. That was how we have handled it before." When Davos looked around the crowd, he felt that Amyntas is not the only one who had such an idea. Therefore, he said with earnestness, "You guys, we are far away from our families, our hometown, and going out to fight. We aren't only united in battle. In fact, we regard our friends as our relatives, and the camp as our home. Can we watch our comrades struggled with their wounds and remain indifferent? If so, when we are wounded, there won't be anyone willing to help us." Davos said it with a determination. Remember, it used to be before. But now, as long as you are my troops, we have to make a belief that we will never let go of an enemy, nor will we give up on our comrades. We will live and die together. Good point. Falcius could not help shout with praise. The other officers fervently applauded. Davos' words touched them, and the whole camp immediately went into action. First, a large area was opened in the center of the camp to be the location of the medical camp. Davos then divided the wounded into 3 categories: minor, moderate, and severe. The soldiers were also divided into 4 groups. The hardworking are responsible for the medical camp, to clean up the blood and dirt at any time, and to expel the flies, mosquitoes, and flying insects. Those with strong bodies were responsible for carrying and supporting the wounded. The skillful one are responsible for helping the doctors and nurses to pull out the arrows, debride the wounds, and bandaging. Another group that had worked as a carpenter in their hometown were responsible for cutting down branches and making stretchers. The one with severe wounds were directly sent to Herpes, because he is the only one who could handle it, while most of those with minor wounds can return to the camp after getting the arrows pulled out, debrided, and bandaged. And the others remained in the medical camp for observation and consider whether to suture them for further treatment depending on the situation. Under the command of Davos, the entire rescue operation was carried out in an orderly and highly efficient manner. By afternoon, the wounded at Davos' camp had been treated. At this moment, the words that Davos had said in his quarter were advertised into the ears of the soldiers by Antonios and the others. Davos got his authority due to relying on the name of God's favored, which was an instinctive act of the soldiers in resorting to gods when they are helpless. Later, Davos killed Mithridates and Ardhouses, he gradually won the soldiers' recognition of his commanding ability with his courage and feats. This time, his touching words and practical actions finally conquered the hearts of all soldiers in his camp. Everyone gave him another nickname, the Benevolent, and even began to call the young leader, Ardavos. This large-scale rescue operation also shocked the other camps. It started when an individual soldier helped a wounded and came here to ask for help. Davos agreed, but soon the news spread and more wounded came, and the staff of the medical camp is obviously insufficient. The soldiers in Davos' camp were somewhat dissatisfied, and they began to quarrel with the outsiders due to them occupying the resources of their own camp. At this time, Cleaner and Timasian came after hearing about it. After a quick visit to the medical camp and facing Davos, the two leaders including Timasian, who doesn't get along with Davos, have become slightly more respectful, since they also thought that such an unusual and efficient medical camp was obviously not an average man can do. Even though they used to disdain at the rumor that Davos is God's favored, Davos agreed in treating their wounded soldiers without any hesitation, but because there are too many wounded soldiers as the two rearguards, they suffered the most and more than 500 people were wounded. They will need to send people to help, and they will need more supplies, such as linen, earthen pots, wood, tents, and so on. They even agreed in sending their physician to study and help. Davos was so generous, of course with some selfishness, because he believed that the medical knowledge he had learned in his previous life was enough to attract the physicians to stay and expand his medical camp. Cleaner and Timasian gratefully left. Later, the other leaders also came, and Davos made the same commitment and request to them. On the way back, the adjutant of Chersophus praised the ability and generosity of Davos. This made the adjutant felt strange. Chersophus frankly then said, "I admit that I was biased against him previously. Davos is indeed an excellent talented man, especially what he founded the Medithe medical camp is very helpful in battle. Sparta need this in order to deal with the upcoming war." "War? What war?" asked the adjutant in surprise. "The Persian war against Sparta. Chersophus' grave appearance, Cyrus the Younger, who was friendly with us, is dead, and we were involved in the rebellion against the new Persian king. And the person in charge of Asia Minor has now been replaced by Tissaphernes, who oppose Sparta. You must know in our agreement with Persia, there are some in Asia Minor that have objection, and the new Persian king is likely to launch an attack. All indications are unfavorable to us." The adjutant listened and was silent. Sparta and Athens have been at war for more than 2 decades, and even though Sparta finally won, but their losses were also huge. Now they will face Persia, who is much more powerful than Athens. Even though he is a brave and fearless Spartan, he still felt a great pressure. Chersophus looked at him and changed the subject. "Do you think Davos will join us?" "Of course, we are Sparta, the hegemon of Greece," the adjutant said proudly. "I hope so." Chersophus nodded. Herpes was focused on treating the patients and had no time to manage the medical camp and maintain order. What's more, he isn't good at management and preferred to study medicine. So when everything is working smoothly, Davos had to leave Helos behind to take charge of the medical camp for the time being. He is wasted being the head of a small medical camp, and he can only go find him a suitable position in the future. However, as a trusted subordinate of Davos, Helos who worked steadily and was clever, therefore Davos intends to train him into his powerful arm. When Davos returned to his quarter, it was close to dusk. When he finally had spare time, he began to look back on today's battle in order to analyze his problems in commanding the battle and to find a better way to deal with it. At the same time, he compared it with the military knowledge he knew in his previous life. This is the homework he must do before he goes to bed every day, and it is also the method he came up with in order to improve his military commanding ability more quickly. Some people engage in war all their lives and has always been a famous generals. Others are young enough to turn war into art, but the most important thing is their attitude towards war. The last battle gave Davos an insight into the limitations of terrain and space on the infantry in the cold weapon era, the trampling caused by fear, and the damage to a dense formation. Today, he understands the inability of the archers in dealing with the hoplites. What about throwing javelins at the hoplite? Davos thought that it will be more lethal than arrows. He once asked Matinus to throw a javelin into an abandoned armor, and he could penetrate the heavy armor at a close range. As for the copper shield, he could also make a hole in it. Therefore, why didn't Tissaphernes do that? The answer is obvious. He doesn't have a javelin soldiers, while the Greek mercenaries have nearly 3,000 peltaste, and they are mostly Thracians. They are the most powerful peltaste in the Mediterranean, with a first-class javelin skill. He also thought about the javelin one used by the Roman soldiers in the future. The shank is very thin and will bend when it struck the shield, and it becomes a burden to the movement of the enemy, and they would need to throw away their shields, thus effectively reducing the enemy's defense. He even went on to imagine what would happen if Tissaphernes had such heavy infantry as well. When Davos thought about it, he felt that the Greeks only had one way, and that is to surrender. Because even the Battle of Cannae in his previous life, Hannibal dared to use a thin arc front creatively in order to face the thick Roman army. The most important prerequisite was that his cavalry is much stronger than the Roman in order to defeat both wings and completely encircle them. At present, the Persian cavalry was dozens of times more than the Greeks. Davos kept on thinking while writing down his experience on a papyrus with Chinese characters. This time, he stood in the perspective of Tissaphernes and thought about what the Persians would do next. Then someone came in. "Leader Davos, there is someone looking for you outside." "Olivos, it's you. Is your injury all right?" Davos was surprised when he found that it was Olivos was the one standing in front of him, and made him not notice his strange expression. "I'm okay. Herpes allowed me to return." Olivos reluctantly explained that he had actually requested to leave on his own initiative. Herpes saw that he had no problem, and that today the medical camp had received too many wounded soldiers, so he let him go. "Why are you standing guard? You have just recovered and you should rest more." "What about Helos?" Davos asked with concern, and as soon as he spoke, he remembered that he had left Helos in the medical camp. Olivos hurriedly went out and brought in the visitor. The visitor was dressed in an elegant chiton. Her head was covered with Hammadian, i.e. a cloak too, and the loose linen clothes can hardly hide her graceful figure. "Cheristoya," Davos blurted out. The visitor stretched out her slender, snow-white hand, lifted her Hammadian and showed her beautiful face. She moved graceful and bowed. "Leader Davos." Olivos winked and went out. Davos remembered what Olivos said when he just got reborn. "Cheristoya is as beautiful as Aphrodite." Cheristoya saw Davos distracted, and guiltily said, "Leader Davos does not welcome me. Your arrival makes me happy that made me forget what to say, and your beauty makes my mind unable to think." Davos has a 19-year-old body, while his thought is that of a 35-year-old. There was a bit of teasing on his praise. "Leader Davos, you really have a way with words." Cheristoya smiled and said, "Over the past few days, I heard everyone praising your achievements in the supply unit. Mithridates and Ardousis, as far as I know, are excellent generals of Cyrus the Younger, and they lost to you. It was enough to dispel anyone's doubts about your ability. I came to congratulate you. I am not sure if it's too late. Your words are worth thousands of other people's words." Davos laughed. "You didn't come just to congratulate me, right? I have a request." Cheristoya looked at Davos. "You had said that I can come to you if I have any needs." Of course, you can say it." "I want to go to your medical camp," Christovia seriously said. "What?" Davos thought he heard it wrongly. "Someone in the medical camp treated you badly." "Mercis is very kind to me." Cheristoya paused for a while, thinking about her words. "Everyone is busy with marching and fighting. I am the only one doing nothing. I've been to the medical camp several times, and I think I can do what the slaves do, and I can do it better than them." "Are you sure you want to go to the medical camp? In there you will see terrible wounds and scarlet blood every day. You will touch the dirty body of the soldiers, comforting patients who went mad due to pain, and may even be harassed by them." Davos watched her. He feels like seeing a woman struggling to do something meaningful in the face of modern society in order to prove her existence. "Okay, I approve." "Really?" Cheristoya opened her eyes in disbelief. The Greek city-states are very conservative towards female citizens. They are under the control of their father before marriage, husband after marriage, and sons when they are old. They have no freedom of their own, of course. Common women are exceptions. Cheristoya was insecure, fearful of doing nothing, being abandoned by the mercenaries, and envious of the respect that the female slaves in the medical camp received. Through contacts with Davos, she found that the young leader is different, and so she tried to request it, but she didn't expect to get an approval so soon. In fact, Davos doesn't know much about the traditional customs of the Greeks. On the contrary, he has long been accustomed to the concept of equality between men and women in the modern society. Women are the majority in hospitals. He only opposed it at first due to him being worried that the beauty of Cheristoya would cause trouble. "Really?" Davos earnestly said. Cheristoya rushed to him with excitement, and he involuntarily stretched out his hands towards her back and embraced her, and smelled a fragrant scent. At that moment, heaven's thunder set fire to the earth. Something like the two developed their feelings rapidly, like a spark, or well, something not suitable for children turned glottal stop. "Olivos, why aren't you standing on guard and instead eavesdropping on the tent? This is a violation of military rules and you will be expelled from the camp," shouted Georgras, who had come to change post. "SHH. Olivos made a silent gesture and mysteriously said in a low tone, "Come and listen, there's a fierce war going on inside." "War situation." Georgras was slightly confused. Olivos pulled him over. Immediately, they heard bloody moans and also heated panting coming from the tent. "Davos, spring is coming." Olivos' face was full of admiration. "This guy is blessed by gods, and actually took the most beautiful woman in our whole camp." Pilum was a javelin commonly used by the Roman army in ancient times. Chiton, the chiton, was a simple tunic garment of lighter linen, and usually pleated, that was worn by both sexes and all ages. Hamadian the Hamadian was a simple outer garment worn over the peplos or chiton. On the second day of the march, Davos rode on his horse feeling content, and his mind was filled with the pleasure he had with Cheristoya last night. Cheristoya is not only beautiful, but her body is also sexy as her appearance. Her snow-white smooth skin and undulating mountains made him fond of it, and her extremely flexible body allowed him to indulge in it, and tried to vent the desire of this young and strong body that was accumulated for 19 years. She stayed till late at night, and if not for Olivo's covering it up for him outside, then I'm afraid that a morning person would have exposed his good deed. Therefore, he let go of Olivo's crime of eavesdropping. After the passion, Cheristoya rested on his arms and coyly expressed her willingness to be with him. Davos felt that the barrier between him and the world seemed to be much smaller. With this concern, it made him think about the path to take in the future. Davos, who is an adult and came from modern society, knew that passion cannot last. Cheristoya was born in a noble family, and she was a concubine of Cyrus the Younger and enjoyed a luxurious life. However, he is just a mercenary, an ordinary commoner in Greek society. He isn't even a citizen and have no fixed home and just wandering around. It is okay in a short time, but he isn't sure that Cheristoya won't be tired of it after a long time, of course. This idea was buried in his heart, and it is currently not the time to think about it, because the main problem at present was to return to Greece safely and alive. The emergence of the Persians ruined his good mood. This time, Tissaphernes changed his strategy, no longer attacking, but to harass. The Persians followed the mercenaries and kept a safe distance. From time to time, a team of mounted archers get closer and shot a round of arrows and immediately withdraw. The damage to the mercenaries isn't great, but it made their nerves always in a tense state, which affected their marching speed and morale. In this regard, the leaders have no choice, and the only thing they can do is to mix the slingers, archers, and hoplites, so that when faced with the fast-moving Persian mounted archers, they can force them to not be too aggressive. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries encountered other difficulties. As the distance to the Corduene Mountains became nearer and nearer, the plains gradually became hills and the terrain became rugged. The huge square formation of the Greek mercenary can't be kept intact, especially when crossing the rivers and trekking the narrow mountain paths. The whole formation fell apart. The Persian cavalry took advantage of the situation and used their archery to cause more confusion to the mercenaries. After the leaders discussed about it, they had to take the small mercenary troops that had joined Cherisophis at the vanguard, because so far, most of the attacks of the Persians came from the rear and flanks, and have formed 4-5 units, each with about 200 people, and are placed inside of the flanks and rearguard camps. As soon as there is a big crack in the formation, or the formation is compressed due to the narrow terrain, they will rush out to form a new rearguard force to block the charge of the Persian cavalry and provide protection for the archers and slingers who will arrive afterwards. In this way, the mercenaries had tried their best to deal with the harassment of the Persian cavalry while marching. This situation lasted for 4-5 days. The whole mercenary troops were relieved when the current area became a continuous mountain ridge, because they all know that it is impossible for the cavalry to go up the mountain. They pantingly trekked the rugged mountain path over the first mountain to the foot of the second mountain. The troops then stopped to rest due to fatigue. Most of the soldiers took off their armor, wiped their sweat, and sat down to rest. In addition to resting, the guards of the supply camp also need to check the injuries and damages to the animals and wagons. The whole troops gathered in a narrow area between the two mountains, ready to have a rest and resume the march once their strength is restored. Suddenly there came an attack, countless arrows and stones swoosh, and the mercenaries were caught unprepared. The soldiers and women screamed, the animals run wild, and the whole mercenary troops became a mess. The first to react was Cherisophis and his 800 Spartan warriors, because these Spartans didn't discard their weapons and armors like the other soldiers after they came down the mountain, and they still have plenty of strength due to their strict daily training. When Cherisophis found that the attack came from the second mountain, he immediately and decisively gave an order: Sparta, advance. The Spartan warriors immediately followed him and rushed to the top of the mountain with their shields. The Persian light infantry can shoot very fast, with a series of arrows slanting down the mountain. After the initial chaos, the mercenaries also reacted quickly. After all, they were all veteran soldiers who had been through war. They quickly grabbed their round shield that are beside them and hid themselves under it. Only the personnel of the supply camp, except the guards, are mostly slaves and women that have been plundered, have no combat experience. Driven by fear, most of them did not escape, but screamed and ran, so a lot of them got injured in the dense rain of arrows. At this time, Davos was very anxious. These days, he didn't go see Cheristoya in order to take into account the impact in the camp. Now, the situation is urgent, and he doesn't know whether she is safe or not. Aziz, tell the officers to form a shield wall and move closer to the supply camp and the medical camp, he shouted. Yes, leader. In fact, even without his order, Philesius, Capos, and Antonios had led their troops to lift the round shield on their heads and form a shield formation to move towards the center. Olivos and Matinus rushed forward with their shields to protect Davos. Davos yelled, Marigi, are you okay? I'm fine, shouted Marigi behind him. Fast, protect him, don't let him get hurt. Davos gave his order. Although Matinus looked down on the Persian, he still carried out Davos' order meticulously. Currently, he was the acting captain of the guard team. Under his order, Georgris and several people came to protect Marigi. Marigi stared at Davos' back without saying a word. His gaze was filled with gratitude. Davos had no time to see the situation of Marigi. He was half kneeling trying to look at the direction of the supply camp from under his shield as he looked around the chaotic scene. He hurried to the center anxiously, and he was slightly relieved after he saw that there is also a shield formation arranged in the medical camp. In order to avoid suspicion, he first shouted, Herpes, I am here. The voice of Herpes came from the shield formation. We are all fine. Hearing this, Davos became at ease. At this time, Helos came over and briefed him on the situation. The reason why the doctors and the female slaves in the medical camp were safe was related to Cheristoya. When the first wave of arrows rained, she immediately called them to hide under the wagon. Helos then directed more than 100 wounded soldiers to form a shield formation to protect the safety of most people. Davos highly praised Helos and Cheristoya's quick and calm response in the face of danger, and made him have better understanding of this woman. This was perhaps the reason why she was the only concubine of Cyrus, the younger, that have managed to escape the plundering of the Persians. The supply camp have it much worse. Mursis was not injured under the protection of the guards, but there were many slaves and women that got hit by arrows, and several animals died. In the face of Mursis, weeping, Davos, who was used to life and death, did not send people to protect the non-combatants that had already scattered. Fortunately, the attack of the Persians did not last long, because the troops led by Cherisophis were about to rush to the top of the mountain. Of course, the Persians would not insist on fighting the mercenaries, and they quickly retreated. Cherisophis left the Spartan warrior at the top of the mountain as a precaution. After going down the mountain, Cherisophis called the leaders together to discuss the countermeasures and said, the Persians are light infantry, so we can't catch up with them. Although they retreated, they will probably continue to attack us with arrows in the third and fourth mountain. Our troops is too large to evade. In fact, he had already figured out a countermeasure on his way back from the mountain. I have just carefully surveyed at the top of the mountain. These mountains are not high and doesn't occupy much land. We can send a unit to first go around the right side of the next mountain to the back. Then I will lead my soldiers at the front. If the Persians want to occupy a higher place and continue attacking us, then we will cut off the enemy's route of retreat. Cherisophis poked at the sketched on the ground with a branch. Afterwards, we will surround and wipe them. Good idea, but I don't think the Persians have the courage to stay and attack us, said Xanthocles regretfully. Yeah, the Persians are timid like rabbits. Timasian cursed. The casualty of the soldiers made him angry and helpless. Let me lead the soldiers to bypass the mountain. Xenophon took the initiative to request for the war task. Hieronymus' face suddenly changed. He thought of Xenophon's reckless dispatch of troops, which resulted in most of the damage to the soldiers. I think Xenophon can do it. Davos immediately agreed. We have no time to delay. We must immediately act, else we may have to spend the night in the mountains tonight. Cleaner looked up at the weather and said anxiously. Hence, Xenophon's request was quickly approved, and the leaders went back to reorganize their troops. Davos lagged behind, as if thinking of something. When Cherisophis saw it, he couldn't help but stopped and asked, what does leader Davos thinking? Davos was slightly surprised to see the normally reticent Cherisophis, who rarely took the initiative, and asked him a question. I was thinking, unfortunately, the Persians didn't build a defensive camp on the mountains, otherwise we would lose a lot. You overestimate Tisiphorns. Although the Persian cavalry and archers move fast, their overall marching speed is much slower than ours. These Persian nobles, led by Tisiphorns, doesn't have the strength of us Greeks to endure hardship. They marched with magnificent tents, beautiful concubines, dancers, and a large number of slaves, and so on. Every day they must wait for the sun to come out before they depart, otherwise it will be too cold, and they must stay away from the enemy camp at dusk, because it will be too dark. Under their influence, how could the Persian soldiers not be influenced by them? I estimate that these Persian soldiers who had attacked us had just arrived recently. Cherisophis seriously analyzed. Davos' original thought that the mercenary troops was already bloated, but the Persian was even worse. He thought about it and said, would the effect be better if the Persians split these light infantry into several teams and hide them in the rear, flank, and front of our army in the forest and launch attacks in turn? Cherisophis frowned and asked, you mean? Just like back then, the Persians will launch an attack on the mountain ahead, and when we drove them away and think that we are safe, The Persians will launch an attack in the rear and thighs will not only cause more casualties on our troops, but also force us to run back and forth, dispersing our forces. We will then need to be careful on every step forward, thus greatly slow down our marching speed. Cherisophis looked at him in surprise. You are thinking about these things all this time. It's very rare for Davos to see such expression on Cherisophis' face, and said it with some embarrassment, because I lack experience, so I need to study and think more. Cherisophis returned to his serious and rigid face. It's indeed a good method. However, not anyone can use it, because it requires a lot of courage, training, and the ability of the strategos to complete such tactics. Do you think the Persian army can do it? Davos shook his head. Cherisophis gave him a deep glance and said, if you have any ideas later, then we can discuss it together. After that, he strode away. The attack of the Persians resulted in more than 1,000 casualties in the mercenaries. More than half of them were non-combatants. There are more than 150 casualties in Davos camp, and most of them were animals that got shot, so nearly half of the soldiers had been ordered to go to the supply camp to help the wounded and carry the supplies. The entire mercenary troops were affected by this and made their movement slower than before, but the vanguard troops made smooth progress, because Xenophon led the troops to make a quick detour around the mountains, while the Persians were hesitant and afraid of being attacked at the front and back, so they did not dare to block them in the front, and allowed the mercenaries to pass through the mountain area smoothly. At dusk, the soldiers found Persian villages ahead of them. What happened next was that the mercenaries ransacked the villages and stayed there. Fortunately, they also found that the villages collected a lot of supplies for Tisiphron's army, which improved the morale of the soldiers after enjoying the abundant food, while Davos' medical camp was busy again till late at night. After the passion, Cheristoia was all over Davos' body, while Davos' hands fondled her smooth and elastic skin. They were still immersed with the previous fierce battle. After a while, Davos said, Herpes said that you learned very fast in the medical camp, and helped him manage the wounded soldiers and female slaves very well. The wounded soldiers listened to you very much and gave you the nickname Persephone on Earth. Cheristoia snorted and slightly raised her head with a sly smile. Then I will not be your woman. Davos' gaze swept past her charming smile, long and thin goose-like neck, and the half-hidden and half-exposed snowy white skin in the lining. All of a sudden, the desire in his heart came back, and he couldn't stop himself. He once more pressed his body under her and said pantingly, I just want you to be my woman. Cheristoia smiled and said while pretending to be surprised, You are blaspheming the gods. I am not afraid. Davos held her tightly. Cheristoia shivered, and her hands clasped tightly around Davos' arms. Davos, do you know why the wounded soldiers listened to me? I don't know. In fact, Davos knew. I told Helos to tell them that I am your woman. You have a high prestige in the mercenary troops now, and they will be hesitant. And I also asked Herpes to give the ultimate treatment to a wounded soldier that tried to molest me, and his wailing didn't stop until evening. I think it also gave them a good warning. Davos, what do you think of me? Cheristoia laid powerless on Davos and murmured, You did a good job, better than what I expected. Davos sniffed her black hair and said, Helos can't stay in the medical camp all the time, and Herpes is focused on improving his medical skills, so I want you to manage the medical camp. What did you say? You want me to manage the medical camp? Cheristoia's astonished gaze were mixed with pleasant surprise. Just like what you had said before, your father was busy with the political affair of Miletus, and you helped him in managing the slaves of the farm. These days, your performance in the medical camp also showed that you are fully capable of managing this small group. In his previous life, Davos was used to the tradition of equality between men and women. He doesn't like the Greeks of this era in binding women firmly in their home, nor he doesn't mind women appearing in public or even performing better than him. Of course, Herpes is still the nominal medical officer. After all, we need to take into account the opinion of others, but in fact, you will be the one in charge of management. Wait for a while, I will go and talk to Herpes. Davos, Cheristoia hugged him and excitedly said, It's great that I followed you. Don't get excited, you still have a mission. You are to try to persuade the physicians from the other camps who had come to the medical camp to help, to voluntarily stay, as well as the wounded soldiers, said Davos while he patted her on the back. Yes, leader. Cheristoia's naked body, saluted while giggling, which have an unspeakable sexy seduction. If it wasn't for Davos being exhausted, he would definitely do it once more. Cheristoia saw Davos' gaze was about to spurt out a flame, and so she lazily put on her chiton. Davos, I can understand why you want to expand the medical camp since it is really understaffed right now. But why should we persuade those wounded soldiers to stay? Of course, Davos can't say that when he came to this strange world, he has a strong sense of insecurity, so the more soldiers he commanded, the more he can dispel his uneasiness. In front of Cheristoia's curious gaze, he revealed a little of his intention. We still have a long way to go till we get home. I don't know how many difficulties we will face. It is better for us to have the soldiers under us than them being led by others, so that we can be more safer and can display their abilities to the fullest. After hearing this, Cheristoya looked at Davos' young face and was stunned. He is an ambitious and confident man. In a trance, his face coincided with that of Cyrus the Younger, which made Cheristoya slightly afraid, so she stepped forward and hugged Davos. "What's wrong?" Davos felt the strange look on her face. "Back to Greece what do you want to do?" Cheristoya asked softly. "Oh, I haven't thought about it yet," said Davos, but in fact he was thinking about it all this time, but he hadn't figured it out. "But one thing is for sure, no matter where I go, I will take you." Cheristoya put her face on Davos' broad shoulder, stroked his rough skin, and firmly said, "I'll follow you wherever you go." After that, she thought of something and stressed one sentence, "But you'd better not go back to Asia Minor." "Why?" Davos was slightly surprised, because it could become a battlefield. Cheristoya words surprised Davos. "I heard from Cyrus the Younger." So now that the new king sat on the throne, Tissaphernes will return to Asia Minor and will surely urge Sparta to fulfill the original agreement on behalf of the Persian king. Davos didn't expect that there was such a secret between Sparta and Persia. Sparta acting shameless surprised him, but it was understandable. If Sparta agreed, then it's a betrayal for the Greek hegemon to actually give the land of his countrymen to the enemies of the Greeks. This is simply betraying the motherland. There is no doubt that it will greatly damage their prestige that they had established after winning the Peloponnesian War, and even some city-states will rise up against its hegemon due to dissatisfaction. If they disagree, then it will be a violation of the agreement, and a war may erupt. Davos stroked his chin and was deep in thought. Did Cherisophis took the initiative to talk to me in order to win me over? He thought about it and suddenly made him recall something. "Cheristoya, I'm not going to Asia Minor, but are you not going to go back to Miletus? I just said that I would follow you." Cheristoya then said with a slight gloom on her expression, "Besides, I will bring disaster to my family if I go back now." Davos immediately understood what she meant. As a concubine of Cyrus the Younger, she is an important family of a rebel. Her return will undoubtedly attract the Persian authorities to her family in Miletus. Thinking about this, Davos comforted her and said, "You can rest assured that one day I will let you go home." Cheristoya looked at Davos, who was very serious, and the haze on her face gradually faded. "I believe in you." She put the himadion on her head and said, "Now that you made me manage the medical camp, I will start exercising my rights. I will give those female slaves their freedom, so that they will work harder to take care of the wounded. This is your right, but I have to speak to Mercis first." 3 days later, the mercenary troops began marching. In the afternoon, Tissaphernes came with his army. When the leaders got the news from the scouts, they quickly led the troops to the nearby village and started camping, since there are too many soldiers in the mercenary troops who can't fight at this time the wounded, the soldiers carrying the wounded, then the soldiers carrying the weapons of the wounded, and the soldiers carrying them. The reduction of a large number of soldiers who can fight made it impossible for the mercenaries to march and fight at the same time like they did before. When Tissaphernes' army arrived at the village, the mercenaries found that the flag representing Orontes and Sist was nowhere to be found. The officers speculated that the reason why Tissaphernes didn't appear for a while was due to him seeing off the 2 royal nobles. At the same time, they began to worry about the later routes. They don't have to worry about the Persian king's brother, but Orontes is the satrap of Armenia and will likely intercept the mercenaries on their way to Armenia. The Persian army was attacked by the slingers of the mercenaries. Then they also started shooting arrows in front of the camp, and the 2 sides started their daily long-range attack on each other. Due to this method of attack, the Persian army suffered losses, especially now that the mercenaries have the protection of a camp and the advantage is more obvious. The leaders couldn't understand why the shrewd Tissaphernes was in a rash. The battle lasted only for a dozen minutes, and Tissaphernes then retreated with his army. The camp of the Persian army is 5 km away from the mercenary camp because they are afraid of getting attacked at night due to them having many cavalry, which will lead to chaos. After the leaders discussed, they decided to let the soldiers rest at dusk, march before dawn, and camp if the Persian army catches up. This is not only to ensure the safety of the troops, but also won't delay their march. In fact, this arrangement of the leaders seemed superfluous, since the Persian army did not appear for 3 consecutive days until the 4th morning. The cavalry ahead of them reported that the path ahead was narrow, and there are several peaks on the side of the road, among which traces of Persians were found on the lower mountain. The previous lesson made the leaders extremely cautious. Just like before, I will lead a unit around the right side of the mountain in order to drive them away. Because of his previous success, Xenophon said it with his face full of confidence. Just then, the scouts at the rear came to report that they had found the great army of Tissaphernes. This news immediately made the leaders nervous, since the combat effectiveness of the mercenaries is not as good as before, and they have too many wounded, so the mercenaries are afraid to fight with all their strength. At this time, the whole troops is located in a hilly area. The terrain is narrow, which is not conducive to the deployment of the troops. In addition, the amount of people is too dense, which will greatly increase the casualties under the long-range attack. It is obvious that this time, Tisiphorus carefully planned to give the mercenaries a huge blow. Emergency. Cherisophis was not able to discuss with the other leaders, and seriously said to Xenophon, "You need to get rid of the Persians that occupied the mountains as fast as possible in order to ensure our smooth passage. As long as you captured the mountain, we will be able to guard the mountain path, and Tisiphorus won't dare pursue us anymore. I need some light infantry." Xenophon immediately made his request. "I can't give you the archers and slingers since they are the only one that can fight Tisiphorus." Cherisophis made a statement in advance. "I have 500 peltaste that I can dispatch." First of all, Davos had said that they can't save their strength at this time and must work together in order to weather the storm. "I'll give you 800 Thracian peltaste." Timasian glanced, then said it out loud. Because the former leader of Timasian, Clearchus, used the money given to him by Cyrus the Younger to recruit mercenaries in Chersonese and attacked the Thracian army near Hellespont for more than a year, and so he recruited many Thracians, which made his camp have the most peltaste among the Greek mercenaries. Xenophon once more expressed his gratitude. He then quickly set off together with his 200 infantry for a total of 1,500 soldiers. The leaders also ordered the whole mercenary troops to speed up their march and move closer to the mountain path while raising their guard. When Xenophon led his troops to the foot of the mountain and found that the Persians occupied a mountain as he was about to order an attack, at this time, Epiphanes, the leader of the first peltaste unit under Davos, put forward his opinion. He pointed to the mountain and said, "Xenophon, look at the mountain next to the Persians. If we attack the Persians directly, they may retreat to the higher mountain. Againthus will not only delay us, but also make our attack more difficult. It's better for us to occupy the higher mountain peak first, and then throw javelins and stones at the Persians, so that we can easily defeat them." The peltaste captains all said that the approach of Epiphanes was good, and so Xenophon followed it and ordered the troops to quickly occupy the mountain peak. The Persians were prepared to defend against the attack of the mercenaries. Later, they gradually discovered that the mercenaries' route was clearly the nearby mountain. They were shocked and realized that they had made a mistake. They then gathered their troops to march towards the nearby mountain. By this time, Tisiphorus' army was approaching the mountain pass, while the mercenaries formed their formation near the mountain pass. The supply camp and the wounded were all concentrated in the rear, which was close to the mountain occupied by the Persians. If the Persians on the mountain shot their arrows with all their strength, then they would be able to reach the edge of the mercenary troops. But at this moment, these Persians and Xenophon's troops were all rushing to the mountain peak from two directions at the same time. "Hold the shield, slingers be ready, archers be ready." The leaders, with their imposing expression, gave the orders to their troops loudly. In front of the mercenary troops, the Persians approached them like tides and slowly spread their formation. "Fast, fast, brothers, persevere, you are competing for our survival. At this moment, with a little more strength, we will be able to march more easily in the future and avoid many troublesome battles." Xenophon encouraged the troops as he led the way up the mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the soldiers obviously felt muscle ache, panting and slowing down. They could see that when the Persians on the side of the mountain peak are doing the same thing and gave them a sense of urgency, which made them dare not relax. Although the Persians are closer to the mountain peak, but they are on the steeper side of the mountain, unlike the mercenaries who are walking on the gentle slope behind the mountain. In the mountain competition between the two troops, the Greek had the last laugh. They managed to get to the top of the mountain first and threw javelins and stones at the Persians who were climbing in spite of their fatigue. The Persians turned around and fled. They even abandoned their original position as they run to the foot of the mountain. Retreat. Cherisophis breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, the mercenaries began an orderly retreat. The Persian army closed in step by step. When all the mercenaries retreated into the mountain path, and the Persians who were still following them entered the range of Xenophon troops, they were then hit by the stones and javelins from the top of the mountain. Only then did they blow the bugle to sound the retreat. The mercenaries walked down the mountain path and entered a plain. There are quite a few villages here. The mercenaries then began camping, treat the wounded, and provide a lot of rations, because the guides said that the mountain ahead is Corduene. For this reason, the leaders held an important meeting. We Greeks resisted Persia, and the Carduchians are also against Persia. According to the guides, the Persians had sent around 100,000 troops to attack the Carduchians, but they were defeated. Since we and the Carduchians are all enemies of Persia, we and the Carduchians should be able to get along with each other. What's more, we only need to go to Armenia and will not infringe on the Carduchians in any way, and as long as we send envoys to express our wish of peace with them, I believe that they will accept it. Xenophon spoke with fervor and assurance. He had become more confident after this period of time. Get on friendly terms with them. That's easy to say. Timasian sneered at him. He didn't like the public display of Xenophon. Both Davos and Xenophon are young and outstanding, and are showing too much of their ability, which made Cleaner, Timasian, and other veteran mercenaries to be somewhat dissatisfied. 10,000 troops have entered their territory, and they have defeated the Persian army many times. The Carduchians won't be tense. Are they not afraid? I don't believe it. Ahu said that we are only passing through Corduene, but if we suddenly attack when passing through their settlement, the price they will pay would be too high. Would the Carduchians take this risk? You should know that the Carduchians are fierce and savage, and even Persia, who has vast territory that surround them, is afraid. Would they agree with our demands, from us who came from thousands of miles away? After Timasian just finished speaking, Cleaner then said, a few days ago, my soldiers captured several Carduchian slaves of the Persians. After questioning them, I learned that Carduchians was only the name given by the Persians to the people living in this mountain area. In fact, there are many tribes and different races in the Corduene mountain. They often fight and kill each other for the benefit of their tribe, and some of the tribes even went so far as to become mortal enemies. Now the problem is, even if we can get an agreement on one tribe, after climbing few mountains, we may be attacked by another tribe. But if we go negotiate with each individual tribes, then the negotiation will take too long, which will have us starving. You must know that the Corduene mountain is a barren land and have shortage of food. It seems that we can only forcefully enter. At this moment, Hieronymus, who rarely talked, said with a strong tone, when we enter Corduene, we won't take the initiative to attack them, but if anyone dares to attack us, then we will hit them hard. At that time, I don't know who will be fiercer, Xanthicles helplessly said. Before, when the Persians occupied the mountains, they caused us a lot of trouble, and it was just a few mountains. But once we enter Corduene, it will be all mountains. Most of us are hoplites and we have a lot of supplies. We will have a difficult time marching, let alone fight. The Carduchians are familiar with the terrain. Climbing is a skill they have trained since childhood, while we can only rely on a guide. And the mountain path is narrow, and our troops will only get longer, and the Carduchians can appear out of nowhere to attack us, but we have no way to seize them. Xanthicle's words made everyone silent. Xenophon then took the opportunity to say, so we still have to negotiate with the Carduchians. Everyone ignored him and looked at Cherisophis. Cherisophis looked at Davos, who hadn't spoken in the corner, and asked, Leader Davos, what do you think? Davos smiled and slowly said, after listening to what everyone had said just now, there is in fact two opinions. First is to negotiate with the Carduchians. The advantage is safety, and the disadvantage is that will take too much time and the Carduchians may disagree. Second is to forcefully enter, which has the advantage of saving time, but the disadvantage is the heavy casualties. Therefore, why don't we combine these two opinions into one method? Everyone looked at each other, and Cherisophis was also confused. Falcius, who was next to him, saw their expressions and made him inwardly laugh. In fact, the officers of Davos' camp had already discussed this matter last night. When Davos told them his method, everyone was shocked by his strange idea and made them admit that this method is feasible. Now, he can't help but feel a sense of superiority in front of the leaders. They all asked in unison, how? Find a tribe, cooperate with them, and let them open a path for us, said Davos. Everyone was stunned. Xenophon was the first to react. Davos, you mean to have the Carduchians fight the other Carduchians? Is this possible? Benefits, as long as there are benefits, then everything is possible, said Davos positively. During the 3 days the mercenaries' camp, the Persian cavalry appeared several times, attacking individual soldiers who had separated from the troops, taking away the livestock, and trying to set the village on fire. After the leaders discussed, they thought that Tissaphernes was doing this in order to prevent the mercenaries from entering Corduene, and even burn the territory and people of the Persian king. In order to prevent him from doing anything more insane, the mercenary troops entered Corduene ahead of time. So in the morning of the 4th day, the mercenaries decamped and started marching northward. Tissaphernes watched the long dragon troops of the Greek mercenaries from afar, gradually being shrouded by the shadows of the mountains. Lord Satrap, are we really letting these Greeks go like this? The adjutant on his side asked unwillingly. Letting them go. Tissaphernes ruthlessly glanced at him. This is the king's order. I have succeeded in driving the Greek savages into Corduene according to his will. Do you believe that they will have an easy time? Tissaphernes fiercely said, while pointing to the mountains, steep and narrow mountain paths, snake and insect-infested forest, and the fierce Carduchians will devour their courage. Even if they manage to get past the Carduchians, there is still the army of Orontes waiting for them. Even if Orontes could not stop them, they would meet the Chalybian, Chaldean, Macrones and let these savages fight against each other. Let's see how many Greek savages that can go back to Greece in the end. He sneered and said, we don't need to spend all our time and energy here, since we still have important things to do in Asia Minor. "Troops, withdraw, let's return." He simply called out, then turned his horse around and didn't notice the expressionless face of Areus not far away, with a slight daze while subconsciously once more looking back at the rolling mountain. It was a great feat in capturing the Greek mercenary leaders, with everything going well, but due to Mithridates and Artausus getting killed, and more than 10,000 soldiers were killed, it had led to his achievement getting reduced. Next, he hoped that the Greeks, as they hope, will completely annihilate themselves in the mountains so that it will solve the hatred on his heart. But can it really be done? The mercenaries arrived at the edge of Corduene Mountain on the second day and began camping. The next move will depend on the success of Marige's mission to the Carduchian tribe. Davos and the other leaders sent Marige to the mountain pass, accompanied by dozens of soldiers led by Helos. They drove several wagons full of armor, shields, and spears from the dead Persian soldiers, which are the equipment that the Carduchians are lacking. In addition, there are a dozen Carduchians, mainly the slaves that Mursus intercepted from the Persian village under the order of Davos. "Marige, it's all up to you." Davos gave him a big hug and whispered in his ear, "If things don't work out, then leave as soon as possible and Helos will help you escape. It doesn't matter if the negotiation isn't successful, since we could just forcefully enter, while your safety is the most important thing." Marige was stunned, then looked at the other leaders behind Davos, and immediately said, "Don't worry. With these weapons, our negotiation with those Carduchians is already half successful. I have many dealings with the leader of this tribe, King Moro, and I still know him better. He has always been very ambitious and tried his best to make his tribe stronger by monopolizing the trade channel between the mountains of Armenia, Corduene, and Medea. Therefore, he fought with the surrounding tribes, and I believe our proposal will make him interested. I hope so." Timaean came forward, then said with a blunt tone, "You'd better hurry up. Don't forget, we can only wait for you here for a day." Marige glanced at him and didn't continue speaking. Davos ignored Timaean and went to give Helos a more powerful hug. For Helos, who strongly urged him to move forward and repeatedly persuade him a lot of times, knew that Davos' choice is right. Only this most powerful confidant can make Marige fully believe that in any case, Davos will not give them up easily. Davos felt thankful in his heart and said to Helos, "Come back safe, brother." Helos took a step back and performed a solemn salute. Davos watched as they walked into the forest until the dense trees completely covered them. "It feels weird that we were driven here by the Persians, yet we still have to rely on a Persian to help us out of danger," said Cleaner in a strange tone. "Don't think too much, Cleaner. Aren't we all looking forward to the Persian being successful?" said Xanthicles lightly. "Perhaps this is the arrangement of the gods. They are pleased with this kind of marvelous collision of fate. Xenophon's gaze is full of expectations, and now we have to wait patiently. In addition to waiting, get ready to fight." Cherisophis reminded everyone. With that, he turned around and went back to the camp. On this day, the mercenary leaders banned all the soldiers from going out, in order to prevent these idle mercenaries from plundering and clashing with the Carduchians, which will affect their plans, and at the same time, raising the defense against the attacks from the Carduchians or Persians. But nothing happened on that day. There are occasionally only few Carduchians with fur jackets and red stripes on their faces that wandered around the camp with hatchets and bows. The soldiers watched and tried to find fault. Compared with the relaxed and comfortable soldiers, the leaders were worried about whether their plan can be accepted by the Carduchians, especially Davos, who didn't manage to sleep well all night. Until the early morning of the next day, Acestes entered his quarter and woke him up. "Marige is back." Davos was so excited that his drowsiness disappeared. "Leader King Moro, the leader of the Carduchian tribe, has listened to my suggestion and is willing to form an alliance with us." Marige's excited voice sounded behind Acestes. There was a smile on the face of Marige, and he looked embarrassed. Helos and the others didn't return because King Moro was going to entertain them. Davos was stunned. He heard the unusual tone of Marige and asked with his complexion turned unsightly, "Hostage?" Marige immediately explained, "Yes, in order to be safe, because King Moro wants to discuss the alliance with the leaders in person." Davos' face softened a little and asked, "When? Where?" "He originally wanted to negotiate with you in a fortified mountain village, but I refused. Finally, after repeated arguments, the place was set at the foot of the mountain ahead this afternoon." Marige stressed the difficulty of his negotiations. This afternoon at the foot of the mountain ahead, Davos pondered and raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that this King Moro is eager to form an alliance with us." "Yes, leader. What are you waiting for? Come with me and go to Cherisophis and the others." After that, they strode out. In the afternoon, Cherisophis, Cleaner, Davos, and 50 Spartan warriors was led by Marige to the foot of the mountain. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake that Clearchus and the other leaders being captured all at once, the other mercenary leaders led their troops to the mountain past 500 meters away from the foot of the mountain, right over there. In front of Marigi's finger, there is a stump on the grass not far away and was bigger than the round shield of the Greek soldiers. The section is polished smooth and flat. It was half a man tall and have several wooden blocks around it. Besides the stump, there is a curved path extending up to the depth of the mountain. This Carduchian leader is a man with high aspiration. As the one advocating this plan, Davos had to show his confidence, so he was the first to walk over and remove the dust and leaves from the stump and sat down. Cherysopis also calmly sat down. Cleaner looked around, then sat down slowly. Marigi was standing beside Davos. At this time, it is already late autumn. It was warm when they marched in the Tigris River before. In the Corduene mountain, the weather turned cold and the grass began to wither. The leaves continued to fall as the mountain wind blew, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of leaves. Cherysopis looked up at the branches that started to get bare and worriedly said, "We must pass through this mountain area as soon as possible. Otherwise it will become colder once winter comes, and the soldiers doesn't have thick clothes to keep them warm." What Cherysopis said reminded Davos of the thing that he never really thought about. When the three people began to discuss how to cope with the arrival of winter, the Carduchians came, dozen of sturdy young men, as well as an old man dressed strangely. Cherysopis' gaze was focused on the man in the middle first. He was slightly thin compared with the brawny men around him, but he is wearing a short-sleeved leather robe with a lot of bright-colored fur to make up for the defect in his body shape. In addition, he is wearing a tawny Persian robe covering his exposed legs. When his light brown gleaming eyes locked on the men of Cherysopis, he raised his right hand and listened to the shout of the old Carduchian. The leader of the Carduchians' great Sochank tribe greets the guests from afar. The mountain people strike their wooden shield with the hatchet, and came a sound from their mouth, "O-L-A, O-L-A." The high-pitched, animal-like roar made Davos' eardrum uncomfortable. Several of the mercenary leaders were at a loss because the old man spoke in the language of the Carduchian. Marigi immediately translated it to them in a low voice, and soon they regained their calm, and even Davos curiously enjoyed the primitive way of hospitality. Marigi, with the consent of the leaders, also loudly shouted in the language of the Carduchians. The Spartan Ephor, Cherysopis, sends his friendly greetings to Chief King Moro. Just as his voice fades, the 50 silent Spartan warriors shouted at the same time, "H-O-O, H-A-A." Accompanied by the two roars was a uniform stabbing on the ground with their spear, and the opening and joining of their round shield. Then the silence was restored. Compared with the noise of the other side, the Spartan warriors were low-key and reserved, but it gave an invisible pressure on the people. King Moro's complexion slightly changed, and his eyes were fixed on the 50 warriors who were as tall and straight as pine, and with a big symbol lambda in the center of their round shield held in their hand, while muttering to himself, "Sparta." Over the past centuries, the prestige of the Spartan warriors has spread throughout the Mediterranean, and even the people in this remote mountain area have heard a bit about them. He raised his right hand, and the roaring of the mountain people stopped. He then said in the Persian language, "Welcome, please sit down." As an Ephor of Sparta, Cherysopis, who often have contacts with Persia, can of course understand it. He then also replied him in the Persian language, "Please sit down as well." The negotiations officially began. To Davos' expectation, the seemingly Carduchian savages were particularly shrewd in their negotiations, especially King Moro. Their demands were to use the Greeks' mercenaries as a laborer and hired thugs, and their reasons were quite adequate. When our tribe become an ally of the Greek mercenaries, it will then offend the powerful Persia and also get isolated and excluded by the other tribes in Corduene. There must be enough benefits to make the whole tribe to agree in signing the alliance. The Greeks' negotiating ability is also not weak. Cherysopis' diplomatic ability is beyond doubt since Sparta had sent him as a liaison to Cyrus the Younger, while Davos, as the main director of the Urban High Teach Development Zone in his previous life, had participated in many business negotiations, plus Marigi, a merchant who is greatly familiar with the Carduchians. Before they came, the mercenaries had already agreed on the bottom line that they must adhere to, and that is, the marching route of the Greek mercenaries must be decided by them and not at the mercy of outsiders. They deliberately showed that they didn't attach great importance to this alliance. When the negotiation was in a stalemate, Cleaner had repeatedly said that it was okay if the alliance doesn't succeed since their soldiers can just forcefully enter. Due to this, the chief of the Sochank tribe have a headache. After all, they are the first stumbling block on the way of the mercenaries to Armenia. They can undoubtedly take advantage of them, but they have to choose to fight and defeat the Greeks who had defeated Persia. Of course, they can also choose not to fight head-on. The mercenaries have no way to attack them, but their stronghold can't be moved, so their houses and goods can't be saved. What's more, this will hit the prestige of King Moro, and will increase the coveting of the surrounding tribes on the Sochank tribe. After several clashes, the alliance was finally reached. First, the Greek mercenaries and the Sochank tribe of Corduene became allies, and the two sides will be on friendly terms and refrain from attacking each other. Second, the Greek mercenaries will decide their own marching route, and the tribes near the route will be attacked by the mercenaries and the Sochank tribe together. The mercenaries will get 60 of the goods and wealth, while the Sochank tribe will get 40. The captured enemies will be handed over to the Sochank tribe. The mercenaries could not kill or plunder indiscriminately without the consent of the Sochank tribe. Third, during the operation, Cherisophis and King Moro will coordinate the command, and if there are differences that cannot be resolved, the operation will be cancelled. This one was originally put forward by Cherisophis for fear that King Moro, for the sake of the interests of the tribe and regardless of the lives of the mercenaries, will take some tactics against the mercenaries. Therefore, this was specially emphasized. In fact, this part has not been implemented in the end, because after tasting the sweetness, King Moro was afraid that the mercenaries would cancel assault plan. Therefore, when the mercenaries have any objection, he would take the initiative to seek a solution while consulting Cherisophis. Fourth, if the Sochank tribe has special targets to attack and is not near the marching route of the mercenaries, then they can hire the Greeks to attack, but they will need to consult with the leaders and obtain the consent of the mercenary soldiers. This one is mainly the request of King Moro, while Cherisophis and Davos, after discussing, thought that if this cooperation between the two sides went smoothly, then the targets to be attacked will only be close to each other, and it is not impossible for the mercenaries to be employed. After all, since the death of Cyrus the Younger, the soldiers are no longer paid. The alliance will be implemented on the same day and ends when the Greek mercenaries leaves Corduene. The last step to implement the alliance is a sacrifice. Cherisophis was ready for this. He ordered 3 white lambs to be slaughtered, and the fresh blood was to be placed on the stump. The Sochank tribe also slaughtered a deer. Then the two sides inserted wood strips around the stump, lit it on fire, and read aloud the clauses of the alliance written in Persian on the 2 animal skins. There were no priests in the mercenary troops, so Cherisophis had to do it. On the Carduchian side, it was performed by the oddly dressed witch. When the sacrifice was over and the two sides began to discuss their next action, a mountain wind came and caused the leaf to fall and blew out the torches around the stump, which made the expression of everyone change. The Greeks, including the silent Spartans, respectfully called out the name of Zeus, while the Carduchians fell to their knees and paid respect to the mountain god that they worshipped. Obviously, everyone thought that the gods had come by and made their presence known in order to recognize this alliance. As a result, the attitude of both sides was much more energetic. King Moro had even sent one of his sons to the mercenary troops as a guide. 20 days later, the mercenaries left the Corduene Mountains and entered the plains. In the past 20 days, the mercenaries cooperated with the Sochank tribe to breach 4 mountain villages and also defeated an alliance of Carduchian tribes. The casualties in the battle were not small, but they managed to seize a lot of supplies, which made their rations keep up during the long march in the mountains. The gains of the Sochank tribe was even greater. Most of the captured mountain people, except the fanatics, are forced to join the Sochank tribe. No one knew how big the population of the Sochank tribe became, but it's obvious that King Moro was satisfied, as it can be seen from his sincere gift of a good white wolf skin to Cherisophis at the time of their parting. One afternoon, they found some villages after a few days since the mercenaries had marched in the plain. Hence, the mercenaries happily stopped moving forward and started driving away the villagers, plundering supplies and camping in the village. They can finally sleep well without worrying about getting bitten by snakes and insects. The next morning, the mercenaries marched to the river Centrites TN, Kentrites or Botan River, which is the border between Armenia and the country of the Carduchians. The river is about 60 meters wide. According to the guide, the troops came to the place where there was a pontoon bridge, but found that it had been burned. The leaders looked at the burning marks of the bridge piles on the riverbank, and their hearts sank. The Persians are nearby. Cherisophis immediately ordered Leeds and his cavalry squad to explore the surrounding area after they entered the mountain area. The cavalry squad lost a lot of horses, leaving only 5-6. At the same time, he ordered some soldiers go down the river to explore the depth of the water. After they received the order, several soldiers that are good swimmer took off their armor and walked into the river. The water reached their chest when they reached the middle of the river. At this time, someone shouted Persian. Immediately, there was a commotion in the troops. There are many Persian cavalry on the other side of the hill, while on the plain below the hill are Persian infantry in battle formation. They raised the dust which filled the whole sky as they marched towards the river bank. All troops in formation, the officers shouted. The soldiers in the river retreated in a hurry and were almost swept away by the current. There are many big and round rocks at the bottom of the river, which makes it slippery and hard to walk. The soldiers reported it to the leaders after they came ashore. It seems that it is difficult for us to cross the river from here when there are Persians on the opposite side. said Timasian helplessly, while the other leaders agreed. They watched the other side closely. The Persians had stopped moving forward as they were close to the river bank, and their row were about a mile long and seemed that they have no less than 20,000 soldiers. It's the army of Orontes, said Cleaner while in shock. Xenophon regretfully said, it seems that he is ahead of us. Xanthocles pointed to the other side of the river in amazement and said, look, he hired a lot of Chaldeans. Chaldeans. Davers didn't know about them as he looked at Philesius in confusion. The Chaldeans are tribes living in Armenia. They are said to be fierce and aggressive. The Persians like to recruit them as heavy infantry, explained Philesius as he pointed to the other side. Look, that's them. In the direction of his fingers, Davos saw some Chaldeans in leather helmet, robes, long shields, and spears standing at the forefront of the Persian army. Orontes seems to be trying to stop us, but too bad, the Chaldean are not our opponent, said Timasian, not willing to be outdone. But with this river, everything is hard to say, said Xanthocles with a slight pessimistic. Have the soldiers camp and rest first, then send people to explore whether there is a better place in the river to cross on foot, said Cherisophus calmly. The order was conveyed and the troops retreated to a camp less than a mile from the river Centrites. Before long, leads brought back informations. There are no trace of the Persians found on the riverbank, but there are some Carduchians spotted in the nearby mountains spying on them. This made the leaders frown. Go get Izem, said Cherisophus. Izem was the son of King Moro, the chief of Sakink tribe that was sent to be their guide. As a result, the energetic young man had a strong curiosity about the distant Greece as he stayed with the Greeks for 20 days. He didn't want to go back to the secluded mountain village and wanted to go out wandering from place to place. With the consent of King Moro, the mercenaries accepted him. When Izem got the news, he was stunned and immediately swore that those Carduchians were not sent by the Sakink tribe, and volunteered himself to scout. With the consent of the leaders, Leeds took him with him. 30 minutes later, he came back to report that those men are from the tribes that had allied together in the mountains to attack the Greek mercenaries, some of whom he had seen before. After Izem left, Xenophon breathed a sigh of relief and said, just like what I had said, King Moro and us have cooperated very well previously. They couldn't have started having ideas as soon as we split up. Cleaner snorted, don't readily place your trust on those Carduchians. How do you know that this son of King Moro didn't lie? We have all seen what King Moro does. After every battle, he would argue with us about the ownership of the spoils for half a day. He won't even let go a clay pot. Such a greedy man, now that we are going to fight the Persians again, how can he let this great chance slip by? Let alone now that the alliance has ended and there is nothing restraining him anymore. Timasian added, we have his son, reminded Xenophon. I heard that he has more than 10 sons. It is no deal to him if one died, and who knows if King Moro had made up his mind and let him to be a spy, Cleaner retorted. Davos, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the atmosphere of the quarter. Xenophon is an active and energetic man. With his recent familiarity with the mercenary affairs, he became more active. In the views of some leaders, they think that he is showing off and will try to look for opportunities to strike him from time to time. Davos had once advised him to restrain himself, but his answer was, I haven't done anything wrong. Hades had asked me to come here, not to please someone, but to contribute in saving the lives of more than 10,000 Greek brothers. In contrast, the younger Davos is much more modest. When he became a leader, he worked hard to perform and won respect and prestige for himself. He is usually reserved when discussing matters and often just listens, since he knew that these leaders have been wandering on the battlefield for many years and have rich experience, which is worth learning and reflecting on. We all know that King Moro is an ambitious and intelligent man who knows when and what he would do. Now the most important thing that the Sakink tribe should do is to quickly annex and digest the 4 tribes, and have them integrate into his tribe so that they can become his strength. Therefore, I don't think he will provoke us just after leaving the mountain and parting with us, since his tribe's internal situation is still unstable, and he knows that our troops is powerful, especially since he has a lot of enemies around him, said Davos in a low voice. He has a good relationship with Xenophon, and so wants to help him both in public and private. So the people that had come to spy on us, just as the kids said, are from the tribes that we had defeated. But instead of attacking the Sakink tribe, they provoke us who are much more powerful, taunted Cleaner. Just like what you had said previously, they had come to see if they can get some small advantages. Davos responded wittily. Cherisophus said, whether they are members of the Sakink tribe or not, as long as we are on guard, we are not afraid of anyone in the plain. It is currently important to find a way to cross the river, break through the defense line of Orontes, and enter Armenia. Otherwise, the longer we are delayed, the greater the difficulty. The leaders were silent. Time passed, and they still have no discovery. The next day, there was still no good news, but there was a lot of bad news. There were more and more Carduchians in the nearby mountains, and Leeds had roughly estimated that there were more than 1,000 people. It seems that the Persian soldiers on the opposite side are also increasing, while they sense that their supplies are rapidly decreasing, and the soldiers who went out to collect firewood got attacked by the Carduchians from time to time. The grim situation not only made the soldiers worried, but the leaders had also felt it. As the leaders discussed, Xenophon suggested that Izem should go back to his tribe and find his father, King Moro, to see if he could help the mercenaries drive out the Carduchians. He was then ridiculed by Timasian, and the two sides had even quarreled. In the morning of the third day, Xenophon, with two young soldiers, entered the tent proudly. The two soldiers had found a place where they could easily walk across the river. Hearing this news, the previous conflicts of the leaders had disappeared, and they become excited. In order not to attract the attention of the Persians on the other side, Cherisophis changed into a normal soldier outfit and walked with the soldiers to the place where they could cross the river. By the time he came back, they saw the relaxed expression of Cherisophis and realized that he had crossed the river. The place to cross the river is 4 km upstream from our camp. The width of the river is about 85 meters, and the deepest part reaches till the waist. The bottom of the river is sand and gravel, which is neither too slippery nor hard. This side of the riverbank is flat, while the other side has many rocks. Cherisophis gave a brief summary of the exploration he carried out. This is most probably the best place to cross the river. Let's gather the whole troops at once and cross the river quickly, said Timasian excitedly. However, we should also consider that Orontes' troops will stop us on the other side of the river. If we cross the river forcibly, then the casualties of our soldiers will increase. Xanthicles said cautiously. The Persians would never imagine that we would wade across the river so easily, and as long as we rush to the other side of the river at the fastest speed, we will definitely be able to give them a sneak attack, said Timasian confidently. Timasian asked straight away, do you have a better method? Xanthicles said, aren't we all here to discuss how to cross the river smoothly and minimize our losses? I thought you came up with something. Timasian looked at him. I have a suggestion. Xenophon interjected, we can split some of the soldiers to protect the supply camp. When the main troops is ready to cross the river, these soldiers will lead the supply camp to pretend to cross the river at the former pontoon bridge. The Persians will surely think that we will gonna cross the river again from there. We will then attack them from the rear and we will split our troops to defend. Once the main troops defeat the enemy on the opposite side, then these soldiers protecting the supply camp will go back to the place where the troops fought and crossed the river. In this way, the troops are scattered and the supply camp is protected. What do you think? Said Xenophon while being slightly proud. They have to admit that Xenophon's plan is good, and everyone lost in thoughts. After a while, Cleaner asked, the supply camp is very large. How many soldiers do we need to assign to protect it? If it is too many, then it will affect the time in defeating the Persians. Moreover, the supply camp and the soldiers will march back and forth, and not only will they get easily exhausted, but they will also be easily attacked by the Carduchians. Have you considered this? This Xenophon hesitatingly said, it is inevitable that there will be casualties in war, but as long as we can minimize our loss. At this point, Davos said, Xenophon's words inspired me and allowed me to think of a solution. Everyone focused on him as soon as he started talking, because it was proven a lot of times that this youngest leader had never spoke casually, and his suggestion has always solved the problems. We won't cross the river during the day. Davos looked at the leaders and saw that they were slightly astonished as they continued to listen quietly. In the evening, we will send troops across the river to find a place to hide after the Persians have all gone to sleep in their camp. When our main troops are fighting the Persians tomorrow, those troops will sneak attack the rear of the Persian formation, which will end up disrupting their formation, and it will not only let us defeat the Persians, but also possibly wipe out some of them, thus weakening the Persians. And therefore, once we enter Armenia, we will be able to reach the Black Sea more smoothly. Everyone's eyes brighten. Davos' suggestion is truly ingenious and out of the ordinary. But in fact, the thinking of the leaders are just trapped in the military tradition of clashing head on that the Greeks had admired for centuries, while Davos' plan to cross the river was inspired by the strategy adopted by the Great Red Army in his previous life when they liberated Hainan by combining the smuggling of small troops and the large troop forcefully crossed the river at the front. Davos, the soldiers, doesn't have any experience in crossing the river at night. How many soldiers will you dispatch to cross the river first? In case of any disturbance caused by their fear when crossing the river, it will easily lead to drowning and death, and will even alarm the Persians and have our efforts go for naught. And it will also make the Persians know about the location of the river crossing that we have worked hard to find. The way Cleaner speak is a lot more polite than when he spoke with Xenophon, and his concern was also an important reason why the mercenaries dare not cross at night. And how will you hide the troops after you go ashore? When will they start attacking the rear of the Persians? I'm afraid that all of these needs to be taken into consideration, reminded Timasian. Dave said without any hesitation, the problem you had said is not a problem for that troops. Then he looked at Cherisophis. Cherisophis nodded in agreement. That night, 700 Spartans successfully sneaked across the river Centrites. Early morning of the next day, the mercenaries began to march out. The Persians saw it and quickly gathered on the other side. The mercenaries slaughtered 3 lambs, and the leaders offered them to the god of the ocean and river, Oceanos, and the entire mercenary troops sang a song of praise. Orontes had a premonition that the Greeks might cross the river, and so he ordered his army to be ready at once. After the prayer, the mercenaries began marching downstream along the river bank. After a few miles, they stopped and rested for a while. They then head upstream. The handsome satrap of Armenia, who was deeply favored by the Persian king, did not understand where the Greeks were going. He thought that they won't dare cross the river when there are Persian troops on the other side, and was instead trying to find a way out. He felt pleased as he watched them scurrying around like headless flies. The Persian army continued to follow the marching on the other side. Finally, the mercenaries arrived at the crossing place that was marked by Cherisophis and immediately stopped. Then, according to the prior plan, with the end of the left wing as the axis, the whole troops whirled towards the river bank. Before Orontes could understand it, the mercenaries had formed a formation facing the river Centrites. The whole troops was split into 3 sections. The first one has about 7,000 soldiers who are prepared to cross the river and fight the Persian army. They are standing on the river bank in a narrow, thin, and vertical formation because the reach of the river is not long. The second one is the supply camp. They are closely followed by the third one, which has about 3,000 soldiers, and they are at the rear of the supply camp and have their back turned towards the river bank in order to prevent the Carduchians from making a surprise attack. Just as the Persian army slowly adjusts their formation, the mercenaries blow the bugle to start the attack, and the 7,000 soldiers stepped into the river Centrites without any hesitation. Orontes' complexion changed. He finally understood that the Greeks were ready to cross the river from here. Without worrying about the long-range attack of the mercenaries and slingers, Orontes urgently shouted, "Fast! Have the infantry block them! Archers! Archers, quickly shoot your arrows!" As he screamed, he hoped that the river Centrites would slow down the progress of the mercenaries, while their archers would cause chaos on the Greeks, which would lead to the Greeks drowning due to panic and crowding. After that moment of panic, Orontes regained his composure. After all, he himself tried the depth of the river. Perhaps this is his chance to earn great contribution, he thought excitedly. Davos followed behind the soldiers of the right wing at the front, treading on the hard river sand, and made great stride. In the early winter, the river water was already piercing cold, but at that moment, the morale of the soldiers were high and made them have no time to feel it. Their hearts were only filled with one thought: to rush to the opposite river bank as fast as possible. When they reached the middle of the river, the water depth was just like what Cherisophis had said, only till their crotch, which completely relieved the soldiers who were slightly worried and made their pace even faster. The Persian army was originally some distance away from the riverbank, but due to their haste, their speed was affected by the rocks on the riverbank. The slingers behind the mercenaries used their long range to disrupt the Persian army's formation, so there are some confused Persian troops that had not yet arrived at the shore, while the archers hasn't shot 2 rounds of arrows in all, when the mercenaries had rushed ashore. Orontes, a Persian nobleman who had spent most of his time drinking wine and playing with the dancer in his camp, never had a detailed search and understanding of the surrounding areas of the battle fired. He was completely in a panic faced with the fact that the mercenaries waded across the river so easily and quickly, and had approached him ferociously like hungry wolves. Luckily, his adjutant was calm and had urged the infantry to quickly come to the front. After the first several mercenaries rushed ashore, they had to slow down because of the rugged rocks on the shore, which gave the Persian army time to breathe. Finally, they surrounded them like a tide and gradually enclosed the mercenaries on the shore. The mercenaries are never afraid of melee fights. The shields on their left hand protected their bodies and teammates, while the spear on their right hand was raised high above the shield and pierced the enemy in the opposite direction. Then the soldiers in the next several rows tried to extend their spears as far as they can, which will protect their teammates at the front by deterring the enemy. Although the soldiers behind the formation can't participate in the fighting, but they didn't stand by watching, they tried their best in pushing the soldiers in the front, hoping to push back the other side's front with their strength or even crush them. The fierce Chaldeans directly faced the fierce impact of the mercenaries, and they did not show any weakness and fought back with their spears. The more troops in the higher terrain of the Persians had offset some of the impact of the Greek hoplites. The archers and the mounted archers at the rear of the Persian army did not dare show any weakness, as they counterattacked by shooting a round of arrows at the long-range attackers of the Greek, the slingers and archers. The two sides fought a bloody battle on the north bank of the river Centrites. If the mercenaries win, they will set foot on the land of Armenia and ravage its land, which is what Orontes and his Armenian soldiers would not wish to see, and if the mercenaries fail, they will face their doom. Therefore, both sides are doing their best. The mercenaries standing in the river faced their biggest dilemma. On one hand, the piercing cold river is gradually sapping their strength. On the other hand, most of the arrows of the Persians fell on them. They brought their round shields in order to protect themselves, and at the same time, to prevent them from being washed away by the river. Davos saw it with his own eyes when a soldier had slipped, and the soldiers around him stepped forward to save him. He got separated from the protection of the shield and was shot by an arrow. He then fell on the water. He was not seriously injured, but he was having a hard time getting up due to the heavy armor. Why haven't the Spartan warriors appeared? Davos anxiously awaited. Orontes, who was standing on the top of a large rock, was reassured with the balance of the war. He saw the mercenaries struggling to not get washed downstream of the river Centrites from time to time, and started having hope. Of course, he can't see nor will he go see his men falling down again and again. Suddenly, there was a huge noise from the right wing of the formation. What is Arduch's doing? Orontes looked to the right angrily, and saw an amazing scene. The light infantry and archers in the rear of the right wing were running away in panic. Behind these defeated soldiers were hundreds of fully armed Greek soldiers forming a thin infantry line, driving the defeated soldiers to the center. Greek, it's the Greek, fast, fast. Orontes panicked once more. Disorder shouting burst out from his mouth. His adjutant hurried up together with the satrap's personal guard to try stop the defeated troops so that they can prevent them from rushing to the center of the formation, but who knew that those Greek soldiers were completely different from those ordinary Greek hoplites. They run fast and chased after the defeated soldiers who fell behind. A wave of their shield will make them faint, and stabbing them in one hit, they are an efficient killing machine. The Persians run like demon beasts. The personal guards couldn't stop them, and within a moment, they were forced to flee to the left and the front, and the formation on the right wing and center of the Persian fell apart. And the mercenaries who got blocked on the riverbank easily broke trough the defense line of the frightened Chaldeans and began their killing. It must be mentioned that the Spartan warriors had been engaged in military training since their childhood, and they have a strong tactical literacy. According to the prior rough plan, they will start by deliberately driving the defeated soldiers to the riverbank. Except for a few clear-headed Persians, most of the soldiers did not know the direction, but fled by following the flow of people. However, once they saw the wide river Centrites, they all cried desperately. After the guards guarded orders to escape to a safe place, Orontes saw that the mighty 20,000-strong army now only has a few hundred people, and can't help but cry. He knew that with his power he could not stop the Greek mercenaries from embarking on the territory of Armenia. The mercenary leaders were excited. They made a quick decision in the face of a large number of surrendered soldiers, releasing the soldiers of Armenia of other ethnic groups, such as the Chaldeans, and showed them the goodwill of the Greek mercenaries, while the Persians, the leaders, including Davos, chose to kill them. The Greek hoplite lined up in a dense formation and ignored the demands of thousands unarmed Persian soldiers, as they used their shield walls and spears to drove them towards the river Centrites, stabbing them, using stones and arrows to push them in the river in chaos. The people who fell in the water will pull the other people down for their own survival, just like crabs inside a pot pulling each other's legs with no one able to escape. Before long, Davos looked at the river covered with floating corpses. He sighed and looked away to the other side. He could not see a trace of the Carduchians. They were obviously got scared when they saw the unexpected great defeat of the army. The supply camp and the mercenaries behind were able to cross the river Centrites easily. Afterwards, under the leadership of the leaders, the whole mercenary troops occupied the empty camp of Orontes, with the Persians leaving behind a lot of materials and supplies. The entire mercenary troops had once more made another sacrifice to Zeus and Oceanus and began the victory celebration, because everyone knew that after the defeat of Orontes, no one in Armenia can stop them from moving forward, which made them more confident that they can return to Greece. First volume end, TN, will just TL some part of it. After completing the first volume, Davos' adventure in Persia came to an end. In fact, this content that I wrote is only a small part of Xenophon's Anabasis. The mercenaries will also experience a lot of difficulties and setbacks, but there is no need for me to waste ink on it, because that's not the focus of the book. In 657 BC, Byzas, the prince of Megara next to Athens southwest, was going to lead his people to the coast of Asia Minor to establish a colony. He asked the oracle of Apollo at Delphi on where to choose the proper place to build the city. He got a vague answer: build the city opposite the land of the blind. At the beginning, Byzas didn't understand the meaning of the oracle of Apollo. But when his ship came to Chalcedon, east of Bosporus, he suddenly understood the meaning of the oracle. Because Chalcedon's geographical position was so bad that it couldn't see the opposite Golden Horn, it was clear that only the blind could build the city. Therefore, he built a colonial city on the other side of Chalcedon and named it Byzantium. Because Megara is not a strong city-state and has limited immigrants, after hundreds of years of development, Byzantium is still a small city, but its position has gradually become important. After the rise of Athens, the food had mostly came from the city-states on the Black Sea. Therefore, Byzantium, which had conquered Chalcedon, became the hub of the sea passage that guarded the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea, which naturally made Athens interested. Later, Byzantium joined the Delian League and became allies with Athens. After the Peloponnesian War, Sparta, as the victor, had also took a fancy to the geographical position of Byzantium. They did not only supported a puppet governance in Byzantium, but also stationed troops in the city to control the Bosporus Strait. One day, in the early spring on 399 BC, Berk's ship sailed into the port of Byzantium. Standing on the bow of the ship, he could see more than 100 warships in the port, and was relieved for a while. I should be able to make it in time. When he ordered the crew to slowly navigate the ship into the designated dock in accordance with the instructions of the port management personnel, the people who were busy in the port suddenly screamed. In this chaos, many people jumped on the ship in panic, untied the cable, and left the port. Without the coordination and command, the ships collided with each other and made a mess. Even some of the ships were knocked over, and the crew members fell in the water in panic. Berks hastily ordered the boat to go back, but fortunately he had not yet entered the dock and escaped. He reluctantly stopped the ship outside the port and looked at the situation. A lot of people held the same idea as him. After a while, hundreds of ships, big and small, were moored outside the port, floating up and down in the sea. Looking at the port, which was still busy previously, it had now become empty and left a mess in the blink of an eye. Berks was confused, so he asked the neighboring ship loudly, what's going on? It's those wretched mercenaries. Those mercenaries came back from Persia and will attack Byzantium. The mercenaries is attacking Byzantium. Berk's heart abruptly leaped. Why? Berks hesitated a little and said, Thurii. Thurii, oh, I know that city. Isn't it in Great Greece, Magna Graecia? I haven't been there, but I have been to Taras Tarentum Taranto. It's a good place and prosperous. I say it must be nice to you guys. Now Asia Minor is in a mess and a war might happen. Berks isn't in the mood to listen to the old man, and so he asked, who is in charge of Byzantium now? The Spartan Governor-General Harmost Cleander. The old man complained, the Spartans only know how to kill and not how to manage a city. It had only been a few years since they occupied Byzantium. Look, it became much more worse than before. Berk's heart jolted and asked, what's your name, old man? You've been a captain for a long time. You must be familiar with other shipowner in here, Pasilas of Byzantium. I started operating the ship when the Athenian Pericles became the Polmarchos. At that time, he also led the Athenian fleet to buy wheat in the Black Sea, and I have seen him. I am familiar with the captains and crew in here. I grew up watching a lot of people as the old man boasted his past. He seemingly asked unintentionally, why, do you need a ship? If it's possible, said Berks vaguely. Is it for transporting? The old man continued asking food, wood, stone, olive oil. In the face of this old man who relied on his experience, Berks had no choice but to think about it and say, maybe people. The old man's eyes widened, and the experienced man immediately thought of something. Are they mercenaries? No wonder you had asked me if I know all the shipowners here. Good, excellent. Let's get rid of them immediately. Byzantium might become peaceful for a while. Berks neither admitted nor denied it. At this time, a signal came from the port that signals everyone that everything is safe and the ships were allowed to enter the port. Hey boy, if you want to use a boat, you can come to the port and say this to any Byzantine in the port. I'm looking for old Peary, and they will bring you to me. The old man was still at the stern, leaving a loud message to Berks. Okay, Berks replied, while thinking whether to first go visit the Spartans' Governor-General of Byzantium, Cleander. Not far from Byzantine are some Thracian villages where the Greek mercenaries' camps are endless. It is already dusk and most of the soldiers went to rest. There was a quarter that is filled with the flickering of the candlelight. Davos was thinking so hard in his quarter that he didn't notice Charistoia entering. Dear, what are you thinking? Charistoia asked softly, while holding Davos in her arms from behind. Davos sniffed her hair and sighed, then said, today, we had arranged the soldiers to make a scene, letting them act like they will attack Byzantium, and had managed to force the Spartans to soften for a while and had them agree in giving us some supplies. But this did not solve the fundamental problem. Mursus infiltrated the city and got some information. Thimbron, a Spartan general, was appointed as the Harmost of Asia Minor of Sparta. He had arrived at Ephesus and began recruiting soldiers. Cleander of Sparta has trapped us here and want us to help them in eliminating the nearby Thracians, but I fear that there's still a chance that they will want us to help them fight the Persians. Wasn't Charisophus greatly valued you? When he went back to report, he entrusted Anaxibius to take care of you. Unfortunately, you ignored Anaxibius' advances, and now he is currently intimate with Xenophon. Charistoia made fun of him while stroking his face. Xenophon is an expert at this, and I am not interested in Sparta. Davos irritably scratched his head. If we follow Sparta to war, then I am afraid that we won't even have a place to die. Unfortunately, we are currently a fish out of the sea and at the mercy of the humans. Cheristoya kissed him on the face. Dear, don't be disheartened. I unexpectedly encountered a man when I came. He may be able to solve your troubles. Who? Davos heard her words. Cheristoya turned around and shouted out of the tent, Mardius, let him in. Davos looked attentively. He saw a middle-aged man coming inside his quarter. He was of medium height and had a kind and amiable face. The middle-aged man was also staring at Davos, although he had previously heard some rumors about this mercenary leader, but he was still surprised at his youth. But at this time, Davos was slightly different compared to the time he was in the Battle of River Centrites half a year ago. Not only did he have a round of stubble on his chin and a scar on his face, but the hardship and bloody battles along the way made him more fierce, and his gaze became more sharp and threatening. Berks, a citizen of Thurii, had come to greet leader Davos. The middle-aged man came forward and saluted Davos. Thurii. Davos was a bit confused. He knew nothing about a city-state with this name in his previous life, and his body's uneducated memory couldn't help him. At this moment, Cheristoya saw his confusion and explained softly, the city of Thurii is located in the west of Magna Grecia's Gulf of Taurus. It is the youngest Greek colonial city-states in southern Italy. After Sybaris was destroyed twice by Croton, the Sybarites, who had lost their home, had then asked Athens for help. At that time, Pericles, the Polemarchus of Athens, responded to the request of the Sybarites and decided to build a new pan-Greek city-state on the site of Sybaris. Therefore, he sent a call to all the Greek city-states, including Miletus, to go there to emigrate. That is the origin of Thurii. Lady, what you had said is correct. I respect your profound knowledge. Although Berks was surprised at the presence of a woman in an important places of discussion, but he was still polite. Sybaris. Davos felt that the name was familiar. He repeated saying it a few times and suddenly remembered, oh, isn't the life in there so luxurious that even their war horses are used to train dancing, which resulted in Croton beating Sybaris music. Yes. Looking at Davos' excited appearance, Berks wondered if his ability was as miraculous as the rumor. The reason why Davos remembered this story is due to the history of their ruin which caused by the luxurious life of the Sybaris and have become a fable story of the West in his previous life, and this story is also related to Pythagoras, a famous mathematician in ancient Greece. Ah, Italy. Davos thought a bit and suddenly became interested. You came to me for what? Berks was nervous. At first, he was full of confidence, but the refusal of several leaders had made him a little anxious about the gain and loss. Davos was his last hope. Thurii is suffering from the invasions of the Aborigines, and so I want to hire you and your soldiers to help us repel these Aborigines. Davos and Cheristoya looked at each other. Berks continued, we will of course pay you an ample salary. How much can you pay? Davos leaned forward and asked interestedly. Berks felt hopeful and immediately became spirited. A soldier can get 1 Derek gold coin a month. Davos sat back instead of talking. Oh, I remember incorrectly. It should be 1.5 no, not. It should be 2 Derek gold coins. Berks saw that Davos' face was still expressionless and his words were quivering. Is there an important event in Thurii that made you so anxious? Davos suddenly revealed a smile. Hearing this, Berks, crap, I underestimated this young man, and at the same time I was too anxious in hiring him, and end up giving myself away under the composure of this young man. Berks, if you want us to work with Thurii, you'd better tell me the truth. Davos' tone showed that he won't tolerate refusal. Berks heard a slight hope, so he adjusted his mood and said heavily, Lucanian, the Aborigines of Italy, had invaded the territory of Thurii. After a unanimous decision, the Citizens' Congress of Thurii decided to send troops to fight back the Lucanians. Therefore, we sent 10,000 hoplites and 1,000 cavalry, but it resulted in our defeat. Savage and cruel Lucanians slaughtered our soldiers, cut their bodies into pieces, and stacked them outside the city. Only less than 300 citizens managed to return to the city when I departed. The Aborigines had not yet attacked the city, but they had occupied the city north of Thurii, Amendolara, which caused considerable panic to the citizens of Thuriano. All their hopes have been entrusted to me. Therefore, Berks wept as he said this. Davos, who had seen a lot of tragedies in this past year, was cold as steel. About Berks grieved, although he was familiar with it, but he didn't saw it, and so he asked him in astonishment, so many soldiers, are they all citizens of Thurii? Yes, Thurii is one of the most prosperous city-states in Magna Graecia. Berks wiped his tears and said with a little pride. 11,000 troops have failed. Are the Lucanians formidable? Davos continued in curiously asking questions. No, in fact, the Lucanians seems to only have 8,000 people. Berks was afraid that Davos would be frightened, so he added, It's just that the internal of Thurium, the main reason is that there is no good commander. They rashly advanced and got ambushed. Oh, so that's how. Davos stroked the stubble on his chin and asked, why not seek help from the other city-states? The whole of Greece is currently not short of troops. Why do you look for us? Davos once more asked. Berks immediately said, flatteringly, I already recruited some soldiers in Ephesus, but I heard about you. You managed to safely return from the middle of Persia. Your bravery and strength have been strongly proven. If we can hire you who are experienced with war, then there won't be a problem in defeating the Lucanians. Therefore, as soon as I heard from a merchant ship at Ephesus had spotted you in Chrysopolis, I had immediately rushed there. However, I didn't expect you to once more return to Byzantium. Burke's compliments didn't affect Davos' thinking. He nodded and continued to ask, are the Lucanians strong? What kind of weapons do they have? What is their equipment? What are their combat characteristics? One question after another, like nails hitting the brain of Berks. At first, Berks was able to answer it with ease, but later it was very difficult because Davos had asked some complex questions. For example, how big is the territory of the Lucanians? How many cities they have? What do they mainly live on? What about their political system? What about their foreign contacts? Berks tried his best to answer Davos' questions, and at the same time was surprised that a mercenary leader could ask such advanced questions. After feeling Davos was different, his confidence had also increased, because only those who wanted to go would think of a detailed understanding of the situation. I have a general idea of the situation. After Davos said this, Berks took a long breath. This was several times more difficult than answering the questions at the Ecclesia. I think Timasian, Xanthicles, and Cleaner had all rejected you, didn't they? Said Davos. Berks once more looked at him in astonishment. My camp is at the back. You have to pass through them before you can reach me. And as far as I know, Timasian wanted to go back to his hometown Iolian. Xanthicles and Cleaner were invited by one of the Thracians' tribal leader to work for him. And Xenophon is now with Anaxibius, so I'm your only choice, isn't it? Davos' shrewdness has made Berks no longer want to hide anything, and frankly said, yes, Leader Davos, you are my only choice. Will you then refuse or accept? Davos smiled. My answer is to accept Thuriai's employment. Despite having some mental preparation, Berks still couldn't help but look surprised. Don't be happy too early. This is just my personal opinion, and I still have to persuade my officers and soldiers. Many of them fought in Persia for more than a year, and are tired of the war and are eager to return to their hometown. Davos poured cold water on him first, and then said, however, I will try my best to persuade them, and of course the higher the salary, the more you can impress them. A soldier will get 2 derrick gold coin a month, Berks said decisively. Davos thought about it and asked, how many people do you need? Of course, the more the better. Berks said it without thinking. Oh, such a big tone. If I take 5,000 people, the monthly salary and supplies will be a huge number. Can Thuriai afford it? Well, I hope so. Davos cautiously expressed his optimism and asked, furthermore, how are we going to Thuriai? How many ships do you have? I've talked with the shipowners of Byzantium. When the time comes, so long as I can pay, then no matter how many ships you want, how many ships there would be. So will the Spartans here agree to let us depart to Thuriai? At this time, Davos asked his most concerned question. I have been authorized by the Senate of Sparta. Meanwhile, the Harmost of Byzantium, Cleander, is having a headache about your existence, and he will be happy to see you leave, said Berks confidently. Hence, Davos simply responded, it looks like you've already arranged it. And so, tomorrow morning, I will tell you about the number of soldiers I will lead and discuss a more detailed employment agreement with you. All right, I'll come back tomorrow morning. I hope to receive your good news. Although there were some twists and turns at the start, but it was finally settled, and Berks left happily. Dear, do you really intend to go to Tirui? Said Cheristoia, who had been listening quietly. Yes. Davos turned around and his eyes shine with excitement. Cheristoia, maybe this is a good opportunity. An opportunity for us to change from a fish in the water to a fisherman that will cast the net. Matinus sat on the ground, excited and curious in his mind. You must know that he has never participated in any decision-making discussion in the camp since he served as a squad leader. This time the herald, Assists, urgently informed them that these squad leaders would attend the meeting. Will there be a huge decision? He looked around and saw that not far away, Olivos was talking and laughing loudly with others. This kid is now also a squad leader, equal to his position, and he will be upset every time he see him. And so he shouted, Olivos, here is a war council and not your tent, so be quiet. Olivos turned around and smiled. It turned out to be the brave Matinus. Did you punish those 2 soldiers who violated the military rules and robbed the Byzantium citizens? Although Matinus was completely angry from hearing this, but he dare not shout again. Since entering Armenia, Davos has been the leader of the mercenaries. His military abilities has not only been recognized by the officers and soldiers, but also conquered their hearts. Therefore, he began to gradually rectify and reform his troops. At that time, during the journey in Armenia, the mercenaries had small conflicts with the Aborigines, and there were not a few casualties, including the officers. What's more, Armenia and the later area such as Phasian and Tubal were mostly mountainous areas. which made larger troops not easy to spread out. Therefore, according to the actual situation, Davos merged the troops of 1,400 men into 7 units of 200 men, and a unit had 4 platoons of 50 men. This not only made commanding convenient, but also more flexible and varied in fighting in the mountains, because a unit has enough strength to repel a small group of enemies, while another has the ability to undertake independent combat tasks, and because it has 4 platoons. It can use 2 platoons to fight head-on and another platoon to detour and flank, and then have 1 platoon to be ready reserve and so on. After this reorganizing, the combat effectiveness of his troops has greatly improved, and even some soldiers are proud to say this in private. Our Davos is not only favored by Hades, but also enlightened by Athena. While some of the officers were killed and wounded, Davos had then promoted his capable, trusted subordinates. For example, Helos had been promoted into a captain, while Matinus, Olivos, Jorgris, and others have become a squad leader, making him more firmly in control of his own troops. He then began to carry out the second step of his reform plan, devising a military law and strictly retrain the soldiers. For the free and loose mercenaries, it is like killing them, but at that time the situation was special. A considerable part of the conflict with the Aborigines was caused by the soldiers' wanton plundering. Therefore, the best way to reduce the conflict was to regulate military discipline. However, Davos did not purge the military discipline, but also made some regulations in the military aspects such as marching, camping, and scouting. For example, Davos was previously surprised by the simplicity of the mercenaries in building their camps, and sometimes there is no protection at all, so he stipulated that when camping, the camps must need to dig trenches, lay an abattis field fortification, and build earthen wall. At first, the soldiers were not willing to carry it out, since they were very tired after marching and fighting, and now they need to do such hard work, even if they are tired or not. However, when the mountain people attacked the camp twice at night, the other camp suffered a huge defeat, and the soldiers had suffered casualties. Only Davos' troops were safe under the protection of the trenches and walls. It was only then did the soldiers begin to accept this rule from their hearts. Of course, Davos only made some simple regulations in various aspects and didn't dare to be too strict. For example, in his previous life, running away in battle is considered a heavy offense worth beheading since ancient times, but if he did it, then the soldiers in his camp might revolt. Therefore, he only applied some lighter punishment like caning not too much, fasting, and so on. For the Greeks who value honor, it's a shame for them to be stripped of their pants and get spanked in front of their comrades, and so unless it's a special case, they will try their best to abide by the rules. Of course, there are many soldiers who couldn't stand the restraint and ran to the other camps. In addition to the dead and wounded soldiers, the number of soldiers in Davos' camp should have been greatly reduced. You must know that when the whole Greek mercenaries returned to Byzantium, they were reduced from the original 13,000 soldiers only to 9,000, half more than the number in history, in which Davos played a great role. However, the number of soldiers under his command is not much different from when he took over, and have about 14,000 soldiers. There are 4 reasons why the number of soldiers has not decreased. First, Davos managed his troops as fair and just as possible, no matter whether they are officers or ordinary soldiers. They were all treated equally and without making any exception. Every time they fought and plundered, the goods they got were distributed to the soldiers according to their merit by Merigi, with him getting nothing. Second, his troops have the strongest combat effectiveness and have the least casualties, especially after the military reform. For the soldiers who wanted to go home alive, they of course have a strong dependence on him. Third, the medical camp he built treated a lot of wounded soldiers, and half of them chose to stay, of which the intentional guidance of Cheristoia played a great role. Fourth, the charisma of Davos, favored by God and military genius, made him quite mysterious, and he is kind to the soldiers, and even used his horses to carry the wounded many times. The soldiers were happy to accept his command, and affectionately call him our Davos. Now Davos had led his mercenary troops in many battles for half a year, and under this special environment, they have begun to adapt to the military law that seems relatively simple to Davos, but these military laws are already strict for these soldiers. Therefore, Matinus knew that his soldiers had violated the rule made by Davos before they came to Byzantium, and they are bound to be punished, but it is hard for him to accept this and so tried to shield this pair. But at this time he had no time to think too much, because Davos had opened the tent and stepped into the meeting place together with Merigi. Inside the quarter of the leader, Davos, were no more than 40 people, and so he asked the leader of the guards, Mardius, to lead 30 members. The number of the guard has also increased, to make a space in front of the quarter to prevent strangers from coming in to spy, and to light the torches around. Davos' gaze swept over everyone's face, captain of the first hoplite unit, the prudent and magnanimous Kapos. Captain of the 2nd Hoplite Unit, the one good at understanding people and seizing the opportunity in combat, Antonios. Captain of the 3rd Hoplite Unit, the brave, Amintas. Captain of the 4th Hoplite Unit, the one good at thinking and planning, Alexius. Captain of the 5th Hoplite Unit, his most trusted subordinate, Helos. Captain of the 1st Peltaste Unit, the one with strong tactical skill, Epiphanes. Captain of the 2nd Peltaste Unit, the one worshipping Davos for his devotion to God, Cid. As well as the logistic officer Mercis, medical officer Herpes, the herald deceased, and the cavalry captain leads. Although his horses are few, Davos still retains them. After all, they have a lot of experience in cavalry combat. There are also 28 squad leader, all of whom are experienced and talented officers, plus the 1,400 veterans who have been through a long expedition for more than a year. This is his whole troops in this world. Everyone laughed. Olivos then loudly said, "Leader, this is not a farce, but a comedy. You should have seen those Byzantines fainting due to fear." There was another burst of laughter. Only Matinus have a guilty conscience, and so he had to lower his head to snigger. Yeah, comedy. Davos sighed and said, however, how long can this comedy last? We are trapped here and we can't go anywhere, and we also dare not leave. According to a reliable information, Sparta is ready to fight with Persia. The strategos Thimbron of Sparta has arrived at Ephesus to recruit soldiers. How could he let go of us veterans who have a rich experience in fighting against Persia? It won't be long till we once more fight in the Persian land. Is this real? I'm tired of fighting the Persians and I don't want to go back. How could this happen? I'm already ready to buy a piece of land in Crete and find a wife. The crowd immediately became agitated, and there was a great deal of uneasiness in the discussion. Davos didn't answer them, but he instead told another amazing information. What's more, Cleander is about to step down and will be replaced by Aristarchus of Sparta. Someone leaked an cry. Davos glanced in that direction and coldly said, "Some of you may know him, and some of you don't. I will inform you that this Spartan was very famous in the previous war with Athens." Not because he fought bravely, but Davos with an imposing expression said as he heavily emphasized, "He sold the Greeks who have been defeated into slavery twice. This is like pouring a pot of cold water into a pot of boiling oil and immediately burst the pot. Is he going to sell us? I'll fight him if he dares to do so. We are free people and not the enemy of Sparta. There is no reason for him to do so, and this is against the Greek tradition." Sparta was already unreasonable and overbearing, but now as the hegemon of Greece, they can do something that isn't far from a final say. Davos watched the panicked crowd and said with a voice full of emotions, "We Greeks are free. We live through hardship in order to live. However, in the eyes of the Spartans and the citizens of those city-states, we are landless pariah, thieves and robbers that threatens the stability of the city-states. Therefore, Anaxibius can deceive us, referring to how the Spartan admiral deceived them in order for them to go to Byzantium, by saying he will pay them and then broke his words as soon as they arrived. Cleander has also deceived us out of the city and closed the city gates, and we not only have no food, but also face a large number of Thracians. Sparta is so strong, do we dare to resist? We will either be sold into slavery, that we will be starved and be ill-dressed, until one day we die due to exhaustion on the farms and mines, and then be dumped into the wilderness. Or go to fight together with Sparta, and our body will be covered with wounds every day until we die in some unknown wilderness. Of course, we may be lucky to return home safely, but what about it? As a free person without land, we are strangers in any city-states, and we aren't entitled to the rights of any city-states, and be cast aside until we die without anyone knowing us." Everyone listened quietly, so quiet that they could hear someone sobbing. At this time, Davos is also full of tears. Is this the result we want after a year of fighting bloodily in Persia and struggling to return home? Do you not even want the right to have a peaceful and happy life? Surely it doesn't mean that there is no place for us poor free people to live in peace. Davos' heartful howl and questioning awakened all the officers inside the quarter. They clenched their fist and their teeth, and their gaze filled with anger and agony. Hilo stood up shaking and reaching out his hands and said, "Leader Davos, our commander, favorite of Hades, please tell us on what we need to do. What we need to do in order to get rid of our predicament. Yes, Leader Dave's leader, we need your oracle." The words of Helos had reminded many people, and Kapos and Antonios excitedly plead Davos. When the gaze of everyone were on the face of Davos, his expression became extremely solemn. "Last night a man came into my dream. The golden light on his body made me not see his face clearly, pulled me out of the bed, through the window, all the way to the air. I looked down in fear, and in front of me is the Mediterranean Sea, which is clearly just like the one in the painting. The Peloponnesian Peninsula is like a hammer deep into the sea, and in the west next to it is Italy, which is like a leather bootend further west. I saw the pillars of Heracles as a gatekeeper separating the Mediterranean from the ocean. The Mediterranean coast of Egypt is like a long green carpet stretching all the way to Africa. Davos' dreamlike narration attracted everyone, and they found that the Mediterranean Sea is indeed looked like this when they compared their geographical cognition, which made them believe what Davos said. At that time, the person that radiates a golden light said something to me. What did he say? Everyone asked. He said, Davos, you and your soldiers have a mission in the west of Mediterranean. After that, he pushed me down from the air, and I then woke up. Said Davos with a lingering fear and still in a dreamlike trance. West of Mediterranean, where is that? Sicily. It could be Italy. Iberia is also a possibility. Why not Nubia? TN should be Numidia since Nubia is in south, while Numidia is in the west, but Chinese letter is Nubia. Who is that man that is radiating golden light? Hades. How could Hades radiate golden light? It should be Athena. During everyone's speculation, Davos sighed. Since he became the leader, he deliberately avoided his status as the gods favored and won the trust of his subordinates through his own ability. But it's a big deal this time, and he had to resort to the Greek gods once more, and he purposely made a vague oracle, since the oracles are ambiguous. For example, there used to be a kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor, and it wanted to fight with Persia, so they went to Delphi and spent a lot of money to get the oracle of Apollo, and the oracle said that a great power will perish. And so the Lydians happily went back to war, but the result was the demise of the kingdom of Lydia. The explanation of the priest of Apollo is that the kingdom of Lydia was also a great power in Asia Minor. At first I didn't know what the west of the Mediterranean meant, but today, when the Thurian came to find me, I then understood that the dream had come true. Davos gave a brief introduction about Berks with a little excitement. Thurii wants to hire us to fight the Aborigines, asked Kapos. Yes, I heard that the whole Magna Graecia is threatened by the Aborigines, and Thurii is the city-state that have suffered the most, explained Davos. While everyone were still thinking whether to accept the invitation, Antonio stood up and said, Persia is far away from us, and so is Thurii. There is no difference between going to war in Thurii and in Persia. Davos secretly cast a look of appreciation towards Antonio's because he put forward their doubt on the surface, which made it convenient for Davos to explain it further. Davos seriously said, if we follow Sparta to fight Persia. If we win, Sparta will reap the profits and we will only get a meager payment. If we are defeated, we will die on a foreign land, and even our soul will not return to Hell TN, Underworld, Hades' place, etc., while going to Magna Graecia will be different. Sure enough, he lived up to Davos' expectations. He pondered about it for a bit and said, around 300,000 people. Yes, 300,000 people, an amazing number. But do you know, a few decades ago, there were also 300,000 people in Syracuse, Magna Graecia, and in Thurii, Croton, Locri, Taranto, Taras, Ligum TN, not sure about this one, maybe it is Regum. Agrigento and so on are all big city-states like Syracuse. Davos learned this information from Cheristoia. Therefore, the place we are going to is not a remote and backward land, but a prosperous city, where there are many opportunities waiting for us. Davos spoke highly about the prosperity of Magna Graecia. Leader Davos, what opportunity? Defeating the Lucanians and receiving a lot of rewards, or there is still something else? The sharp Epiphanes noticed the ambiguity in Davos' words and asked, good question. What I'm about to say is the last and greatest benefit of going to Thurii. Davos put up a finger and said it briskly. The messenger said, because of the large-scale invasion of the Lucanians and Bruttii, some small towns in Magna Graecia, especially in southern part, were occupied by the native people. What does this mean to us? Davos clenched his fingers into a fist and vigorously raised it in the air. It means that once we get a foothold in Magna Graecia and recapture a small city, we will have an opportunity to become the master of the city. We will no longer be landless people who are looked down upon. We will be a city-state citizens who own a land. We will no longer be mercenaries that can't decide our own destiny, but instead be the master of a city-state. I think this is the mission, the man in my dream told me. No matter what your decision is, I have decided to go to Magna Graecia and fulfill my mission. The meeting place fell into a strange silence, and only the sound of rapid breathing can be heard, and everyone's gazes are fixed on Davos' fist that was raised high, with full of utmost desire. For thousands of years, the Greek city-states have been fighting with each other for the small and sandy barren land of Greece. Wasn't it all just for the land? The Greeks became a seafaring nation. It was because they were forced due to more people and less land. The mercenaries have no choice but wander places to places in order to live. Now a hope to own a land is placed in front of them. How can it not make them elated, lest the flames of hope blow out? At this time of silence, Sid weakly said, but there are a lot of powerful native people there, and even the people in Magna Graecia can't stop them. We are not trash like those in Magna Graecia. The Lucanians will not be more powerful than the Carduchians. Don't go if you're afraid. Amyntas shouted in disdain. Who said that I won't go? Leader Davos, since this is the mission Hades gave you, then I will help you complete it even if I give my life. Sid unclenched his hands and knelt to Davos. Davos, I'm your shield. How could you possibly go to Thurii without me? Helos raised his right fist and stood up. And I, Amyntas, am your spear. It's not enough to only have a shield without a spear. Another fist was raised. Leader, please let me continue to help you deal with military affairs so that you have more time to think about how to win the battle. Falcius stood up. Leader, you naturally can't do without a vanguard in Thurii. Antonio stood up. Leader, let me take charge of the center for you. Capos also stood up. And I, Alexius, will always be your reserve force at the critical moments. Another fist was raised high. How can you go to Thurii without us, the Peltaste who can fight and shoot? Epiphanes stood up smiling. Davos, don't forget, you are still lacking an important supply unit officer. A chubby fist was raised. My respected teacher, I will still continue learning medical theory from you, so wherever you go, I will follow. Herpes stood up seriously. I'm your herald, you can't leave without me. Acestes hastily stood up. After receiving a warm response from the officers, Davos discussed with them to keep the real purpose of going to Thurii a secret, else there will be many who will obstruct them. Everyone immediately swore to the god of the underworld. Afterwards, Davos told them to go back and to try every means to persuade the soldiers to go with them, and also to covertly go to the other camps and secretly persuade the soldiers to join. Davos doesn't want to let go of these veterans with rich combat experience so that they could once more fight together. Davos then took Marigi back to the main tent, and before he could spoke, Marigi said, I would like to go to Thurii with you. Davos turned around and smiled. You're smart. Isn't that the reason why you allowed me inside? Marigi said angrily, what will you do if I do not agree? Kill me. Davos shook his head and said, I'll just tie your hands and feet, throw you in the cabin, and will only let you out once we get to Thurii. Davos, I always thought that you were a cultured, knowledgeable, and righteous Greek. I didn't expect you to be a bandit like them. Marigi said while gritting his teeth. Is this what a slave says to his master who had graced him with saving his life? Said Davos while pretending to be surprised. Slave. Marigi's face was shocked as he looked at Davos' expression. What do you think you are in the eyes of Timasian and Cleaner? Think what will happen to you, your wife and daughter, if I leave you here. Davos sneered. You said that you will send us back to Asia Minor. Marigi said indignantly. Didn't you hear that there will be a war in Asia Minor? We can just go to a remote mountain area in Asia Minor and live there covertly. Marigi stubbornly said, follow you, to fight and kill the Aborigines and then lord over a small village. Marigi sneered. Marigi, there is a saying in the East called, east of the river for 30 years, west of the river for 30 years. TN, Chinese idiom thingy 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Hexi or the pendulum has swung back. Your founding monarch of Persia, Cyrus the Great, was just a leader of a small tribe in Persia at first. He was humiliated by Medea, and who knew that he would build a powerful empire in a few decades. Today I'm just a leader of a mercenary, and in a few decades there might be a glorious day, Davos said with confidence and pride. Yeah, how can you compare yourself to Cyrus the Great? Marigi said scornfully, but in a much lower voice. He did not dare look straight due to Davos' gaze. He hesitated again and quiveringly said, do I have a choice? Davos smiled, say it. If you do succeed, what will you make me do? Marigi raised his head and looked at Davos. Davos pondered for a bit, raised two of his fingers and seriously said, 2 choices. One is to have you be the foreign minister in charge of foreign affairs within all the city-states. The other is to establish a new ministry of commerce that will be in charge of all business and trade affairs. Marigi hesitated and finally made up his mind. The last time that I negotiated with the Sakank tribe, I was already in a state of anxiety, so I choose the second one. Okay, I'll save it for you, Davos promised. The next day, Berks was very excited to learn that all the officers of Davos' camp are going to Thurii. Davos asked Marigi to negotiate an employment agreement with Berks, while he went out to focus on persuading the soldiers to accept Thurii's employment. In fact, most of the mercenaries are mostly destitute, and there is nothing to worry about. They had chosen the life of licking blood, and their long career in wars had made them unable to adapt to a peaceful life, and the great gap between their yearning for their hometown while in Persia and the treatment they received when they returned to the Greek city-state, and they are also attracted by the charm of Davos and the rich payment of Thurii. So most of the soldiers are willing to go to Magna Graecia with Davos, while only 300 chose to stay. At the same time, the lobbying of the officers in the other camps had also gotten results. As they were about to return to their hometown, the officers had neither the intention nor the ability to control the soldiers, which made the soldiers in the other camp join in succession. By evening, the total number of Davos troops was more than 2,000, including the general, Hieronymus. The fierce debates have also fallen into dust. The main content of the final employment agreement are, I Thurii hire the troops led by the leader Davos, a total of 2133 soldiers. The salary is 2 Derek gold coins per soldier every month, which must be paid off at the end of each month, and provide the camp 1 jin 500 grams of wheat flour per person per day for free. In case of any default or delay, the salary and supplies would be doubled in the next month. This is the lesson they learned from Cyrus the Younger. Because of his early death, the mercenaries not only did not get paid, but also had to lose their lives, and it took them a year to come back from Persia. So Davos had learned from it, and in case the mercenaries beat back the Lucanians earlier, it would be troublesome for them since Thurii won't hire them anymore. So the time limit was set by him. Whether the task is completed or not, they must be paid according to the agreement. The mercenaries are only responsible for defending Thurii and fighting back the Lucanians on the territory directly under Thurii. If there is any other request, it will be discussed separately. This is proposed by Davos for fear that the Thurians will give additional difficult tasks, such as attacking the territory of Lucanians and so on, which will reduce Davos' strength. When the mercenaries arrive in Thurii, they are not allowed to violate the laws governing Thurii, and if they do, they will be punished in accordance with the laws of Thurii. The mercenaries are not allowed to enter the city of Thurii without permission. In battle, the stuff the mercenaries seize belongs to the mercenaries. The agreement was signed on April 1 of the second year of the 95th Olympic Games 399 BC and ends on April 1 of the third year. At the end of the signing period, the parties shall decide whether to renew the contract according to their wish. After Berk swore to the gods in the name of the Thurii Council together with Davos, he signed his own names on the agreements written on both parchment. Under Charistoia's tutelage, Davos has mastered writing in Greek. Berks tucked the parchment into his arms and asked casually, "Leader Davos, there's something that I don't quite understand. Those slaves and women that you will take to Thurii, not only will you be responsible for their own food, but also in protecting them from being robbed by the Lucanians. It's obvious that they will be a burden. Isn't it better to sell them here? Why do you have to take them?" There are nearly 500 slaves and women, and in order to prevent Berks from being suspicious, Davos had to answer seriously. Most of the mercenaries are single. They don't have the money to buy slaves to help them with their work, nor to marry. So they regard these slaves and women plundered from Persia as their precious property. If I don't take them, the soldiers may also not go to Thurii with us. In fact, that is unnecessary. A year later, they will all be rich. Berks said jokingly he was in a good mood after the agreement was signed successfully. They must need to be alive, replied Davos. Okay. Berks shrugged helplessly and said, I'm just worried that they will affect your battle. Now that the agreement has been signed, we will set out next year, and I have contacted the ship. Now I will go to the city and prepare food and water according to the number of your troops. Cleander has allowed us in the city. Oh, I almost forgot. Berker slapped his forehead with his hand. Cleander allowed you to enter the city, but had asked for you to enter the city without your weapons. No weapons. Davos felt a chill in his heart. Exactly, abandon your shield, spear, and sword. Berks consoled him, however, it doesn't matter. When we arrive to Thurii, we will equip you with new weapons and equipment. No, it matters. It matters a lot. Davos said seriously, we will never give up our weapons. Not to mention the fact that they were cheated in the past. On their way back, the local natives that they also met with smiles many times had raised their swords in a flash. In case this is Cleander's scheme, wouldn't it be just offering their necks if they went into the city without a weapon? Davos would never allow his life to be in the hands of others. The weapons are what he depends on. If you don't abandon your weapons, Cleander won't let you inside the city, and we won't be able to set off, Berk said anxiously. Davos thought about it and made a concession. I can let the soldiers cover their spears and swords with clothes, but we will never abandon our weapons, he once more reaffirmed. Berks had to compromise after seeing Davos' tough attitude. All right, I'll go negotiate with Cleander again. Cleander finally agreed to the request of the mercenaries to bring weapons into the city. It wasn't due to Davos' compromise of wrapping the weapons with clothes, but the key to opening the city gate was the half-Tara's coins that Berks sent to Cleander. After Davos found out the truth, he had exclaimed, the Spartans that had lived a simple life began accepting bribes. The next morning, the leaders, the officers and the soldiers of the various mercenary camps all came to see off the troops that is on their way. As their comrades who had fought with them together for a year, were not only the soldiers, but also the officers and leaders of the other camps have offered their sincere blessing. Even Timasian, who didn't like Davos at first, had gave him a strong hug. If I were a few years younger, I would have followed you to Magna Graecia. You are still not old. Davos smiled. This is the result of our efforts. It's my honor fighting with you. Davos modestly said, it's my pleasure. May Zeus bless you all the best. Timasian sincerely said, you too. I hope we can meet again. Davos waved goodbye to him. Timasian, Cleaner, Xanticles and their soldiers retreated several hundred meters. Then the gates of Byzantium opened, and Davos led his troops into Byzantium. Xanticles exclaimed, "How time flies. It's finally time to part." The scene of Davos giving his speech on the stage seems like it had just happened yesterday. Xanticles' words aroused sentiment of several leaders. They fought together for more than half a year, and then they finally began to go on their separate ways. Several people silently looked at Byzantium until the city gate closed. At this time, the herald Talmides said, "Do you think that Davos is really favored by Hades? If not, then he is a very capable leader. But have you seen such a young, capable leader before?" Timasian asked, preferring to admit that Davos was favored by the gods rather than acknowledging him to be better than them. Cleaner and Xanticles shook their heads. "I think once Cherisophis finds out that Davos had gone to Magna Graecia, he would be very regretful. Back then, you can see Cherisophis obviously wanting Davos to be an honored guest of Sparta, and before leaving he asked Anaxibius to look after him. Unfortunately, Anaxibius disliked the young man, and Davos would rather go to Magna Graecia than Sparta." Cleaner said gloatingly, "No one likes Sparta, they are too overbearing." Timasian's words resonated with everyone. "Why did Hieronymus choose to go to Magna Graecia?" Talmides asked. "It's because of that Athenian." Timasian frowned. The soldiers re-elected their leader in Sinop, and as a result, Hieronymus lost his position as the leader, and had that mouthy Xenophon took it. He might have wanted to stay away from here and prove himself in Magna Graecia. It's good to not be the leader. At least he doesn't need to worry about so many things. However, soon we can easily go home," said Xanticles, which also attracted the feelings of several others. Perhaps they realized that there wasn't much time for the next meeting, and the four of them solemnly took a salute, and then turned their horses and went to their respective camps. Both sides of the street were Spartan soldiers armed with their dazzling spears, as they watched Davos' troops march to the port. The mercenaries tried not to look at the Spartans on both sides of the street and the Byzantium citizens that were behind them, as they looked straight ahead and moved forward in a serious manner. "Damn mercenaries, leave Byzantium." A Byzantium citizen suddenly roared and threw a rotten dates at Davos, who was walking at the front, destroying the previous calm. "Get out of Byzantium, bandits, thieves. The gods will punish you so that you will die a violent death." The citizens of Byzantium were swearing and throwing things at the mercenaries that were in the middle of the street, although Davos had expected this in advance and warned the mercenaries. But at this moment, he felt the danger and covered his head with one hand and shouted, "Assistes, lead your heralds and tell each officers that they must strictly control their soldiers and not let them leave the troops." Davos' order came in time, as some of the newly hired became angry. If not for the armed Spartans on the side of the street, they would have rushed to fight with the citizens of Byzantium. The officers ran up and down to stop them from making any mistakes, and Davos also timely ordered, "Whole troops, rush forward." Cleander, who was standing at the platform at the roof of the Praetorium, looked down at the mercenaries passing through the street. He was surprised to see that these scattered and undisciplined mercenaries were able to restrain themselves and didn't have a conflict with the citizen of Byzantium, which made his plan to collect the weapons of the mercenaries to waste. "Who is the leader of this mercenary?" he casually asked. "It seems to be Davos." The adjutant thought and replied, "Davos." Cleander thought that the name was familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. The mercenaries he led were not bad. "Do you want to stop them, my lord? Forget it." Cleander waved his hand. He had taken the bribes of Thurii merchant. The reason why he also designed this small scheme was that once there was a conflict, he would be able to confiscate the weapons of the mercenaries. The mercenaries braved this humiliation, endured their anger, and speed up their march, hoping to reach the port within a fewer steps. When the mercenaries and the female slaves got on the ship respectively, everything was properly arranged, and the fleet of 57 merchant ships left the port of Byzantium. The soldiers began to yell. Even the good-tempered Assistes could not help but shout aloud, "Byzantium, someday I will return this humiliation." Davos ignored how the soldiers vented their anger, as he stood quietly at the stern of the boat, watching the city of Byzantium disappear below the horizon. The fleet entered the Sea of Marmara, then turned south, and halfway they were stopped by dozens Spartan warships. Berks had to let his boat pass by and get on the Spartan flagship in person, asking the Spartans to let them go. After a while, he asked his men to carry a big box to the warship. After waiting for about an hour, he and his men went back to the boat and took a long breath and gave the order, "Depart." "What's going on?" asked Davos curiously. "The Spartans now control this strait, and any large fleet passing through it must be examined by them, especially since I hired you from Byzantium," said Berks as he took the cup he handed him. "Why is that?" Davos was more curious. Since Sparta defeated Athens and took control of the Aegean Sea, it has been stipulated that any city-state that wants to hire soldiers within the sphere of influence of Sparta must obtain their permission. And Byzantium is now being occupied by Sparta, which also belongs to the sphere of influence of Sparta. In the past, Sparta only allowed Dionysius of Syracuse to hire soldiers in Sparta for a long time, and even the local soldiers. Dionysius, the tyrant and dictator of Syracuse. Burke said in disgust. He obviously did not have a good impression of him, and Davos noted the name. Fortunately, in this special case, I managed to persuade the Council of Elders of Sparta to issue a certificate of employment. Burks took a sip of water and sighed. Even so, I had to spend another half taras to pass through. Alasho, could the general of Sparta become so greedy now? He looked at Davos and said, I hope you can prove that my expenses is worth it with your performance in the battlefield. You'll see, said Davos seriously. Then someone on the opposite ship shouted, Davos, Davos, find out next time on Mediterranean hegemon of ancient Greece Z. Davos looked at the triremes beside him, only to see someone waving at him at the side of the ship. Hey Xenophon, I didn't think that I would have a chance to say goodbye to you. Davos, I accepted the request of Anaxibius and hurried to Byzantium to gather our mercenaries again and rush to Asia Minor. I did not expect that you were going to Magna Graecia. Stay, let's continue fighting together side by side. Xenophon made a sincere request to Davos. Davos secretly thought that was close, then shrugged his shoulders and seriously said, I'm sorry, I have already signed an agreement with Thurii and made an oath to Hades. That is unfortunate. Xenophon, who respected the gods, expressed his regret. We won't be able to fight together. It seems that Sparta is going to war with Persia. I can only wish you the protection of Zeus in the next war. Davos said it from the bottom of his heart. I wish you the same. Xenophon sincerely said, I would have liked to invite you to Athens to meet my teacher, Socrates. He would have been interested with your new ideas, and one of his students, my good friend Plato, have similar point of view as you. You two would have been good friends, unfortunately. One day I will go to Athens. I believe you would be able to finish the story of our battles in Persia. Don't forget to send me a copy. Davos only knew that Xenophon later wrote the Anabasis, but he doesn't remember Xenophon's life experience. After all, he was not a historian in his previous life. Don't worry, I'll make you another copy. Xenophon laughed. Davos vaguely remembered that Socrates was convicted and was poisoned by the Athenian authorities. He didn't know the exact time, but he remembered that Socrates could have chosen to be expelled from Athens, but he insisted on staying and wanted to wake up the numb Athenian citizens with his death. So Davos gave up the decision to remind Xenophon and just waved and said, goodbye, goodbye. Who knew that this goodbye would have a great change? Friends becomes enemies, which is hard to predict. As the fleet moved forward, the ships of Sparta gradually disappeared under the blue sky. Seeing that Davos was still standing at the stern, Burks couldn't help but walk over and said, still missing your Athenian friend. Xenophon is a talented and capable person. Davos was disappointed. After all, Xenophon was the first historical celebrity that connected this world with his previous life. Athens is built up by a group of talented people to create its glory. Burke said with deep thoughts, even we have the same glory as Athens, only after Thurii is established it has prospered. Oh, is it? Burke's words succeeded in arousing Davos' interest. At that time, the leaders in charge of the establishment of Thurii were two highly capable Athenians, Lampon and Xenocritus, as well as Protagoras, a famous scholar in Athens who had made the laws for Thurii. Athens also invited Hippodamus, a famous Greek architect, to design the city of Thurii and was responsible for its construction at the same time, though other celebrated names in Athens moved to Thurii. One was Herodotus, a scholar who writes history. The other one is Lysias, a famous orator. There was even Cleandridas, a Spartan who took control of the war for Thurii. As a result, Thurii can keep the peace with Croton to the south, fight for the Syrtis plain with Taranto to the north, defend against the invasion of Lucanians and Bruttii to the west, strengthen trade with Greece. Therefore, in one fell swoop, it became a great power in Magna Graecia. Burks couldn't help recall the past. Davos listened carefully. Then Burke's proud expression faded. Unfortunately, Athens lost to Sparta. Now Sparta is the overlord of Greece. Does it have a huge impact on Thurii? Asked Davos. Burks didn't want to say more and just replied, when you arrive to Thurii, you will find out. Davos smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Sparta's hegemony won't last long. Davos' astonishing words immediately attracted Burke's attention. Why? Because the Spartans are starting to take bribes. Davos said half-jokingly, the unique system that have come from ancient times for Sparta was intended to train the Spartan citizens into fierce warriors. Only in this way can several Spartans suppress the more numbered Helots and dominate Greece with external rule. For this reason, only by letting the Spartan citizens maintain a plain and simple life can they ensure basic equality. Otherwise, the citizens of Sparta will raise objections. Why do you eat well and wear warm clothes? While I accept cruel training since I was a kid, and I need to be 30 years old to get out of the single life in the military camp. So they closed their gates, commercial trades are banned, the use of more portable currency are banned, ban debate, ban drama, ban poetry, ban reading and selling books other than military affairs. Everyone says that Spartans are terrible because the Spartans have no other entertainment except fighting and killing. Now Sparta has become the hegemon of Greece. The strategic areas need to be garrisoned, their fleets needs to sail, and the Spartans needs to leave their country and stay out for half a year, and they will of course touch things that they haven't been exposed to before. It's not easy to maintain a plain and simple life, but it's too easy to destroy it. Once the spirit of the Spartans to dominate Greece has been eroded, how long can Sparta maintain their hegemony? Burks had never heard anyone use such simple and vivid language to analyze the political system of Sparta, just like a sharp dagger stabbing at the fragile core of the Spartan system, which sounds very reasonable. He looked at Davos in a daze. This young man made him feel a little awe, and he suddenly remembered the rumor regarding Davos being God's favored. He opened his mouth and found that his voice was dry. He coughed several times and couldn't help but ask, if it's so, who will be the opponent of Sparta in Greece? Davos shrugged. I'm not a god, how would I know? He raised his head and looked up at the seagulls flying in the blue sky. Thebes, Macedonia, a string of city-state names flashed through his mind, and he doesn't know why there was a sense of pride in his heart. After being stopped by the Spartan warship, Burks ordered the fleet to travel both day and night for fear of further accidents. A few days later, after arriving at the island of Euboea, they went ashore to replenish food and fresh water, and then sailed through the Cyclades Islands, bypassing the Attica Peninsula in Athens, because there was no time to go ashore, and Davos could only regretfully look westward on the ship to the famous classic, Athens, which was not in sight. Then the fleet passed through Argos and carefully bypassed the Peloponnese Peninsula until they reached the island of Zakynthos and finally went ashore for a night. The next day they sailed northward to the island of Corfu. Then they turned to the west and entered the Gulf of Taranto, named after the powerhouse in Magna Graecia, Taranto. This is a calm harbor. The wet sea breeze can't lift a wave. Blue water is like a smooth and clear blue silk. Countless ships are like silver shuttling around, weaving a beautiful picture on this huge blue silk. When the mercenaries saw this beautiful scene, their bodies and minds, which was exhausted by the long sea voyage, had suddenly become excited and began to make trouble. Burke's large fleet has also attracted the attention of those interested parties. A few triremes with a person riding dolphins on their sails came to meet them. It's okay, it's Taranto's ship. Burks talks to Davos as the fleet's leading ship moved forward. Are we in the waters controlled by Taranto? Asked Davos curiously. Not yet. This is just an agreement between several city-states in this gulf, in order to maintain information between each other, just in case, explained Burks. Seeing the warship of Taranto turning around and leaving, the fleet continues to move forward. About an hour later, Burks pointed in front of him and said, ahead is Thurii. Davos quickly held onto the ship's side and looked at it with his wide gaze. More than 500 meters ahead was a green coastline, including a white streamer from west to east, straight into the sea at the end of the streamer. Countless white sails gathered. Thousands of seagulls swirled in the sky, but there was no shadow of the city to be seen. Burke seemed to notice Davos' doubts and explained it to him. The city of Thurii is situated about 10 km from the river Crati. Davos went and asked, how can there be so many ships that are here trading when Thurii is fighting with the Lucanians? The Lucanians have no ships, and therefore they are unable to cut off the sea trade of Thurii, and more war means that more goods and materials are needed. These merchant ships has come to earn money. As the two people talk, the fleet has stopped advancing forward. The leading ship went ahead alone and soon merged with the white sails. About an hour later, the leading ship returned and approached the ship of Burks, and then a man came up. Burks, at last you're back. I had thought that the Lucanians had frightened you into migrating to Greece. The guy came forward, Willer, laughing. How could I leave if you, who is the most timid, didn't leave? Burks joked and gave him a hug. Did everything went well? Is Thurii fine? The two asked and laughed at the same time. The city of Thurii should still be safe from just seeing your relaxed appearance. As you know, those savage Lucanians doesn't have any superb skills. They could neither build siege equipment nor build ships. They can only destroy villages and farms outside of the city. Fortunately, the wheats had already been harvested in autumn. In winter, the Lucanians outside the city broke away and had to return to the northern mountains, leaving only a small number of soldiers in a Mandolara. Wait, you're talking about the plague. Burke's face was startled. The Lucanians have killed thousands of Thurii citizens and piled their bodies outside of the city. Zeus was angry and punished the Lucanians, but we, the people of Thurii, were not hurt at all, said the guy with anger and pride. Burks praised Zeus. The guy continued, now that it's getting warmer, they would start going south again. Fortunately, Taranto sent reinforcements. As the one who advocates the Magna Graecia Defense Alliance, they should have sent reinforcements long ago. We can't blame them. They just repulsed the attack of the Messapi and soon after sent 1,500 hoplites and 50 cavalry, and the leader is Archidas. Which Archidas? Which other Archidas? Of course, the son of Histiaeus, the former archon of Taranto, the genius among the citizens of Taranto. Speaking of geniuses, I also have one here. Berks pulled Davos and said to Pollux, "I'd like to introduce you to Davos of Thessaly, a Greek mercenary general in an expedition to Persia," said Berks seriously. Then pointing to the guy and said, "Davos, this is the stratego selected by Thurii this year, my good friend Pollux. Greetings, strategos Pollux." Davos saluted slightly. "Welcome." Pollux nodded, then turned to Berks. "What did you just say? A Persian expedition?" Berks saw Pollux's casual behavior, and so he promoted Davos' deeds greatly. Pollux's gaze on him immediately became enthusiastic. "It's difficult to imagine. Davos, you're so young and yet have done such an amazing thing. Under the siege of thousands of enemies in the middle of Persia and leading the soldiers back home. Truly amazing." Davos said sincerely, "This is the result of the joint efforts with my brothers, and many have died on our way home. I invited the camp of Davos to Thurii, hoping that they will help us in defeating the Lucanians with their rich fighting experience." Berks took this opportunity to explain how he hired Davos' camp at a high cost in advance. "You came just at the right time. We are currently deliberating on a counterattack against the Lucanians." Pollux said to Berks, "I have come here in order to tell you that the General Assembly had agreed that your fleet would disembark at the wharf at the estuary, and let Davos and his mercenary troops camp in the old city of Sybaris." "What? Letting them camp in the old city of Sybaris?" Berks' face changed, and he immediately pulled Pollux aside and whispered, "Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that when Thurii was built, we have an agreement with Croton that the site of the old city of Sybaris could not be touched? Otherwise, we would have built the city of Thurii on the location of Sybaris, since it is clear that it has a better location and a better port. Every Thurian knows about what you had said. But this is the result of Kunojlata's strong advocacy, and the other strategos agreed. The soldiers you hired before have been camping in Sybaris for nearly a month." Pollux shrugged in order to show that it had nothing to do with him. Kunojlata again. He had expelled the Athenians, and now he wants to infuriate Croton. "Does he want to destroy Thurii?" said Berks angrily. "It's not as bad as you have said. Decades had passed and the Thurii have been abiding by this agreement. The grass of Sybaris has grown taller than that of the others, and now that Thurii is suffering from war, and it is only just using it as a temporary camp. Besides, Croton doesn't have time to pay attention to this matter either. They are fighting fiercely with the Bruttii. Where else would these mercenaries camp? I'm afraid that when you add up the previous and this time's mercenaries will reach up to 4,000–5,000 people. The camp built must occupy a large area. Now, all around Thurii are farmland and villages, except for that wasteland." "Didn't you say that all the farmland and villages outside the city have been destroyed?" asked Berks. "After the Lucanians retreated, the people went back to their villages and towns and began rebuilding. Otherwise, they would all gather in the city and would have problems sooner or later. As for those fields, the farmers have already sown all the wheat seeds. Otherwise, there will be no harvest this year." "What if the Lucanians return?" asked Berks worriedly. "That is why we are discussing on how to repel them." Berks stared at Pollux for a long time without saying any words, and finally said, "It seems that the Strategoi are very united and brave, and have forgotten how they fled in panic last year." Pollux was embarrassed and speechless. Because the channel had been cleared in advance, Berks' fleet got into the estuary smoothly, but disembarking became more troublesome because there was only a simple wharf. Berks, Davos, Philesius, Assistes, and the guards were the first to disembark first, and stood on the soft ground. Philesius bent down and reached for a handful of soil, twisted it with his fingers, and put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed as if it was not soil but delicacies. Then he reached for Davos and said excitedly, "It's black." Davos certainly understood what he meant. Before Berks' eyes turned around, he exclaimed, "This is a fertile land." Berks said proudly, "Of course. The plain of Sybaris has several rivers, including the river Crati. It is not only rich in water, but also has large, fertile, and flat area. It is the best land in this area. Otherwise, the luxury life of Sybaris would not have come." After a short walk away from the back of the river, a group of people saw the ruins among the weeds. "This is the old location of the city of Sybaris." Davos came to a huge stone and stopped. Although it was covered with moss, the fine texture and dark red color of the flat stone surfaced, which proved that it was good marble. Looking at it, there are many such stones here, hidden under the grass, half buried in the soil. To know that Greece and Italy produce white marbles more, and only Africa is rich in red marble, naturally the price is not cheap. Although Davos doesn't know the price, there were few such stones in the previous cities, which were obviously not easy to get. What a good stone. Why didn't Thurii use it when they built the city? He asked Berks, seemingly casual. Berks hesitated for a while whether to tell the truth. After all, this is an open secret, and he doesn't want this to affect the trust that was built between them. When Thurii built the city, Athens had an agreement with Croton. Croton will keep the peace with Thurii, while Thurii shall not build a city on the location of Sybaris, and will retain Sybaris as it is. Those tyrant Croton, did they really plan to use a ruined wasteland to show Croton's power to those who passed by it? Asked Davos curiously. Maybe, but it is also a reminder to Thurii that they will never make the same mistake as Sybaris, said Burks with firm expression. Thurii sure can endure, said Davos jokingly, and saw that Burke's expression turned grim, but some stuff had to be asked. We are now camping here. Is this not a violation of the agreement? Burks pretended to be relaxed and said, now that the situation is urgent, I believe Croton would be able to understand it. I hope that is also what Croton thinks, replied Davos. Burks didn't speak anymore. He had learned the shrewdness of Davos and believed that Davos had seen the link. As the group continued to move forward, there were fewer and fewer broken walls and stones, and the ground became more leveled. Falcius, who was at the front, stopped and turned around and said, Leader, I think we should build the camp here and use it as the center. Davos stood on a big rock and looked around, about 200 meters away north from the mercenary camp that they had arrived at earlier. The river Cratty in the south, the sea in the east, and the west are farmlands. He came down and poked his right toe into the soil. Under the thin layer of soil, there were basically hard stuffs, and should be the bricks that was laid in the city of Sybaris. This area should be the center of Sybaris. Davos agreed in his mind and nodded and said yes. Falcius turned and went back to inform the soldiers who were still disembarking at the wharf. At this time, dozens of people came out of opposite mercenary camp and rushed to their side. Hey, where did you lot come from? One of them shouted. Burks recognized the man and said, Dracos, this is their leader, Davos of Thessaly. They have been invited by Thurii, and just like you, they will fight against the Lucanians. Oh, when Dracos saw that Davos was too young, he could not help but felt it odd and looked down on him. When he saw that Acis leading a convoy to mark and measure the ground, his expression changes slightly. What are they doing? We are going to camp here, and our two armies will be neighbors, said Davos with a smile. You will camp here. Dracos' eyes opened wide and said it aloud. It's convenient to camp here, and we can cooperate together. Davos saw the change in his expression, but he did not care. Who will cooperate with you? Don't drag us down. You aren't allowed to camp here. You have to withdraw at least 300 meters south of here. Dracos ordered with a fierce shout. 300 meters to the south means that our camp will be by the river. Davos reminded him. I don't care. You have to leave here at once. Dracos made a threatening stance. Dracos, this is the land of Thurii. You have no right to make such decisions. Burks yelled at him. But you Thurii had made this ruins of Sybaris as the camp for us mercenaries. Then I have the right since we are the first to arrive here, said Dracos proudly. Burks wanted to talk again, but Davos pulled him. I see. It seems that who is in charge here must depend on his strength. Davos sneered. Oh lad, you are an understanding fellow. What's wrong? You want to fight? Dracos said with a condensing smile. Davos called Acis and whispered, Go get the troops and tell them that there's a good opportunity to move around. Understood. Acis ran back excitedly. At the start, Mardius was also a warrior with the same reputation as Matinus in Helo's team. He became the captain of the guard team and had to manage them on a regular basis. He had a lot of courage and ruthlessness, and he rarely met a good opportunity. He led the 30 guards like wolves as they rushed forward. When Dracos saw Davos rushing, he threw a punch aiming at Davos' head. Davos had already been on guard. He went low, but at the same time his speed was not reduced, and he was close to the right side of Dracos. Dracos was late in recovering his right fist, just as he was about to turn. Davos' left fist struck his waist rib like lightning, which made him bend down subconsciously. Then Davos' right hook hit him hard on the chin, which made his strong body jump up and fall. Burks, who was at the back, was so scared that his spine was sweating cold as he saw that within a flash, Dracos wasn't able to stand. At normal times, Davos had a gentle appearance as they had good conversation, which made Burks think that the young man had conquered the mercenary soldiers with his wisdom. Unexpectedly, his fierceness was also astounding. Under the leadership of Mardius, he can see that the other guards are as fierce and precise like the tigers. They cooperated with each other to defend and attack. Although there are 10 more people on the other side, they are like a group of loose sand, and they are always trapped between 2-3 people. Soon they are all beaten down, and the side of Mardius had basically no loss. TN, more like lions. Burks wanted to say something, but he heard footsteps rumbling behind him. Davos, here we are. At the lead was Matinus. Davos saw a lot of people rushing out of the opposite camp, but their speed was obviously not as fast as the one on his side. So he said, how many people they have is how many people we will send, and everyone can take turns beating them all down, but they must not die. Roar. The soldiers howled excitedly and couldn't wait for the other camp to arrive. A huge scuffle between hundreds of people started, and the victor was soon decided. The result was obvious. The soldiers of the other camp saw their teammates falling down to the ground from afar, moaning incessantly, and were too afraid to rush. Seeing this situation, Burks was glad that he had made the correct decision in hiring Davos' camp, and at the same time he said worriedly, haven't you gone too far? How will you be able to cooperate with each other in the future? Davos rubbed his knuckles and comforted him. You don't know anything about us mercenaries. After this fight, I believe that there will be no friction, and they will understand who has the right in making decisions in here. These words gave Burks another understanding about Davos. Matinus, if it wasn't for the 2 Derek gold coins a month, I wouldn't have joined your camp. Xetopus, a mercenary who joined the camp of Davos in Byzantium, complained to the squad leader, Matinus, while digging trenches. After more than 10 days in the ship, and we finally arrived in Thurii, but Davos didn't let us have a rest, and had instead made us immediately dig trenches and build camps. Matinus glared and said, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I don't want to be spanked. Xetopus thought of something, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he was. No wonder some people used to say that your camp was managed strictly. They really weren't joking. If you don't move, you get spanked. I can't stand this anymore. We are mercenaries, not Spartans. Matinus missed the soldiers he had led previously. After all, after a half a year of polishing, they are already familiar with the things stipulated in the military law issued by Davos, when and what to do. Even without his urging, his brothers could finish it with their own initiative. But after half of the veterans were pulled out and got stuffed with the new soldiers that was recruited in Byzantium, there were a lot of small incidents occurring along the way, which made Matinus anxious and angry, such as this guy in front him that complained a lot. Matinus didn't want to talk to him, but he had to remind him, boy, your digging is too shallow. The leader's request is a U-type ditch with a width of 3 meters and a depth of 3 meters. As you can see, you haven't dug deep enough, and this won't pass the requirement. Xetopus looked to the left and right, as he still wanted to say something more, but when he saw the face of Matinus, he immediately shut his mouth. He was afraid of Matinus, because he knew that he really dared to punch people with his fist. Of course, his guards was also famous in the whole camp, and so he held up his tools and dug them hard to the ground. Matinus was too lazy to deal with him, so he picked up the wooden basket that was filled with soil, then stepped on the wooden ladder to go up to the ground, and poured the soil into the earthen wall that was being built in the ditch. He looked at the progress of his own team, which was pretty good. But after looking at the situation of Olivo's team that was next to him, he was immediately worried, and so he stood by the trench and shouted, brothers, let's work hard. Let's strive to be the first to complete it this time and get the reward promised by the leader. If someone doesn't work hard and drags us down, then I will never let him go. Roar. The veterans howled, while most of the recruits mostly responded weakly. Leader, we need to not only dig trenches, earth walls, and sentry towers, but we also need to build wooden fences for the walls, and after the wooden fences, we still need to build walkways, and before the trenches, we need to dig pits and bury sharp wooden stakes. Requirements of this camp are too complicated, and the labor needed is much more intense than before, and the soldiers are complaining. Is this really necessary? Asked Assist, who was puzzled. As Davos watched the progress of the camp construction, he replied positively, of course, it's necessary. Burke said that at least 10,000 Lucanians had attacked last year. Unlike Thurii, we aren't protected by a thick and tall walls. Can we resist the attack of the Lucanians if we don't build a well-defended camp? When we are besieged by the Lucanians, will the Thurians come to our rescue? Assist shook his head. So what if it's a little bit tiring to build such a complex camp, but with it, the soldiers will feel at ease when they rest and sleep in it, and the enemy will have no way to deal with us. Moreover, the camp can be completed within a few days. Davos glanced at Assists, and then said, before, I asked you to assemble the soldiers who had worked as carpenters in the team and set up an engineering camp. Now have them lead the soldiers and fumble for the construction of wooden fences, sentries, and walkways. With this as experience, we can do it again easier when we construct camps in the future. Assist said sincerely, boss, you're so thorough. Davos smiled. This was an effective method that was condensed by the Roman army through hundreds of years of war and history. He directly drew lessons from it and pushed it vigorously. It is his hope that the military tradition of the Roman legion of no matter where you go, you must build a sold camp first will also become the habit of his own army. Leader, Falcius is back. Assist saw Falcius coming from the north. Davos hurried up and asked, how is it? Burks is right. There is a small river about 5 km to the north, and there are mountain forest on the other side of the river. Is it easy to cross the river? The river is very shallow, but we found scouts of the Lucanians. According to the guide, they may be from the city of Amendolara. This news made Davos ponder for a while, and he said decisively, Burke said that this is the only Lucanian army left in the north of Thurii, and their number is not large. I will give you 500 soldiers and 100 strong slaves, and lead them to the mountain forest, and let some of them cut down the trees. The others will be responsible for keeping an eye. If possible, you will go north again and look at the situation around the city of Amendolara. Okay. On a huge rock 100 meters away from Davos' camp, Dracos and 2 other leaders are standing while watching. What are those guys doing? A camp that needed to be so complicated. They are clearly building a city. Do the Thurians allow them to do this? One of the leaders said sarcastically. Adrian, you have to admit that if such a complex camp is built, the Lucanians will have very difficult time attacking it. On the contrary, if you look at our camp, it's much simpler. Listening to the Therians, the Lucanians are currently gathering forces in Laos. If they go south on a large scale, we will be the first to suffer. Should we consider strengthening our camp? Another leader made a suggestion. Sesta, you aren't ignorant of the nature of our soldiers. When they ask for money, they are active, but once you let them work, they will all be trying to escape work. Adrian said helplessly. Yeah, this is what I find strange. Sesta pointed to the soldiers who were working very hard in the distance and said curiously, they aren't like mercenaries at all, and even the citizen soldiers of some city-states aren't like them as well. But they are instead a bit like the Spartans. But just now I heard their accent, Thessaly, Rhodes, Thrace, Crete, Chersonesus, Chalcis, every place has their own accent, just like ours. But why is the difference so big? Don't think about it. Although we had a fight with them, they didn't mean anything to us. They also offered to help us treat our wounded. Let's not provoke them in the future. Besides, it's also good that they are powerful. We can feel at ease with them around us. Adrian said with emotion and jumped down from the stone. Come, don't stand here for a long time, and made them think that we have any schemes. Adrian felt their horror, and he couldn't help but want to stay away from them. I think we should still try and let our soldiers reinforce our camp's defense again. Sesta also jumped down as well. Well, let's go back and discuss it with the soldiers. Adrian shrugged helplessly. As he walked a few steps, he thought of something and turned around and shouted, Dracos, let's go. Dracos grinned, and his red swollen lower jaw still hurt when he touched it. He took a deep look at Davos' camp and followed them. Soon after returning to the camp, the wounded had also came back. These mercenaries were mainly from Ionia and Asia Minor, because Berks recruited them in Miletus at that time, and from their mouth, they learned that those mercenaries were the Greek mercenaries who fought on an expedition together with Cyrus the Younger. It must be known that after they arrived at the area in the Black Sea, the merchants and sailors, the merchant ships of the cities on the Black Sea who had went to Greece to do business with Asia Minor and Ionia, had spread the events of the Greek mercenaries fighting in Persia through exaggerations and dyeing the chatters of taverns and inns, which had made them famous as they marched along the Black Sea, as it was already spread in Ionia. Many mercenaries understood their plight, but they end up envying their experience and had regarded them as heroes. After all, no Greek army had ever reached the central region of Persia so far. Now that the group who had beaten them was part of the Persian expedition army, the mercenaries' resentment had not only disappeared, but also sincerely exclaimed, no wonder they are so fierce. It turns out that they are the Greek mercenaries who had come back from the expedition in Persian, and they are currently right next to us. The soldiers who couldn't suppress their surprise rushed out of the camp's gate, regardless of the obstruction of their leaders, and ran to the camp of Davos, hoping to hear their heroic tale in Persia. At this time, Berks was in the city hall being questioned by the strategoi of Thurii. The political system of Thurii is similar to that of Athens. Most of the times, the administrative management of city-states adopts the 10 strategoi responsibility system. After all, it is a city that was established under the leadership of Athens, but it is also different from that of Athens, which was elected by the General Assembly of the citizen. At the time of its establishment, the main immigrants from Thurii came from 10 regions of Greece, namely Arcadia, Achaea, Boeotia, Ionia, Athens, Doris. Therefore, the annual election is from the citizens of Thurii in these 10 regions, each electing a strategos, and the polmarchos has always been from the descendants of Athens. But after the end of the Peloponnesian War and the defeat of Athens, in order to prevent the retaliation of Sparta and the city-states of Magna Graecia that had joined the Spartan alliance, such as Taranto, Croton, Syracuse, etc., which are all strong states under the push of Cunojlata, all the descendants of Athens in Thurii were expelled. Currently, there are only 9 strategoi left in Thurii, and the polmarchos was re-elected by the council among the 9 strategoi that was elected by the various ethnic group. Cunojlata has been the polmarchos for 4 consecutive years, until last year after the tragic defeat of Thurii due to the invasion of Lucania. The great majority had then voted Frez, who they thought that had the most military talent. Although he lost his position as the polmarchos, Cunojlata was still elected as one of the 9 strategoi. After all, his popularity in the Arcadian community is too high. Now, taking the employment agreement signed by Berks, he asked Berks, as the person in charge of recruitment, you should know about the price of mercenaries in the whole Greek region. Around how much? Usually about a half derrick gold coins a month, replied Berks truthfully. It's about the same as what I know. I noticed that the first of the 2 employment agreements did follow the half derrick gold coins per month, but the second one, Cunojlata, facing the other generals, said loudly, they are also the same that have more than 2,000 mercenaries, but the payment you gave them is 2 derrick gold coin per month. When they heard this, the other generals were surprised. Before Burks could explain, Kunjlata held up the parchment with the agreement and continued, not only that, but also you have signed a half a year's employment with them. According to the above agreement, no matter whether the war ends or not, you have to pay them 2 Derek gold coins every month. Think about it, if the Lucanians put off the attacks according to this agreement, these mercenaries will be able to get nearly 25,000 gold coins without doing anything for half a year. Oh my god, this is too much. Everyone was shocked once more. Another general, Nyances, said angrily last year, in order to prepare military funds to fend off the army of Lucanians attacking Thurii, we took out 300 taras out of the treasury. As a result, in order to provide for the families of the citizens that were killed in the war, another 50 taras were taken out. In order to defend against the Lucanians from attacking the city, another 150 taras were taken out in order to make weapons, repair the city walls, summoning the citizens to be militia. By this year, in order to buy and supply food for the reinforcements and mercenaries of Taranto, as well as another 120 taras to repair the damaged villages, farmland and other facilities, which is not enough. Before the war began, the treasury was almost empty. Before that, we had discussed whether to levy a special war tax on the citizens. This is the wealth accumulated by Thurii over the years and the hard-earned tax income of the citizens. As the strategos in charge of the city's finance and taxation, I can't stand such a ridiculous agreement. I refuse to pay them. Yes, we don't recognize this agreement. Most strategoi followed suit. Frez, don't rule out accidents. For example, people thought that after the victory of the Lucanians, they would attack the city, but in the end, they encountered a plague and were forced to retreat. Kunjlata retorted, whether the enemy attack or not is not the key. The key is that this agreement makes those mercenaries, no matter what the situation, will have gains, while Thurii will be the only one who will suffer loses. That's the problem. I don't think the person in charge that you have recommended, Burks, did his best in his mission. Look at his treatment of the mercenaries, not only the salary, but also this. Look, the mercenaries led by Davos are only responsible for defending Thurii and fighting back the attacks of Lucanians on Thurii. If there are other missions, they must be decided by the two sides through consultation. Kunjlata read aloud the terms of the agreement, then sneered at Burks and said, "Are you sure that you are recruiting mercenaries and not the Spartans? We are the ones spending money, we are the master, but now, these mercenaries have become honored guests that we would need to ask their consent for everything. I now have serious doubts that Burks had a private dealing with this mercenary. I ask for a financial officer to investigate this." Enough, Kunjlata. Frez finally couldn't help but shout, although I recommended Burks, but all strategoi had decided it together. Don't forget that you are the second one to agree. It showed that his ability has been recognized by everyone. In such a short period of time, he went all over the world and worked hard to recruit more than 4,000 soldiers for Thurii. He solved the problems of the shortage of military resources in Thurii at once. He reassured the citizens and guaranteed the security of the city-state. He should have been rewarded by the city-state and thanked by the citizens, but now, he is receiving your humiliation here. Is this how Thurii should treat a citizen who has contributed to the city-state? If so, who will volunteer to work for Thurii in the future? Frey's words put the city hall in a temporary silence. Burke said, "I didn't expect the finance of the city-state would be in such distress. However, the reason why this agreement was signed and these soldiers were recruited was that on the one hand, the situation was urgent at that time. On the other hand, they were worth it. They are not Spartans, but they are not weaker than the Spartans." This remark immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Nyances obviously did not believe it and sarcastically said, "We all know that the Spartans have been trained as warriors since they were young, and therefore they are so fierce once they grow up. Is there a second city-state in this world that adopted a similar system? Oh, are they perhaps the immortals of Persia that was mentioned in Herodotus' histories? Are they Persians?" Burks looked coldly at Nyances. "These soldiers do have something to do with the Persians." "Oh," Friggs asked with interest, "do this mercenary have a special origin?" Burks saw that the stratego's gazes were all focused on himself, and he looked at Pollux, who had kept silent all this time, and calmly said, "After receiving the task assigned by the strategoi, I had then set out on the same day by ship. As a result, when I passed the Adriatic Sea, I encountered 2 pirate ships and was almost captured by them. Fortunately, with the blessings of Poseidon, there was a strong wind, and risking the ship, I escaped and sailed all the way to Crete, and then went ashore to rest and repair the ship. I wanted to recruit some archers there, but the locals told me, it's all right to recruit a small number of people, but if you need a large number, you would need to get permission from Sparta, because Crete is now part of the Spartan alliance. He also told me that most of the mercenaries are now gathered in Asia Minor, and suggested that I go there to recruit, but it's better to first get permission from Sparta. After careful consideration, I decided to go to Sparta." Several strategos were unconsciously nervous. although they had expelled the citizens of Thurii, who were descendants of Athens, in order to eliminate the retaliation of the allied city-state of Sparta, and turn the 10 major ethnic groups in Thurii into 9, they still did not know what the attitude of Sparta towards Thurii. I pretended to be an emissary of Thurii, and after several efforts, I have finally arrived in Sparta. At the Council of Elders, I told the elders of Sparta about the disaster of Thurii and asked them for reinforcement. The elders of Sparta sympathized with what we have encountered, but they do not have any reinforcement to send. Instead, they gave a certificate permitting us to recruit. Brilliant. When Burke said this, Frez couldn't help praised him loudly, and several other strategoi were relieved. It seems that Sparta didn't care much about Thurei's help to Athens. Burks glanced at the strategos and continued, "When I arrived in Miletus and recruited Dracos, Cesta, and the other mercenaries, I heard a lot of news about Cyrus the Younger leading the Greek mercenaries to invade Persia and had attempted to usurp the throne." Several strategos nodded their heads. Although Thurii was thousands of kilometers away from Asia Minor, they still heard this news. Not to mention the merchant ship that frequently exchanged between the east and the west of Mediterranean, the first group of mercenaries could only be stationed outside the city, but there were constant peddlers even going to the camps to do business, so as to spread some news and stories to the city. The Greek mercenaries defeated the army of the Persian king. Although Cyrus the Younger was killed in the war, they still managed to defeat the troops of Tissaphernes, the satrap of Asia Minor, and Orontes, the satrap of Armenia, many times on their way back to Greece. It was said Tibat-Tibet had also killed several famous generals of Persia. They marched thousands of kilometers, constantly fighting with the Aborigines, which have many different mountain tribes that made the Persians have an headache. Strategos, do you think such a Greek mercenary lacks experience in fighting? Is their combat power amazing? Are they comparable to Spartans? Is this the mercenary that you employed? Some of the strategos exclaimed, the Greek mercenary who went to Persia. Yes, strategos. Seeing the mixed expression of surprise and excitement, Burks finally was relieved. The reason why we failed in our last battle with the Lucanians was not only because of the carelessness of Aeschylodox, but also because the citizens had lived in peace for a long time and lacked the experience in battle. In fact, it was not the wish of Aeschylodox to take the initiative to invade the territory of the Lucanians, but after they defeated the invasion of the Lucanians, all the citizens of Thurii, including the strategoi, were pushing for it. This strong desire to retaliate against the Lucanians made the whole army march forward lightly on the enemy's land, and had almost caused all the troops to be destroyed. At this time, Burks, in violation of his will, put the blame on Aeschylodox, which was made to be the scapegoat of the citizen assembly of Thurii. After their defeat, seeing that the strategos nodded their heads in agreement, he could not help but hate himself, but he still said seriously, "I think if such an army can be hired, the danger faced by Thurii can not only be taken over, but also have the Lucanians take a huge hit. Therefore, I arranged for my men to stay in taverns and inns to inquire about the whereabouts and movements of the Greek expeditionary force at any time. Soon after, I learned that they had arrived at Heraclea on the banks of the Black Sea, but at the same time, I learned another bad news. Sparta and Persia are going to war, and the Spartan strategos, Thimbron, has even been appointed as the governor of Asia Minor, and has arrived in Miletus to start recruiting troops. I was afraid that this Greek mercenary would be recruited by Sparta, so I went to Hellespont overnight by a fast ship and found them in Byzantium. But most of the mercenaries were tired of fighting and don't want to go far away from their home to fight in a distant and unfamiliar Thurii. Only when the leader of Davos' camp, under the temptation of high salary and after agreeing on some of their demands, did they accept our employment. After I took them out of Byzantium, we were stopped by the Spartan fleet, and turns out that Thimbron, governor of Asia Minor of Sparta, sent messengers to let the whole Greek expeditionary troops to fight for him. Davos' troops was the best in the expeditionary troops, and several Persian generals had actually died in their hands. However, it's only because they have signed the employment agreement, and with the recruitment permission issued by the Spartan ephors, and paying half taras to bribe the Spartan emissary, did they let the fleet go. You guys, after accepting the task we gave him, Burks had gone through difficulties and dangers that he even risked his life. Instead of getting afraid and giving up, he has used his intelligence and tenacity to finally complete this recruitment, which could be said to be beyond our expectation. He not only brought a strong help to Thurii, but had also let us know about the attitude of Sparta towards Thurii. We should thank him. All citizens of Thurii should thank him," said Frez excitedly, and was the first to clap. The other strategoi applauded, and the applause lasted for a while. Burks didn't know what to say at the moment. Conrlada stepped forward and sincerely said, "Burks, you are the hero of Thurii. Please forgive me from what I had said just now. I shouldn't have been so suspicious of you. It's just that the financial problems of Thurii have been a headache for us recently. Would you accept my apology?" Burks nodded his acceptance. Next, Nyances also expressed his apology. Another general, Ansatanos, said should we visit the leader of the Greek mercenary who went on an expedition to Persia to show our welcome to them. Ansatanos, I know you want to learn more about Persia from their mouth, in order to complete the sequel of Herodotus' histories. Kanojlada said, but it's currently not a good time. I admit that the combat power of the troops mentioned by Burks is amazing, but they are mercenaries and outsiders after all. And we represent Thurii. As you know, it is not uncommon for soldiers who are used to killing to frighten the enemy and threat ourselves at the same time. We can't pamper them and let them have unnecessary illusions, and if we give them too much attention, what would the other mercenaries think? What would the reinforcement from Taranto think? That's right, they are just free people, and we paid them to fight for us, shouted Nyances. Kanojlada took the opportunity to take over the conversion and continued, Nyances is right. No matter how strong a mercenary is, they are still a mercenary. We pay, so we are the employers. You guys don't get the relationship wrong. Although there are some disagreements with Kanojlada in governing philosophy, Frix also has to nod his head and say, Kanojlada is right. We will treat them just like the mercenaries before, and there is no need to pay too much attention to them. At this time he said, since we have a strong reinforcements and the Lucanians are about to attack again, shall we once more discuss the plan? Kanojlada immediately said, the villages and farms outside the city have been repaired, and the wheat seeds have been sown. We have to fight back the Lucanians before they can destroy the property of the citizens again. The last time that we were defeated was because we were so aggressive and had 10,000 of our citizens killed, so we must be careful. You should know that according to the news, the number of troops that the Lucanians have may exceed 10,000. Freg said cautiously, the number of our soldiers, plus mercenaries and reinforcements from Taranto, is no more than 9,000, including many citizens over the age of 40. Kanojlada said the reason why Asikuladox failed was due to him leading his army to attack Laos. Because of the unfamiliar terrain, he was ambushed by the enemy on the mountain path. If it was on the plain of Thurii where we face the Lucanians, who are poorly equipped and are loosely organized, then they aren't the opponent of our Greeks' hoplite, and even if our number is smaller, it still won't be a problem. Fraz, we can't afford this war. If we hide in the city and let the enemy trample on our farmland, burn our villages, fishing grounds and mines again, and needing to hold a citizen assembly every month in order to discuss whether to levy war taxes in order to pay the mercenaries' salaries and food. I don't think the citizens will agree, said Nyances as he stepped forward. Of course, the citizens will not agree. Whereas the citizens had chosen you as the Polmarchos, because they think that you have the ability to quickly turn the tide of war, driving out the Lucanians and ensuring the safety of Thurii. Just like how after you get into power, you had immediately sent Burks out to recruit soldiers, and had then sent envoys to Taranto to ask for help. Now that the strong reinforcements have come, you should not hesitate anymore. So you have to make a decision as soon as possible in order to live up to the expectations of the citizen. Pollux, who had been silent before, had also spoke. Burks didn't expect that Pollux would also join in the urging of Frez. Having been noticed by Kanojlada, he retreated to the corner, and he had remembered something. Important military meetings that involved the secrets of the city must have the irrelevant people to take the initiative to leave. For this reason, the guards brought Burks out of the city hall. Burks stood on the steps of the city hall and stayed for a while. From a rational point of view, he felt that he should believe the judgment of Frez. After all, compared with the other strategos who had no experience in war, Frez, who was over 60 years old, took part in the war with Taranto when he was young, and successively served as the leader of the hoplites, and have a rich experience in fighting. But emotionally, he also hopes to defeat the terrible Lucanians quickly, because every Thurians wants those bandits to stay away from their homeland, and Davos' troops had also given him the confidence. Under the influence of this indecision, he subconsciously went to the port. After a while he stopped, and although the strategos in the city hall had accepted the agreement that he had signed, but if he still had frequent contacts with the troops of Davos, then he might get criticized, and so he sighed and returned to his home. Davos would not be aware that there was a dispute against them that had occurred in the city hall of Thurii. Although he found it strange that Burks, who had promised him to report to the strategos of Thurii, had never came back. However, his main focus are invested on the construction of the camp. These days, all the soldiers had worked together and made the camp in Thurii take shape. At this time, Burks ordered his men to send 4 horses and said that they could use them. Davos had been aware of the deliberate estrangement between Burks and the top official of Thurii, but he didn't care about it. After all, when their troops had passed through many Greek city-states along the Black Sea, those city-states had the same attitude towards the mercenaries. He then asked for Burks' men to convey his appreciation to him, and then made Falcius to stay in the camp and deal with the military affairs. He took Assists, Leids, and a slave of Burks as his guide, and rode around Thurii to check on the terrain. In the spring of April, the plain of Sybaris, which is flat and fertile, have grasses growing and birds flying, which makes a pleasing scenery, although some Thurians call it the plain of Thurii. Davos and his party were in a good mood as they rode their horses, while their gaze kept jumping into the green fields and canals, as well as the hard-working slaves and farmers. The wide dirt road was muddy due to the frequent spring rains, and from time to time, you can see slaves of a caravan pushing the carriages out of the mud. A sudden thought flashed through Davos' mind. This situation was also common in the Greek city-states in the Black Sea. The Greeks who are good at business are not very interested in constructing roads that can promote trade circulation. Their energy seems to be all invested in maritime trade and ships, but the Romans who rose after them had created the most complex and advanced road work in the Mediterranean in their era. About 10 kilometers west along the river Crati, you can see a big city standing on the north bank of the river. At this time, the guide said, "That's Thurii." When choosing the location of the city, the Athenians had found the junction of the river Crati and the river Kassa, which was a good place to build the city. Because the river here is very wide and the flow is gentle, you can build a wharf that can accommodate a lot of merchant ships. When they were going to build the city here, they found that there was a huge natural fountain here, and the local people called it Thurii, and so they named the new city Thurii. "It's a very interesting story," replied Davos as he looked up and seeing lots of boats in the river Crati that made him not even see the other side. "It would have been better to just rebuild the old city of Sybaris, since it is better to build a port by the sea," said Assists, who was perplexed. Davos knew about it from Berks, and so he didn't want to discuss it, and so he points his finger forward and said, "Let's go around the city." Because Thurii was built at the junction of the two rivers, and therefore it was divided into three parts, south, north, and the delta that stick out at the junction of the two rivers. Davos and his party walked about a kilometer along the moat outside the north city wall of Thurii, which is made of large strips of rock, and the gap between the rock is closely connected. The wall is at least 10 meters high, and 20 meters away from the wall is a moat which is 5 meters wide and is connected to the river Crati, and its depth shouldn't be shallow. All of these are enough to give the invaders a headache. On the other hand, 3-4 squads of sentinels patrols the city back and forth, which made them feel the war is approaching. The young Assists had even jokingly waved at them. Along the north bank of the river Kassel, Davos soon saw a floating bridge on the river. He then noticed that the delta between the two rivers was not flat, but hilly. Listening to the guide, these uneven, undulating hills have become the key to prevent the spring river from surging and turning the land between the two rivers into a swamp. After about 10 kilometers, the terrain began to rise gradually, and the ground had also changed from pure soil to sandy soil. Fortunately, the riverside is relatively flat. Davos and his party went a few meters further, and the upper reaches of the river Kassel had turned from west to southwest, while another river rushed down from the west where it joined with the river Kassel. "This is the river Tyro, a tributary of river Kassel. It's the hated river of the Thurians," said the guide. "Why?" Assists asked curiously. "It is because there are hot springs upstream." The guide gave an irrelevant answer. Hot spring. Davos, on the contrary, became interested. They sped up their speed, but when they got to the place, they were all dumbfounded. The river Tyro here has become a small river only several meters wide. On the south bank of the river, there are indeed pools of steaming hot water. However, countless streams flowed out from the rock crevices at the foot of the mountain, turning this area of rock and grass into a swamp. In spring, the snow on the mountain melts and they all become small streams and mix together with the hot spring, and finally they all flow into the river Tyro. During rainy season, when the river Tyro surged, instead of overflowing the riverbank, it will flow back to the hot spring swamp on the south bank. As well as the north bank, there the guide points to the front, a big hearse. Davos looked at the front and saw that the bank that is in front of him seemed to have been bitten off, as it sank down to form a huge half-bowl shape, and below it was the river bank that have tall, gentle slopes surrounding it. A group of people went down the slope and into the huge hearse. It was much easier to walk here than the one before. The land was soft, the road was flat, which also in the same level as the river. "You just said that the Thurians hate this hot spring swamp. Why?" Assists still has an invisible attachment on this problems. The guide glanced at him and said, "Because of the hot spring, the water temperature of this swamp is very warm all the year round, so there are many mosquitoes that severely bites, so the Thurians almost don't want to come here." Assists looked across the river with wide gaze, and the water mist that greatly covered his sight, which adds some mystery to the swamp. Without saying a word, Davos stared at the big hearse, the river Tyro, and the hot spring swamp on the other side, while thinking about something. After about a 250 meters walk, the river Hearst came to an end. They had to dismount and walk up the slope, because the mud was so slippery they couldn't ride at all. On the slope, after leaving the river Hearst, it's all uphill. There are fewer and fewer farmland, but more and more trees, which have become more and more dense until there is no trace of human settlements. By this time, they had reached the open area on the hillside, but the guide refused to go forward. It's too dangerous to cross the ridge, since the camp of the Lucanians is ahead. Davos tried every possible way to persuade the guide, and therefore the guide agreed to take them to have a look. Standing on the top of the hill, facing the sharp mountain wind and looking forward, there is a higher hills ahead, which should have been full of green scenery. However, a large number of trees have been cut down to clear a large area, and countless tents are scattered in disorder. From a distance, the Lucanians are as small as ants and are densely packed. While there are many people, Assists who had seen thousands of Persian troops could not help but say. Davos didn't speak. He carefully looked around for a while, then pointed somewhere in front of him and asked, "What is that place?" The pale-faced guide looked blankly and asked, "Where?" "On the right side of the hill. It seems that from time to time a team of Lucanians appears from there," said Davos, who had pulled the guide and pointed forward once more. The guide opened his eyes wide, confirming it carefully, and said, "Oh, that's the mountain pass. It is a mountain path for people to pass, and it leads all the way to the territory of the Lucanians." "How long is the mountain path?" Davos continued asking. "I haven't traveled through it, but I heard that it's more than 20 kilometers. It seems like it isn't that far, but it's hard to walk through the mountain path. I'm afraid that it will take me a day or two to walk through it." "By the way, it was in this mountain path that the army of Thurii got ambushed before being defeated," said the guide with lingering fear on his face. Davos looked at the continuous mountains behind the hill and was lost in thought. "Turek should have built a fortress here so that the Lucanians couldn't easily invade," said Leeds. "Originally, Thurii had a camp here, but there was no major event for decades. In addition, the conditions here are simple, so there are not many citizens willing to stay here. We didn't expect that the Lucanians would suddenly attack, and as a result," said the guide dejectedly. "If the Thurians were here, then we would have nothing to do," said Davos lightly. "From the fact that there is almost no development in this mountainous area means that the Thurians are not interested in this place at all. It would be strange if they can remain here. This is the common fault of the Greeks, a country that loves sailing and business. They have no interest in mountains at all." Under the continuous urging of the guide, the party embarked on the return journey. Seeing the relaxed look on Davos' party, this family slave that was regarded as a confidant by Berks had heard from his master that these people were all experienced soldiers, and so he couldn't help ask Davos, "Do you think we can defeat those Lucanians?" "I won't know until we fight," said Davos lightly. This time they went east along the right edge of the plain of Sybaris, which was also a continuous mountain. The sound of the stream accompanied them all the way to the east, and finally converged into a river. When Davos, who was traveling along the south bank of the river, saw the soldiers cutting trees on the other bank, he remembered that this was the river mentioned by Felix, and the guide called it the river Sibari. Seeing that it was dusk, Davos then dismissed his plan to continue exploring the north. He got off his horse and crossed the river. He then helped level the tree trunk with the soldiers, and carried the wood back to the camp. After supper, he listened to the reports of Philesius and the officers of the various units. He then confirmed that all the mercenaries were working well, and had then sent them away. Davos settled down and drew the terrain he saw during the daytime reconnaissance on the ground using a branch. He repeatedly modified it until he was satisfied. He then looked at it for a long time and firmly remembered the pattern and scene in his mind. Of course, this is just a sketch. Next, he needed to send scouts to further improve it, such as the general area of the plain of Sibari, the width and depth of the river Krati, the area of the Hurst, and so on. Intelligence work is the most important in war, and terrain investigation is the most important in intelligence work. More than half a year's war has taught Davos a lot, and combined with his knowledge from his previous life, he has always believed that the famous generals also needed 99 points of sweat plus 1 point of talent. He is not the type of general that can just sit high in the command room and control the troops to win the battle. Therefore, he has been working hard. The next day, under the guidance of the guide, Davos and his party continued exploring the north. Across the river Sibari, there is about 5 kilometers distance from the mountain to the bay. The land between them is even more flat, and it is still part of the plain of Sibari, but the Thurians did not plant wheat here, but planted olive trees and vineyards. Listening to the guide, the wine here is famous all over Magna Graecia. This reminded Davos of the story in his previous life about the luxurious bathing with wine by the ancient Siberians. Those wine had probably came from here, but at this time the vineyards were overgrown with weeds and was neglected. That's because from time to time, the Lucanians in Amendolara are wandering around. The people are afraid and dare not come, explained the guide. Thurii should send troops to protect their citizens, said Assisted with disdain. After their last defeat, I'm afraid that the strength of Thurii is insufficient. Keeping Thurii has become their priority, said Davos. Leader Davos is right. The guide took advantage of the situation to escape from this embarrassment. Isn't it true that there are not many Lucanians in the city of Amendolara? We can provide protection for the Thurians here, and of course you have to pay a little for it, said Assist jokingly. See, in the future, you will also lead the soldiers independently. You must remember one thing, don't scatter your forces easily. Davos then added, our main task now is to help Thurii defeat the army of the Lucanians and leave the rest alone for now. As long as we win, Amendolara won't be a problem at all. Assists and leads listened carefully and nodded. The group continued on until a river blocked their way. This is the river Sarasno, which is the boundary between Thurii and Amendolara, said the guide. So that's the territory of Amendolara. Davos pointed in front. Yes, it is possible to encounter the Lucanians at any time. Therefore, we need to go back. The guide is afraid of encountering difficulties, and Davos became obviously interested. Can this river be traversed? Before the guide could answer, Assists, who had been unable to hold back, had driven his horse to jump into the river and reach the other side of the 10-meter-wide river in a flash. The depth of the water will reach until the thigh. Assists stood in front of the horse. Leeds Falcius left 100 soldiers at the logging site for protection. You bring them here and we will cross the river together. Davos immediately gave his order. Yes, Leeds rode back excitedly. At this time, the guide can only wait helplessly. 10 minutes later, Leeds came back in a hurry with more than 100 heavily armed soldiers. The soldiers, though breathless, were equally excited. Seeing them, Davos was even more daring. Let's cross the river. The guide didn't understand why these people were so excited. Didn't he know that there are terrible Lucanians on the other side of the river? But as a slave, he could not stop and had to follow them in fear. After crossing the river Sarasno, Davos obviously felt that the terrain was rising. The mountains and the coast were parallel to each other to the north, but the distance between was shortening a lot. The narrow space increased the safety of Davos' trip, but he didn't take it lightly. Assists and leads served as the scouts of the team, paying close attention to the situation in the mountains in order to prevent the enemy from detouring and following their way back. On the way to the next place, Davos did not see the coast with soft beach. Instead, it was steep rocky walls and craggy rocks. The sea beat the coast rhythmically with a quite amazing momentum. It seems that there couldn't be any port in Amendolara, thought Davos. A loss rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the guide shouted, "Look, that's Amendolara." Following the direction of the guide's finger, a city appeared in the distance. The spirit of Davos lifted up, clamping the belly of his horse, and rushed forward for a while, and then the soldiers quickly catch up. Now he can clearly see that Amendolara is actually a mountain city, which is not in line with the Greeks' tradition. It was built on a mountain and the height seems not low, as it faced the east and overlooked the Gulf of Taranto. The morning mist among the mountains and forest pervaded around it. It looks faint and graceful. Davos moved forward in order to see clearly. The guide cautiously followed, because less than a few hundred meters away is Amendolara. Although he could not see any Lucanians, it doesn't mean that the Lucanians would not come out to welcome them after someone had arrived at their door. At this time, another river blocked their way. The width of the river is less than 10 meters, and the bottom of the river can clearly be seen. There is no problem to walk through it. This is the river Cisno, and there is another river called River Burano not far to the north. Amendolara is between these two rivers. That's all, we can't cross the river anymore. The guide begged. Davos couldn't help exclaim, the Apennine Peninsula is so rich on water resources. No wonder the citizens of Magna Graecia are more nourished than the Aborigines. The snow in the Apennine melts and finally formed rivers. The rivers wash the earth and rocks on the mountains to the lowlands year after year. This is why the lands can be fertile. It's heaven and earth when compared with barren land of Greece. During war, the mountain cities are generally easy to defend and hard to attack, but they need to solve two problems, food and water. Since Amendolara is surrounded by rivers, water won't be a problem, thought Davos, as he watched the city of Amendolara not far away. It seemed to be a small city, at least 100 meters from the ground, but the slope was gentle, with a stone walls around the city's periphery. When the guide saw that Davos did not cross the river, but also did not leave and repeatedly looked at Amendolara as he stood by the river. Therefore, the guide started getting anxious and wanted to urge him once more. Davos asked, what is the relationship between Amendolara and Thurii, a city that was built by immigrants of Thurii? This guide is not an ordinary slave. As a domestic slave, he accompanied Berks in studying and playing together when they were young. When he grew up, he followed Berks to travel around and do business. As an important assistant of Berks, he was also knowledgeable. In fact, the reason why Berks sent him to act as their guide was because of his guilt in breaking his promise, and so the guide told Davos a very extensive historical answer. After he thinking for a bit, he answered, it was said that the city of Amendolara was built by the Aborigines here a long time ago and was later occupied by Sybaris. After Croton destroyed Sybaris, they did not bother taking over Itand after the establishment of Thurii. Amendolara took the initiative to form an alliance with Thurii. and together with Thurii, it once resisted the attack of Taranto in the north. Alliance, looking at the small city of Amendolara and considering the scale of Thurii, it is obvious that the two cities are not of the same size. If they want to have an equal right to speak, it will be very difficult, and so Amendolara is actually a vassal in a nominal alliance. However, Davos was secretly relieved as long as Amendolara is not a colonial city of Thurii. He has come to this era for more than half a year, and he specially learned a lot about the actual situation of the Greek city-state, completely reversing the concept of the city-states about it being just a city that he had known in his previous life. After the Greeks established the city, they would try to expand outward, establishing villages and towns, and bringing the surrounding land under its control. When the land is beyond the direct control of the city due to its distance, they would establish a colonial city or capture other cities. One of the reasons is to maintain the momentum of expansion, and the other is to provide protection for the surrounding area of the main city. At first, this kind of colonial city obeyed the orders of its mother state. After all, the citizens of the colonial city had migrated from the mother state, and even the governor might have been appointed by the mother state. With the passage of time, the Greeks' nature of loving independence and freedom has come into play. In addition, the Greek city-state's politics is a closed political management, which naturally rejected unity, and why they go independent. However, due to the proximity of geography, as long as the mother state maintains their advantage in strength and does not bully their neighbors excessively, they will form a natural alliance with the mother state. However, if the colonial city and the mother state are separated by the sea or too far away, just like in the past decades, because of the estrangement of relationship, it is likely that they will become two different city-states, or even become enemies of each other, such as Corinth and Corcyra Corfu. It is obvious that Amendolara was the colonial city of Sybaris, and it was only an affiliated ally to Thurii. Therefore, the land here does not belong to Thurii. Davos pondered, and once more asked, how did the Lucanians manage to capture the city? I don't know about that. It seems that few of the citizens of Amendolara have escaped at that time. Thurii was in a state of mourning for the defeat of the whole army and the killing of countless citizens. Thurii was also busy defending the attack of the Lucanians and had ignored the citizens of Amendolara that came to request help. Later, we did not know where they went. The guide said without care, but Davos kept it in mind. At this time, Assist said, "Boss, someone had come out of the city." Vespa, the leader of the Lucanians in the city of Amendolara, has been fretting for some time, because the city of Gramentum had sent messengers asking him to lead the tribe and participate in the second invasion on Thurii that will be started by the tribal alliance of the Lucanians. The tribe of Vespa had originally lived on the bank of the upper reaches of the river Agri in the southeast of the city of Gramentum. There are many tribal settlements there, and the tribe of Vespa is one of the larger ones. They have been living by grazing and simple farming. For decades, they did not have anything to do with the surrounding tribes. But the year before last, after the marriage and alliance between the city of Gramentum and Pixis, the powerful city of Gramentum became more powerful, and they no longer need to consider the balance of the equally powerful city of Potentia in the northwest. And so they began their expansion by attacking the settlements and villages of the surrounding small tribes. Under the pressure of the army of Gramentum, Vespa, who did not want to get swallowed by them, fled to the southeast and hid in the forest at the junction of the western mountains of Amendolara and Heraclea. Because of their suffering from hunger and disease, some of them died, which included the two sons of Vespa. Just as Vespa could hardly hold on and wanted to surrender to Gramentum in order to survive, heard a message. Since the expansion of Gramentum, the population and military strength have greatly increased, but at the same time there came a problem: food. Originally, the mountain area of Lucania was not rich in grain production, and it relied more on grazing, which also depended on the nature of food. The winter of the previous year was much colder than that of previous years, and a large number of livestock were frozen to death, which made food a big problem for Gramentum in maintaining its hegemony in the south of Lucania. Therefore, last winter, Gramentum joined forces with Pixis and led the army together with Nerulum, who recognized their status as the leader of this alliance. Los waited for the troops of the tribal city to join in and prepare to attack Thurii. Vespa began to think of wanting to fish in troubled waters when the two sides were fighting, so that his tribe could escape from the danger of destruction. Therefore, he mobilized his whole tribe in building rafts, storing food, and preparing to plunder the east. Just then he heard a good news. Thurii had attacked Laos with 10,000 troops, and the whole army was wiped out. Vespa was overjoyed and thought that the good opportunity had arrived. Therefore, he immediately ordered his whole tribe to take a raft, go down the river and forcefully cross the dangerous river, and finally enter the territory of Amendolara. Note: Gramentum. Pixis, Nerulum,
Laos.
Potentia potenza.